In the boundless expanse of the continent, the entirety of humanity from the Blue Star, along with innumerable races from myriad realms, embarks upon the era of universal lords. Fang Yuan awakens to the Chaos Heart, a formidable ability that allows for the limitless enhancement of any entity's quality and rank. Commencing with a D-grade Earth Dragon Cave as a summoning structure, he transforms it into the SSS-grade Supreme Dragon Nest. He summons an array of dragon kin, initiating the construction of the unparalleled dragon domain from the ground up, commanding countless dragon hordes to wage war against myriad races and countless lords, ultimately achieving the status of the Supreme Sovereign. Azure-eyed White Dragon obliterates all with its radiant white light. Six-winged Red Dragon incinerates the heavens with its endless flames. Hurricane Thunder Dragon rips apart the skies with tempestuous thunder. Starbreaking Dragon wields a black hole that annihilates the cosmos. Time Ancestor Dragon reenacts the return of all to the void. Chaos Ancestor Dragon restores the primordial chaos of the universe. Years later, Fang Yuan sits upon the throne of supremacy, raising his hand as endless legions of dragons spread across the celestial expanse, accompanied by an array of dragon maidens behind him. Chapter 1. The SSS Great Supreme Dragon Nest. Welcome, the last race, the Blue Star's humanity, a population of 70 billion, to the endless continent. A competition for supremacy among the lords of myriad races, once existing in the cosmic void, is about to commence. Whoever claims victory in the lordly contest shall unlock the ultimate secrets of all origins, transcending mortality to achieve eternal supremacy. To ensure absolute fairness, with luck as the sole exception, each participant shall randomly receive a territory, along with an initial structure of varying attributes and races to aid in resource plundering, territory development, and power expansion. You shall assume the identity of a lord from the Blue Star race, competing simultaneously with countless other lords from the endless continent in this contest. Best of luck to you all. Randomly allocating territories. Randomly allocating initial troops. Allocation complete. The lords of humanity from Earth begin to descend. As the final mechanized voice resonated within his mind, Fang Yuan, with handsome features, stood atop a modest hill approximately 30 meters high, his gaze shifting from confusion to astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. From his vantage point, Fang Yuan beheld an expansive forest composed of towering trees, each reaching heights of over 10 meters. Under the dim illumination of the sky, the shadows within the forest flickered with ethereal green light, pulsating in and out of visibility. Occasionally, eerie howls would emerge from the shadows of the trees. Just as Fang Yuan looked up to witness a creature resembling a pterosaur, measuring at least 10 meters in length, soaring overhead, he gasped in disbelief. A voice, reminiscent of the earlier mechanical announcement, echoed in his mind, while corresponding text materialized before his eyes. The last eligible race from the endless starry dimension has completed its descent. The lordly contest on the endless continent is now underway. Attention, each lord's territory will have a 7-day period of invincibility. After this period, the territories will face the first round of random disaster elimination challenges. Random events may include, but are not limited to, monster tides, earthquakes, tsunamis, plagues, and meteor showers. Best of luck to you all. Upon the conclusion of these announcements, a torrent of information regarding the attributes of a lord, regional communication channels, racial communication channels, and trading markets flooded Fang Yuan's mind. Endless continent. A contest among myriad races. Lords. Supreme sovereignty. Fang Yuan murmured to himself after absorbing the influx of information, subsequently reflecting with a tinge of melancholy. Perhaps this is for the best. Compared to my previous solitary existence, devoid of any visible future prospects, my current path is now filled with uncertainty and potential. With a sigh, he glanced down at his only article of clothing, a pair of red undergarments, and could not help but express his disbelief. Why must I traverse at such a peculiar moment? Why must it be while I slumber that I am transported here, leaving me with naught but these undergarments? This is simply outrageous. Fortunately, the territories of the lords are distanced from one another. Otherwise, should a neighbor with malicious intent use the communication panel to capture and share my image, I would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic social demise before those I know. At that moment, just as Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted from social embarrassment to the need to inspect the attributes of his territory, an eerie howl, reminiscent of a wolf's cry, echoed from the southwest direction of the hill. Turning his gaze toward the source, he beheld a pack of gray wolves, marked with Gray Wolf LV2, approaching the base of his modest hill. However, as the wolves neared the edge of his territory, a dark golden barrier abruptly rose, preventing them from encroaching upon his domain. Invincible Shield LV999. Observing the familiar name of the shield, Fang Yuan listened to the continuous howls of the wolves outside and the earlier announcement regarding the 7-day invincibility. Period surged a sense of urgency within him. This sense of crisis felt akin to having his head pressed upon an ancient guillotine, with a blade poised to descend at any moment. Before the initial disaster arrives in 7 days, I find myself besieged by a pack of wolves. I must swiftly ascertain the nature of my initial troops and summon them. Otherwise, given the desolate state of my territory, I shall surely perish from hunger long before the impending catastrophe strikes. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Fang Yuan promptly summoned the territory attribute panel. Territory name: unnamed. Lord: Fang Yuan companion spirit. Chaos source crystal: undetectable, non-tradable, non-transferable. Territory level: LV1 area: 1,000 square meters. Building: Earth Dragon Cave, D-grade elite quality, manifested at the entrance of the small hill. Residence: 1,100 food, 0 resources, ordinary wood *0, ordinary. Stone *0, products required for upgrading territory and constructing buildings. Source crystals: 0, fundamental energy crystals for enhancing various buildings and summoning troops or elevating their ranks. Gazing upon his attribute panel, Fang Yuan initially intended to direct his attention towards the military building, yet his gaze inadvertently became fixated on the section displaying the resplendent, multifaceted brilliance of the companion spirit entity. As Fang Yuan's focus and intent converged upon the inscription of the chaotic source crystal, an icon unfurled before him. The design of the icon resembled the heirloom pendant, a dark gray crystal stone that he had worn since childhood, a cherished relic from his parents. Suddenly, a radiant burst of kaleidoscopic light surged into his mind. An information panel materialized before Fang Yuan's eyes. The chaotic source crystal. Host: Fang Yuan. Quality: SSS grade mythical quality, unable to be evaluated. Based on the known functionalities ascertained by the Lord, this grade is tentatively assigned. Function: by expending a certain amount of source crystals, it is possible to indefinitely enhance any item, elevating it to any quality level. Remarks: upon activation of the chaotic source crystal, the host is granted a singular opportunity to enhance the quality level of any entity without the consumption of source crystals. Upon reading the information panel regarding the chaotic source crystal, an expression of uncontainable joy illuminated Fang Yuan's visage. After a hearty laugh, amidst the resounding thuds of wolves battering against the shield, Fang Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the initial military building, the Earth Dragon Cave, specifically the plus sign within the information bar. Accompanied by a prompt, an array of enhancement options instantly unfolded before Fang Yuan's eyes. Utilizing the power of the chaotic source crystal, the quality of the Earth Dragon Cave can be elevated to the following tiers. Enhancement Sequence 1. C-grade excellent quality, Sky Dragon Cave, 10,000 source crystals. Enhancement Sequence 2. B-grade outstanding quality, Giant Dragon Nest, 1,000,000 source crystals. Enhancement Sequence 3. A-grade rare quality, True Dragon Nest, 100 million source crystals. Enhancement Sequence 6. SSS grade, mythical quality, Supreme Dragon Nest, 100 billion source crystals. Unlimited enhancement opportunities. When surveying the array of enhancement sequences laid out before him, without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan directly opted for Enhancement Sequence 6, thereby conserving a staggering 100 trillion source crystals. As Fang Yuan confirmed his enhancement choice, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire desolate mountain beneath him, accompanied by a seismic uproar that reverberated throughout the territory. Within the embrace of the golden radiance, Fang Yuan stood resolutely atop the mountain peak. Before him, the attribute information panel of his territory reflected a transformation. The Earth Dragon Cave, previously merely a D-grade elite quality, had instantaneously ascended to the SSS grade mythical quality, the Supreme Dragon Nest, the initial form of the Supreme Dragon Nest. Chapter 2. The Blue Eyes White Dragon. As the golden light dissipated and the thunderous roar of the heavens faded into silence, Fang Yuan gazed down at the mountain peak that had expanded to engulf the entire territory, now soaring nearly 100 meters high. From within the mountainous core, a radiant spectrum of colors emanated from the summit. He could not help but curse under his breath. How foolish of me. I should have descended first and entered the cave. Now, how do I get down to summon heroes in my Supreme Dragon Lair? Just as those words escaped his lips, the information panel of the fully enhanced troop building materialized before him. Supreme Dragon Lair. Quality: SSS grade mythical quality. Level: LV1. Troop: Blue Eyes White Dragon, 110. Function: based on the current level of the Supreme Dragon Lair, every 10 days, a dragon of no less than B-grade quality will inevitably be summoned, unlocking the summoning information for that dragon species. There is a certain probability of summoning a true dragon of A-grade or above, which will also unlock the summoning information for that true dragon. Upon unlocking the species information, a certain amount of source crystals will be required to summon this dragon species. Note: 1. The summoned dragons from the Supreme Dragon Lair will all start at LV1. 2. The dragons summoned using source crystals by the Lord will also start at LV1. 3. Under the Supreme Dragon Lair's mandatory restrictions, all dragons will have an initial favorability of 80. 4. For each level increase. The refresh time of 10 days will be reduced by 1 day. After reviewing the attributes of the Supreme Dragon Lair, as Fang Yuan focused on the words Blue Eyes White Dragon on the panel, a resounding and majestic dragon roar echoed from the dragon lair below, resonating across several kilometers. A dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length with a wingspan of 20 to 30 meters, its entire body shimmering silver white, with robust limbs and dark blue eyes, soared gracefully through the air. Upon spotting Fang Yuan, the Blue Eyes White Dragon immediately flapped its wings and dove towards him at the mountain's peak. With a thunderous crash, the Blue Eyes White Dragon landed on the narrow summit where Fang Yuan stood. Its powerful limbs gripped the ground as it lowered its massive head, which was larger than Fang Yuan himself, casting a dominating gaze upon him. Enchanted by the sheer magnificence of this awe-inspiring dragon, Fang Yuan instinctively reached out to touch its head. However, as Fang Yuan made this move, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the Blue Eyes White Dragon's eyes. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the dragon abruptly nudged him with its head. In an instant, Fang Yuan was sent tumbling off the peak of the Supreme Dragon Lair, plummeting towards the ground nearly 100 meters below. As he felt the weightlessness of his descent and saw the ground rapidly approaching, he shouted from the depths of his being, "Oh no, help me." Just when he thought his fate was sealed, a massive silver-white figure streaked past his falling perspective. With a sudden tightening of his pants and a dizzying 180-degree turn of his viewpoint, Fang Yuan found himself perched upon the neck of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, soaring down towards the cavernous entrance of the Supreme Dragon Lair amidst the dragon's booming laughter. Upon landing steadily at the entrance, Fang Yuan was jostled off the dragon's neck, sliding several meters across the smooth, multicolored floor of the cave. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the dragon's raucous laughter, Fang Yuan scrambled to his feet, preparing to admonish the Blue Eyes White Dragon for its reckless behavior. However, his vision was suddenly filled with a series of notifications. Blue Eyes White Dragon Favorability, 3. Blue Eyes White Dragon Favorability, 6. The current favorability of the Blue Eyes White Dragon towards the Lord is 90, classified as intimate. Upon seeing the intimacy notification, Fang Yuan recalled the criteria for favorability assessment and promptly dismissed the thought of scolding the still rolling and chuckling Blue Eyes White Dragon. Different races exhibit varying behaviors based on their favorability levels, and for dragons, the spectrum ranges from 0, a lifelong nemesis, 10, I want to eat him, 20, something I detest, 30, who are you, 40, this person is tolerable, 50, I begrudgingly allow riding, 60, ride me if you want, I don't care, 70, why hasn't he ridden me yet, 80, he's finally riding me, 90, if he doesn't ride me for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over, 100, he can do whatever he wants with me, yay. Gazing at the Blue Eyes White Dragon, still joyfully rolling about, Fang Yuan sighed in exasperation. Feeling that this dragon might have a few screws loose, he then accessed the dragon's attribute panel for further inspection. Troop name, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Name, unnamed. Quality, A-grade rare quality. Level, LV11, 100. Favorability, 90. Upon reaching 100, favorability will be locked. Growth stage, juvenile, enters growth stage after level 10, maturity at level 30, and completion at level 60. Mentality and personality, a 6-year-old child, mischievous, impulsive, greedy. Growth stage, mentality, and personality will change with level advancement. Attributes, physique, 50, spirit, 50. Source power, 60. Among A-grade rare beings, the maximum attribute value cap at LV1 is 160. Skills, annihilation white light, A-grade. Dragon roar bombardment, A-grade. Tornado of ruin, A-grade. Azure Eye Aurora, S-grade. Ultimate overbody, S-grade. With the Blue Eyes White Dragon's impressive attributes laid before him, particularly its staggering total of 160 points at merely level 1. Fang Yuan couldn't help but pull up his own attribute panel for comparison. Fang Yuan, companion spirit item, chaotic source crystal. Quality, F-grade inferior, can be enhanced with source crystals. Level, LV1, 1, 100. Attributes, physique, 1, spirit, 2, source power, 1. Techniques, none. Skills, none. Equipment, red underwear of destiny, sturdy, but otherwise utterly useless. Observing the 40-fold disparity in attribute values between himself and the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Fang Yuan acknowledged the true prowess of an A-grade quality creature. Resolutely, he decided that once his territory was well established and his source crystals sufficiently abundant, he would prioritize enhancing his personal quality at each level, as he, being a lord, did not wish to be toyed with by summoned dragons, including the current Blue Eyes White Dragon. As Fang Yuan pondered how to swiftly elevate the favorability between himself and the Blue Eyes White Dragon, he suddenly noticed that the dragon, which had been resting after laughing itself out, abruptly flipped over, flapping its wings and soaring into the air above the territory. It let out a thunderous roar directed at a winged creature resembling a pterosaur that was circling in the sky outside the territory's barrier. Fire-breathing pterosaur, LV-15. Seeing the information hovering above the creature, Fang Yuan immediately felt compelled to call out to the blue-eyes white dragon, urging it to hurry back to the lair and avoid acting impulsively. Regrettably, Fang Yuan was ultimately a step too slow to react. Or perhaps it was simply the astonishing speed of the blue-eyes white dragon that left him at a disadvantage. As the blue-eyes white dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, it noticed that the fire-breathing pterosaur of equal size had yet to depart from the skies above, mistaking the creature's presence as a provocation. The blue-eyes white dragon's heart surged with wrath, believing the pterosaur sought to invade its territory. In a fit of fury, it flapped its mighty wings with great force, transforming into a streak of silvery light, and in an instant, it surged forth, shattering the invincible barrier above its domain, confronting the fire-breathing pterosaur with its gaping maw. With a sickening crunch, the pterosaur, drawn by the allure of the dragon's bloodline, had not even begun to revel in its imminent feast before the blue-eyes white dragon's fangs crushed its elongated skull, blood and brain matter exploding forth. Ding! Blue-eyes white dragon has slain LV-15 fire-breathing pterosaur. Lord receives 15 source crystals. Within the confines of the Supreme Dragon's Lair, Fang Yuan was left in a state of astonishment upon hearing the notification echo in his mind. Incredible. Simply incredible. A mere LV-1 blue-eyes white dragon has annihilated a LV-15 fire-breathing pterosaur. Is this the true disparity in quality and strength? It is terrifying indeed. Confirming that the pterosaur was utterly vanquished, the blue-eyes white dragon grasped its lifeless form and returned to its territory. Upon landing at the entrance of the dragon's lair, it gently placed the deceased pterosaur at Fang Yuan's feet. The dragon then bounded over to Fang Yuan, who stood momentarily stunned by the sight of the massive corpse, and nudged him with its head, drawing closer to the fallen creature. Almost knocked off balance by the blue-eyes white dragon's enthusiastic nudge, Fang Yuan quickly regained his composure and began to stroke the dragon's head, halting its advances before inquiring, "You don't expect me to consume this pterosaur, do you?" Although the blue-eyes white dragon did not comprehend the term fire-breathing pterosaur, it followed Fang Yuan's gesture and, upon recognizing its earlier conquest, nodded vigorously, letting out a series of roars that indicated that consuming more would accelerate its growth and strength. As the lord of the territory, Fang Yuan instinctively understood the essence of the dragon's roars, and a wave of emotion and joy washed over him. Earlier, he had harbored a rather negative impression of the blue-eyes white dragon, labeling it a fearsome beast, but now, he found himself re-evaluating this enchanting creature that appeared rather endearing. However, as the blue-eyes white dragon continued its antics, Fang Yuan soon realized that his earlier delight had been premature. Chapter 3. Authentic Sale, Level Up Rewards. Seeing that Fang Yuan hesitated to partake in the feast of the pterosaur it had captured, the blue-eyes white dragon, glancing at Fang Yuan's diminutive form, assumed that he lacked the strength to breach the pterosaur's hide. Thus, it approached the corpse and sank its teeth into the pterosaur's abdomen. With a wet, tearing sound, the dragon extracted a sizable chunk of flesh, complete with entrails, and spat it at Fang Yuan's feet. The moment the bloodied morsel landed, it splattered across Fang Yuan, drenching him in a thick, crimson liquid, akin to having taken a bath in blood, leaving him reeking of the pungent scent of gore. As a normal human being, such an overwhelming stench would typically induce a sense of revulsion. Yet, upon inadvertently tasting the fresh blood that had splattered near his mouth, an insatiable hunger for the pterosaur's flesh surged within him. Recalling the Lord's guide that spoke of gaining strength through consuming monster flesh, Fang Yuan, now fervently eager to grow stronger, scooped up the viscous, jelly-like blood that exuded a sweet flavor and swallowed it eagerly. As the warm liquid filled his belly, he felt his blood surging with newfound vigor, a powerful energy coursing through him, revitalizing his flesh and bones. Once the essence derived from the pterosaur's blood dissipated, and the heat subsided, he immediately accessed his status panel for a thorough inspection. His gaze fell upon the experience points, which had increased by 3, now reading LV-14, 100. While he was already aware that aside from utilizing source crystals or practicing techniques to enhance his level, consuming the flesh of formidable monsters could also yield experience points, he was astonished to find that merely tasting a single drop of blood had granted him such a substantial boost. If I were to consume the entirety of this fire-breathing pterosaur, my level would surely skyrocket. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the blue-eyes white dragon, observing Fang Yuan's blood drinking, assumed he had developed a fondness for it, and eagerly returned to the pterosaur's carcass. With another resounding rip of flesh, the dragon's head delved into the pterosaur's abdomen, gulping down a significant amount of blood before it approached Fang Yuan once more, who was preparing to imbibe another sip. Suddenly, a cascade of crimson liquid poured from the dragon's gaping maw, drenching Fang Yuan once again. Coughing violently, Fang Yuan emerged from the pool of blood, coated in a thick layer of the viscous liquid. Resolutely, he halted the blue-eyes white dragon's intentions to spray more blood, saying, "That's enough. I've had my fill, please." No more blood. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's plea, the blue-eyes white dragon scrutinized him, and, noticing that he had not grown any larger, vigorously shook its head in refusal. Then, under Fang Yuan's astonished gaze, it dashed back to the pterosaur's body once more. In response, Fang Yuan had no choice but to summon his resources. Selecting the soul item, the fire-breathing pterosaur's carcass, and activating the disassembly function. In an instant, the colossal pterosaur's body vanished beneath a radiant light, transforming into neatly cut flesh, blood, and bones, stored within the 20 cubic meter space he had temporarily rented for a source crystal, valid for 7 days. Witnessing the massive corpse disappear before its eyes, the blue-eyes white dragon's pupils widened in disbelief, exhibiting a human-like expression of confusion. It then began to roar in agitation, frantically searching for its earlier prey. Fang Yuan, concerned that this somewhat neurotic blue-eyes white dragon might lose control and venture far from the territory to capture another fire-breathing pterosaur, only to be vanquished by a more formidable foe, quickly approached the dragon and demonstrated his ability to make objects appear and disappear. The dragon was utterly captivated by Fang Yuan's display of instantaneous summoning. Once Fang Yuan concluded his performance, the blue-eyes white dragon nudged him with its head, eager for another demonstration, as if entranced by the spectacle of flesh reappearing before its very eyes. Fang Yuan, upon discovering that summoning another blue-eyes white dragon required 1,000 source crystals, found himself compelled by his current financial constraints to heed the desires of his soul battle companion, the dragon. Thus, he engaged in a continual display of spatial storage for it. Meanwhile, he multitasked, consuming copious amounts of fresh blood while idly exploring the various functions of his territory panel. In the Friends directory, he noticed several friend requests from former colleagues with whom he had maintained a cordial relationship, and he casually chose to accept them. On the trading panels of the Dragon Xia Kingdom Regional Trading Center and the Blue Star Humanity Trading Center, with each opening and closing initiated by Fang Yuan, an array of peculiar items was uploaded for auction. Among the first to catch his attention were items such as original stockings and lingerie, alongside essential survival resources like food and water. To his astonishment, the transaction volume for these peculiar items was nearly on par with that of vital resources necessary for human existence, prompting him to reflect on the disturbing prevalence of deviancy within the global LSP. The Dragon Xia Kingdom Communication Channel and the Blue Star Humanity Communication Channel were further subdivided into localized nearby area communication channels, based on individual cities. In each channel, the Blue Star human lords engaged in fervent discussions. Observing the channels, Fang Yuan noted a rapid decline in the total number of participants, decreasing by 2 or 3 every second in the nearby area communication channel he frequented, which primarily consisted of residents from Jiang City, originally boasting nearly 100,000 lords. The numbers dwindled alarmingly, with black and white avatars appearing at the bottom of the channel, signaling the demise of those once vibrant participants. Fang Yuan mused to himself that if the lords currently under the invincibility protection were perishing at such an alarming rate, the mortality toll when the first round of calamity struck would surely be even more staggering. This realization solidified his resolve to remain steadfast within his territory. Simultaneously, a heightened sense of urgency to grow stronger began to take root within him, for he understood that failure to do so would lead to a fate akin to those whose avatars had turned black and white. As Fang Yuan's attention turned to the communication records within the nearby communication channel, a notice suddenly appeared across all channels. Announcement: in a bid to stimulate the myriad races, lords within each race are encouraged to expedite the elevation of their territory levels. Those who are the first to upgrade their territories to various levels will receive rewards of varying degrees. The first lord to elevate their territory to level 5 will receive an A-grade exceptional treasure chest for the first upgrade, a C-grade excellent treasure chest for the top 100, and a D-grade fine treasure chest for the top 1,000. The first lord to elevate their territory to level 10 will receive an S-grade epic treasure chest, while the remaining top 10 will receive A-grade rare treasure chests. The top 1,000 will receive C-grade excellent treasure chests, and the top 10,000 will receive D-grade fine treasure chests. Chapter 4. Shocking the Lords of All Nations. The announcement displayed across all communication channels for a brief 3 minutes before vanishing. At this moment, the surviving lords within the Blue Star communication channels erupted in fervent discussions regarding the rewards mentioned in the announcement. Nearby Jiang City communication channel, Li Ran, brothers, let us ignite the flames. I started with a B-grade exceptional quality Flame Tiger troop. I'm confident I'll be in the top 100 to upgrade to the 5th level. Invest in me now, and I promise to treat you to the finest delicacies later. Mu Rongju, here you are, trying to swindle food again. I'll invest in a lump of dung I just produced. Call me father and I'll give you the investment. Lin Fan, this is hilarious. I began with an A-grade rare quality Godzilla troop. Your B-grade exceptional quality Flame Tiger troop is nothing before me. How dare you claim superiority? Accompanying Lin Fan's words were 2 images, one depicting a 2-meter-tall level 1 Godzilla, and the other showcasing Godzilla's attribute panel. Lu Wenwao, the big shot actually started with an A-grade rare quality Godzilla troop. That luck is simply unparalleled. Please let me cling to your greatness. Yi Qianqian, voice message, big shot. I'm beautiful and charming, and I can keep you warm at night. Just take me under your wing, and I'll do anything you desire. Her voice message was accompanied by a photo showcasing her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, along with a stunning image of her in a qipao. Upon seeing Yi Qianqian's photo, Fang Yuan watched as the discussion rapidly escalated, dominated by the sycophants within the LSP. Zhang Long, whoa. I can't believe it's the former #1 internet celebrity from Jiang City, Yi Qianqian. She is even more beautiful in real life than in the videos. Sister, shall we chat? I'm quite talented at sweet talking. Wang Tian, I'm just a humble soul, starting with a C-grade fine-quality, soul-devouring white tiger troop. If the beautiful Yi Qianqian doesn't mind, I could offer some protection. Luo Fenglan, how shameless. Add me to the list. I not only have a C-grade fine-quality magic flame gorilla troop, but I'm also quite handsome. Ladies, please choose me first. Luo Tianling. Why is everyone flaunting ABC grade qualities? Am I the only one stuck with an F quality? Where's the promised good luck? My luck seems to be nowhere near that. The members of this channel were left in a state of disbelief. Finding their increasingly off-topic banter tiresome, Fang Yuan decided to exit the communication channel. He then turned his attention back to the previously observed Dragon Xia Kingdom Regional Trading Center and Blue Star Humanity Trading Center panels, noting the surge in trading volume for the common stone and wood required for upgrading territories. Naturally, the prices for these resources were also climbing steadily. Glancing at the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which was mindlessly devouring tons of boneless, fire-breathing dragon meat, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He resolved to sell the monster meat, particularly the level 15 fire-breathing dragon meat, which had not yet been listed in any trading center, to acquire the necessary wood and stone for upgrading his territory. Ordinarily, such fire-breathing dragon meat would be considered a strategic resource, crucial for enhancing troop and lord levels, and would never be sold by an ordinary individual. However, for Fang Yuan, summoning additional Blue Eyes White Dragons would not pose a problem, as he could easily procure more meat. 1,000 source crystals was no trifling sum, and it would only summon one level 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon, given his territory's current level. Yet, by utilizing some fire-breathing dragon meat to gather the wood and stone needed to elevate both his territory and the Supreme Dragon Nest to level 5, he could significantly reduce the time required for the next summoning from 10 days to merely 5 days, potentially leading to a dragon with superior quality and starting level. This decision undoubtedly presented Fang Yuan with the most advantageous choice in preparation for the impending calamity trials that would descend upon various territories in 7 days. As for the reason behind not mindlessly elevating the level of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, it primarily stems from a restriction imposed by territorial regulations, which dictate that the levels of inhabitants within the territory cannot exceed 3 levels above that of the territory itself. Consequently, enhancing the territory's level is an unavoidable option. However, Fang Yuan harbors his own strategies, eschewing any delay in his ascent to power. His priority is to augment the strength of his current most formidable and sole combat unit, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. As long as he maintains the level of the Blue Eyes White Dragon at least 3 levels above both the territory and the Supreme Dragon Nest, he is confident that he will rank among the top 100 in the ongoing level-up competition among the Lords of Blue Star. 1 unit of LV-15 fire-breathing dragon meat. Exchange for 20 source crystals. Alternative, 50 units of stone, 50 units of wood. Remaining quantity, 10 units. Once Fang Yuan listed this trading information at both the Longxia Kingdom and Blue Star's trading centers, his commodity instantly captured the attention of those lords eager to procure monster meat, seeking to accelerate and enhance the levels of their units without incurring damage. Fire-breathing dragon meat. Blue Star's global bidding exchange. Stick Nation, Li Juanxiu. LV-15 fire-breathing dragon meat? I can't be mistaken, can I? How long has it been for someone to slay a monster of this level? Rice Nation, Leon Lashy. I refuse to believe it. Our First Nation lacks any strong individuals capable of reaching such heights in such a short span. How could a person from Longxia Kingdom possibly achieve this? Longxia Kingdom. Long Lingxua. If you can't do it, don't disparage others. Rice Nation is indeed as shameless as ever. Longxia Kingdom, Xiaowenxin. If you can't afford it, just say so. Why put on a show here? The global landscape has already been reshuffled. Do you truly believe you remain the world's hegemonic power? Little Daily Nation. Sonda Ichiro. The global landscape has been reshuffled, and the lords of my little daily nation shall surely rise to the top, becoming the leading nation among all lords of Blue Star. Longxia Kingdom, Xiaowenxin. Don't even think about it. How many people are there in your island nation? And how many are frail or elderly? Don't you have any self-awareness? The notion of you being the leading nation among all lords is truly laughable. As Fang Yuan observed the flurry of contentious exchanges in the bidding communication zone beneath his listing, he couldn't help but smile at the sharp retorts from Xiaowenxin, the poised and striking woman with long black hair. This woman possesses a certain charm, her words as cutting as a blade. At that moment, his friend request notifications flooded in from lords across various nations, and the number of requests quickly swelled to 99.99. In response, Fang Yuan decisively opted to reject all friend requests with a single click, dismissing all incoming requests instantaneously. Far away, thousands of miles from Fang Yuan's territory, in a land of verdant hills and clear waters, reminiscent of a phoenix's song, Xia Wenxin gazed at the notification of Fang Yuan's refusal to add her as a friend, her brow furrowing in contemplation. This man, she mused. I must find a way to draw him into my alliance, otherwise he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in my quest to conquer and unify the millions of citizens of Longxia and reshape the nation. Chapter 5, Capital Alliance. Do you even qualify? There are indeed others in the world who share the name Fang Yuan, but none resemble him in the slightest. Local exchange channel of Jiang City. Within this channel, some idlers discovered that the individual named Fang Yuan, who was selling fire-breathing dragon meat in the trading center, bore the same real-life avatar. In mere moments, the channel erupted with fervent attempts to befriend Fang Yuan, as participants sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Li Ran, the announcement regarding territory upgrades has not indicated that anyone has reached level 5, and since we have been here for less than 5 hours, I wonder what quality level Fang Yuan's initial unit possesses. Murong-ju. I never expected that in this small Jiang city, there would be someone whose initial unit quality could rival mine. I must admit I underestimated the world. Zhang Ming. Stop pretending to be relevant, will you? Brother Fang Yuan's initial unit quality must surely surpass yours. How dare you claim to be his equal? If you truly had the capability, you would also hunt a LV-level monster. Yi Qianqian, voice message. Brother Fang Yuan, I'm feeling so cold and helpless. I seek someone like you who can provide warmth. Whatever you ask, I shall comply. Attached image, slender black silk legs, a tantalizing glimpse beneath a Chong Sam. Zhang Long, boohoo. Sister has so quickly desired to fall into someone's embrace. I can't believe I video called you yesterday and satisfied you so well. Yi Qianqian. In a soft voice message, Brother Fang Yuan, I'm being slandered. I am not the kind of woman they claim. You must believe me. Wang Tian, exactly. How could the beautiful Yi Qianqian be that sort of woman? After all, when I added her as a friend yesterday, she outright rejected me. Lo Fenglan, so thirsty. Fei Yangyang, I feel inadequate in comparison. After glancing at the nonsensical chatter of those who had been fervently discussing him, Fang Yuan promptly activated the feature to receive messages in the communication channel without notifications. Upon exiting the Jiang City's local exchange channel, a notification appeared before him indicating that a unit of fire-breathing dragon meat had been successfully traded. Within that transaction completion message, a note from the buyer lingered. Dear Mr. Fang Yuan, we are the Judah Consortium, formerly the world's leading financial group. We hope to establish a cooperative alliance with you, joining forces for mutual benefit and jointly controlling the entire trading center's governance, thus dominating the economic rights of all humanity. Upon reading the message, Fang Yuan's expression turned icy as he scoffed. The Judah Consortium has all its members transmigrated into lords and still dares to attempt economic monopolization, trying to control all of Blue Star's humanity. What a delusional notion. Fang Yuan's assertion that the Judah Consortium was indeed delusional was not unfounded. In this era where individual power can surpass collective strength, the attempt to unite and dominate others is bound for failure. Those who secure scarce resources through their strength will inevitably leave behind any who refuse to compromise. Thus, they will fall into ruin, step by step, as they lag behind. Furthermore, the Judah Consortium's current strategy of courting powerful individuals to bolster their ranks is akin to courting disaster, digging their own graves. After replying with a curt "Do you even qualify?" to the Judah Consortium, a series of notifications for completed transactions of fire-breathing dragon meat began to appear before Fang Yuan once more. In response to the group of former global financial consortiums who had expressed a desire to ally with him, he uniformly replied with the same dismissive message. Do you even qualify? As he perused the final 2 notifications from successful buyers, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. I am Xia Wenxin, granddaughter of Xia Qiuwen from the Longxia Kingdom. Please accept my friend request. I am Long Lingxue, granddaughter of Long Tian from the Longxia Kingdom. Please accept my friend request. I have important matters to discuss with you. Xia Qiuwen and Long Tian, the former and current heads of state of Longxia Nation during its time on Blue Star, represent the 2 most powerful families, the Long and Xia clans, which have historically exchanged the highest positions of political authority. The granddaughters of these 2 illustrious families are seeking to add me as a friend, undoubtedly with intentions linked to political power. After a meticulous analysis, Fang Yuan ultimately decided to accept their friend requests, considering that he, after all, shares the blood of the Yin and Huang descendants and is a member of Longxia Nation. Just as Fang Yuan approved the friend requests from Xia Wenxin and Long Lingxue, he noticed a golden glow emanating from the azure-eyed white dragon in his peripheral vision. What could this be? Hastily, he deactivated all functional panels of his territory and turned to behold the magnificent creature. The already sizable azure-eyed white dragon was now enveloped in a radiant golden light, its form expanding impressively. Moments later, it had grown by an additional meter in length and 2 meters in wingspan, its silvery scales gleaming with an even more dazzling sheen, a clear indication of its evolution. Azure-eyed White Dragon Affection Level 1. With a triumphant roar, the azure-eyed White Dragon, now invigorated by its enhanced power, slid over to Fang Yuan, joyously knocking him to the ground. It gleefully extended its crimson tongue, licking Fang Yuan's entire body with unabashed delight. Completely overmatched in strength, Fang Yuan could only endure the dragon's affectionate onslaught with a pallid expression, relieved that its tongue lacked the barbs characteristic of a cat's. Otherwise, he feared he would be rendered utterly helpless by this exuberant creature. After a brief period of being lavished with attention, the azure-eyed White Dragon, in its excitement, clamored for more fire drake meat, eagerly resuming its feast. Fang Yuan, wiping the drool from his face, decided to check the dragon's attribute panel. Unit name, Azure-eyed White Dragon. Name, unnamed. Quality, a rank rare quality. Level, LV26, 100. Effect, 91. Growth stage, juvenile. Mind personality, 7-year-old child, mischievous, impulsive, gluttonous. Attributes, physique, 90, spirit, 90, source power, 100. Skills, destruction white light, a rank. Dragon roar bomb, a rank. Rending storm, a rank. Azure Eye Aurora, S rank. Limitless superbody, S rank. Upon leveling up, the total attribute values had increased by a remarkable 120 points. A testament to the azure-eyed White Dragon's exceptional initial attributes among A-rank rare creatures. Fang Yuan gazed enviously at the dragon's newly acquired attributes before his attention fell upon the unnamed section of its profile. Clearly, he would need to summon other azure-eyed White Dragon units in the future, and thus it was imperative to bestow a name upon this one. He decided to adopt Bai Shun as its name, given its somewhat eccentric disposition. With the confirmation of naming the azure-eyed White Dragon Bai Shun, the creature seemed to sense its newfound identity, and, upon feeling an increase of 3 points in its affection for Fang Yuan, let out a melodious roar before playfully pouncing on him once more in a display of what it believed to be affectionate antics. In a vast expanse of land dotted with mountains and rivers, a beautiful young woman named Long Lingxue was flanked by 2 towering 3-meter-tall, double-winged white tigers. These formidable beasts were devouring the fire drake meat allocated to her from the Fang Yuan's purchase. Observing the duo glowing with golden light as they underwent their own evolutionary process, Long Lingxue reluctantly closed her chat panel with Fang Yuan. Pondering in suspicion, this Fang Yuan must be playing a game of feigned indifference to elevate his own status. She then turned her gaze to the 2 double-winged white tigers beside her, who were eagerly eyeing the fire drake meat. With a sigh, she remarked, "You too are among the elite A-rank creatures. If you desire the flesh of higher-level monsters, then you must hasten to hunt and level up. Only then can you feast to your heart's content." Chapter 6. The Goblin Tribe. As night descended, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie crimson light across the land. After drinking the blood of the fire drake, the azure-eyed White Dragon Bai Shun finally reached LV2. Fang Yuan, lying beside the dragon as it rested on the ground, summoned the information panel regarding upgrading the territory and the Supreme Dragon Nest. Territory LV1 to LV2 upgrade requirements: 100 source crystals, 100 units of common wood, 100 units of common stone. Supreme Dragon Nest LV1 to LV2 upgrade requirements: 100 source crystals, 10 units of common wood, 100 units of common stone. Current territory resources remaining: source crystals, 15, common wood, 1,000, common stone, 500. It seemed that none of those who purchased fire drake meat had exchanged even a single source crystal, clearly aware of its preciousness. Presently, the only hindrance to upgrading was the lack of source crystals. Given the eerie and foreboding nature of the area outside his territory at night, it would be prudent to wait until daylight for Bai Shun to hunt. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Yuan, feeling fatigued after a day of intense focus, yawned and climbed atop Bai Shun's back to rest. He preferred this position over the ground, fearing that in the event Bai Shun exhibited any restless behavior during sleep, he might unintentionally be crushed. In the dead of night, while Fang Yuan dreamt of numerous dragon maidens surrounding him, his hand unconsciously wandered to scratch an itch beneath his red shorts. A pair of glowing crimson eyes emerged from the woods bordering his territory. As they stepped into the light of the eerie moon, their forms became fully discernible: small, grotesque green-skinned goblins, wielding wooden clubs, with a few brandishing iron swords. If Fang Yuan were to awaken and behold their hideous visages, he would not need to read their monster information to identify them. He would instinctively exclaim, "Green-skinned goblins." These goblins had been dispatched by their tribal shaman to seek out the source of the earlier dragon roar. Upon locating the juvenile dragon, they were to return with a few warriors to inform the shaman, who would then mobilize all goblin warriors to hunt the young dragon. Should they successfully capture it, they would undergo a transformation into dragon blood goblin warriors through the shaman's ritual, utilizing the bones and blood of the young dragon as offerings. Once the goblin warriors of their tribe achieved this transformation, Every creature within a 100 square kilometer radius would find themselves no match for them. They would solidify their status as the dominant force in the region and might even seize the opportunity to expand their influence further. In the depths of the forest, a formidable goblin warrior, towering at a height of 3 meters and markedly distinct from his diminutive kin, emerged from the shadows. Clutching a radiant yellow gem that shimmered with brilliance, he approached the protective barrier at the entrance of Fang Yuan's territory, having confirmed the presence of the young dragon within. The massive goblin warrior addressed the smaller goblin warriors at his side, who wielded iron swords, in their native tongue. This is the place. The young dragon resides here. Hurry back to the tribe and inform the revered shaman to rally our warriors for an assault to hunt this dragon. As the smaller goblin warriors, clad in armor and armed with their weapons, prepared to retreat into the darkened woods behind them, a colossal figure overshadowed them, blocking the eerie crimson light of the moon. With a deafening roar accompanied by a violent gust of wind, it descended with great force. Boom! The ground trembled, and clouds of dust were stirred into the air under the moonlight. As the dust settled, the source of the commotion revealed itself, a magnificent white dragon. Glimmering with a silvery sheen and possessing piercing azure eyes that glowed with an ethereal light, surveyed the goblin warriors sprawled on the ground. The dragon, known as the White Deity, stood upon the corpses of several fallen goblin warriors while gnawing on the remains of the large goblin warrior who had previously held the gem, its serrated teeth tearing through flesh. After consuming a few bites of the still insufficiently devoured goblin, the White Deity, disturbed by the goblin's intrusion, cast a disdainful glance at the trembling goblin warriors, paralyzed by its overwhelming presence. Suddenly, driven by primal instinct, one of the archers among the goblins loosed an arrow towards the dragon's back. Whap! In an instant, the arrow, along with the archer, was sent flying by the sweeping strike of the dragon's icy, shimmering tail, crashing against a sturdy tree and shattering upon impact. Roaring in fury at the audacity of the attempted ambush, the White Deity took to the sky, then dove down mercilessly, crushing the goblin warriors beneath its feet, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies. Once it had unleashed its wrath upon all the goblins trespassing near its territory, the White Deity soared back to its lair, where it had previously arranged to meet Fang Yuan, returning to the spoils of battle. After descending from the dragon's neck, Fang Yuan surveyed the gruesome scene of goblin remains scattered across the ground, feeling no urge to partake in their consumption. The stench of the blackened blood, reminiscent of a foul sewer, filled the air, prompting him to suppress the urge to retch. He hastily catalogued the dismembered bodies in the transaction centers of the Dragonxia kingdom and humanity as a whole. As for the equipment that had fallen from the goblins' corpses, Fang Yuan retained a few items for his own use, placing the remainder on the 2 transaction centers for sale. Just as he was preparing to depart and return home, a faint yellow glow emanating from the loose soil nearby caught his attention. Assuming it to be a treasure unearthed, he approached with haste, his armor clinking, and began to dig with his iron sword, uncovering a yellow gem that had not been buried deeply. Upon grasping the gem, which radiated a resplendent yellow light, a panel detailing its properties appeared before him. Dragon-seeking orb, type, secret treasure, quality, C-grade excellent, function, locates dragon-type beings within 100 miles. Description: this orb was crafted by a shaman of a goblin tribe using a crystal infused with dragon's blood and a special secret technique. Note: this item bears the spiritual imprint of the goblin shaman. Exercise caution as it may alert distant goblin shamans to your territory's location. Gazing at the information regarding the yellow orb, Fang Yuan murmured, intriguing. It appears there is indeed a goblin tribe in proximity to my territory. If this tribe is not particularly strong, perhaps after elevating the White Deity to level 4, I can orchestrate a significant campaign to eradicate them and amass the source crystals necessary for upgrading my territory. Chapter 7. The First A-Class Vassal Lord. As Fang Yuan sat atop the White Deity, returning to the dragon's lair while his thoughts raced, the lords of humanity erupted in a cacophony of excitement upon witnessing the unique items listed in the transaction center. Exchange channel of Jiangcheng, Lin Fan. Goodness. I thought this brother Fang Yuan was impressive during the day, but who would have guessed he dared to send his troops out hunting at night? Truly a formidable individual. Lu Wen, is brother Fang Yuan recruiting followers? I can be very persuasive. Please accept me as your subordinate. Yi Qianqian, brother Fang Yuan, it's so cold here at night. Could you come and take me away for a warm embrace? Luo Fenglin. The comments here are becoming increasingly outrageous. Your intentions are quite transparent. Blue Star Humanity Exchange Channel, South Korea, Zhangxiona. Fang Yuan, you're so handsome. Can I send a friend request? I have something valuable to show you. Japan. Feng Lianya. How dare someone from South Korea try to seduce my brother Fang Yuan? Japan, Tian Taoyixiang. As an idol to countless otaku, how can you say such things? Russia, Orostan. The dogs are biting each other. How amusing. United States, John Cena. Are you all just chatting here? Have you not noticed that the items sold by Fang Yuan have been snatched up by those once influential figures globally? The lords from various nations, who had been bantering in the exchange channel, were taken aback and quickly accessed their friend request panels to check the identities of those who had purchased Fang Yuan's wares. To their astonishment, all the items had been acquired by members of top-tier families, including key figures from the Dragonxia Kingdom's Jiang faction. This clearly demonstrated that, amid the shifting dynamics of power in this world, familial alliances still retained considerable cohesion. It also indicated that compared to the solitary lords, unless they possessed the audacity and strength akin to Fang Yuan, who had boldly hunted monster races on the very first day, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to procure high-grade resources such as weapons or monster meat in the transaction center within a short span of time, limiting their ability to summon and strengthen their initial troops. A serene lake, bathed in the eerie crimson light of the moon, appeared as if it were a pool of blood. The exchange channel buzzed with praise and disparagement aimed at Fang Yuan, stirring envy in the heart of one who had once been the most prominent heir in Jiangcheng, always under the spotlight. Lin Fan ultimately succumbed to the insatiable desire for superiority that welled within him. In the stillness of the night, he ventured beyond his territory, accompanied by his juvenile Godzilla, to a small lake nestled within the woods, merely 30 meters in diameter. Observing the eerily silent surroundings, Lin Fan felt an unsettling chill and instinctively wrapped his thin jacket tighter around himself. Splash! The surface of the water rippled as a young Godzilla emerged, clutching a fish weighing over 30 pounds, swimming towards Lin Fan on the shore. A smile of satisfaction graced Lin Fan's face as he watched the creature approach, particularly with its prize catch in its mouth. However, before he could utter words of praise to elevate the creature's fondness for him, the Godzilla offspring expelled the fish with an indignant roar, a brilliant blue light igniting within its maw as it prepared to unleash an atomic breath directed at Lin Fan. Startled by the sight of the Godzilla's transformation, Lin Fan instinctively dashed away from the targeted area. Boom! Just as he had taken a few steps, a beam of eerie blue atomic breath shot forth, striking the very spot where he had just stood. The explosion reverberated, sending Lin Fan tumbling back several meters. And as he looked back, he beheld a 5-meter-tall werewolf, its arm grotesquely melted and pierced, fixating its blood-red eyes upon him under the moonlight. Werewolf, LV-10. Blood Moon status. Creatures under the Blood Moon exhibit immense hostility and murderous intent towards any lord that descends upon the Endless Continent. Glimpsing the werewolf's details and noticing more werewolves emerging from the woods behind it, particularly one labeled as a werewolf elite, LV-16. Lin Fan felt a cold dread seep into his heart. Cursing his misfortune, he thought, damn, LV-12 werewolves, and not just one, but several. One of them is an LV-16 elite. How unlucky can I be? Had I known, I would never have brought my Godzilla out of the territory at night. Yet, in the face of this grim reality, Lin Fan could only bear the consequences of his envy. 6 werewolves, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on the juvenile Godzilla that had swum ashore to shield Lin Fan. A chorus of howls erupted, and the werewolves, enveloped in a sinister crimson glow of the moon, doubled in size and lunged towards Lin Fan and the Godzilla offspring with swift and vicious swipes of their claws. Crash! The closest werewolf was sent flying by a powerful tail swipe from the young Godzilla, colliding with a thick tree trunk, taking several others along with it. Thud! An LV-14 elite werewolf charged forward, its powerful form slashing down with claws that glinted menacingly, and with a sickening sound, it tore into the Godzilla offspring's tough exterior, leaving a gaping wound from which blood spilled forth. Roar! In pain, the juvenile Godzilla unleashed a furious roar at the retreating elite werewolf. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, now thoroughly terrified, scrambled to his feet and fled towards his territory not far behind him. The Godzilla offspring remained behind, acting as a meat shield to buy Lin Fan precious time to escape. Despite the relentless assault from the pack of werewolves, Lin Fan managed to return to his territory. However, the juvenile Godzilla, battered and on the brink of collapse from the continuous attacks, lay in a state of despair, vulnerable to the ravenous werewolves. This A-grade rare quality Godzilla summoning structure refreshes only once every 100 days. If it dies now, I will undoubtedly perish when the calamity descends in 7 days. I cannot allow it to die now. As the thought struck him, Lin Fan recalled a feature within the Lord system that allowed a Lord to become a vassal Lord to another, enabling the latter to dispatch troops at a cost of source crystals for transportation into the vassal's territory. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated the Vassal Lord feature and submitted a request for vassalage to Fang Yuan, the one most capable of providing immediate assistance. If Fang Yuan consented to accept Lin Fan as a vassal lord, it would mean relinquishing his authority over life and death to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, having just concluded a transaction to enhance the attributes of the White God using source crystals, was about to inspect the current status panel of the White God when a request for vassalage from a lord possessing A-grade troops, which he had previously set to intercept, appeared before him. Upon viewing the request and the urgent plea for help contained within the real-time video, Fang Yuan glanced at the exuberant White God beside him and chuckled. How interesting. I never expected that Lin Fan, who has been so arrogant in the group, would be the first to submit a request for vassalage as a lord with A-grade troops. With a decision made, Fang Yuan approved the vassalage request. Simultaneously, a voice announcement echoed across the Blue Star's human communication channels. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of White Light. Announcement. Lord Fang Yuan of Blue Star successfully unlocked the achievement of being the first lord to possess A-grade rare quality troops and to accept a vassal lord. This is hereby announced. Achievement rated A-grade rare quality. As a reward, Fang Yuan receives an A-grade rare quality treasure chest to commemorate being the first to unlock this achievement. As this announcement resonated among the surviving lords of Blue Star, discussions erupted in various communication channels, with Fang Yuan once again becoming the focal point of conversation. Blue Star Human Communication Channel. America, Trump Xi. Oh my god. How powerful is Fang Yuan's initial troop? Why are all the A-grade initial troop lords willing to become his vassals? Korea, Yishiona. Appa is truly charming. This is what a true stronghold looks like. Japan, Mikami Yuya. Can you really call him Appa? Please do not insult my brother. Thank you. Longxia. Luwen, Fang Yuan is mine. Don't you dare steal him from me. Longxia, Chenxiao. Please be mindful of your comments. Do not mislead foreigners. Just to clarify, I have a preference for cross-dressers, and you cannot become a woman. I can choose to offer you warmth. Longxia, Zhang Guomin. Is the warmth mentioned above genuine? As the lords from various nations engaged in animated discussions within the communication channel. At this moment, Fang Yuan gazed upon a suddenly manifested azure A-grade rare treasure chest before him, and decisively chose to open it. Opening A-grade rare treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received Hero Class Change Crystal X1, Source Crystal X10, 000, Rare Wood, 100 units of Peach Tree, Rare Stone, 100 units of Sunstone, and 10,000 cubic meters of backpack space. Due to the high-quality nature of the items, they have been directly deposited into the Lord's backpack. Please check at your convenience. As Fang Yuan beheld the rewards emerging from the chest, an overwhelming wave of happiness washed over him, leaving him momentarily stunned and bewildered. Boss, come save my Godzilla. If you don't show up soon, it will truly perish, and how will I be able to serve you then? The desperate voice of Lin Fan echoed in his ears. Utilizing the mental communication feature of the Lord's vassal contract. Instantly jolted from his euphoric reverie, Fang Yuan swiftly summoned the teleportation panel for his subordinate territory. After mounting the exhilarated white god, he consumed 10 source crystals, and as a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping them, the figures of White God and Fang Yuan vanished from their territory in an instant. Werewolves. A pack of wolves surrounded the heavily injured Godzilla offspring, whose arm had already been torn away under the relentless assault of the werewolves, and its tail was nearly severed. Gasping for breath, the beleaguered Godzilla offspring found itself trapped. Energy depleted, unable to unleash its atomic breath. Its face, marred by numerous scratches, bore a ferocious expression, yet it was evident that it had reached the brink of exhaustion, poised to collapse at any moment under the werewolf's next onslaught. Its regard for Lin Fan, who remained hidden within the invulnerable shield of the territory, shouting encouragement from afar, had significantly diminished, just as the werewolves believed they could fully eliminate the Godzilla offspring and were preparing for a final assault. A brilliant white beam of light suddenly descended from the night sky above Lin Fan's territory, capturing their attention. As the beam touched down upon the ground, it swiftly vanished, revealing a majestic azure-eyed white dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 40 meters, who emitted a roar reminiscent of a sovereign declaring dominion. Roar. As the dragon's roar reverberated through the air, both Lin Fan and the Godzilla offspring, along with the werewolves, were momentarily stunned into silence. Upon dismounting from White God, Fang Yuan watched as its colossal form ascended skyward, its silver scales reflecting an eerie crimson glow under the blood-red moonlight. With a powerful flap of its wings, White God surged towards the beleaguered Godzilla offspring, surrounded by 6 werewolves, diving with the speed of an arrow. The 6 werewolves, upon witnessing the descending dragon of such massive stature, were thrown into disarray, howling in their native tongue. Retreat. We are no match for this fledgling dragon. Only our wolf king can contend with it. Retreat? Are we truly going to abandon this high-blooded young beast that we have fought so hard to subdue? Indeed, if we must flee, we should ensure that the offspring is slain and taken with us. As the strongest among the werewolves, the elite wolf quickly issued commands. Kusa, Kumin. Ro, you 3 have been struck by its breath attack and are now severely injured. You shall use Blood Moon Wolf Howl for a second enhancement. And with all your might, hold the fledgling dragon at bay while we deliver the final blow to the 2-legged young beast and bring its carcass back to the tribe. Just as the elite wolf organized the retreat, the werewolves prepared to execute their orders. White God, in a swift and unexpected acceleration, loomed larger in their vision as it descended upon them. Scatter. Kusa, you 3, quickly unleash Blood Moon Wolf Howl for a second time. Bang. The elite wolf's command was drowned out by a resounding crash as White God, utilizing its massive form in a diving attack, created a 30-meter wide and 3 to 4 meter deep crater upon impact. Within the crater, apart from the Godzilla offspring, which White God had ensnared with its tail upon landing, the remaining 5 werewolves were left lifeless, their bones shattered and bodies impaled by debris against the crater's walls. Beneath the feet of White God. Disdainfully, White God carelessly dropped the Godzilla offspring, a weakling of Fang Yuan's territory, into the pit. Then turned its attention with keen interest toward the werewolf elite, who was rapidly expanding under the blood-red moonlight. Roar! White God excitedly proclaimed, convinced this werewolf elite would prove more delectable than the goblins it had previously consumed. With a powerful flap of its wings, it took flight from the crater, charging directly at the werewolf elite. As White God closed in, extending its gleaming claws toward the werewolf elite's shoulders, the now weakened creature, its life force rapidly waning, gazed with blood-red eyes at the approaching dragon. Muscles bulged as it summoned its remaining strength, bracing its arms to clash with White God's claws. Bang! Under the tremendous weight and force of the azure-eyed white dragon, the overconfident werewolf elite found its arms shattered, its body pressed down against the ground, skidding along as it collided with trees. After traversing a considerable distance, White God devoured the werewolf elite's head, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Witnessed by Fang Yuan and Lin Fan. Just as White God savored the taste of the werewolf elite's flesh, believing it superior to that of the fire-breathing wyvern, preparing to take another bite from its corpse, a dark mist, brimming with oppressive energy, began to seep from the werewolf elite's remains. Startled, White God flapped its wings and retreated into the air. The ominous mist pursued relentlessly, coalescing into a large, menacing wolf head that lunged at the approaching dragon. Roar! Sensing a formidable threat to its life, White God let out an enraged roar. As it flew backward, it quickly conjured a radiant sphere of white light in its mouth, ready to unleash it upon the nightmarish wolf head just as it lunged with its fearsome jaws. Boom! A colossal explosion echoed through the sky as a blinding light, seemingly capable of obliterating all existence, erupted from White God's maw. The monstrous wolf head, formed from the eerie black mist, was struck through by the celestial white light unleashed by White God. With a mournful wail, it swiftly vanished into the resplendent beam of white light that shot forth 100 meters, illuminating the air around. Chapter 9. A raucous assault on Godzilla, rapid level up. Ding! The azure-eyed white dragon has slain the Wolf King and absorbed the essence of the elite werewolf, along with 5 ordinary werewolves, earning 86 source crystals. Upon hearing this notification from the Lord System, Fang Yuan hastily exited his territory under Lin Fan's awestruck gaze. Fang Yuan ventured beyond Lin Fan's domain, intent on collecting the more intact and higher-level werewolf corpses, clearly superior to the goblin remains he had previously encountered. As he approached the massive crater created by the White Goddess onslaught, a flicker of golden light caught his eye from within. Peering over the edge, he beheld a young Godzilla voraciously devouring a werewolf carcass. The various wounds and severed limbs it had sustained during its upgrade were rapidly mending and regenerating. Before Fang Yuan could voice his thoughts, the descending White God, witnessing its prey being devoured, let out a furious roar. With a bellowing cry, it charged towards the young Godzilla. Fang Yuan, sensing the impending chaos, shouted to the enraged deity, "Hold back. Do not kill it or maim it." As his words echoed, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Fang Yuan observed the White God grasping the young Godzilla by its head, repeatedly slamming it against the earth. The young Godzilla, already disoriented from the onslaught, could muster no resistance against such violent aggression. Had the White God not heeded Fang Yuan's plea to restrain its strength, the first strike would have undoubtedly obliterated the young creature's skull. Once the young Godzilla lay unconscious from the relentless battering, the White God seized it and hurled it towards Lin Fan, as if to admonish him to keep better watch over his troops. In the territory, Lin Fan, seeing the descending young Godzilla, instinctively darted aside. After all, should that 4-meter-tall creature, weighing at least 2 to 3 tons, land upon him, it would surely spell his demise. Thud! The sound of a heavy object striking the ground resonated as Lin Fan, having distanced himself, witnessed the young Godzilla sprawled in a small crater, its head swollen grotesquely, lying there in a stupor. Observing the intact yet incapacitated young Godzilla, Lin Fan could not help but sigh in self-reproach. At least it's alive, at least it's alive. I am to blame. If only I could have curbed my desires and jealousy, none of this would have transpired. Meanwhile, having calmed the White Goddess' fury, Fang Yuan swiftly collected all remaining werewolf corpses into the expansive inventory granted by his treasure chest. Once this was accomplished, he mounted the White Goddess' neck and soared back to Lin Fan's territory, landing before him. Gazing down at the disheveled Lin Fan, Fang Yuan spoke with an air of indifference. To become my vassal lord entails not only enjoying my protection, but also contributing value commensurate with your life. Should the balance falter, even if you qualify as my vassal, you shall be regarded as a subpar asset and discarded. Having uttered these words, Fang Yuan made no further demands of Lin Fan, vanishing in a flash of white light from Lin Fan's territory, returning to his own supremacy dragon domain. by refraining from imposing any demands. He established the most significant expectation. Lin Fan would undoubtedly strive to prove his worth and continuously provide the resources Fang Yuan required to avoid being cast aside. A beam of white light descended upon Fang Yuan's domain, vanishing in an instant. Fang Yuan and the White God returned to the mouth of the dragon cave from which they had previously been teleported. With an abundant harvest in hand, Fang Yuan summoned the Lord system and opened the territory panel to review the spoils of the past day and night. Territory name, Supremacy Dragon Domain. Lord, Fang Yuan. Accompanying entities, Chaos Source Crystal. Territory level, LV1. Area, 1,000 square meters. Buildings, Supremacy Dragon Nest. Population, 100. Food, fire-breathing wyvern meat. 5. Werewolf meat, 50. Resources, common timber, 2,000, common stone, 1,200, rare timber, peach tree, 100, rare stone, sunstone, 100. Source crystals, 10086. Gazing at the suddenly bountiful resource figures on the attributes panel, Fang Yuan mused. I initially thought it would take a day or two to accumulate enough source crystals to upgrade the territory and the Supremacy Dragon Nest. Yet here I am with more than sufficient resources after just one day. After this reflection, Fang Yuan concentrated his thoughts on the territory level and the Supremacy Dragon Nest, causing 2 upgrade panels to materialize before him. With deliberate intent, he adjusted the levels of both the territory and the Supremacy Dragon Nest to their maximum symmetrical potential. The final information solidified in his view. Territory LV1 upgraded to LV4. Requires 600 source crystals, 600 units of common timber, 600 units of common stone. Supremacy Dragon Nest LV1 upgraded to LV4. Requires 600 source crystals, 60 units of common timber, 600 units of common stone. Had it not been for the scarcity of common stone, this upgrade would have enabled me to elevate both the territory and the Supremacy Dragon Nest to level 5. It seems I must prioritize upgrading the territory first, postponing the enhancement of the Supremacy Dragon Nest. With a firm decision in mind, Fang Yuan redistributed the resources for upgrading both the territory and the Supremacy Dragon Nest, confirming the enhancements. Ding. Consumed 1,000 source crystals, 1,000 units of common timber, 1,000 units of stone, territory level upgraded to LV5. Ding. Consumed 100 source crystals, 10 units of common timber, 100 units of stone. Supremacy Dragon Nest level upgraded to LV2. As the sounds of the Lord System's upgrades resonated, Fang Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, enveloped in a radiant white light that bathed the entire Supremacy Dragon domain. This light permeated every corner of his territory. The once barren land expanded in area, nourished by the natural forces refined from 1,000 tons of common timber and source crystals, transforming the territory into a vibrant realm. The previously sparse soil became rich and fertile, even emanating faint source power, which visibly accelerated the growth of any remaining vegetation. At the very heart of the territory, the Supremacy Dragon Nest not only gleamed with even more brilliant hues, but also rose and expanded its base by 10 meters. Gazing upon this transformative spectacle, the White God's eyes widened in astonishment, its gaze flitting between Fang Yuan and the wondrous landscape, unable to conceal its amazement. Once the white light fully integrated into the territory, it vanished without a trace. A recent announcement, which had previously resonated in the ears of all the human lords of Blue Star, echoed once more. Upon hearing the contents of the announcement, those lords felt a profound sense of disconnection, as if they were not participating in the same competition for supremacy as Fang Yuan. Chapter 10. The False Peach Tree. The True Peach Pit. Announcement. Attention, all human lords of Blue Star. Fang Yuan is the first to upgrade his territory to LV5. This is hereby announced. Special reward. Fang Yuan has been granted an exceptional B-grade treasure chest in recognition of his achievement. May the other lords strive to do the same. Longxia Nation Communication Channel. Zhang Xiuxing. To upgrade a territory to LV5, excluding the initial ordinary timber and stone, requires a staggering 1,000 source crystals. And according to the rules regarding the acquisition of source points from slain monsters, I trust everyone is aware that E-grade monsters yield a uniform amount of source crystals per level when defeated, while D-grade monsters yield a remarkable 10 times that amount. How, then, has Fang Yuan managed to amass such a vast quantity of source crystals in such a brief span? Zhou Guohua. Beyond the possibility that his troops are significantly stronger than ours, or that he received extraordinary resources from that A-grade elite treasure chest, I can scarcely fathom any other means by which he could acquire 1,000 source crystals in a single day. Wang Shiyi. To elevate his territory to level 5 in such a short period surely indicates that his troops' strength far exceeds yours. Do you truly believe you could have slain a LV-15 fire-breathing dragon so soon after your arrival? Li Chongqing. What use is it to ponder such matters? I only know that as the gap between our levels widens, we may soon find ourselves as vassal lords under him, though whether we will be accepted remains uncertain. Zhang Xiuxing. Indeed, dwelling too long on such thoughts will not allow us to partake in his fortunes. Rather than indulging in idle speculation, we must focus on enhancing our own strength. After all, having become lords akin to feudal monarchs in ancient times, who among us would willingly accept being someone else's vassal while the fate of the realm hangs in the balance? In this uncertain world, we all possess the potential to be dark horses, striving to overturn the established order and claim sovereignty without rivals. Li Ran, your words ignite my passion. This is more invigorating than watching the latest episodes of Boruto. I shall partake in this motivational broth with reverence. Just as the discussion shifted from the seriousness of Fang Yuan's rapid ascendance to the more light-hearted sharing of encouragement, Fang Yuan was diligently preparing to assault the Goblin tribe, utilizing source crystals to elevate and evolve his white god, who was ravenous for power. From LV1 to LV10, each source crystal grants 10 experience points to the unit. With a total expenditure of 280 source crystals, the white god progressed from LV1 to the maximum capacity of LV8 within Fang Yuan's territory. Observing the now 30-meter-long creature with a wingspan of 60 to 70 meters, Fang Yuan noted that due to the limitations of the dragon's lair, the white god had chosen a grassy expanse within the territory as their new home. Fang Yuan merely shook his head, sitting atop the dragon's neck, watching it graze while he examined its upgraded attributes. Unit name, Azure-eyed White Dragon. Name, White God. Quality, A-grade rare quality. Level, LV81, 100. Affection, 94. Growth stage, juvenile. Mentality and personality, a 9-year-old child, mischievous, impulsive, gluttonous. Attributes, physique, 330, spirit, 330, source power, 340. Skills, destructive white light, A-grade. Dragon's roar cannon, A-grade. Ripping storm, A-grade. Azure Eye Aurora, S-grade. Ultimate super body, S-grade. Every 3 levels, the white god's mentality increases by 1 year. It seems I must wait until it reaches at least LV33 for it to attain adult maturity. Observing the substantial increase in attributes and the evolution of its mental age, Fang Yuan casually mused to himself. Subsequently, he summoned his spatial backpack interface to review the contents of the previously opened A-grade rare treasure chest, aside from the source crystals, which also contained 3 rare quality items. As for the B-grade exceptional treasure chest, fearing that his luck might dwindle if he opened it again, Fang Yuan decided to set it aside for another day. Focusing his thoughts on the 3 items, a series of informational panels materialized before him. A-grade rare quality wood, peach tree. A SSS-grade innate spiritual root peach tree, grown from the 3rd generation peach pit. This quality peach tree weighs an impressive 100 tons at its initial level and bears fruit once every millennium, granting 3,000 years of longevity when consumed. A-grade rare quality stone, solar Shin stone, formed from the essence of a shattered sun, coalesced under the gravitational pull of a black hole, possessing the ability to attract the essence of the sun. A-grade rare quality class change item, hero class change crystal, when used by A-grade units. This crystal allows the transformation of a unit into a racial hero unit, with a probability of enhancing its quality level during the class change process, depending on its inherent quality. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these 3 items, Fang Yuan mentally commanded the backpack interface to extract them. With a resounding thud, 2 loud booms echoed as they struck the ground. The sudden noise startled the white god, causing it to flap its wings and swiftly ascend into the air. Had Fang Yuan not reacted quickly enough to grasp its neck as it leapt, he would have undoubtedly been flung away. After soothing the white god, which descended back to the ground, Fang Yuan cautiously approached the 2 large pits that had formed on the ground. He playfully patted the white god's head, then deftly leaped from its lowered neck to the ground. Making his way to the edge of the pit, he peered inside to discover 3 objects, each the size of a fist, radiating a soft glow. Upon closer inspection, Fang Yuan compared these 3 items to the images he had seen earlier. He soon realized that, aside from the hero class change crystal, which appeared as depicted, the promised peach tree was merely a large peach pit, and what was supposed to be a vibrant, multicolored solar Shin stone had turned out to be a palm-sized deep red stone. Fortunately, he had not summoned these items directly into his hands. Otherwise, with his slight frame, he would have likely rendered his arms useless in an instant. With a clearer mind, Fang Yuan leaped into the pit, reaching toward the largest peach pit nearest to him. As he touched the surface of the pit, various potential uses and the required amount of source crystals necessary for the Heart of Chaos to enhance its quality levels became apparent. Planting, forging, alchemy, formation, consumption. Among these 5 uses, all but consumption corresponded directly to their literal meanings. Consumption. The beings of various military types can directly consume this item. Under normal circumstances, they gain a substantial amount of experience for leveling up, and it may also facilitate the awakening of special abilities, with a certain probability of enhancing their quality level. Chapter 11. Overwhelmed by the Dragon Maiden. Ordinary wood is primarily utilized for constructing various edifices, but its greatest advantage lies in its ability to harness the power embedded within source crystals, thus extracting a vibrant natural source energy. Wood of a minimum D-grade exquisite quality can be employed for cultivation or for crafting spiritual treasures, talismans, and even elixirs, as well as for arranging formations. Similarly, stone of the same minimum D-grade exquisite quality can yield or is suitable for weapon forging, while certain stones with unique properties can be fashioned into indestructible vessels imbued with extraordinary powers. After examining the myriad applications of the peach pit from the celestial peach tree, as well as the immense quantity of source crystals required for enhancement via the Heart of Chaos, before Fang Yuan could stow the peach pit in his space pouch, a colossal silver-white dragon head appeared beside him. The white deity nudged Fang Yuan and emitted a series of cries, expressing a desire to consume the celestial peach pit and the hero class transfer crystal. Given that the white deity believed that consuming these items would not only augment its strength, but also awaken special capabilities, with the potential for quality enhancement, Fang Yuan pondered momentarily, affectionately stroking the white deity's head, and said, very well, very well. As your closest companion, how could I deny you what you wish to consume? Go ahead. With Fang Yuan's words, the white deity, perceiving the rare treasure deemed by its racial talents as a priceless gem, experienced an immediate surge in affection towards Fang Yuan, catapulting its fondness to a perfect score of 100. Just as Fang Yuan wore a triumphant expression, astonished by the sudden elevation of their rapport, the white deity opened its maw and swiftly devoured the celestial peach pit along with some soil from the pit. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the white deity's form, illuminating the entirety of Fang Yuan's territory under the night sky. The source of this radiant glow, the white deity, began to swell in size at a visible pace, even as its skeletal and muscular structures underwent dramatic metamorphosis. As Fang Yuan observed the white deity's form expanding beyond 50 or 60 meters and continuing to grow, he decisively retracted the sunstone and sprinted towards the distant grassland. He feared that remaining stationary in the vicinity might result in the now massive white deity, in its hazy state of evolution, inadvertently trampling him to death. As the golden light that enveloped the territory began to retract and ultimately converged entirely within the white deity, its evolution reached a culmination. Fang Yuan beheld the white deity, now nearly 100 meters long, with wings extending over 200 meters. Its entire body was adorned in silver-white dragon scales, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a born predator, while the scales shimmered with a resplendent radiance. The overall sight was nothing short of extraordinary. With a fearsome roar emanating from the magnificent dragon's maw, the sound reverberated across a radius of several dozen miles. As the white deity took a step, the ground trembled violently, causing Fang Yuan, 100 meters away, to stagger perilously. Realizing that the white deity's mass now exceeded the Earth's capacity to bear, it promptly abandoned the intention of approaching Fang Yuan. A silvery light enveloped the white deity's colossal form, and as this luminescence maintained its presence for 2 to 3 seconds before bursting apart, Fang Yuan witnessed a cascade of silver light reminiscent of pure, feathered wings dispersing throughout the air. At the center of the explosion, amidst the silvery radiance, emerged a girl of exquisite beauty, her alabaster skin gleaming like jade, clad in a silver gown that accentuated her flawless figure, with long silver hair flowing gracefully. She unfurled 4 silvery wings and soared directly towards Fang Yuan. In the midst of this dreamlike spectacle, Fang Yuan, momentarily struck dumb by the sight of the ethereal maiden descending amidst the luminous rain, eventually regained his senses and murmured in astonishment, "Isn't this transformation only achievable by monster-type beings upon reaching LV10? If I recall correctly, the white deity could only level up to 8. Could it be that consuming those 2 items has shattered the limitations of the rules?" Before he could summon the white deity's attribute panel for inspection, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by the dragon maiden's embrace. His head struck the grass, and as he lay there with his eyes closed, feeling somewhat dazed, he instinctively reached to touch his head. However, as his hands began to rise, the white deity's pristine hands mirrored his motion, seizing his wrists and pinning them to the ground. This tableau transformed into a scene where the elegantly beautiful white-haired maiden sat astride the waist of a battle-worn armored man, firmly restraining him on the ground. Under the radiant light exuding from the white deity, Fang Yuan's headache dissipated, allowing him to open his eyes and meet the gaze of the enchanting maiden, whose eyes sparkled like stars. Swallowing hard, Fang Yuan, as any man would, felt a flutter of nervousness and casually inquired, "White deity, how do you find your current physical condition?" The white deity tilted her head, her rosy lips parting momentarily before closing again. After several seconds, a melodious voice emerged, filled with youthful exuberance, as she replied, "In human terms, aside from feeling rather hungry, my overall condition is significantly better than before." Upon hearing her response, Fang Yuan remarked, "Ah, that's reassuring. Since you are hungry, let me fetch you something to eat." The white deity smiled brightly at Fang Yuan's offer, shifting her position away from him, yet maintaining her gaze fixed upon his face. Captivated by her enchanting smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback before hastily retrieving the fire-breathing dragon meat and the processed werewolf meat from his space pouch. summoning forth a substantial pile of monster meat weighing 2 to 3 tons before the eagerly glimmering eyes of the white deity. Roar, roar, roar. Fantastic, instinctively exclaimed the white deity in dragon tongue. Following Fang Yuan's gesture, she seized a massive chunk of meat weighing hundreds of pounds and began devouring it with fervor. As he watched the white deity consume her meal with a fervor that resembled a meat grinder, Fang Yuan finally accessed her attribute panel for a thorough examination. Upon viewing the details, his eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting a profound shock at what he had just discovered. Chapter 12. The Infuriated Xiaowen. Heroic race name, Azure-eyed Sacred Light Dragon. Name, White Deity. Quality, S-rank Epic Quality. S-rank quality varies, with a base attribute range of 160 to 320 at level 1. Level, LV 81, 100. Affection, 100. Growth stage, juvenile phase. Mentality, a playful and impulsive 9-year-old child, gluttonous in nature. Attributes, physique, 430, spirit, 430, source power, 440. S-rank quality varies, with each level increasing the attribute value cap by 70 to 140. Skills, Azure Eye Divine Light, SS rank. Ultimate Super Body, SS rank. Healing Holy Light, S. Nature Control, S. Rending Storm, A. The total attribute value, if it were the original quality level of the White God, would likely require level 12 to match the current astonishing 1,300 points. Most importantly, the White God, originally the apex of A-rank rare quality, astonishingly maintains the pinnacle of S-rank epic quality even after advancement. Fang Yuan gazed in astonishment at the White God, whose attributes had reached the S-rank epic quality, the highest attainable value at her current level. After his surprise subsided, recalling the territorial level that constrained the White God's current level, Fang Yuan could not help but access the Global Trading Center panel, which dwarfed the trading volume of the Longxia Kingdom's center by several magnitudes. Upon discovering that the categories of wood and stone resources were both devoid of stock in the Global Trading Center panel, he fell momentarily silent, especially when he refreshed the panel and observed a newly listed unit of wood being snatched up instantly. He felt utterly speechless. It seemed that the prospect of purchasing the materials necessary for territorial upgrades was utterly futile. The once dominant independent families at the global forefront displayed such formidable cohesion, truly a significant impediment for the mid-tier lords aspiring for growth and strength. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan glanced at the White God, who had already showcased several tons of monster meat within mere minutes. The White God, sensing his gaze, clutched a bloody piece of meat, her serrated teeth gleaming as she engaged in the act of consumption, her blood-stained, sharp-toothed visage meeting Fang Yuan's eyes. Noticing Fang Yuan's contemplative expression, the White God briefly locked eyes with him before resuming her display of the low-grade monster meat, which she found insufficient for her hunger. Startled by the White God's feral demeanor, Fang Yuan, who had trained himself to remain unperturbed, finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as she diverted her attention back to the meat. Damn it, what am I afraid of? With affection at 100. I can do as I please with her. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he pondered whether he could simply embrace the White God for a nap. Just as he entertained this notion, a sudden video message from the Blue Star Human Trading Center panel appeared before him. What does Xiaowenqin want from me? Interrupted in his increasingly sinister musings, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath as he dismissed the video call initiated by Xiaowenqin. Subsequently, he accessed his friend's panel, where he found an overwhelming number of messages, each exceeding 10. At the top of the list, Xiaowenqin had sent a staggering 100 messages. After deleting those friends who had once accepted his requests but now had their avatars turned to black screens, he finally clicked on Xiaowenqin's profile, which was causing the notification sound to ping incessantly, entering her chat dialogue. What greeted him were her repeated messages, copy-pasted. Fang Yuan, please respond when you see this message. I have something important to discuss with you. Upon reading this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had been asking if he was available without revealing the purpose of her inquiry, likely seeking a loan. Ding. As another identical message from Xiaowenqin popped up, Fang Yuan felt an urge to delete her entirely. However, recalling her identity, he considered that she might genuinely have information pertinent to him, and thus replied in the chat dialogue, conveying, I'm here, speak plainly, no need for superfluous words. In the stillness of the early morning, within a verdant territory, a phoenix chick nestled in its leafy nest atop a towering parasol tree. Beneath this tree, Xiaowenqin relentlessly bombarded Fang Yuan with copy-pasted messages, having just witnessed him online after he abruptly ended their video call. Upon seeing Fang Yuan's reply, Xiaowenqin's face brightened, and she clenched her fist in excitement. Finally, after sending over 100 messages, he responds, cursing under her breath. She quickly sent the message she had prepared in anticipation of his reply, aiming to entice him. Hello Fang Yuan, I'm delighted to receive your response. It pertains to the swift upgrading of your territory, and I hope we can establish a collaboration. Intrigued by the critical point she had seized, the urgency of resolving his territorial upgrade issue, Fang Yuan replied, what kind of collaboration are you proposing? Xiaowenqin, I will provide the resources required for territorial upgrades, purchasing all of your listed items in the Blue Star Human Trading Center at double the price. Fang Yuan. While items sold directly through the trading center are bound by pricing rules that prevent them from exceeding 3 times the guided price, let us not forget that items can be auctioned as well. Do you truly believe that the value of my goods, before anyone else has developed, is only worth twice my listed price? Xiao Wenxin. As fellow citizens of Longxia Kingdom, offering you double your listed price equates to a 6-fold profit for you. Given our shared nationality, you should be satisfied. Fang Yuan. In a situation where individuals from all nations are struggling for survival, I find it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind your statement. If you intend to morally manipulate me, I must inform you that there is no basis for further discourse. Beneath the parasol tree, upon reading Fang Yuan's response, Xiao Wenxin cursed him under her breath before replying, I apologize, Fang Yuan. I did not intend to manipulate you morally. It was merely a slip of the tongue. I hope you can forgive me. Since you are dissatisfied with my initial proposal, please share your terms for a priority transaction regarding the items you wish to sell. After waiting for 10 minutes without a response from Fang Yuan, Xiao Wenxin tentatively attempted to initiate a video call, only to discover that he was offline. Anger flickered across her haughty visage as she struck the parasol tree behind her with a punch. The towering tree remained undisturbed by her blow. With a resounding thud echoing from her fist colliding with the trunk, the chick in the nest curiously peeked out, observing the pained expression of Xiao Wenxin, who was now sulking with her arms crossed. Chapter 13. Summoning again, mobilizing the Goblin tribe. Why did Fang Yuan suddenly shut off the panel and stop responding to Xiao Wenxin's messages? It was due to him that he was once again toppled by the White God. As he gazed at the White God, who had devoured all the monster meat and was now nestled in his embrace, comfortably asleep, Fang Yuan lifted his hand, which had no place to rest, and finally placed it upon the smooth, jade-like shoulder of the White God, which was exposed beneath her silvery gown. When the White God subtly shifted her body in response to Fang Yuan's touch, her flowing silvery hair brushed against his chin, her upper body pressed against his chest, while one delicate, flawless leg rested upon his own. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from her silvery locks, Fang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, as if his very soul was enveloped in the warm embrace of a spring sun. In this state of utter tranquility, after a day of tumultuous events, he could hardly entertain any impure thoughts and soon succumbed to slumber. It was only when the bright sunlight of the following morning pierced through his dreams that he groggily opened his eyes, only to find his hand grasping something soft. Instinctively, he gave it a gentle squeeze. Upon realizing what he was holding, his hand froze mid-motion, and, under the bemused gaze of the White God, he nonchalantly withdrew it from the confines of her dress. Maintaining a facade of calm, despite the tumultuous emotions within, Fang Yuan rose from the grass and closed his eyes. Recalling fragments of a dream he had the previous night, where he was continuously squeezing a soft white sphere, as his hand instinctively clenched, he finally opened his eyes to meet the gaze of the White God, who was sitting beside him, her silver eyes shimmering like stars, fixed intently upon him. A soft growl emanated from her stomach, clear and undeniable, reaching Fang Yuan's ears. I am hungry, master. The sultry timbre of the White God's voice, elongated as she addressed him, sent shivers down Fang Yuan's spine, as he hastily opened his spatial backpack to retrieve some monster meat for her. He was met with disappointment. Aside from a B-grade exquisite treasure chest and a solar mystic stone, his backpack was devoid of any sustenance. He suddenly recalled that all the monster meat had been consumed by the White God the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly informed her. There is a Goblin tribe nearby, comprised of the green-skinned monsters you vanquished last night. The Goblin shaman possesses formidable power, which should meet your current dietary needs. To ensure your safety, I shall summon 2 of your kin from the azure-eyed white dragon lineage to accompany you in the battle against the Goblin tribe. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's intention to summon her brethren, the White God initially beamed with joy, but soon a mixture of reluctance and distress crossed her features, as she grappled with the notion of sharing her master with others. Aware of her feelings, Fang Yuan, who now understood her sentiments due to their bond, quickly reassured her. You are my first summoned dragon. No matter how many powerful dragons I summon in the future, you shall remain my one and only treasure, never to be neglected or overlooked. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's sincere and resolute words, the White God, now fully trusting him, began to shed her earlier, pitiful demeanor. With a series of nods, she gradually broke into a radiant smile, gently ruffling the silky, silver mane of the delighted White God. Fang Yuan then summoned the attributes of the Supreme Dragon Nest. Supreme Dragon Nest, quality, SSS grade mythical quality level, LV2 unit type, azure-eyed white dragon, 1, 10. Next unit random summon countdown, 7 days, 10 hours. Focusing his thoughts on the unit type azure-eyed white dragon, a summoning page materialized before him. There were no higher or lower summons. The only option to summon a dragon of the same lineage required 1,000 source crystals. The summoned azure-eyed white dragons would still maintain a quality rating within the A-grade rare category, representing the pinnacle of existence. As 2,000 source crystals were swiftly consumed, Fang Yuan's balance displayed a remaining total of 6,706. Suddenly, the cave of the Supreme Dragon Nest erupted with a dazzling azure light. After 3 seconds of flickering, 2 dragon roars, reminiscent of the white god's arrival, resonated from the cavern. Shortly thereafter, 2 azure-eyed white dragons, each several meters in length, soared from the Supreme Dragon Nest into the sky. Due to the nest's level, they emerged with an initial LV2 rating. After gliding gracefully for several seconds, under the formidable presence of their kin, they quickly descended to their master and the heroic figure of the white god. As Fang Yuan expended an additional 540 source crystals, the 2 azure-eyed white dragons ascended to LV8. To simplify matters and leave a favorable impression in the heart of the white god, he named them by E and by air. He then commanded them, first, hunt for whatever food you deem sufficient to satiate yourselves, and then proceed to locate the Goblin tribe and eliminate them all. If you sense any danger, you must heed my mental withdrawal command and retreat immediately, understood? Seeing the dragons nod in understanding, Fang Yuan turned to the white god, stating, then let us immediately send them to carry out their mission. Should you successfully obliterate the Goblin tribe, I wish for you to return and escort me to scavenge their remains for resources that will elevate our territory's level. Understood, master. She replied. Having relayed all necessary instructions, Fang Yuan waved goodbye to the dragons, granting them permission to leave the territory. With a whoosh, a fierce wind howled as the white god transformed into her true form, her magnificent dragon body unfurling in the sky, her 4 wings spanning hundreds of meters. Accompanied by E and by air, who mirrored her A-grade rare quality and LV8 stature, they took flight, transforming into 3 silver-white rainbows as they soared beyond Fang Yuan's territory and into the dense forest beyond. As Fang Yuan utilized his telepathic connection with his beloved unit to observe the outside forest environment through the white goddess perspective, he soon received a video call from Lin Fan, distinct from that of his friends, which could not be ignored. Upon accepting the call, before the visual feed even appeared, he heard Lin Fan's voice urgently exclaim, "Master, help! My territory is under siege by over 100 werewolves, and I cannot escape to gather the resources you require. I beg you to lend your hand and rescue once more." Chapter 14. The Goblin Shaman Challenging the White God. Upon connecting to the video call from Lin Fan, Fang Yuan immediately discerned the gathering of werewolves outside the protective barrier of Lin Fan's territory. As Lin Fan turned around atop a small hill within his domain, Fang Yuan cast a cursory glance below and observed nearly 100 or 200 werewolves encircling Lin Fan's territory. Witnessing the ominous scene outside Lin Fan's domain, Fang Yuan reached out through mental sensing to ascertain the status of Bai Shun and her companions, who had already flown 40 kilometers away. He left Lin Fan with a brief message, indicating that he was currently unavailable, before promptly disconnecting the communication. Redirecting his mental focus back to Bai Shun, Fang Yuan, through her expansive perspective, spotted a moderately sized village situated a kilometer away from their dragon trio. Within that village, green-skinned goblins scurried about the ground like ants. Just as Bai Shun and her party approached the goblin settlement, sentinels stationed in the watchtowers, upon spotting the massive silhouettes of the 3 dragons, sounded the horn that signaled the entire tribe to enter a state of alert. From a cave, a goblin shaman, carried aloft by several towering goblin warriors, gazed skyward at the increasingly large dragon forms. Upon witnessing the immense figure of Bai Shun, which resembled a B-grade giant dragon descending upon them, the goblin shaman felt a jolt of fear grip its heart, its grotesque visage betraying a sense of trepidation. The beast bone necklaces it wore clattered together, producing a sound akin to delicate chimes as it gasped for breath. Clutching a magic wand and a violet crystal orb, the goblin shaman, after regaining composure, leapt down from its palanquin. It addressed the gathering goblins in the square with a voice that was both solemn and invigorating. "Warriors of our goblin tribe, a nearly mature giant dragon approaches. Arm yourselves and fight with all your might to slay it. Let the blood and carcass of that dragon bring unparalleled glory to our goblin tribe." As the goblin shaman's words resonated, a military skill known as unyielding battle emanated from its wand, casting an orange glow that enveloped all goblin warriors in the square. The goblins, of varying sizes, erupted into frenzied howls, succumbing to a state of fearless madness. Among them, aside from the goblin shaman, was a heroic unit known as the Greatsword Goblin Hero, who roared with authority, lifting its 7-meter-long sword and fixating its gaze upon the approaching silhouettes of Bai Shun's dragons. Meanwhile, the goblin shaman stealthily led a cadre of formidable goblin guards back into the cave from which it had emerged, through a concealed passage within the cave. The shaman and its guards hastily fled towards a remote mountain exit. As they hurried through the hidden tunnel, the shaman pondered anxiously. The foresight spell indicated only a single hatchling dragon. How could 3 mature ones appear simultaneously? Contemplating this, The Goblin Shaman once again consulted the violet crystal orb to cast a spell for further insight into the nearby dragons. Upon discovering that the spell still depicted only hatchlings, 3 in total, the shaman's eyes glimmered with avarice, though the looming specter of death swiftly quelled its desire. It exclaimed in astonishment, "I never anticipated there would be 3 hatchlings of A-grade rare quality true dragons. No wonder their size rivals that of B-grade exceptional quality mature dragons." However, as the Goblin Shaman marveled at this revelation, a resounding crash echoed from above, followed by the tremors of the cave as it began to collapse. "The tunnel is collapsing. All guards, retreat immediately. We must return or perish in this underground." The Goblin Shaman urged its guards, but as they attempted to retrace their steps, the cave's passage suddenly caved in, leaving the Goblin Shaman stranded. Grinding its teeth in frustration, the shaman began to chant incantations, raising its wand, the tip of which glowed with a green luminescence, towards the ceiling of the collapsing tunnel. A green beam struck the cavern's roof, transforming into a myriad of vines that erupted forth, shattering the underground rock and burrowing upward towards the surface. As the Goblin Shaman and its guards beheld the sunlight filtering through the vines from over 20 meters above, they were taken aback. The shaman, gazing at the expansive opening now adorned with twisting vines, expressed bewilderment. "Where is the mountain? What has become of the massive mountain that was above us?" Just as these words left its mouth, a 7-meter-long greatsword fell from the opening above. Thud! The massive sword landed upon the cave floor mere steps away from the Goblin Shaman. Recognizing the sword that had descended from the heavens, both the shaman and its guards felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the air above, instinctively raising their heads to glimpse the exit of the cavern. There, at the mouth of the opening, loomed a magnificent silver-white dragon head, exuding a dazzling radiance, and within its jaws, it clutched the upper half of the greatsword goblin hero. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of the dragon's jaws echoed as the greatsword goblin hero vanished entirely from the sight of the Goblin Shaman and its guards. Peering down upon the goblins below, Bai Shun's gaze eventually locked onto the Goblin Shaman. Before the trembling shaman could cast any spells in defense, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal dragon claw, measuring several meters in length, shattered the rocky ceiling above and lunged towards them. Realizing that inaction would spell certain doom, the Goblin Shaman hastily invoked a forbidden technique. Dark, eerie mist poured into the bodies of the goblin guards, draining their life force within moments. As the shaman consumed the swirling black fog, strange patterns materialized upon its skin, and its form rapidly expanded, transforming from a frail first-tier mage into a 10-meter-tall, brawny goblin warrior. Feeling the surge of power coursing through its newly fortified body, the Goblin Shaman let out a roar directed at the white dragon above, as if issuing a challenge. Chapter 15, Annihilation of the Tribe, Rewards, and the Opening of Dual Treasure Chests, Leading to Prosperity. The colossal dragon claw of the white deity descended with a sudden surge of power, instantly shattering the remaining 10 meters of rock, transforming its grasp on the goblin priest into a forceful strike. A thunderous boom resonated from the depths of the earth as the white deity's claw made contact. When she lifted her paw, it was stained with the remnants of a gruesomely dismembered body, amidst which lay a wand and a violet crystal orb. From this bloodied mass, it could be inferred that the now grotesque form of flesh belonged to the goblin priest, who had previously utilized forbidden arts to augment his power. Observing the bizarre black patterns writhing in the remnants of the goblin priest's corpse, the white deity expressed her disdain and extracted the wand and the violet crystal orb from the remains. Discarding the grotesque remnants carelessly onto the ground, she unleashed a beam of white light from her mouth, instantly reducing the twisted remains of the goblin priest to dust. Casting a glance at the voracious White 1 and White 2, the white deity unfurled her immense 4 wings and soared into the air, traversing over a mountain that had been utterly demolished, returning to her territory to meet Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan toyed with the wand and the violet crystal orb bestowed upon him by the white deity, he arrived at the now ravaged goblin tribe, where the majority of the relatively intact goblin corpses had been completely devoured by White 1 and White 2. As for the scattered remains and the weapons strewn across the ground, Fang Yuan, possessing a keen eye for opportunity, collected them all into his spatial backpack, subsequently placing them for auction at the Blue Star Human Trading Center, though the auction process was notably slower. With the assurance that no one else had claimed a level 5 territory, Fang Yuan felt no urgency and priced the items according to the trading center's guidance. While passing by a dilapidated grass hut, accompanied by the transformed girl-like white deity, he intended to scour the interior when he noticed her beautiful eyes narrowing as she abruptly released her grip on him and dashed into the hut like a silver blur. Fang Yuan hastily followed, witnessing the white deity unleash a flurry of punches, instantly obliterating several goblins and a small goblin cradled in their arms. Behind the shattered remains, the wooden walls of the hut were punctured, bearing the imprints of multiple fists. As the goblins fell, a notification resonated in Fang Yuan's mind, announcing the reward for his kills. Simultaneously, another proclamation echoed throughout the minds of all human lords on Blue Star, announcing Fang Yuan's triumph in annihilating a goblin tribe and unlocking the achievement of a tribe's first kill. This achievement was rated as B-grade excellence, granting Fang Yuan a B-grade exquisite treasure chest as a reward for being the first to unlock such an achievement. In the wake of the announcement, a beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the grass hut to materialize before him. As the light faded, a treasure chest radiating a green glow appeared on the ground. Contemplating the B-grade exquisite chest before him, Fang Yuan recalled another chest of the same rank stored within his spatial backpack, which he had planned to open today. He reached out to pat the curious white deity on the head, wishing for good fortune. When she turned to him with a puzzled expression, he retrieved the other B-grade exquisite treasure chest from his backpack. With two B-grade exquisite treasure chests now before him, Fang Yuan focused his thoughts on the option to open them. Upon confirming his choice, the chests transformed into a cascade of green luminescence, vanishing before his eyes, replaced by a series of reward notifications. Open 2 B-grade exquisite treasure chests. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 B-grade hero class transition crystals, 1,000 source crystals, 100 units of B-grade wood, purple gold paulownia, 10 units of B-grade wood, blood essence spirit rice, 100 units of B-grade stone, spirit stone, 100 units of B-grade stone, 9 netherine stone, 100 units of B-grade technique, blood killing technique, and an additional 1,000 cubic meters of space in your backpack. Due to the high-quality nature of the items, they have been directly stored in the Lord's spatial backpack. Please check at your convenience. After reviewing the rewards displayed on the panel, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a bountiful haul." Following this exclamation, he opened his spatial backpack panel to examine each B-grade exquisite item in detail. First, he compared the B-grade hero class transition crystal with its A-grade counterpart, confirming that the only difference lay in the quality tier of the beings they affected, while the effects remained identical. His gaze then shifted to the icons of B-grade wood, purple gold paulownia, and the other items, revealing detailed descriptions as they materialized before him. B-grade purple gold paulownia, 100 units, ton weight, represent a whole young sapling, capable of attracting heavenly lightning for growth and can be utilized during the tribulations faced by beings at every 10-level breakthrough. B-grade blood essence spirit rice. By irrigating with the blood of beings of varying quality tiers, one can cultivate spirit rice of different quality levels, with a maximum limit of B-grade excellence. The greater the volume or higher the quality of blood used, the faster the blood essence spirit rice will grow. B-grade spirit stone, absorbing the source power of heaven and earth. Beings resting upon it will gain a certain amount of spiritual enhancement daily until they reach the B-tier soul level. B-grade 9 netherine stone, gathering the power of 9 netherine. This stone forms a domain of shadows, within which the bones and souls of beings can be thrown to acquire undead and spirits of no more than B-grade excellence to fight on one's behalf. B-grade blood killing technique. Aside from its various techniques of slaughter, cultivating this method allows one to rapidly elevate their level through the act of killing any being, with a cap at level 50. After perusing all the descriptions of the items obtained, Fang Yuan felt a sense of immense fortune wash over him, particularly regarding the B-grade cultivation technique, blood killing technique. While the actual value of other items undoubtedly surpassed that of the B-grade blood killing technique, for Fang Yuan, who presently possessed no combat capability, the latter was the most invaluable asset. With merely over 5 days remaining until the invincible shield enveloping his territory dissipated, ushering in an unknown catastrophe, it was evident that enhancing his own strength would significantly bolster his ability to protect himself, especially given that even the white deity might not be able to offer complete protection. Chapter 16, Blood-Killing Werewolf. Upon finishing his review of the B-grade exquisite treasure chests and the items acquired therein, Fang Yuan focused his thoughts on the B-grade blood-killing technique and selected the option to learn it. Boom. As Fang Yuan confirmed his choice to learn the B-grade blood-killing technique, a torrent of memory surged into his mind in an instant. As Fang Yuan closed his eyes, the thoughts swirling in his mind vanished, and his consciousness became entirely engrossed in the essence of the blood-killing technique. It felt as though he had practiced this technique for countless years before achieving its utmost perfection. When his awareness finally returned, his body began to autonomously activate the cultivation method of the blood-killing technique. As this method operated, a wave of crimson energy emanated from within him, causing hundreds, even thousands, of scarlet threads to coalesce from the blood left on the ground by the goblin corpses. Swish, swish, swish. These blood-red threads hovered in midair, and as a wave of crimson energy retracted, they returned to meld into Fang Yuan's being. The essence of the monster's blood, transformed into blood energy, flowed rapidly according to the trajectory of his internal cultivation method, permeating every inch of his flesh, bones, and even the tiniest cells. As his body grew stronger, suffused with extraordinary power, Fang Yuan's soul consciousness was simultaneously tempered by the bloodlust emanating from the blood energy. enhancing its strength through the operation of the blood-refining soul technique. As Fang Yuan's soul consciousness awakened, and he began to condense and refine the essence of the monster's blood, the white deity, Bai Shun, who had sensed this transformation, stood vigilantly by his side. Recognizing the benefits these blood-red threads bestowed upon Fang Yuan, she remained quietly attentive, ready to assist him should any abnormalities arise. Time passed, akin to a man indulging himself in solitude, and a few minutes swiftly elapsed. Once the final blood-red thread was completely absorbed, Fang Yuan emerged from his meditative state and opened his eyes to examine his personal attribute panel. He had ascended 3 levels. Yet his total attribute values still fell short of even half of Bai Shun's at her first level. Indeed, his low personal quality level significantly affected his overall strength. With a sigh, Fang Yuan first elevated his level to 8 by consuming source crystals. Subsequently, he utilized the over 10,000 source crystals obtained from opening treasure chests and from Bai Shun's annihilation of the Goblin tribe to enhance his quality level from F to B grade excellence through the Chaos Heart's ability. As a golden light enveloped him for a few seconds, it revealed a figure of nearly perfect proportions. Feeling as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, Fang Yuan immediately turned to inspect his drastically altered attribute panel. Fang Yuan, Companion Spirit, Chaos Source Crystal Quality, B grade excellence level, LV8, 100, Attributes, Physique, 120, Spirit, 140. Source Power, 120, Cultivation Method, Blood Killing Technique, B, Skills, Blood Killing 9 Swords, B, Soul Killing Impact, B, Killing Awareness, B, Blood Devouring Cultivation, B, Equipment, Goblin Ordinary Iron Armor Set, F. Upon viewing his significantly enhanced attributes, Fang Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to test his newfound strength. He glanced at Bai Shun, who was observing him with curiosity, and promptly dismissed the notion of challenging her or the formidable blue-eyed white dragons, Bai Yi and Bai Air, whose power levels far surpassed his own. Instead, Fang Yuan recalled Lin Fan, the Lord of Godzilla, who was currently besieged by hundreds of werewolves. He realized that this would provide an excellent opportunity to assess his strength against these monsters. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan grasped the hand of Bai Shun, who was intrigued by the changes in him, and, after consuming a few source crystals, summoned 4 beams of divine light from the heavens. In an instant, he, along with Bai Shun and her companions, vanished amidst the ruins of the Goblin tribe. Roar! Roar! The echoes of Lin Fan's thoughts reverberated in his mind as he watched Godzilla bellow defiantly at the pack of werewolves. The announcement of Fang Yuan's annihilation of a monster tribe earlier filled him with a profound sense of defeat. However, this feeling dissipated as quickly as it had arrived. After all, he was now a subordinate of that individual. What was there to feel defeated about? Compared to the numerous humans who had perished, including his own parents, simply being alive was a considerable blessing. Reassuring himself to avoid sinking into despair, Lin Fan, covered in mud and disheveled, finally rose from the ground. Intending to retreat to the cave where he summoned Godzilla's troops and take a rest, hoping the werewolves would disperse after a fruitless assault. As he approached the cave, massive beams of white light suddenly appeared over his territory. Roar! The dragon's roar resonated, silencing all creatures within several kilometers, exuding a pressure that made them freeze in place. Once the white light dissipated, 2 colossal silver-white dragons, each measuring 40 to 50 meters in length with wings spanning nearly 100 meters, appeared above Lin Fan's domain. On the back of one of these striking dragons stood Fang Yuan, clad in medieval armor, embracing a stunning white-haired maiden. How beautiful! Is she a human or a species of spirit? Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim in awe, while jealousy surged within him. How could Fang Yuan be so ludicrous? Not only does he command these terrifying dragons, but he also has such a beautiful companion. This is beyond absurd. As these thoughts raced through Lin Fan's mind, enveloped in crimson light, Fang Yuan descended towards the ground. In a flurry of dust and debris, he transformed into a flickering crimson shadow, wielding his sword as he deftly evaded the flying stones. Whoosh! As Fang Yuan reached the edge of Bai Yi's stomp, the sound of his sword resonated through the air, and a blood-red glimmer flashed as it sliced through the neck of an LV9 werewolf. The first strike of the blood-killing 9 swords, a swift and lethal cut to the throat. Chapter 17, Werewolf King? A feeble opponent. With a splatter of blood, a large head was severed and fell. A deeper essence of blood energy surged into Fang Yuan's body, replenishing the source power he had just expended after traversing several meters and executing the lethal strike. As long as the blood-killing technique continues to operate during battle, as long as Fang Yuan slaughters enough foes, the source of blood energy within him shall never descend into a state of depletion. Aware of the terrifying nature of the blood-killing technique, Fang Yuan, with a hint of werewolf blood coursing through his veins, could not help but smile. He mused, even if the white gods find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, I shall possess the strength to protect myself and not hinder their efforts. A sudden howl erupted from his left, and with his sharpened senses, honed through rigorous training, Fang Yuan instantly perceived the murderous intent approaching from behind. In a swift motion, he pivoted, his longsword executing a lethal throat strike. Mere steps behind him, a werewolf, claws poised to strike at his head, was met with a widening gash at its throat. With a soft splatter, blood erupted from the werewolf's neck, and in that fleeting moment, the level 10 beast was cleaved in two by Fang Yuan's blade. Just as Fang Yuan intended to deliver a finishing blow to a few other werewolves, now incapacitated from Bai Yi's crushing strike, a foul wind howled towards him. Before he could instinctively retreat, a dazzling figure surged past him, a radiant white god. Her four magnificent wings, shimmering with brilliance, charged towards the colossal shadow looming behind him. With a deafening crash, Fang Yuan turned to witness a towering black-gray wolf, 6 to 7 meters tall, being sent sprawling, ultimately crashing into a small lake near Lin Fan's territory. A thunderous howl resonated as the massive wolf, submerged in the lake, transformed into a gigantic werewolf, leaping out with a height surpassing 10 meters. The waters of the lake erupted as if a cannonball had detonated, spraying in all directions from the force of the enormous beast's leap. Fang Yuan gazed upwards at the colossal werewolf, adorned with the title of LV-25 Werewolf King, descending towards Bai Shun, who remained unflinching. She lifted her delicate arm, pure as jade, and met the descending fist of the Werewolf King head-on. A terrifying explosion echoed as their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the mighty trees around them, a testament to the sheer ferocity of their clash. Just as Fang Yuan observed Bai Shun beginning to descend, believing that, in her human form, she might be outmatched by the Werewolf King, he prepared to call upon her dragon form. In an instant, Bai Shun's silver hair billowed majestically, and from her upturned mouth radiated a brilliant white light. Destructive white light. A dazzling beam, seemingly capable of obliterating everything, erupted from Bai Shun's mouth, striking directly at the Werewolf King's head, which aimed to crush her to the ground. With a resounding impact, the Werewolf King's head and upper body were instantly pierced and shattered by the lightning-fast white beam. System notification, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Bai Shun has slain the LV-25 Werewolf King. The Lord receives 75 source crystals. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Fang Yuan couldn't help but murmur, the Werewolf King? Is this all it takes? Before Bai Shun, he is utterly insignificant. Bai Shun gracefully floated down, effortlessly holding the lifeless body of the Werewolf King, her magnificent wings fanning out behind her as she descended before him. With a thud, the enormous corpse landed beside Fang Yuan, causing the ground to tremble with a thunderous boom. Observing the fallen Werewolf King, Fang Yuan inquired of Bai Shun, who had retracted her wings and now stood beside him. Aren't you going to eat? Shaking her head, Bai Shun replied softly, Master, I am not hungry at the moment. You should eat instead. Fearing Fang Yuan might refuse, she quickly added, this werewolf contains far richer energy than the goblins and the 2 werewolves you previously consumed. Eating this will surely make you even stronger. After hearing Bai Shun's words, Fang Yuan felt warmth in his heart, yet he chuckled, I have already reached my level cap. To grow stronger, I must elevate the territory's level first. Otherwise, no matter how much I consume, I will remain bound, just as you feel now. With that, he reached out to touch the Werewolf King's corpse, storing it in his spatial bag, and advised Bai Shun, you are at the prime of your growth. You need to consume plenty of high-energy food daily to sustain your vitality. I'll keep this Werewolf King's body for you. When you're hungry, just ask me for it to replenish your energy. Upon hearing this, Bai Shun nodded in agreement as Fang Yuan secured the massive werewolf corpse in his spatial bag. Together with Bai Yi and Bai Air, they commenced hunting down the werewolves that scattered in the wake of their king's demise. Lin Fan observed from within the protective barrier, noting the fleeing werewolves as Fang Yuan and his 2 dragons descended. With a decisive thought, he commanded the Godzilla pup, peering outside the barrier. What an opportune moment. Why aren't you pursuing those fleeing werewolves? Stop dawdling and go hunt. The Godzilla pup, previously beaten by Bai Shun, let out a roar, shaking its head in refusal. Hunting the werewolves was the domain of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. If it, a mere pup, attempted to join the fray, it would only repeat its previous blunder of stealing food. Recalling the fear of its earlier encounter with Bai Shun, the Godzilla pup trembled and wagged its tail, retreating to its cave to hide. Lin Fan, perceiving the pup's intentions, felt blood rush to his head. Realizing that the pup's favorability towards him had plummeted to 50, he could only seethe internally. Damn it. How did I summon such a creature? It doesn't appreciate such a glorious opportunity. If Fang Yuan sees my lack of worth and decides to eliminate me, the pup will become one of his summoned beings. Does it honestly think it will fare any better then? Chapter 18. Purple Gold Tongwood, Thunder Source Liquid. Time flowed like water swirling down a drain, swiftly vanishing in an instant. After dispatching the scattered werewolves without a single one escaping, Fang Yuan, accompanied by his 3 dragons, searched the dense forest for the werewolf tribe. They systematically slaughtered every last werewolf within the tribe, and as a notification chimed in his mind, he received the fruits of their labor. Successfully annihilated a werewolf tribe. Reward, 300 source stones, and obtained a D-grade quality hero unit, Werewolf King Pup. Fang Yuan, upon reviewing the contents of the reward prompt before him, discovered the absence of any achievement rewards. He cast a glance at the space backpack, which could no longer accommodate the beings that had already come into existence, and from it emerged a small wolf cub resembling a puppy, enveloped in white light. With a disinterested shake of his head, Fang Yuan casually decided to place the nearly asphyxiated wolf cub, which had suffered under the pressure of 3 dragons, directly on the Blue Star Humanities Trading Center, initiating the auction for the first heroic unit within the entire trading center across all platforms. Sensing the waning dragon might around him, Fang Yuan began swiftly collecting the bodies of the elderly, weak, and sickly wolves that had been left behind in this wolf tribe. Once all the corpses, or what Fang Yuan deemed valuable, had been stored within his space backpack, he and the 3 dragons soared back to Lin Fan's territory, not sparing a glance at Lin Fan, and vanished in a flash, enveloped by beams of white light. As the beams of light descended upon the Supreme Dragon domain, they swiftly dissipated after mere seconds. Back in his own territory, Fang Yuan stood atop the summit of the Supreme Dragon nest, surveying the environment of his realm. He pondered how to allocate and arrange the items he had acquired from the treasure chest. Rare stone materials, 100 units of sunstone, 2 B-grade hero class transfer crystals, 1,000 source crystals, 100 units of B-grade wood, 100 units of golden paulownia wood, 10 units of B-grade blood essence spirit rice, 100 units of B-grade stone, 100 units of B-grade spirit stone, 100 units of B-grade 9 nether shadow stone. After a period of contemplation regarding the high-quality items obtained from the treasure chest, Fang Yuan finally conceived a plan for their arrangement. Embracing the delicate waist of the White Goddess, he took flight from the apex of the Supreme Dragon nest, heading eastward within his territory. In the central part of the eastern section of his domain, where a few small trees sparsely populated the ground, Fang Yuan gently descended, still holding the White Goddess. He surveyed the earth before him and retrieved a 1-meter-tall, yet 100-ton weight golden paulownia wood from his space backpack, placing it on the ground before him. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled, and Fang Yuan, the White Goddess, along with the curious White 1 and White 2 soaring above, beheld a massive pit forming in the ground, within which stood a sapling of golden hue entwined with purple lightning, unwavering amidst the chaos. Would you like to plant the golden paulownia wood here? Yes. As Fang Yuan confirmed his decision next to the sapling in the pit, a golden light enveloped the tree and the surrounding area, causing the ground beneath him to shift dramatically. Suspended in midair, with the White Goddess still cradled in his arms, Fang Yuan witnessed serpentine arcs of lightning surging through the ground, as the debris disintegrated into powder, revealing a lightning pool with a diameter of 40 meters. At the center of this pool, only a portion of the golden paulownia wood's trunk remained visible, surrounded by a cascading torrent of lightning. LV1 golden paulownia wood. Quality: B-grade exquisite quality. Functions: 1. Each natural day, it can condense a drop of golden thunder source liquid. 2. It can attract storms and the heavenly thunder from beings undergoing tribulation, thereby expanding the lightning pool. 3. Once the golden paulownia wood blossoms, each flower will harbor a thunder rune, which serves as superior material for crafting specialized units. Upon reviewing the description of the golden paulownia wood, Fang Yuan raised a hand toward the sapling in the lightning pool. A minuscule droplet, no larger than a grain of rice and radiating immense thunderous power, coalesced from the trunk of the golden paulownia wood, transforming into a stream of golden light that swiftly manifested before Fang Yuan. Golden thunder source liquid. Quality: B-grade exquisite quality. Functions: 1. Creatures possessing a talent for thunder or practicing thunder-based techniques may consume it to potentially enhance their thunder talent quality level or significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. 2. Creatures lacking such talents, if they survive the experience, may achieve body refinement and soul tempering effects, with a low probability of awakening the golden thunder talent. Given that consuming the golden source liquid might not be entirely safe for those without thunder-based techniques or talents, Fang Yuan opted to offer it to the White Goddess, who could sense any adverse effects and heal herself instantly to observe the outcome. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan placed the floating droplet of golden thunder source liquid before the White Goddess, inviting her to partake. The White Goddess, who now obeyed Fang Yuan unconditionally, had no hesitation and swallowed the golden thunder source liquid in one gulp. As the liquid coursed through her, a tingling sensation enveloped her body for a few seconds. The White Goddess' eyes sparkled as she turned to Fang Yuan, displaying a delighted expression as she exclaimed, "Delicious. I want more." Gently patting her head, Fang Yuan addressed both her and the areolas circling White 1 and White 2. This golden paulownia tree is currently only at level 1. Thus it can only condense a single drop of golden thunder source liquid each day. To yield more droplets, you must slay more monsters to obtain source crystals, which will allow us to upgrade it. Observing their eager expressions, Fang Yuan added, "I will allocate the number of droplets of golden thunder source liquid each of you will receive based on the quantity of monsters you hunt. Therefore, upon defeating those creatures, ensure you bring back their corpses. Otherwise, I won't know how many you've slain, making it impossible to fairly distribute the golden thunder source liquid. The dragons nodded in understanding, their eyes gleaming with the innate competitive spirit of their kind. Fang Yuan found delight in this, as the quantity of source crystals amassed for upgrading the golden Polonia would ultimately rest it in his hands to discreetly manage. Chapter 19. Remains and Undead, the Dragon Summer Council. After successfully planting the golden Polonia wood, the impatient White 1 and White 2, granted Fang Yuan's approval, set off to the nearby forest to commence their hunt. Meanwhile, the confident White Goddess, believing she could outpace them, led Fang Yuan to the northern part of the territory. Upon extracting a massive piece of 9 nether shadow stone, resembling a hefty brick, from his space backpack, Fang Yuan placed it in the central area of the northern territory. After confirming its placement through the prompt that appeared on the 9 nether shadow stone, the sealing power that had previously been imposed upon it, akin to the earlier golden Polonia wood, was instantly lifted, resulting in a transformation of the area surrounding the 9 nether shadow stone. A howling, dark wind swept through, revealing a 10-meter wide pit of shadowy darkness in the ground. As Fang Yuan gazed into the pit, he beheld 10 blocks of 9 nether shadow stone shimmering with a black-purple luminescence, and the properties panel of the stone appeared before him. LV-19 nether shadow stone. Quality: B-grade exquisite quality. Functions: 1. It gathers the energy of heaven and earth, allowing the creation or expansion of a 9 nether domain, which holds significant allure for ghostly and malevolent entities. In the realm of shadows, one can cast various skeletal remains or souls into this dark domain, thereby acquiring undead of no higher than B-grade exceptional quality, to be commanded by the necromancer lord in battle. Limit: 0-10. Upon examining the meticulously arranged 9 nether stones, Fang Yuan promptly retrieved the decomposed remains of the Wolf King, which he had obtained through the Territorial resource decomposition feature after returning to his domain, and cast them into the depths of the 9 nether realm. Once the remains transformed into a heap of bones and fully submerged within the abyss, Fang Yuan beheld a progress bar extending over 1888 hours, accompanied by a small question mark. Focusing his thoughts upon the question mark, 3 informational prompts materialized before him. D-grade quality, hero unit, Wolf King, transformation time, 24, base transformation time, 3, third lowest quality level, 25, level before death, 1888 hours. Due to the current restrictions of the 9 nether stones, the transformation of skeletal remains and souls occurs at a standard rate of 1 level every 24 hours. Once the remains and souls are transformed into undead and spirits, base time 24 quality level order, they may be commanded in battle regardless of their level restoration, with the combat level determined by prior restoration. After absorbing the information displayed before him, Fang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of potential within this 9 nether realm as a place for resource repurposing. Subsequently, he cast the remains of the 9-headed elite werewolves into the depths of the 9 nether realm for transformation, reaching the current unit capacity limit for transformation. Thereafter, Fang Yuan, with Bai Shun soaring beside him, ventured towards the southwestern regions of his territory. In these 2 southwestern areas, Fang Yuan commanded Bai Shun to reveal her true dragon form, and with a few deft strokes, they unearthed 10 acres, nearly 6,666 square meters, of rice fields. Within these fields, Fang Yuan, following the guidance of the blood essence rice, sowed a total of 10 units of blood essence rice for cultivation. As for the nutrients for the fields, they consisted of the remains of werewolves and goblins, from which nearly 100 tons of monster blood had been accumulated after the flesh was stripped away. After irrigating the fields with the monster's blood, Fang Yuan, cradling Bai Shun in her human form while hovering in the air, observed how his now LV5 territory, spanning 50,000 square meters, had transformed from a barren landscape dotted with a few saplings and patches of grass to a scene of diverse beauty. However, it still felt rather desolate, and he considered sending Bai Shun and the others to hunt within the woods to see if they could procure any high-quality spiritual materials for transplantation. Ultimately, he aimed to ensure that every inch of land within his territory was utilized to its fullest potential. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan commanded Bai Shun, who had grown fond of clinging to his waist, to fly into the entrance of the Supreme Dragon Nest, extracting the 100-ton, basin-sized essence stone. Fang Yuan felt he had finally completed the task of placing the treasure items. LV1 essence stone. Quality: B-grade exceptional quality. Function: 1. Lying upon it induces rapid sleep, with dreams being safeguarded. 2. Creatures practicing mental cultivation methods may touch this stone to enter a state of cultivation, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. 3. Souls nourished by the power within the essence stone over extended periods have a certain probability of breaking through the current level and quality limitations, raising the upper limits of their mental attributes. The probability is contingent upon the level and quality of the essence stone. Creatures exceeding LV50 and B-grade quality cannot enhance their mental attribute limits. After reviewing the detailed functions of the essence stone, Fang Yuan lay back upon it, pulling Bai Shun beside him. Casting a glance at the space backpack, he noted the A-grade creature related to solar abilities, the Solar Mystic Stone, reserved for breakthroughs in quality levels. After a long day of exertion, Fang Yuan, under the influence of the Essence Stone's power, soon drifted into slumber. Enveloped in the fragrant embrace of Baishan, the Long and Xia families were once the quintessential top-tier families of the Yan Kingdom, having wielded control over the nation for a millennium. Although they no longer held the transcendent powers of the Imperial era due to modern ideological reforms, their families had amassed an enduring legacy over the centuries, granting them formidable cohesion and execution in the current chaotic era of lords. As night fell, the two families, long-standing allies and adversaries, convened a grand meeting through the temporary group chat function of the Lord system, gathering over 10,000 members from both clans. Xia Qiuwen and Long Tian, two elderly patriarchs who had formerly rotated in leadership of the nation, presided over this significant assembly as the current heads of the Xia and Long families. Xia Qiuwen, what are your thoughts on acquiring the items sold by Fang Yuan, with the intent to establish a private monopoly by pricing them at 5 times their value? Long family patriarch's grandson, A-grade unit holder, Long Xinyu. 5 times the resources are sufficient to elevate the potential seed personnel of each family and their territorial levels. I believe that apart from those exceedingly rare items, Fang Yuan's wares are not worth such an investment at this stage. Xia family's local matriarch's granddaughter, Xia Wenxing. If there are indeed exceedingly rare items, can we guarantee 100% success in acquiring them through competitive bidding against other top-tier families globally? Before Xia Wenxing could finish, Long Xinyu interjected, adding, for instance, today it was speculated by the think tank that after Fang Yuan's annihilation of the Goblin tribe, he subsequently eradicated another werewolf tribe, obtaining the only reported D-grade quality hero unit, the Wolf King's Cub. I recall that we lost the bid to the Judah Consortium, which has long harbored ambitions against our Long and Xia families. After a brief silence from Long Xinyu, Xia Wenxing asserted emphatically, in this chaotic world devoid of a nation, do you all truly believe those foreign tribes lack the desire to reunite and conquer or enslave our millions of Yanhuang descendants? Let us be mindful of the direction of this discussion. We should not focus on whether Fang Yuan's items are worth their price, but rather consider how to ally with this lord, who shares our Yanhuang bloodline. What is he truly worth in terms of resources? And what unparalleled returns can he offer us, far exceeding those of other top potential lords? Chapter 20, Goblin King, the Disheveled Baishan. Upon hearing Xia Wenxing's series of statements, the members of the Long family within this communication meeting could not help but frown, especially Long Xinyu, who clenched his fists tightly. Observing her brother's evident agitation, Long Lingxue was about to speak when Long Xinyu, maintaining a stoic expression but clearly infuriated, retorted, foolish. The immediate priority is to enhance our life-preserving capital and the strength of our own territory. To expend vast resources to court a greedy individual, do you truly believe he would abandon his territory to assist others when an unknown calamity descends in 7 days? Furthermore, such support cannot be given at will. One must become a vassal lord to do so. Do you wish for us all to become his subordinates? Xia Wenxing was rendered speechless upon hearing the final words of Long Xinyu. Initially, she had intended to articulate a response, but the notion of becoming Fang Yuan's subordinate rendered any further words utterly meaningless. Xia Qiuwen scrutinized Long Xinyu, who had undergone considerable transformation, now exuding a certain regal aura. He then addressed the ever-calm old fox, Long Tian, who showed no visible reaction. So, the policy of the Long family is to prioritize the enhancement of its own potential troops, contending for the rare and useful items offered by Fang Yuan, rather than attempting to win him over? Long Tian neither nodded nor shook his head, merely stating in a detached manner, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Seeking help from others is less effective than self-reliance. Xia Qiuwen nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, I comprehend. Afterward, he gazed at the faces displayed on the communication conference screen and declared, in this chaotic era, while we indeed require assistance from outsiders, it is far better to depend on our own capabilities. Henceforth, let us prioritize the enhancement of the potential troops within our respective families, and observe the returns these upgraded potential troops can yield for our family members. He continued, if the cumulative value created by everyone, particularly the monster meat, which holds the highest weight in our assessments, proves to be less than the monster meat harvested by Fang Yuan, then we shall reconsider whether pursuing Fang Yuan would consume 10-fold, 20-fold, or 30-fold resources. Upon hearing Xia Qiuwen mention figures ranging from 10 to 30 times, Xia Wenxing instantly grasped that he was referring to the combined 30 initial A-grade potential troops of the Long and Xia families and the resources required for their upgrades. As soon as Xia Qiuwen concluded his remarks, the communication screen abruptly went black and anonymous voting prompts appeared on the panel before everyone. To be candid, procuring the monsters sold by Fang Yuan was undoubtedly beneficial for the A and B grade initial troops among the Long and Xia families in this nascent stage. After all, except for certain initial troops stationed in regions with lower levels, where their territories were surrounded by woods or quarries devoid of monsters. The territories of other A and B grade initial potential troops were rife with monsters, with even speculations of a monster tribe lurking nearby. The resources gathered by the lower-tier personnel from both families, exchanged for the monster meat hunted by Fang Yuan, would enable them to prioritize the leveling up of their A-grade troops, making their subsequent hunts far safer and more secure than deploying their initial level 1 troops into the wild. Most critically, should their summoned A and B-grade troops fall victim to monster attacks during hunts, the costs and source crystals required to summon those troops again would be far beyond what they or their families could afford. Xiao Wenxin glanced at the voting prompt before her, then at the nest crafted from phoenix tree leaves above, where the currently level 2 fire phoenix resided. Ultimately, she selected no in the voting prompt before her. Immediately after confirming her choice, the tally of votes for both options was revealed before Xiao Wenxin. What a short-sighted group, she muttered, noting how only a scant few votes were cast in the negative, while the majority aligned with her choice. A wave of resigned exasperation washed over her. To utilize resources obtained by one's own kin to curry favor with another family of outsiders was akin to the foolishness of the commoners who sought to please foreign lords in bygone times. Despite our families maintaining a considerable cohesion in these tumultuous times, a single misstep could lead to the disintegration of a family lacking absolute power at the top. Over 100 kilometers from Fang Yuan's territory lay an ancient city sprawling across 10 square kilometers, perched atop a highland plain. Within this ancient city, the green-skinned goblins, slain earlier by Fang Yuan's command of the azure-eyed white dragons, thrived. Goblin battalions escorted merchant convoys in and out of the Goblin King's city, established by King Dalos, which governed a vast region of several hundred kilometers. At the heart of this Goblin King's city, within a grand hall towering over 30 meters, King Dalos reclined upon his throne, surveying the assembly of goblin heroes and priests below, attentively listening to the reports of the high priest. Upon learning that a goblin tribe situated in the eastern fringes of his territory had been annihilated, presumably by a dragon, King Dalos's gaze sharpened. The gravity of the situation intensified further upon hearing that the Wolfman tribe, which had previously thwarted his campaigns, had also met its demise at the hands of the dragon. Those foreign evil god lords have descended, King Dalos stated gravely to the goblin heroes and priests. Our goblin deities have delivered a divine decree, warning that their invincible shield will falter in a matter of days. At that point, their currently feeble powers will be no match for us, and we can easily obliterate them. However, in light of the dragon's arrival, we must first prepare for the impending assault and ascertain whether the suspected multiple dragons are targeting the evil god lords or have strayed from our kingdom's jurisdiction. Otherwise, in the face of the brutal and greedy dragons, we shall either perish or become their slaves. The assembly of goblin heroes and priests responded, "We obey your command, our king." Thus, as the newly established Goblin Kingdom enacted a state of emergency and initiated a search for the dragon's whereabouts, hundreds of goblin tribes across the expanse of several hundred kilometers swiftly entered a state of alert, ceasing hunting and expansion activities, thanks to the magical means of communication employed by the goblin priests. Meanwhile, within Fang Yuan's territory, located in the eastern fringes of the Goblin Kingdom, Fang Yuan slumbered soundly, cradling the white goddess like a doll. One of his hands lay atop her, resting on an area that most definitely ought not to be exposed. Unbeknownst to Fang Yuan, the white goddess, whose long skirt had become disheveled due to his restless slumber, was dreaming of something that left her cheeks flushed. Soft, delicate murmurs escaped her slightly parted rosy lips. Chapter 21. The Conception of the Undead Army. When Fang Yuan awoke, it was already the third morning since his arrival in this boundless continent. Of course, he did not awaken due to an extended slumber, but rather from the cacophony of dragon roars emanating from by E and by air outside the cave, calling into the depths of the cavern. Naturally withdrawing his hand from the white goddess, he observed her, still groggy and blushing as she rubbed her eyes, maintaining a facade of normalcy. Fang Yuan approached the cave entrance. Unabashedly, under the curious gazes of Bai Yi and Bai Air, he extracted from beneath his armor a certain part of his anatomy that could no longer be concealed by his undergarments, releasing a stream of relief akin to a river, a pressure that any man would experience upon waking. After a brief shudder, he quickly gathered himself and embraced the now fully awake white goddess. Her complexion returned to normal as he held her petite waist. After the white god unfurled her 4 luminous wings and soared into the sky, a lone figure accompanied by 3 dragons flew towards the thunder pool. As they hovered in the air, they beheld a ground littered with the carcasses of monsters piled high like small mountains. Fang Yuan discerned that the bodies of goblins predominated, far surpassing those of any other monster species, whose remains barely constituted a fraction of the heaps. A thought swiftly crossed his mind. The nearest goblin tribe was a mere 50 miles away. He resolved to send the white god along with Bai Yi and Bai Air to the goblin tribe they had vanquished. The duo had hunted throughout the night, returning with an abundance of goblin corpses, which could only imply they had ventured well beyond the 50-mile boundary. With this realization, Fang Yuan's expression soured as he turned to the white god, and her two companions trailing closely behind. He sternly admonished them. What is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to hunt solely within the nearby woods? Why have you strayed over 50 miles from the designated area? Do you comprehend the dangers that lurk outside? If you encounter peril that you cannot handle and your leader, the White God, is unable to render timely assistance, do you value your lives so little? Faced with Fang Yuan's reprimand, by and by air, who had assumed he was asleep and unaware of their far-flung escapades, felt the oppressive aura of the White God, a manifestation of her superior dragon lineage, intensifying in response to their disobedience. Overcome with fear and remorse, the two dragons howled an apology. Acknowledging their transgression, Fang Yuan pondered that leniency and punishment could breed further defiance, rendering his commands akin to mere whispers. Thus, he instructed the White God, first, return me to the ground, then give these two a proper scolding, but do not harm them too severely. Upon hearing this, the White God, her visage frosted with an icy demeanor, nodded in understanding. She transformed into a streak of light, gently placing Fang Yuan back on the earth before unleashing a terrifying roar that revealed her true dragon form. The overwhelming presence of the White God, larger than both by and by air combined, filled the air with an aura of authority, causing the two pleading azure-eyed white dragons to flee in panic beyond their territory. Witnessing their audacity to escape, the White God unleashed a thunderous roar, lamenting her failure to govern them properly. If her negligence resulted in Fang Yuan's displeasure, the White God, having reached the pinnacle of favor with him, would feel the weight of his disdain. The thought of being disliked by Fang Yuan was utterly intolerable for her. Consequently, upon observing by and by air's reckless flight from punishment, the White God's anger surged, prompting her to employ even more ferocious methods of discipline. The woods surrounding the shield reverberated with the sound of earth-shattering impacts as trees and boulders were uprooted and sent soaring through the air. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the towering mound of monster corpses amassed before him, extending his hand to swiftly store them into his spatial backpack. He examined the panel of his backpack, where the monster bodies were automatically categorized, utilizing the decomposition function available within his territory. He separated the flesh from the bones of the slain creatures. After completing this task, he glanced at the items he had auctioned off the previous day, noting that they had all sold, providing sufficient resources to elevate his territory to level 9. He promptly confirmed the upgrade from the level 5 territory to level 8. Territory level 5 upgraded to level 9, consuming 2,600 source crystals, 2,600 units of ordinary wood, and 2,600 units of ordinary stone. As the remaining resources were insufficient to raise the territory from level 9 to level 10, Fang Yuan allocated them instead to enhance the Supreme Dragon Nest level. Supreme Dragon Nest level 1 upgraded to level 4, consuming 600 source crystals, 60 units of ordinary wood, and 600 units of ordinary stone. Once these upgrades were completed, Fang Yuan utilized a portion of the source crystals obtained from Bai and Bai Air's hunts to elevate the purple gold Polonia from level 1 to level 5. After the upgrade, he collected 5 drops of purple gold thunder source liquid into his spatial backpack. Fang Yuan planned to implement a strategy of generous rewards, intending to distribute 2 drops to Bai and Bai Air, while reserving 1 drop as a treat for the White God. With this in mind, Fang Yuan checked the decomposition progress of the various monster corpses within his spatial backpack. In approximately 5 minutes, all would be fully decomposed, allowing him to swiftly proceed to the 9 Nether Shadow domain. Muttering to himself, he set off towards the north, where the 9 Nether Shadow domain lay. It was evident that he intended to upgrade the 9 Nether Shadow stone and bury some skeletal remains within for future contingencies. 9 Nether Shadow stone, level 1 upgraded to level 9, consuming 360 source crystals. Level 99 Nether Shadow stone. Quality, B grade exceptional quality. Function 1. Condenses shadow energy to form the 9 Nether Shadow domain, with a diameter of 130 meters, expanding 10 meters per level. 2. At the current level, can convert various living beings' bones or souls into undead and spirits at a rate of 9 levels per day for the Lord to command in battle. Limit, 1090. Every 24 hours, 9 levels are restored, and considering the skeletal remains accumulated in his spatial backpack, totaling at least 1,000 monster bones, the impending calamity in 5 days would yield him a minimum of 450 level 9 undead to command in battle. Fang Yuan, invigorated by this prospect, felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had just augmented his self-defense capabilities, and the 9 Nether Shadow Stone would continually produce an army of undead for him. In his mind, he envisioned a grand scene reminiscent of the Bone King anime, commanding millions of undead in formation. Chapter 22. The Goblin Hero, the Four-Armed Sword Demon. Just as Fang Yuan envisioned the utilization of his undead army, and after transferring the highest level monster bones from his spatial backpack into the 9 Nether Shadow domain, a fierce howling resonated overhead. Fang Yuan looked up to see the White God in her dragon form, dragging the 2 battle-scarred yet intact Bai and Bai Air down to him. With a swift motion, he shielded his eyes from the swirling dust as the White God landed. Once the dazzling light subsided, She reverted to her human form, clad in a silver-white gown, revealing an expression of trepidation. Thanks to their full rapport, Fang Yuan understood the source of the white god's anxiety. He first glanced at the injured but intact Bai Yi and Bai Er, reflecting on how the white god had executed his commands with a heavy hand. He then reached out to gently stroke her head, pulling her into an embrace, and whispered softly into her ear, "Do not fear, for this is not the fault of the white god. Even if the white god were to err, there is no need for trepidation, for in my eyes, you are cherished." After speaking, Fang Yuan gently placed his hand on the white god's shoulder, creating a small distance before embracing him once more. He lowered his gaze to meet the enchanting azure depths of the white god's eyes, which shimmered as if veiled in mist, and earnestly declared, "You must remember that you are the white god, the first dragon I named, and the first dragon to be elevated to the status of a hero unit. You are unparalleled in this regard, regardless of whether other, more powerful dragons are summoned in the future. You must always remember that in my heart, you shall forever be my favored dragon." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's comforting words, the mist in the white god's eyes transformed into crystalline tears, cascading down his face and splashing onto the ground. Influenced by the white god's emotions and powers, these tears swiftly morphed into vibrant life upon hitting the earth, revitalizing the barren, cracked, and desolate gray-black soil that had been afflicted by the 9 Nether Shadow domain. In an instant, it became lush, fertile black earth, sprouting tender green shoots that spread over a diameter of several meters. Witnessing such a miraculous sight, Fang Yuan, momentarily taken aback, once again enveloped the white god in his embrace. This time, he spoke no further, merely waiting in silence for the white god's emotions to settle completely. After approximately 10 minutes, the white god, having regained composure, followed Fang Yuan to where the 2 dragons, Bai Yi and Bai Er, lay on the ground, panting as if on the verge of collapse. Addressing the 2 dragons, who had been thoroughly reprimanded by the white god for heeding Fang Yuan's command, their respect and admiration for him now soaring to 90. He said with a hint of exasperation, "Enough with the charade. The white god merely gave you a sound thrashing. She did not leave you on the brink of death. So cease your pretense." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Bai Yi and Bai Er, fearing further punishment, obediently rose from their prone positions. Noticing their compliance, Fang Yuan smiled and snapped his fingers with an air of flair. Instantly, 2 beams of golden light enveloped Bai Yi and Bai Er, upgrading them while simultaneously healing their wounds completely. Now restored and elevated to level 12, Bai Yi and Bai Er, slightly larger than before, radiated an undeniable aura of power. Observing their exuberance as they roared majestically in the sky, eager to challenge the white god once more, Fang Yuan casually snapped his fingers again, casting a golden light upon the white god. In an instant, her level also ascended to 12, and when the light dissipated, the white god revealed her true dragon form. Unfurling her colossal 4 wings with a wingspan exceeding 600 meters, accompanied by a terrifying roar that resonated from her immense jaws, the white god's massive form, overshadowing Bai Yi and Bai Er with a diameter of 300 meters, hovered majestically in the air. With a powerful flap of her wings, she transformed into a dazzling silver streak, hurtling toward the circling Bai Yi and Bai Er, who were brimming with the vanity of their recent upgrade. The disparity in their qualities and levels was evident. Even when they fought at the same level, the gap in their strength was insurmountable. Unsurprisingly, in their attempt to engage the white god in the same manner as before, Bai Yi and Bai Er, despite their joint efforts, found themselves unable to match her might. Having learned their lesson once more, Bai Yi and Bai Er gradually relinquished their inflated sense of superiority that came with their upgrade. Standing atop the vast head of the white god, Fang Yuan looked down upon Bai Yi and Bai Er, who lay near the thunder pool on the eastern edge of their territory, awaiting the healing of their minor wounds. With a flap of her wings, they swiftly moved to the southwestern corner of the territory, where they scattered the blood of monsters from the sky, nourishing the 10 acres of blood essence rice below. After completing this task, Fang Yuan instructed the white god to employ her healing abilities to facilitate Bai Yi and Bai Er's swift recovery. Before long, the wounds on Bai Yi and Bai Er began to heal rapidly under the radiant light of the white god's healing powers, leaving no trace behind. After each dragon consumed 2 drops of the purple gold thunder source liquid, experiencing a wave of euphoric pleasure akin to the bliss of a man after intimate moments, Fang Yuan turned to them and the now human-shaped white god with a serious demeanor. "Your strength has significantly increased, granting you a modicum of self-defense capability. Therefore, I can now assign you a task with a degree of confidence." Pausing for a moment, under the pretext of educating Bai Yi and Bai Er, Fang Yuan offered the last drop of the purple gold thunder source liquid to the white god as a treat. He then continued, "Your sole task today is to scout the environment surrounding our territory. Bai Yi and Bai Er, you are to investigate what monster tribes exist within 100 kilometers of our domain and ascertain their numbers. As for you, white god, you shall take on a human form and discreetly follow behind them, ensuring that they do not fall victim to any sudden threats." With a wave of his hand, Fang Yuan signaled to the three dragons, and they took to the skies, vanishing from the territory with a speed comparable to that of commercial aviation, heading toward the distant forested area. An hour later, within the grand hall of the Goblin King's castle, Goblin King Daros sat upon his imposing throne as the Goblin High Priest anxiously reported, "My king, according to messages from the priests of various tribes, 2 silver dragons have appeared. Due to their innate anti-magic abilities, our divination spells could not discern their levels, but based on observations, their bodies span over 100 meters in diameter, indicating that they are mature dragons." Upon hearing the High Priestess report, Goblin King Daros and the Goblin heroes flanking him wore expressions of grave concern. After a brief pause, Goblin King Daros sighed heavily. "These 2 dragons are beyond our capacity to withstand. High Priest, you are tasked with contacting the priests of the Goblin Empire and informing them that we are willing to sacrifice 10,000 of our citizens, along with 100,000 source crystals and 1 gram of national fortune gold. Let us see if we can summon that legendary Goblin hero, the 4-armed sword demon, who has surpassed level 40 many years ago, to aid us." Just as Goblin King Daros finished speaking and was about to inquire about the dragon's current location, he suddenly felt a formidable dragon aura descending from the sky. The Goblin King, standing at over 20 meters tall in his finely crafted armor that emitted a soft orange glow, led a contingent of Goblin heroes and priests out of the hall. As they emerged, they gazed upward to behold the 2 colossal silver dragons soaring above. Under the influence of the Goblin deity's divine will, Goblin King Daros instantly sensed a presence that could only belong to the lord of the alien evil deities. This is dire. These 2 dragons do not belong to our realm. They are creatures from the domain of the alien evil deity. The Goblin King Daros, sensing the aura of an otherworldly evil deity, was instantly struck with alarm, exclaiming in shock. The Goblin heroes and priests who heard his cry were immediately gripped by panic. Among them, the great Goblin priest swiftly cast a spell to connect with the Imperial-level priests of the Goblin Empire. This was not a mere overreaction. After all, ancient legends foretold that if the denizens of the realms ruled by these otherworldly evil deities discovered a native species, their lord would dispatch armies to exterminate them. Faced with the mature dragons of their own world, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, albeit as slaves. But against the dragons of the evil deities, the inevitable fate was extinction. "My king, I have already contacted the Imperial priests. They have agreed to our transaction and dispatched the Goblin hero, the 4-armed sword demon, who is hurrying to our aid." Goblin King Daros remained silent, trembling slightly, his gaze fixed upon a 4-winged woman hovering not far behind the 2 dragons. With the enhancement of the precious sea-grade artifact, the Eye of True Form, which allowed him to glimpse the true essence of beings, what Daros beheld was no longer the girl-like visage of the white goddess, but her true draconic form. A colossal 4-winged dragon, enveloped in radiant light, loomed over him, casting a shadow that obscured the sky. Sensing a peculiar gaze upon her, the white goddess immediately locked her eyes on the Goblin King Daros below. Under her watchful gaze, Daros saw the gigantic dragon, now lowering its head, its eerie azure eyes fixated intently upon him. Overwhelmed by the presence of such a terrifying creature, Daros instinctively lowered his head, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Noticing Daros's unusual demeanor, the Goblin heroes and priests rushed forward to inquire about what he had just witnessed that had so frightened him. However, before Daros could respond, the distant observer, Fang Yuan, decided that he would not let anyone who dared to pry into the affairs of his white goddess escape unscathed. Upon spotting the Goblin King Daros and the designation above him, LV-27, Goblin King Daros, Fang Yuan immediately commanded the white goddess to eliminate all goblins in the king's castle, particularly the Goblin King himself. The audacity of the Goblin King to gaze upon someone deemed inferior in the eyes of the white goddess enraged Fang Yuan, and upon receiving his command, the white goddess manifested her terrifying draconic form in the air. From her massive maw, she coalesced a dazzling beam of white light. Before Goblin King Daros could utter a word, the Goblin heroes and priests, sensing imminent danger, looked up to behold the colossal 4-winged dragon that had materialized from thin air. The dragon, majestic and shrouded in brilliant light, bore a mouth lined with sharp teeth, now radiating a blinding white energy that filled them with dread. "It's over. That dragon is on the verge of maturity. We cannot escape its breath attack. We are doomed. All of us are doomed. How could this happen? How could a dragon of such caliber come to our remote domain? Damn it." The legends stated that the newly arrived evil deities were not very powerful. How could one of them command such a dragon so soon after their arrival? The legends have deceived us. We are all going to die. Not just us, but every race in the vast Kangland forest will perish. Cursed be the otherworldly evil deities. I condemn them to a miserable fate. Amidst the cacophony of curses from the ground, a radiant column of white light, measuring dozens of meters in diameter, descended from the heavens toward their location. Boom. With a thunderous roar that shook the earth, a colossal white sphere of light expanded upon impact. In its wake, the ground trembled violently. and all structures and living beings within the sphere's reach were engulfed and obliterated in an instant. Moments later, as the blinding light faded, the once mighty castle that symbolized the Goblin Kingdom was nowhere to be found. In its place lay a massive crater, spanning several kilometers, as if a celestial meteor had struck. Witnessing the overwhelming destructive power of the White Goddess's ultimate attack left both Fang Yuan and the nearby observers, by E and by air, utterly astonished. Just 3 seconds after Fang Yuan's stunned silence, an announcement resonated in the ears of every human lord on Blue Star. Announcement: the human lord Fang Yuan has successfully obliterated the capital of a Goblin Kingdom, unlocking the achievement of Kingdom First Kill. This is hereby announced. This achievement is rated A-class rare quality, and Fang Yuan is rewarded with an A-class rare treasure chest, as recognition for being the first to unlock this achievement. As the announcement echoed throughout Blue Star, Fang Yuan once again became the focal point of discussion among human lords in their communication channels. Blue Star Human Communication Channel. Great American Nation, Trump She. Oh my gosh, this person is outrageously powerful, while we are still battling ordinary monsters. How did he manage to annihilate an entire Goblin Kingdom's capital? Korean Nation, Han Xiumin. This person must have blood ties to our nation, otherwise. It's inexplicable how he could be so formidable. Dragon Summer Nation, Zhang Chaofan. Typical of the Korean nation to claim everything. Can you not see that Fang Yuan has royal blood from our Dragon Summer Nation? Little Japan Nation, Tian Yi Samling. Exactly. It's laughable that the Korean nation insists on associating him with their lineage when Fang Yuan is clearly of royal descent from my Little Japan Nation. Dragon Summer Nation, Xiao Wenxin. Your Little Japan Nation is not exactly in a position to speak. You kneel before anyone too. And stop trying to cling to our Yan Huang bloodline. Bear Nation, Erwa. Why are you all fixated on trivial matters? Shouldn't we be discussing how Fang Yuan has grown extraordinarily powerful in less than 3 days? Chapter 24. Unboxing and Forging the Shura Demon Sword. As the discussion shifted back to the reasons behind Fang Yuan's rapid ascent in power, it was soon derailed by the antics of a few disruptive individuals. Meanwhile, in his territory, Fang Yuan had commanded the White Goddess and her companions to destroy all the goblin tribes they had previously discovered and bring back their remains. He withdrew from the shared vision with the White God and gazed upon the chest before him, emanating a captivating azure glow. Would you like to open the A-level rare quality treasure chest? Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained A-level hero class transfer crystal X1, source crystal X10, 000, A-level rare iron. Shura magic iron X 100 units, A-level rare stone, enlightenment stone X 100 units, A-level rare building, forging tower. Observing the list of treasures revealed from the chest, Fang Yuan summoned his spatial backpack and retrieved each item for careful inspection. Shura magic iron lacks upgrade properties, intangible upgrades. Quality, A-level rare quality. Functions: 1. Can be forged into weapons of slaughter. 2. Possesses blood-sucking and soul-devouring abilities. The more blood and souls consumed, the greater the power of the forged weapon. 3. Capable of creating a Shura demonic domain, where flesh and souls can be sacrificed to summon the Shura demon clan. Description: the profound iron, infused with the blood and soul power of Shura beings, must undergo hundreds to thousands of years of evolution to form Shura magic iron. Upon finishing the description of Shura magic iron, particularly the third point, Fang Yuan gazed at the black-red Shura magic iron on the ground, measuring nearly 3 meters in length and half a meter in width, and inexplicably felt an urge to fish for monsters. Using a small number of sacrificial offerings to lure a Shura demon, then slaying it seemed like a promising venture. Affirming this notion, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to the 1-meter diameter platinum stone platform adorned with mystical runes beside the Shura magic iron, the Enlightenment Stone. LV1 Enlightenment Stone. Quality: A-level rare quality. Functions: 1. The Enlightenment Stone allows beings of A-level quality and below to comprehend wisdom once a day, with a certain probability of awakening skills and a small chance of enhancing the being's quality level. 2. For each level gained, the size of the Enlightenment Stone increases, as does the number of beings that can comprehend wisdom daily. Description: aside from those naturally formed by the essence of the world, all other Enlightenment Stones are crafted from the souls of wise races or powerful beings, integrated into soul stones through special formations, and shaped by the baptism of lightning tribulations. After reviewing the detailed attributes of the Enlightenment Stone, Fang Yuan looked upon the ethereal platinum stone platform, particularly the mystical runes exuding the aura of living souls. He was certain that the Enlightenment Stone before him was undoubtedly crafted from the souls of living beings. How many souls must have been expended to forge this A-level rare quality Enlightenment Stone? Sensing the myriad of distinct soul auras emanating from one of the mystical runes, Fang Yuan found it difficult to fathom the number of souls consumed in the creation of this Enlightenment Stone. Not wishing to dwell on matters unrelated to his strength, he turned his attention to the final item, the Forging Tower. Would you like to place the Forging Tower here? After reading the system prompt, Fang Yuan first returned the Shura magic iron and Enlightenment Stone to his spatial backpack. He then identified a reasonably spacious area, approximately 100 meters away from the Thunder Pool, for the placement of the forging tower. As a beam of azure light rapidly expanded, the model-sized forging tower before Fang Yuan suddenly grew, transforming into a 6-story tower standing 60 meters tall within mere moments. The entire tower covered an area of 3,000 square meters, radiating a dark golden hue infused with an ancient and profound aura. Once the forging tower was in place, detailed attribute information about the tower appeared before Fang Yuan. LV1 Forging Tower. Quality: A-level rare quality. Functions: 1. Capable of forging divine weapons of A-level quality and below. 2. Each floor can recruit craftsmen with diverse forging skills. The skill levels and quantity of the craftsmen determine the time taken to complete the forged weapons. 3. The skill levels and quantity of craftsmen are dictated by the level of the forging tower itself. Limit: 0, 60, current level, maximum of 10 craftsmen per floor. While perusing the details of the forging tower, Fang Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering, he was met with an endless expanse of white, as well as 10 fully equipped forging workshops resembling houses. After exploring the first floor of the forging tower, which represented the forging of F-grade inferior quality tools, Fang Yuan followed the tower's guidance and focused his thoughts, transporting himself directly to the 6th floor, the area designated for the crafting of A-level rare quality tools. Upon his arrival on this floor, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a serene Jiangnan garden, with 10 pavilions standing majestically amidst the landscape. Observing the stark contrast between the environments of the 1st and 6th floors, Fang Yuan glanced at the recruitment panel and promptly filled it, expending 1,000 source crystals to summon 10 craftsmen skilled in creating A-level rare tools. In a flash of azure light, 10 individuals of varying appearances, yet clad in identical garments, appeared before him. As they immediately bowed in reverence, the names and LV1 level indicators hovering above their heads spared Fang Yuan the trouble of naming them. Without engaging in idle chatter with the 10 craftsmen, who, due to the Forging Tower-S affiliation, held a minimum goodwill level of 80, predominantly tinged with fear, Fang Yuan retrieved the 100-ton Shura magic iron from his spatial backpack and placed it upon the unyielding ground without a hint of damage. He commanded the 10 craftsmen, "I require you to forge 10 long swords from this material. How long will it take you to complete?" The craftsmen, upon hearing his directive, examined the Shura magic iron closely before exchanging glances and responding in unison. "With our current skill levels, it will take at least 1 month. Frowning at their response, Fang Yuan replied, "A month? I cannot wait that long. If I need to acquire the long swords forged from this Shura magic iron within 3 days, what level must you achieve at the very least?" An elder craftsman with white hair at his temples stepped forward and respectfully stated, "To complete the 10 Shura magic swords within 3 days, the minimum level for our 10 would need to be at least level 10. If you were to elevate the forging tower to level 3 and summon 20 additional craftsmen of our caliber, we could complete your request within a day." Nodding at the craftsman's words, Fang Yuan instructed them to begin the forging process and swiftly exited the forging tower. Upon leaving the forging pavilion, Fang Yuan looked up to see the White God, along with White 1 and White 2, returning to the territory, carrying with them a multitude of goblin corpses ensnared in a vast web of vines above. Gazing upon the vast network of colossal vines crafted by the White Deity, each entwined with at least thousands of goblin corpses, Fang Yuan couldn't help but reflect, time is life. The sheer volume of goblin remains, along with their assorted tools, promises an extraordinary opportunity for a grand resource acquisition event. This bounty will undoubtedly suffice to elevate both my territory and the Supreme Dragon Nest to levels exceeding 10. Chapter 25. The Sinister and Grotesque 100-Eyed Demon God. Clearance sale, Goblin Flesh Mystery Boxes. Description: each mystery box contains 1 unit of goblin flesh, with quality levels determined by chance, ranging from the lowest E grade to the highest D grade. Primary selection: 10 units of stone, 20 units of wood. Alternative selection: 10 source crystals. Remaining quantity: 1,000 units. Clearance sale, various weapons and armor mystery boxes. Description: each mystery box is guaranteed to contain at least 1 item, with quality levels determined by chance, ranging from the lowest E grade to the highest D grade. Primary selection: 2 units of stone for units of wood. Alternative selection: 5 source crystals. Remaining quantity: 10,000 units. Fang Yuan's personal forging shop. Description: accepting commissions for the creation of various tools with quality levels below A grade, with materials to be provided by the client. Commission price list: F grade inferior quality, 1 source crystal per item. Orders accepted, 0, 10. E grade ordinary quality, 10 source crystals per item. Orders accepted, 0, 10. D grade excellent quality, 100 source crystals per item. Orders accepted, 0, 10. C grade good quality, 1,000 source crystals per item. Orders accepted, 0, 10. B grade exceptional quality, 10,000 source crystals per item. Orders accepted, 0, 10. A grade rare quality, 100,000 source crystals per item. Orders accepted. 10. Note: please prepare the necessary materials for the item to be forged before placing your order. If the materials are not uploaded to this shop via the trading system within 1 day after a successful order, the order will be considered forfeited. Clients who forfeit their orders will not receive a refund for the source crystals submitted at the time of ordering. After Fang Yuan meticulously processed all the goblins and subsequently sold their flesh and various tools in the form of mystery boxes through the trading system, he proceeded to pay 1,000 source crystals to register, edit, and launch the first personal shop for humanity on Blue Star, in compliance with the requirements for establishing a forging business. This series of actions instantly attracted the attention of numerous lords, all observing his every move within the Blue Star Trading Center. Dragongxia Nation Communication Channel. Zhang Qiuxing, a step ahead, every step ahead. Fang Yuan's growth rate is simply terrifying, undoubtedly linked to those achievement rewards. Zhou Guohua. Absurd, utterly ludicrous. Are we merely here to play supporting roles? Li Changsheng. Enough of this chatter. What good does overthinking do? Strength is the foundation, the essence for obtaining those achievement rewards. If you wish to become as formidable as Fang Yuan, then strive to grow stronger. Li Ran. By the way, I'm short on resources for buying mystery boxes. Is anyone interested in teaming up for a purchase? We'll fairly divide whatever we obtain according to our contributions. Li Changsheng. Count me in. Just send me the link for your co-purchase in the trading center directly or post it in the group. The trading system will handle the allocation automatically. Li Ran. Too late. Every mystery box Fang Yuan sold has been completely snatched up. Li Changsheng. Damn it. I just checked, and it's truly been cleared out. It wasn't even 2 or 3 minutes, and it vanished. This is absolutely outrageous. Zhang Qiuxing. As someone of limited means, I never bother looking at what Fang Yuan sells. 1. I can't afford it, and 2. I can't compete. The group members collectively reached their limit of 10,086. In a private group chat, Alliance of Longevity, 69 members. Li Changsheng. Thank goodness we acted swiftly, otherwise Fang Yuan's goods would likely have been wiped out by that clan of aristocrats. Fang Shuyan. Primarily, our group members all possess initial units above B grade, yielding a reasonably strong collective strength. Each of us can gather the resources needed to purchase mystery boxes. Otherwise, with our small number, it would be exceedingly difficult to amass enough for a prime position in the order queue. Yi Bei. With so many wolves and so little meat, just managing to snag something is already a blessing. Those smaller fry placing orders are often left empty-handed due to their low order shares. Acquiring those scarce resources in the current trading center is nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Jui. The strong remain strong. The ancients were not mistaken. Witnessing my mystery boxes being claimed in less than 3 minutes, I can't help but lament how united and affluent those aristocrats are. I am eager to see when they will splinter apart in the hands of those whose ambitions swell alongside their power. With a sigh, Fang Yuan, enveloped by the white deity in her maiden form, soared into the sky, surveying his domain from above. Observing the territory now significantly enriched compared to before, he accessed the attribute panels for his territory, the Supreme Dragon Nest, and the Forging Tower, meticulously contemplating their respective upgrade plans. Territory LV9 to LV15 upgrade requires 15,900 source crystals, 15,900 units of ordinary wood, and 15,900 units of ordinary stone. Supreme Dragon Nest LV2 to LV10 upgrade requires 3,900 source crystals, 390 units of ordinary wood, and 3,900 units of ordinary stone. Forging Tower LV1 to LV10 upgrade requires 450 source crystals, 450 units of ordinary wood, and 450 units of ordinary stone. Upon reaching level 10, each subsequent resource requirement for upgrading would escalate to 1,000 times that of the preceding level. The Supreme Dragon Nest would similarly require a consistent amount of various resources for each upgrade, mirroring the demands of the territory. These two entities represent significant resource drains. Reaching level 20 would mean consuming wood and stone in the tens of thousands for each increment. Fortunately, the resources required for upgrading the Forging Tower are 10 times less than those needed for the Supreme Dragon Nest and the territory. Or else I would likely have to await the return of the White Deity and her companions from their initial hunt. Having contemplated these matters, Fang Yuan proceeded to finalize the upgrades for the 3 attributes he had meticulously planned. As a radiant golden light enveloped the entire territory, altering its form and expanding its boundaries, he felt a subtle, yet potent pressure emanating from the heights above. Looking skyward, he beheld a grotesquely immense visage, spanning tens of thousands of meters in diameter, its myriad monstrous eyes fixated upon him. Demon God. These 2 words surged into Fang Yuan's mind the instant he laid eyes on that grotesque, 100-eyed face. Just as he observed the eerie purple light emanating from the demon's myriad eyes, unleashing a barrage of over 100 piercing purple beams that tore through the heavens above. A colossal creature, even more immense than the grotesque visage adorned with a myriad of eyes, manifested high in the heavens, its scales and claws shimmering with a brilliance reminiscent of the cosmic night sky. At the very moment this monstrous claw emerged, The terrifying visage was enveloped in the resplendent glow emanating from the creature, akin to a fleeting bubble, vanishing alongside the claw as if nothing had transpired, leaving the azure sky and white clouds untouched. Chapter 26. The Six-Winged Red Dragon. How could such an entity as a demon god seek to impose its will upon me? Could it be that my rapid development has drawn the ire of the hidden manipulators behind this grand tournament, inciting them to conspire against me? While Fang Yuan's mind raced with wild speculations, far beyond the boundaries of the azure domain where the human lords resided, lay a distant realm. Countless towering mountains rose from the ancient mountain range, with a colossal mountain reaching heights of tens of millions of meters, standing majestically at the center, exuding an aura of immortality. Atop this great mountain, a magnificent temple had been erected, from which surged a multitude of terrifying energies belonging to demon gods. Within the temple, a deity of indiscernible visage yet imposing stature sat upon the highest throne, casting a gaze upon the rows of demon gods seated below. A demon god, with a thousand-faced mirror suspended in the center of his palm, addressed the assembly, without exception. All demon gods who dared to act against those lords who surpassed level 10 during the 7-day protection period have met with failure and annihilation. A small fraction fell to the lords who, being members of powerful races, were already paragons among their kin and dispatched them directly. The overseers of the lordly tournament, along with those formidable beings, possessed strength far beyond the reach of the lesser demon gods dwelling outside the ancient forbidden zone. A demon god, from whose back a dark sun-like halo floated, chuckled, indeed. The one capable of binding us, both the main gods and the divine kings, within the ancient forbidden zone must be exceptionally powerful. As for those lower-tier demon gods recently released, they serve merely as tools to hinder the rapid development of those mighty lords. The towering demon god seated on the principal throne spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, we, the vanquished of the lordly tournament, shall inevitably descend into this chaotic world rife with ceaseless slaughter as the tournament progresses. I wonder how many of us will survive by the end of this contest, and whether a true supreme being will emerge to cleanse the likes of me, a mere pseudo-supreme who has lingered through epochs. Listening to the reflections of the mighty demon god, the assembly of demon gods, those who were once failures in the lordly tournament, fell into a moment of introspection and self-examination. After the demon god's attack, Fang Yuan, feeling a sense of unease regarding the world beyond, ultimately issued a command to all dragons forbidding them from leaving their territory. Originally intending to open the treasure chest obtained from upgrading his territory to level 10 the following day, he settled down with the white god, ready to rest upon the spirit stone and calm his mind. As a resounding roar echoed from the chamber of the Supreme Dragon Nest, he suddenly recalled something and summoned the attribute panel of the Supreme Dragon Nest. Supreme Dragon Nest, quality, SSS level mythical quality, level, LV 10 units, blue-eyed white dragon, 3, 100. Six-winged red dragon, 1, 100, next random summoning countdown, 10 days. Function, based on the current unit building level of the Supreme Dragon Nest, every 10 days. It will automatically summon a true dragon of no less than A-level quality, unlocking information on that dragon species. There is a certain probability of summoning a dragon of S level or higher, unlocking the summoning information for that dragon. Indeed, after upgrading the Supreme Dragon Nest to level 10, the countdown for the random summoning had concluded. Just as Fang Yuan contemplated this, a young dragon, over 10 meters long and adorned with 6 wings and fierce red scales, surged forth from the depths of the now much larger Dragon Lair. As he caught sight of the approaching 6-winged red dragon, before he could utter a startled exclamation or evade, a silvery figure darted past him in an instant. Bang! A tremendous crash resonated as a heavy object struck the ground, just a short distance from Fang Yuan. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw the once menacing 6-winged red dragon now firmly held by the white god, who pressed its head against the ground with a singular hand. Despite the dragon's desperate struggles, there was no chance of escaping the white god's icy and overwhelming grip. With each futile attempt, the dragon felt that any further exertion from the white god could result in its skull cracking open. Realizing this, the once defiant dragon ceased its thrashing, lying submissively on the ground while emitting muffled whimpers of surrender. Having narrowly avoided a scare, Fang Yuan, reminded of the playful nature of the white god upon her emergence, was intrigued by the resemblance to the 6-winged red dragon's initial impulsiveness. He promptly summoned the attribute panel to examine the 6-winged red dragon's details. Unit name, 6-winged red dragon. Name, unnamed. Quality, A-level rare quality. Level, LV 11, 100. Affection, 85, 5. Admiring the lord for having such powerful subordinates. Growth stage, juvenile, mentality and character. Childlike at age 6, irritable, combative, and drawn to strength. Attributes, physique, 70, spirit, 40. Source power, 50. Skills, Dragon Fury Tyrant, S-level. Dragon Flame Storm, A-level. Extreme Flame Dragon Fist, A-level. Combat Frenzy, A-level. The character traits of the 6-winged red dragon were surprisingly an upgraded version of the white god's mischievous nature, irritable and combative. indicating that this creature had sought to engage him in battle. The total attribute values matched those of the white god when she was still a blue-eyed white dragon at LV1, confirming that the six-winged red dragon belonged to the same elite rank of A-level rare beings. After contemplating the six-winged red dragon's attributes, Fang Yuan recalled the A-level sunstone in his backpack, which was quite similar to this dragon. He initially considered directly facilitating its evolution, but decided to wait until he could fully maximize the dragon's affection before proceeding with its transformation. Chapter 27. Dragon Fury Tyrant. Extreme Flame Dragon Fist. Endless Continent Lordly Tournament, 4th day. On this day, Fang Yuan first elevated the rank of the white deity to the 18th level, subsequently issuing her a directive to cautiously survey the surroundings, ascertaining the presence of any formidable beings. While the white deity embarked on the task assigned by Fang Yuan, he covertly instructed Bai Yi and Bai Air to alternately torment the six-winged crimson dragon he had named Hong Lian. During these moments of harassment, Fang Yuan would appear like a savior, driving away Bai Yi and Bai Air, significantly boosting his rapport with Hong Lian. Upon the white deity's return, having confirmed that no powerful entities resided within 100 kilometers, Fang Yuan, accompanied by the white deity, led Hong Lian to a goblin settlement for training. Beyond Fang Yuan's pretense of aiding Hong Lian in gaining strength and enhancing rapport through monster slaying, his primary intention was to test the might of the 10 A-grade Shura demon swords forged overnight by the 100 A-grade blacksmith summoned from the LV-10 Forge Tower before he retired the previous night. Shura demon sword. Quality: A-grade rare quality. Level: LV-18, 1, 1800. Functions: 1. Blood soul devour. Consumes the flesh and souls of beings, transforming them into essence that nourishes the wielder, aiding in healing or cultivation. 2. Feast of slaughter. When the wielder engages in combat, they will be influenced by the Shura demon sword, becoming bloodthirsty. The wielder's attributes will multiply in proportion to the number of slain beings, up to 6 times. 3. Shura demon domain. Within this domain, sacrifices of flesh and soul can summon the Shura demon race, potentially calling forth A-grade LV-18 Shura demons. Gazing back at the 10 menacing black-red swords hovering behind him, with their identical attributes, Fang Yuan looked down at a rather sizable goblin tribe, numbering at least 2,000. As the sentinels of the goblin tribe spotted the six-winged crimson dragon Hong Lian overhead, preparing to sound the alarm, 10 streaks of black-red light surged from Fang Yuan, transforming into 10 long rainbows that swiftly descended upon the watchtowers occupied by the goblin sentinels. In an instant, every goblin sentinel's head within 300 to 400 meters was pierced and obliterated, aside from a few goblins who had been gazing upwards at the sky, witnessing the terrifying spectacle of the 10 black-red rainbows flashing before them, followed by the heads of their fellow sentinels soaring up and crashing down. The majority of the goblins remained oblivious to the impending threat lurking nearby. Just as those goblins who witnessed this horrific scene looked up to see the six-winged crimson dragon diving down, shrieking in alarm, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. However, in the blink of an eye, a tempest of blood-red flames cascaded down from the sky, illuminating the startled goblins who had sensed something amiss. Before they could even muster a scream or scatter, they were completely engulfed by the descending inferno, unleashing a symphony of horrified wails. Yet, their cries were abruptly silenced as the Shura demon swords, darting through the air, pierced through their skulls like ripe melons, leaving behind only silence. As the blood-red flames continued to burn and spread, the 10 grotesque Shura demon swords, under Fang Yuan's command, relentlessly carved through the goblins' heads, reaping their lives. This gruesome tableau, if transposed to humans, would resemble a hellish slaughterhouse. Regardless of the nature of the beings involved, in the midst of such carnage, both Fang Yuan and the blood-red flame-spewing Hong Lian appeared as terrifying demons in the eyes of those being slaughtered. Damn it. We moved our tribe to this dense forest only to face the wrath of those dragons. Since the alien dark god lord riding the evil dragon has left us no chance for survival, we shall confront him with all our might. Even if we are destined to perish, we shall ensure he tastes the bitterness of our blood upon his face. Roaring with fervor, the goblin hero rallied the goblin elites, igniting a fierce battle cry from the depths of their chests, fueled by the rage of their fallen kin. Following this, the goblin elites charged out from their mountain lair, led by a giant goblin hero wielding a massive axe, towards the flying Hong Lian and Fang Yuan perched above. Having refined his heart of slaughter, Fang Yuan sensed the murderous intent directed at him from hundreds of meters away as the goblins burst forth from their cave. He turned to face the oncoming tide of goblins, smeared with a peculiar greenish mud that provided brief protection against the blood-red flames. Led by the LV-15 giant axe-wielding goblin hero, with a disdainful chuckle, Fang Yuan swiftly invoked his sword control technique, enveloping the 10 Shura demon swords in a deep crimson murderous aura. With a mere gesture, he directed them to slice through the path of the charging giant axe-wielding goblin hero, constructing a vast and dense web of red sword light, laden with a soul-shaking aura of slaughter. Except for the gigantic and robust giant axe-wielding goblin hero, Every goblin elite that traversed the crimson sword web was dismembered in an instant, their bodies reduced to countless bloody fragments. Listening to the anguished cries of the goblin elites falling to their doom, the giant axe-wielding goblin hero, though not entirely dismembered, bore deep wounds that exposed bone. He unleashed a furious roar and curse at Fang Yuan through a language of spirit calling. Alien Dark God Lord, I curse you to a most wretched demise. Ah. As he heard the furious curse echoing in his ears, Fang Yuan saw the massive axe, propelled with all the strength of the giant goblin hero, rapidly approaching him. Just as the white deity, who had been waiting behind Fang Yuan, prepared to shatter the glimmering black axe with a casual flick of her hand, Hong Lian let out a furious roar. At this moment, the white deity's hand lowered. In the wake of Hong Lian's thunderous bellow, she activated her Dragon Fury Tyrant S skill, her form swelling 2 to 3 times in size. Transitioning into her dragon human form, her massive muscles rippling. She exuded blood-red flames while her arms flexed, clad in fierce dragon scales. Channeling her wrath, Hong Lian unleashed the Inferno Tyrant Dragon Fist. A colossal dragon head composed of blood-red flames surged forth from Hong Lian's punch, swirling like a river of fire, engulfing the giant axe and the despairing giant goblin hero, reducing them to mere ashes. Chapter 28, Job Evolution, Six-Winged Sun Devouring Dragon. Consuming 450 source crystals, the six-winged red dragon, Hong Lian, has ascended from LV1 to LV10. Due to your significant elevation of the six-winged red dragon, Hong Lian's level, her affinity has increased by 5, reaching its maximum value of 100. After obliterating the goblin tribe and returning to his territory, Fang Yuan noticed that Hong Lian's affinity on her attribute panel had already reached 95. Contemplating that performing a rapid level up might also enhance her affection, perhaps even maxing it out, he promptly elevated Hong Lian's level to LV10. To his surprise, Hong Lian's affinity for him, which he had not anticipated to reach such heights, soared to a perfect 100. After a day of effort, he had finally managed to max out her affinity, thus enabling her to undergo a job evolution. Subsequently, after elevating Hong Lian to the current territorial level cap of LV18, which demanded 10 times the source crystals of her previous single-digit levels, Fang Yuan retrieved the Sun Mysterious Stone and the Hero Job Transfer Crystal. He gestured for the drooling Hong Lian to consume them, initiating her job evolution. Upon receiving the signal, Hong Lian eagerly devoured the two items, and as a golden light enveloped her, her form and bodily structure began to undergo a rapid transformation. When the golden glow dissipated into countless specks of light, a magnificent and imposing dragon's roar resonated from the now soaring Hong Lian, echoing through the skies. Looking up, Fang Yuan beheld a fearsome sight. A dragon nearly 500 meters in length, clad in menacing black and red scales, with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters. Hong Lian soared high above, her 4 claws and 6 wings ablaze with black and red flames. Majestic and awe-inspiring. After mentally assessing Hong Lian's current appearance, Fang Yuan promptly accessed her attribute panel. Heroic race name, Six-Winged Sun Devouring Dragon. Name, Hong Lian. Quality, S-grade epic quality. Level, LV 181, 8000. Affinity, 100. Growth stage, growth period. Mentality and personality, a 12-year-old child, irritable, combative, and power-hungry. Attributes, physical strength, 1140. Spirit, 800. Source power, 900. Skills, Dragon Emperor's Fury, SS grade. Sun Devouring Light, SS grade. Annihilation Divine Sun, S grade. Infinite Flame Dragon Fist, S grade. Combat Frenzy, S grade. Particularly formidable in prolonged battles, as her rage accumulates, using the Dragon Emperor's Fury, which can enhance all attributes by up to 7-fold. It can be asserted that no being of comparable talent or level would stand a chance against her. Just as Fang Yuan marveled at Hong Lian's astounding attributes post-evolution, another resounding roar echoed from the skies. Interpreting the challenge in Hong Lian's roar, Fang Yuan was about to admonish her to refrain from causing trouble when a similar resounding dragon's roar echoed, as the white deity, in a form matching Hong Lian's, made its presence known. Accompanied by the white deity's declaration of battle, a thunderous explosion erupted as it took flight, dazzling light enveloping its 4 wings as it chased after Hong Lian, who had soared beyond the territory. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan swiftly communicated via their fully maxed affinity, addressing the 2 dragons poised to assert their dominance. You may compete for superiority, but under no circumstances must you unleash your true fury to the point of rendering each other near death. To regulate your contest, I propose a rule. Whoever lands on the ground after 3 minutes shall be deemed the loser. You must abide by my established rules. For any violation will result in my declaring you the loser, and I shall consequently disregard you. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's punitive measures, both the white deity and Hong Lian, who could not fathom the idea of incurring his disdain, promptly abandoned their initial intentions of overwhelming each other. With merely 3 minutes to establish their victor, while simultaneously withholding their full strength, the 2 dragons engaged in a relatively restrained skirmish. Nearby Lin Fan, meanwhile, was preparing dinner in his territory, roasting a 1-meter-long fish. As for what his Godzilla offspring was consuming, Lin Fan glanced at the juvenile Godzilla, now towering nearly 20 meters like a small building, feasting on a collection of low-level monster corpses it had hunted. He mused that it was neither hungry nor in danger of starvation. Every beginning is difficult. I was merely unfortunate at the outset. Had I not encountered those werewolves, my Godzilla would have effortlessly dispatched a few low-level monsters to level up, and those werewolves would have posed no threat. Pondering this, Lin Fan felt a wave of regret wash over him. Damn it, why didn't I wait for dawn before sending Godzilla out to hunt? If I had, I wouldn't be reduced to catering to that overly powerful, yet utterly dismissive Fang Yuan. Cursing internally, Lin Fan, remembering the timber and stone resources he needed to prepare for Fang Yuan, sighed as all his frustration and grievances coalesced into that single exhalation. Just as he sighed, a thunderous roar resonated, accompanied by 2 majestic dragon roars, erupting not far from his territory. What on earth is happening? Clueless about the commotion, Lin Fan sprinted to the crest of a nearby hill, gazing towards the direction of the uproar, astonished as he beheld 2 colossal dragons, their wingspan nearly eclipsing several territories, with a black-red giant dragon plummeting from the sky towards him. With a tremendous crash, the impact reverberated against the invincible shield enveloping Lin Fan's territory. He then witnessed the ground outside the protective barrier shatter under the terrifying force, massive rocks lifting and flying into the air. As the black-red giant dragon took flight, its 6 wings ablaze with black-red flames, torrents of fire engulfed the trees outside Lin Fan's territory, rapidly spreading into an inferno. From his vantage point on the hill, Lin Fan observed the expanding chasm, several meters wide and deep, along with the black-red flames that seemed to scorch the sky, incinerating the timber resources he had prepared for Fang Yuan into a cloud of ashes. At that moment, Lin Fan's heart swelled with fear towards the giant dragon, along with a sense of helplessness regarding the impending failure to fulfill his resource delivery task, and a profound despair for this world. The mounting pressure within him finally snapped, overwhelming his ability to manage his emotions. Kneeling on the hillside, Lin Fan repeatedly struck his head against the ground, tears streaming down his face as he choked back sobs, emitting deep, mournful cries. Not far behind Lin Fan, his Godzilla stood silently, gazing at Lin Fan, who wept inconsolably like a child, while also observing the 2 colossal dragons engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. In its eyes sparkled the fervent desire to grow stronger and to confront those dragons. Chapter 29, The Wrath of the Dragon Emperor vs. The Divine Light of the Blue Eyes. Nearby communication channel of Jiang City. Li ran. Goodness. I just heard a tremendous explosion near my territory. I was utterly shocked to discover it was 2 gigantic dragons clashing. Uploading video of the brief skirmish between the White God and the Red Dragon. Zhang Ming, incredible. This blue-eyed sacred light dragon and the 6-winged sun-devouring dragon are both only LV-18 yet possess such enormous size. I can scarcely imagine how colossal they would be at higher levels. Wang Tian, when gods battle, mortals suffer. My ancestors did not mislead me. Brotherly Ran, your forested area is likely in ruins. Luo Fenglin, why are you all so serious? By the way, what happened to that internet celebrity beauty named Yi Qianqian? Why is her avatar grayed out? Did she die? Wang Tian, don't even mention it. That night, I spent a little to video chat with Yi Qianqian about, well, you know, guess what happened? In a desolate area, Yi Qianqian, unable to find food, had her favorability plummet below 50 due to hunger, and a giant spider, seeing her tender flesh, devoured her right before my eyes. Thankfully, I hung up quickly, otherwise, with the shock I experienced, I'd be suffering from a severe case of fright. Luo Fenglin, 666, you're quite the hidden gem. As Li Ran uploaded the video to Jiang City's nearby communication channel, it passed through many hands until it reached the Dragon Summer Nation's communication channel and the Blue Star Human communication channel, sparking considerable discussion among numerous lords. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, calculating the time, could already sense that the White God and Red Lotus had retreated at least 300 to 400 kilometers from his territory. In just over 2 minutes, they had fought and flown that distance. Considering their massive size, Fang Yuan found it reasonable. The final 10 seconds began the countdown. As Fang Yuan initiated the countdown through his telepathic communication with the White God and Red Lotus, the 2 dragons instantly distanced themselves from each other. Ceasing their previous tentative skirmishes, they then summoned the source energy within them, preparing to unleash their ultimate moves that would determine the outcome of their contest. Behold, 2 magnificent beams of light, one white and one black-red, collided in midair with a resounding roar. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated across the heavens, and a wave of terrifying force surged outward, shaking the very fabric of the earth. The heavy clouds above parted, creating a massive opening that scattered like a tempest, while the ground trembled as trees shattered and fell. At the epicenter of this cataclysmic release, a sphere of black, red, and white light expanded dramatically. 3 seconds remaining. As the final countdown echoed in the minds of the 2 dragons, they halted their energy beams and unleashed their most formidable techniques. With a flourish, Red Lotus employed her SS level skill, the Wrath of the Dragon Emperor, amplifying her attributes fourfold, causing her form to swell to twice its size, transforming into a towering dragon-human figure 1,000 meters tall. In contrast, the White God activated her SS level skill, Limitless Superbody, causing her internal source energy to surge eightfold, radiating a dazzling aura that enveloped her entire being in a brilliant glow. Boom! The colossal Red Lotus flapped her menacing black-red six wings, creating a visible shockwave in the air as she soared forward, wielding a massive dragon fist forged from black-red flames, aiming at the approaching White God. Yet, the White God displayed no inclination to evade. Her resplendent azure eyes shimmered with divine light as she countered the massive fiery fist of Red Lotus with her own SS-level skill, the divine light of the blue eyes. With a resounding explosion, the overwhelming force of Red Lotus's fiery dragon fist was instantly dissipated upon colliding with her own black-red armored fist. The sound of shattering armor echoed through the air as the black-red scales on Red Lotus's fist crumbled under the pressure, reacting instinctively to the threat. A startled Red Lotus flapped her wings, retreating to avoid a direct confrontation with the two beams of azure divine light emanating from the White Goddess eyes. Just as Red Lotus narrowly evaded the relentless assault of the blue eyes' divine light, the countdown for the duel concluded in their minds. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's command to cease the battle and return to their territory, the White God, initially eager to pursue the retreating Red Lotus, hesitated at the thought of the penalties for rule-breaking. Reluctantly, she dispelled the azure beams of divine light, and, without a glance back at Red Lotus, soared back to Fang Yuan's domain, the Supreme Dragon Realm, enveloped in a shimmering glow. Seeing the White God relent, Red Lotus, recalling the consequences of noncompliance, also abandoned her desire to continue fighting. Observing the cracks forming on her right hand, she quelled her anger, allowing the black-red luminescence to fade as she returned to her original form and size. With a swirl of black-red flames, she hastened towards the White God, determined to reach the Supreme Dragon Realm ahead of her rival. Fang Yuan, witnessing the unfolding events, could only shake his head and chuckle softly. The Dragonkin were inherently competitive. Imposing strict prohibitions against their skirmishes would only lead to more intense conflicts when tensions boiled over, rather than stifle their rivalry. It was far more prudent to allow them to engage in contests periodically, honing their combat skills against equally matched opponents. Upon returning to the territory first, the White God transformed into a stunning maiden clad in a silver-white gown, appearing before Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, Red Lotus, having lost to the White God, descended next, clad in a black-red qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, exuding an equally mesmerizing charm. In a bold display, she approached Fang Yuan and wrapped her arms around his, pressing against him with a sultry grin. Before she could even provoke a reaction from the White God, who had already secured her place by Fang Yuan's other side, the atmosphere thickened with tension as both dragons vied for his attention. Feeling the contrasting softness from both sides, Fang Yuan recited a simple, calming mantra in his mind, only to realize that it had no effect on his own agitation. Trapped within the embrace of the two dragons, he resigned himself to the delightful predicament and formally announced the results of their duel, which had ended in a stalemate. Upon the announcement of this stalemate, a resounding roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry reverberated from the depths of the Supreme Dragon Lair, echoing throughout the surroundings. Fang Yuan pondered. Chapter 30. Discussion or Command. Before him, a formidable black dragon, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, lay prostrated on the ground, overwhelmed by the imposing dragon might exuded by the upper-tier dragon species, by Shun and Honglian. Fang Yuan recalled that after the Supreme Dragon Lair upgraded to level 10, it had maintained a mechanism that randomly summoned a B-grade creature every 10 days, with a slight chance of summoning entities of B-grade or higher. Thus, he comprehended the nature of the massive black dragon before him. It appeared that even after ascending to level 10, the Supreme Dragon Lair retained the initial phase's summoning rules. Although this first phase could no longer yield A-grade or higher units, the daily extraction of a B-grade unit was still quite commendable. Reflecting on this, Fang Yuan summoned the Black Dragon's attribute panel. Unit name, Black Dragon name, unnamed quality, B-grade exceptional quality level, LV1, 1, 100, affinity, 90, 10 fear. Admiration, growth form, juvenile mentality character, 6-year-old child, belligerent, bloodthirsty, admires the strong, attributes, physique, 30, spirit, 25, source power, 25, skills, black flame breath, B-grade, corruption swamp, B-grade. Melee reflective armor, B-grade. In the future, my domain will undoubtedly be home to an increasing number of dragons, necessitating a rational division of labor among them. Otherwise, if they all venture out to hunt while I am left to manage the territory alone, I shall inevitably wear myself thin. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan decided to name the Black Dragon Xiaohei and assigned it a long-term task. He instructed it to gather timber in the forest each day from dawn until dusk, and should it grow weary from felling trees, to seek out stone piles and collect boulders as well. The Black Dragon's skills were unrelated to territory management, making it most suitable for collecting wood and stone. Once I summon a few more Black Dragons, the resources required for upgrading my territory will no longer necessitate wholesale purchases from the trading center. With this thought, a bold idea suddenly ignited in Fang Yuan's mind. Given that surrounding resources are ultimately finite, should my dragon population burgeon, I would inevitably find myself in a predicament of insufficient food resources. Why not send those B-grade units, which belong solely to the dragon species and are below A-grade, to the territories of my vassal lords under the pretense of providing them with benefits for resource gathering and nurturing? With this realization, Fang Yuan felt like a genius. This strategy not only resolved the issue of self-sustaining resource acquisition for territorial upgrades, but also addressed the resource needs for nurturing the dragons, truly a double-edged sword. If it also alleviated a significant portion of the survival challenges faced by fellow lords and garnered their unanimous acclaim, it could be deemed a quadruple achievement. What a lucrative endeavor. Possessing a steadfast execution capability, Fang Yuan promptly sprang into action. He accessed the Vassal Lord application panel and selected all the information pertaining to lords requesting initial level units below A-grade to display on the application page. The sound of notification chimes filled the air incessantly, setting the application information displayed on the Vassal Lord application panel to sort by initial unit level. Fang Yuan began meticulously selecting from among those lords who had not cancelled their applications. Goodness, this individual's territory is a staggering 11 billion kilometers away. Transporting my units there would surely bankrupt me. Indeed, such individuals were not uncommon, and the most crucial point was that they were predominantly foreigners. After reviewing the basic information of those at the top of the Vassal Lord application list, Fang Yuan couldn't help but grumble, then resumed setting filter criteria. While he could agree to all applications, he nevertheless had his own bottom line. Since he could not access their resources, there was no need to clutch tightly to those seeking refuge by clinging to a powerful ally, leaving them to their own devices. Otherwise, when they inevitably faltered, they might sully his reputation in the Blue Star's communication channels for all humanity. Thus, it was evident that he would be the one suffering the consequences of their misfortune. Although Fang Yuan was not particularly concerned about reputation, it was preferable to avoid any tarnish. It served as a means to accumulate virtue. Observing the newly filtered application list, Fang Yuan selected 100 lords from those within the previously established Jiangxing domain who had achieved initial unit levels of C-grade or higher, approving their vassal lord applications. He simultaneously expressed his willingness to provide each of their territories with a B-grade dragon of exceptional quality, boasting top-tier attributes and reaching LV5, for ongoing support and protection. 93 of the 100 lords promptly expressed their profound gratitude in response, while the remaining 7 declined, asserting their capability for self-sufficiency. Additionally, these 7 lords sincerely requested Fang Yuan to consider their shared identity as compatriots and release them from the binding contract of vassal lordship due to their oversight in not canceling their applications. Upon reading their replies, Fang Yuan, as their superior lord, could not suppress a cold smirk. Did they think this was a benevolent sanctuary where one could come and go as they pleased, leveraging their status as compatriots to manipulate him morally? How laughable. After accessing their territorial information and scrutinizing it, Fang Yuan swiftly grasped the rationale behind their rejection. No wonder they felt no need for his ongoing support. In addition to possessing B-grade initial units, they were also bold enough to independently elevate their territories to level 3, with several units reaching LV6. They naturally looked down upon the prospect of hosting his clearly resource-grabbing LV5 Black Dragon. Accessing the summoning panel for Black Dragon units in the Supreme Dragon Lair, Fang Yuan summoned 5 and upgraded them all to LV5. He then brought all his vassal lords into a private group chat he had established and activated the video conference feature. Once all the vassal lords, who had no capacity to refuse any orders from Fang Yuan, appeared in the conference, he succinctly stated, "There are 7 lords who previously submitted applications for vassal lord contracts who now wish to retract their requests after I have consented. I am, by nature, merciful and will respect your decision. However, this is not a benevolent sanctuary where one can come and go as one pleases. Therefore, those 7 lords wishing to nullify the vassal lord contract must defeat the LV5 Black Dragon I stationed to guard your territories with all your units. Should you succeed, I shall immediately release you from the vassal lord contract and grant you your freedom." Upon concluding his statement, he promptly rejected the speaking requests from the 7 lords. In a stern and resonant tone, he declared, "I am not here to negotiate or discuss with you. I am issuing orders. Victory grants you freedom, while defeat demands your obedience." Chapter 31, A One-Sided Clash of Carnage. As Fang Yuan's voice, imbued with undeniable authority, echoed through the chamber, the screen that had been filled with the visage of 100 council members abruptly reduced to a mere 7. These 7 lords were the very ones who had previously reneged on their allegiance and sought to dissolve their vassal contracts with Fang Yuan. The visuals gradually zoomed in, revealing the entirety of their territories, adorned with the white pillars of light that had descended upon them. Upon witnessing the dissolution of the white light, the lords were confronted by the formidable sight of a black dragon, over 30 meters in diameter, materializing within their realms. As Fang Yuan granted the 7 lords the ability to speak, they exclaimed in unison. Lord 1 cried out, "Fang Yuan, we merely wish to terminate the vassal contract. Must you resort to such extremes?" Lord 2 lamented, "Do you not feel remorse for this mutually destructive course? Each of our soldiers exists to vanquish monsters, not to engage in fratricidal conflict." Lord 3 interjected, "We do not wish to be your enemies. What benefit do you gain from this path of mutual ruin?" Lord 7 warned, "Even if you emerge victorious, what then? Our forces will be decimated, and you will not extend your resources to restore our might. We will ensure that all lords know of your malice, making it impossible for you to attract high potential allies in the future." After absorbing their words, Fang Yuan found their pleas utterly laughable. In this era governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, those who wield immense power dictate the terms. Any voices of dissent or accountability are but ephemeral wisps in the face of absolute strength. Particularly, the last lord's attempt to threaten him was comically absurd, as he seemed to cling to the antiquated notion that public opinion could sway the rules established by the mightiest. With a derisive snort, Fang Yuan disregarded the bluster of these lords and, through their territorial permissions, issued commands for the black dragons to commence their assault. Roar, roar, roar. As his command resonated, the skies above the territories reverberated with the thunderous roars of dragons. 7 black dragons, each twice the size of the lord's forces, descended from the heavens, charging directly at the soldiers within the lord's domains. Realizing that dialogue was futile, the lords hastily commanded their troops to engage the encroaching dragons. As the dragons closed in, they unleashed torrents of black flames, engulfing the hapless soldiers who had sensed the impending danger and scattered in panic. Witnessing the devastating losses inflicted upon their forces, Lords 3, 4, 6, and 7 immediately cried out for surrender. However, they had lost their speaking privileges and could not voice their pleas. As they witnessed their armies on the brink of annihilation during the dragon's impending second wave of attacks, the 4 lords fell to their knees, bowing their heads in apology to Fang Yuan, vowing to comply with his every command henceforth. Understanding that the complete annihilation of their forces would leave them defenseless against the ensuing calamity, the lords' once ambitious aspirations dissipated into nothingness. In the face of the need to survive, their so-called ambitions and freedoms appeared trivial and laughable. Seeing them bloodied and battered in their earnest contrition, Fang Yuan finally commanded the 4 dragons to cease their assault. He then instructed them to remain in the lord's territories to gather the necessary resources for territorial upgrades and sustain their own vitality. After addressing these 4 lords, only the screens representing Lords 1, 2, and 5 remained in the council's video feed. Lord 5, resolute in his defiance, took his own life with a dagger as his forces fell. With his demise, a countdown to the collapse of his territory began to unfold before Fang Yuan. As lords enjoyed the benefits bestowed upon them by their vassals, they also bore the responsibility of safeguarding them. While the demise of a vassal lord did not incur direct punishment for their overlord, the total collapse of the vassal's territory represented a significant resource loss. Consider this a lesson to deter others, Fang Yuan mused, before expending some source crystals to activate a teleportation beam, returning the agitated black dragon that had been spiraling restlessly within Lord 5's territory. Lord 1, confronted by a dragon that had descended upon his domain, unleashed a skill known as Corrupted Swamp, a technique laden with pollution. Ultimately, as he beheld several of his soldiers reduced to decayed bones, they knelt before Fang Yuan, begging for mercy and opting for surrender. Thus, only one expansive video feed remained on the council panel, showcasing the fierce battle between the formidable soldiers of Lord 2 and the black dragon that had invaded his territory. Observing the screen, Fang Yuan noted the Earth Knights, who, firmly planted on the ground, harnessed the Earth's energy to erect barriers against the dragon's breath and the corrosive swamp. Fang Yuan accessed the attributes of the Earth Knights and marveled at the power of their skill, Child of the Earth, which bore an A-rank rarity. Child of the Earth, a rank as long as their feet remain grounded, the Earth Knights' source energy will continuously replenish from the Earth, amplifying the potency of their Earth-controlling abilities by up to 6 times. Were this skill to manifest in his B-rank Black Dragon, its quality would undoubtedly ascend to at least the lower echelon of A-rank. As Fang Yuan reflected on why such a powerful skill was not bestowed upon his Black Dragon, the screen depicted the Black Dragon, after a prolonged struggle, unleashing an enraged roar. With fury driving its actions, it surged recklessly into the attack range of the Earth Knights, charging directly toward them. At that moment, Lord 2's face lit up with excitement as he commanded the Earth Knights to unleash their full might against the encroaching Black Dragon. An unexpected scene unfolded before the eyes of the gathered crowd, as displayed on the video screen. Chapter 32, Exposure of Maleficence? Do you think I am afraid? Bang, bang, bang. Enormous earthen spikes, each measuring several meters in length, coalesced from the ground, piercing towards the onrushing Black Dragon. Just as the Second Lord and his 7 Earth Knight minions believed victory was assured, the Black Dragon unleashed a torrent of dark green mist from its maw, instantly corroding the tips of the advancing spikes. Subsequently, the entire body of the Black Dragon shimmered with an ethereal black light as it charged headlong into the severed ends of the massive spikes. Bang, bang, bang. Each earthen spike shattered under the force of the Black Dragon's assault, enhanced by its melee counterarmor skill. Witnessing this spectacle, the Vassal Lords were left in shock. While Fang Yuan chuckled to himself, the Black Dragon's greatest asset lies in its formidable physique, with the protection of the melee counterarmor, which offers both physical and magical defense while reflecting part of the damage taken. Its close combat prowess is truly extraordinary. Within the territory of the Second Lord, after the Black Dragon obliterated the earthen spikes, its colossal form surged towards the 7 Earth Knights, who had hastily constructed a formidable barrier. Bang! The massive barrier emitted a deafening roar, with only a few small cracks appearing on its surface. Meanwhile, the Earth Knights worked together to reinforce the barrier and conjured more earthen spikes to once again assault the Black Dragon. Bang! 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 The spikes proved futile against the dragon's defenses, instantly crumbling under the rebounding force of the Black Dragon's melee counterarmor and its inherent strength. The Second Lord, witnessing this, cried out in disbelief, "Impossible! This cannot be. How can the Black Dragon's defensive capabilities be so formidable? My Earth Knights are of a higher level, and even in a combined effort, they are being overwhelmed by this Black Dragon." Yet the truth was undeniable, even with 7 Earth Knights. They were no match for Fang Yuan's Black Dragon, which was merely at LV1. Frustrated, the Second Lord resolved to utilize his accumulated resources to enhance a recently acquired unique structure. He immediately allocated all available timber and stone resources to elevate his Territorial's level. Upon achieving a golden glow that signified an upgrade to LV4, he consumed source crystals to elevate his 7 LV6 Earth Knights to LV7. Bang! A colossal stone arm manifested atop the sturdy barrier, striking the Black Dragon, which was continuously exhaling corrosive mist. The impact sent the dragon soaring into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The massive stone arm transformed into hundreds of thick stone spears, hurling towards the ascending Black Dragon. Observing this, Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Without uttering a word, he accessed the Black Dragon's attributes panel, expending source crystals to elevate its level to 18. When it came to leveling up, Fang Yuan dared to claim that among all the Lords of Blue Star, he would take second place, with no one bold enough to claim the first. As the Second Lord watched the golden light enveloping the Black Dragon, which then dissipated to reveal a level increase of 13 to LV18, he was utterly dismayed. Just as the Second Lord, infuriated and desperate, began to curse Fang Yuan for his deceit and lack of honor, the now LV18 Black Dragon, measuring 100 meters in diameter, roared mightily. As the thick stone spears hurtled towards it, the dragon unleashed a torrent of black flames, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in a sweeping wave of darkness. Boom! Under the onslaught of the black flames, all the stone spears were instantly reduced to magma, scattering as ashes upon the ground. Yet the black flames surged forward, engulfing the already weakened barrier, transforming it into a massive, dark red, magma-coated elliptical sphere. Then, to the horror of the Second Lord, the enormous Black Dragon descended rapidly from the sky, generating a tempest from its powerful limbs, crashing into the now fragile barrier. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated, shaking the ground. As everyone, except the Second Lord, turned their gaze towards the source of the thunderous sound displayed on the conference screen, the dust settled to reveal a colossal Black Dragon standing in a massive crater, measuring 200 to 300 meters in diameter. Beneath its mighty feet lay the remains of the 7 Earth Knights, now nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Witnessing this, the Second Lord's composure shattered, and he began to wail in despair. Once Fang Yuan granted him the permission to speak in the conference, his cries, tinged with sorrow, echoed in the ears of all present. Fang Yuan, how could you be so cruel? You have annihilated all my minions. How can I survive this? You will surely meet a grim fate. Fang Yuan, I will not let you escape. I have recorded everything. I will expose your wickedness to the world, and you shall be despised by all lords, faced with their united resistance. Ha ha, Fang Yuan, you cur. If you beg me now, perhaps I will spare you some scorn when I reveal your deeds. As the previously broken Second Lord's spirit flickered with a hint of madness, he suddenly proposed. If you provide me with source crystals and summon 7 Earth Knights, leveling them all to 7, I will refrain from revealing your misdeeds. Let us make a deal. If you grant me source crystals, I will be obedient and unwavering in my loyalty. Please, grant me a chance for redemption. However, Fang Yuan merely scoffed at the Second Lord's proposition, activating a teleportation beam to return his now highest level Black Dragon to his territory. After completing this task, he coldly addressed the increasingly desperate Second Lord, who alternated between pleading for forgiveness and issuing threats. You pathetic jester, spare me your futile chatter. I shall grant you one day to disseminate my so-called maleficence. You and any other scheming vassal lords who may have recorded this, you should witness what I truly fear. Chapter 33. The Sword Array of 10,000 Swords, Pinnacle of Public Opinion. Endless Continent Lord Competition, Day 5. As dawn broke, Fang Yuan awoke, withdrawing his hand from the embrace of the white goddess and the red lotus. Sitting upright, he gazed at the two flawless, translucent legs resting atop his own, silently parting their perfect forms from him. Upon reaching the entrance of the Supreme Dragon Lair, Fang Yuan retrieved the S-grade epic quality treasure chest from his backpack and promptly chose to open it. Congratulations on receiving S-Class Hero Job Transfer Crystal 1, Source Crystal 10,000, S-Class Rare Formation, 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation, Personal Space Backpack 100,000 cubic meters. As Fang Yuan gazed at the modest yet profound treasure chest reward information, he summoned the panel of his space backpack and concentrated his thoughts on the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation, which subsequently revealed its attribute panel before his eyes. LV1 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation. Quality, S-Class Epic Quality. Functions, 1. Utilizing myriad swords as a formation, it condenses a sword domain that envelopes the entire territory, creating a barrier of sword domain. 2. Gathers the source power of heaven and earth for conversion and refinement at the current level. It can condense a drop of sword source liquid daily. 3. The sword that cuts through heaven gathers the power of myriad swords to form the mighty Asking Heaven Sword. With a single strike, it can shatter the skies, and its cold light can traverse tens of thousands of kilometers. The might is determined by the strength of the myriad swords. Remarks. 1. The power of the myriad swords guardian formation is primarily determined by the strength of the myriad swords at each formation point. The stronger the swords, the more formidable the formation. 2. When deploying this formation, please select a binding subject. Once determined, it cannot be modified, and after the formation is set, it cannot be stored in any space equipment, so choose wisely. 3. Formation-related entities are not restricted by territory level. If resources are sufficient, they can be upgraded to the highest level. After perusing the detailed information of the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation, Fang Yuan contemplated the last point in the remarks. With careful consideration, he understood why today's treasure chest yielded only the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword. The ability to elevate its level without being constrained by territory level, provided there are sufficient resources, essentially rendered the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation invincible in the early stages. Upon reflecting on the second remark, Fang Yuan ultimately concluded that if he were to bind this formation to himself, he would be a living target, surrounded by myriad swords wherever he went. Thus, he decided it would be more prudent to bind the formation to the entire territory. This way, it could serve as a defensive measure, replacing traditional walls with the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation, thereby conserving materials and labor while enhancing safety. With this resolution in mind, Fang Yuan promptly retrieved a long sword, entirely black and gold in hue, from his space backpack, representing the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation. LV1 Asking Heaven Sword. Quality, S-Class Epic Quality. Functions. 1. The core of the formation, essential for unleashing and maintaining the operation of the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation. Feeling a surge of emotions, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted to the prompt box displaying the binding target options beside the Asking Heaven Sword. After selecting the entire territory of the Supreme Dragon domain from the available options, he eagerly confirmed the placement of the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation. In an instant, a black and gold radiance erupted from the Asking Heaven Sword, enveloping the entirety of the Supreme Dragon domain. As the brilliance expanded, it gracefully covered Fang Yuan's territory. Mysterious and profound formation patterns, etched with countless runes, materialized in the sky above, cloaked in the black and gold glow. Once all the enigmatic formation patterns manifested over Fang Yuan's territory, the suspended Asking Heaven Sword swiftly ascended into the high skies, transforming into an enormous black and gold sword that hovered above the domain, exuding a terrifying and vast sword intent. This commotion naturally roused the two leaders of the Dragon Clan, White God and Red Lotus. Upon swiftly arriving at Fang Yuan's side and gazing skyward, they witnessed the colossal black and gold sword releasing myriad streams of black and gold light that illuminated the entire territory and its surroundings for dozens of kilometers. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into countless black and gold long swords that soared toward the mysterious and profound formation patterns covering the territory, landing on each formation point of the 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Formation. With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoed as the myriad swords returned to their designated positions, resonating throughout the realm. The single sound of the sword's cry startled the heavens and the earth. High above, a vast expanse of clouds began to swirl, forming a colossal vortex. Within this grand vortex, Fang Yuan and the dragons could distinctly sense the immense source energy of heaven and earth contained within. A dazzling, Multicolored beam of source energy plunged straight down from the vortex onto the 10,000 swords asking heaven sword formation. With a thunderous roar, a sound that shook the very foundations of the world, the formation began absorbing the boundless source energy, abruptly forming a 1-meter-wide spatial membrane known as the Asking Heaven Sword Domain. Within the Asking Heaven Sword Domain, waves of black, destructive sword energy surged. Each of the myriad Asking Heaven swords, upon inspection of their attribute panels, revealed themselves to be A-class rare quality swords. At this moment, they were devouring the multicolored source energy, transforming it into black sword energy that filled every inch of the sword domain. Once the beam of source energy from the high heavens was completely consumed by the myriad swords within the Asking Heaven Sword Domain, it vanished in an instant. Every spatial region within the Asking Heaven Sword Domain brimmed with the overwhelming aura of destruction. These formidable, destructive sword energies, under the influence of the formation's power, radiated an exceedingly terrifying aura that instilled fear in all beings within a kilometer radius, capable of both defense and offense. Although the current level of the sword formation was only LV1, its maximum range of attack extended to an astounding kilometer, a truly frightening prospect. Fang Yuan marveled at this realization and began to delve into the myriad functions and formidable capabilities of the 10,000 swords asking heaven formation. Meanwhile, after a night had passed, the second lord, along with another ally, incessantly rallied friends in various communication channels to expose Fang Yuan's alleged misdeeds, targeting the first lord who remained defiant against him. Fang Yuan, already a prominent figure of discussion among humanity on Blue Star, gradually became the subject of criticism and slander from countless lords across various nations, fueled by the machinations of certain individuals. The sheer number of lords denouncing Fang Yuan was overwhelming. Even those who previously sought to invest heavily to win him over now refrained from speaking on his behalf, realizing that in the current climate of public outrage, such an association would only lead to greater losses for them. The leaders who made this choice would undoubtedly regret their decisions in the years to come. Chapter 34. Debating with the Scholars, Summer 1. After expending 10,000 source crystals, Fang Yuan upgraded all the A-class subswords split from the Asking Heaven Sword to LV2. Consequently, the encompassing 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation elevated to LV2, commencing its voracious absorption of the source energy of heaven and earth once more, converting it into destructive sword energy that now filled the Asking Heaven Sword Domain, stretching 2 meters in length. As Fang Yuan sensed the formation, he noticed its terrifying aura had increased at least several hundredfold compared to before, while he restrained the intimidating aura emanating from it to prevent scaring off nearby wildlife or minor creatures. He mused aloud. The expenditure of 1,000 source crystals just to reach LV2 is indeed substantial. It feels like an insatiable money pit. However, considering the power gained in exchange for such resource consumption, it is undeniably a worthwhile investment. After all, the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation had indeed demonstrated its formidable prowess during Fang Yuan's earlier experiments. Even at LV1, it could barely withstand the relentless assaults of the Red Lotus without invoking the Dragon Emperor's Fury skill. Its defensive capabilities were truly not to be underestimated. Moreover, when Fang Yuan commanded the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation to enter attack mode, unleashing a barrage of swords, even the Red Lotus, upon engaging in direct confrontation, would sustain some minor injuries. This clearly illustrated that the dual-purpose 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation, which required an extensive expenditure of source crystals to level up, was justifiably formidable. Upon inquiring about the current LV2 status of the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation, Fang Yuan asked the Red Lotus whether it could withstand the Dragon Emperor's fury. The Red Lotus responded that it could not only breach its defenses, but also cautioned that should the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation activate its attack mode against her, she could likely suffer severe injuries. If it were to unleash its most powerful attack, the Sky-Slaying Sword, she might very well be slain in a single strike. Hearing the Red Lotus's response, Fang Yuan's expression shifted from astonishment to elation. With the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven Sword formation safeguarding his territory, when the invincible barrier eventually dissipated, all the dragons within would no longer need to adhere to the original plan of leaving a substantial contingent for defense. This would liberate a significant portion of his forces, enabling them to engage in hunting expeditions and generate greater value. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a dragon's roar resonated from the Supreme Dragon Nest. A newly refreshed B-grade exceptional quality dragon emerged. This one was a blue dragon adept at water manipulation, possessing attributes almost identical to that of the black dragon, save for its physique and source power. It soared forth from the depths of the dragon cave, appearing before Fang Yuan as he scrutinized its attribute panel. Before the mischievous blue dragon could playfully spray water at Fang Yuan, the fiercely protective white god leapt forward, swiftly grasped the dragon's head, and, with a gust of howling wind, flung it hundreds of meters into the sky. Fang Yuan rubbed his ears, which still rang from the rush of wind, and gently admonished White God, saying, "Those younglings tend to act like that when first summoned. Please remember to be gentle next time you discipline them. We wouldn't want one to accidentally meet its demise." White God, perceiving Fang Yuan's casual tone, simply nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Fang Yuan began preparing breakfast by taking out high-quality monster meat that weighed in tons, harvested by White God and her companions. While doing so, he also opened various communication channels to review the criticisms and vitriolic remarks directed at him by other lords who had taken to the moral high ground. The overwhelming majority of voices were critical, with scant few supporting him. In fact, those who had initially shown support seemed to vanish in the face of the onslaught of detractors. Just as Fang Yuan contemplated closing these channels, a flurry of rapidly changing messages within the Blue Star Humanity Communication Channel piqued his interest. Blue Star Humanity Communication Channel, Longxia Nation, Xiaowenxin. What is wrong with Fang Yuan's actions? In an era dominated by the strong, he has already granted opportunities to those who sought to change allegiances or dissolve contracts for freedom. On what grounds do you continue to berate him as a person devoid of moral integrity and contractual spirit? Stick Nation, Zhang Yinxiu, our mouths are our own. We can criticize as we please. It's none of your business. Little Life Nation, Taiyan Yesen like so. Fang Yuan's cruel treatment of former vassal lords seeking to ally with him is now justified? The evidence is irrefutable, and you still defend him. How absurd. Yuan Nation, Zhao Chong, annihilating the troops of vassal lords. What kind of madness is there to defend? Bear Nation, Iroyuus? Aren't you Yuan folks always backstabbing? You are in no position to speak. Longxia Nation, Long Xinyu. While we live in chaotic times, we are modern individuals. We cannot think through the lens of ancient ideologies. Objectively speaking, Fang Yuan's actions have indeed been excessive. This is no mere competition. He seeks to eradicate those who oppose him, especially considering the last scene, where the Lord merely leveled up a Earth Knight, while Fang Yuan jumped an astounding 13 levels. Do you truly find that fair? Longxia Nation, Long Lingxua, Wenxin. My brother's words may have been a bit harsh. Please forgive him. However, on the matter at hand, Fang Yuan's actions are undeniably unreasonable. Longxia Nation, Xiao Wenxin. Our relationship is merely cordial. Please refrain from calling me Wenxin. As for your claims of objectivity, they are laughable. The Earth Knight Lord, in a fit of anger, broke the rules by suddenly leveling up during the duel, and you dare say that Fang Yuan is unreasonable? That is simply foolish. Longxia Nation, Long Lingxua. Please keep the discussion relevant and avoid personal attacks. Longxia Nation, Xiao Wenxin. Huh? Are you saying it's wrong to point out stupidity? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to criticize you due to your status? I've been itching to berate you, you self-absorbed fool. You've stolen the hearts of men pursuing me since childhood, flaunting your superiority in my presence. It's truly repugnant. If your territory weren't so far, I would have relished the chance to give you a good thrashing. As Fang Yuan observed the flurry of messages in the Blue Star Humanity Communication Channel, he found amusement in Xiao Wenxin's spirited retorts. With a smile, he enjoyed the monster meat roasted by the Red Lotus while also pulling up the chat window, filled with numerous messages from Xiao Wenxin. He mentally clicked the upward arrow next to the message notification, causing the chat window to rapidly scroll back to when he had last closed it. He began reviewing the messages Xiao Wenxin had sent, and as he reached the messages from the previous night, his expression shifted. He recalled the Goblin King's city that had been obliterated by White God. The Goblin Great Hero, a four-armed sword demon at level 45, was reportedly making his way toward Fang Yuan's territory at an alarming pace. Was he seeking revenge? Chapter 35, Judging the Clan? In the face of interest, I apologize. My forces are in their infancy, with a thin foundation, and my capabilities to gather intelligence from distant regions are quite limited. It appears that before I can roam the boundless continent with confidence, I will need to forge alliances to mutually benefit one another. With this in mind, Fang Yuan glanced at Xiao Wenxin, who was still engaged in heated exchanges in the communication channel, and thoughtfully replied in their chat window, "Thank you for your intelligence and support. In return, I shall share with you a piece of information known only to me." He observed Xiao Wenxin's avatar in the communication channel, which had stopped its retorts and displayed a red receipt for his message. With a flick of his mind, he crafted the following message. I have obtained different levels of hero class transfer crystals from B and A grade treasure chests. Utilizing these items can transform corresponding level troop units into racial hero units. The essence of the heroic units, in addition to possessing absolute dominion over their original races, exhibits attributes and capabilities that far exceed those of the standard beings of the same class. Depending on the inherent quality of the unit, there exists a certain probability that utilizing the hero class transfer crystal will elevate its quality rank during the transformation process. The information regarding the hero class transfer crystal, as articulated by Fang Yuan, will eventually come to light for those commanders who are the first to upgrade to level 5. However, as it stands, Fang Yuan is the sole custodian of this invaluable information. It is worth noting that the information he disclosed is merely the surface. He has kept certain insights under wraps. Specifically, after a unit undergoes the hero class transfer, Consuming resources of the same quality level that are complementary in attributes can enhance the success rate of the quality elevation for the transformed being, a detail he refrained from sharing. If this knowledge were to be revealed, the recipients of the hero class transfer crystals would be far less inclined to use them casually on high-quality units. When the initial calamity has passed and the populace of lords transitions into the expansion and conquest phase, Fang Yuan may very well encounter adversaries possessing S-class heroic beings. At this moment, Xiao Wenxin, who had received Fang Yuan's message, expressed her gratitude while simultaneously initiating a video call to her grandfather, Xia Qiuwen, the head of the Xia family. After several rings, the call was answered, revealing Xia Qiuwen, who appeared rejuvenated. His hair shifting from gray to black, and his visage considerably more youthful. With a furrowed brow, he scrutinized Xiao Wenxin on the screen, his voice resonating with authority as he queried, "What brings you to me, having disregarded the family's commands and engaged in quarrels with others? If this is merely to advocate for Fang Yuan, spare me the effort." Hearing the clear discontent in Xia Qiuwen's tone regarding her previous defense of Fang Yuan, Xiao Wenxin's earlier excitement at receiving news from him began to wane. With her own ambitions in mind, she gazed at her grandfather, who seemed to grow younger with each passing day, and after a moment of contemplation, she articulated, "I have just acquired a piece of exceedingly important information from Fang Yuan, pertaining to the transformation of unit beings into heroic units." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's name, Xia Qiuwen, already criticized by numerous family elders for his lax discipline, was initially inclined to terminate the call. However, upon grasping the gravity of what Xiao Wenxin was about to reveal, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, "What precisely did Fang Yuan convey?" Xiao Wenxin shook her head, choosing not to divulge the specifics of Fang Yuan's message to her grandfather, who had previously exhibited impatience. Xia Qiuwen, having 7 wives and numerous offspring, including several grandchildren born to Xiao Wenxin's father, had always maintained a distant relationship with her. In truth, their bond was so tenuous that he had never once regarded her with any real attention throughout her life. Were it not for the mysterious and powerful force that had brought humanity from Blue Star to this boundless continent to partake in the so-called Lord S Conquest Tournament, and Xiao Wenxin fortuitously receiving an A-grade rare summoning structure at the outset, she would not have possessed the privilege of contacting Xia Qiuwen without prior authorization. Therefore, despite her loyalty to the Xia family, Xiao Wenxin, harboring minimal affection for her grandfather, asserted, "This information holds immense value, one that could elevate the strength of our core family members to a new echelon. Thus, I must ascertain the reasonableness of my own interests before deciding whether to disclose it." Before Xia Qiuwen could unleash his wrath at her audacious words, Xiao Wenxin swiftly accessed the item panel of the trading center to assess the value of the items she intended to offer. "To substantiate the legitimacy of my information and the equivalence of the benefits I seek," she stated, "I have employed the item pricing system of the trading center for evaluation assessment. The screenshot of this evaluation has already been sent to our chat window. Please review it before you voice your thoughts and decisions." Xia Qiuwen, frowning deeply, scrutinized Xiao Wenxin with a piercing gaze before opening their chat to examine the valuation report. Upon observing the staggering sum of resources she had quoted, which was merely the minimum range indicated in the assessment, his expression shifted to one of shock. "We are family, all part of the same Xia clan. Your demand for such vast resources could almost deplete the entire family treasury. Do you not realize the weight of your actions? This borders on treason." In response to Xia Qiuwen's words, Xiao Wenxin, having anticipated such a reaction, maintained her composure and replied, "I sincerely appreciate the family's upbringing of me. However, in these extraordinary times, faced with substantial interests, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the information without compensation. If you deem my actions as treasonous, I shall simply list this information as a commodity. I am certain that other major powers across the nations would find it immensely intriguing." She required resources, and the Xia family could not possibly mobilize all their assets for a single individual. Thus, she resorted to this strategy. As long as she managed to rank among the top 10 commanders to upgrade to level 10 before the Lords of Blue Star, she could repay the resources she received from her family just as swiftly as Fang Yuan had done. Chapter 36. The Unassailable Prestige of the Aristocracy. The Frenzy of Territory Upgrades. The valuation of information commodities is determined not only by the intrinsic worth of the information itself, but also by the number of individuals privy to it and whether a contract is established upon sale, ensuring that only the buyer is aware, thus safeguarding the confidentiality of the information. Consequently, to preserve the value of the information, the commodity I am offering will have restrictions on the number of co-buyers permitted. Having briefly conversed with Fang Yuan and noticing that he had logged off, Xiao Wenxin turned her attention back to the screen where Xia Qiuwen awaited her next words, his brow still furrowed. With a serene smile, she declared, "I shall grant you 1 hour to contemplate this matter. After an hour, I will proceed to list this highly valuable information commodity and reach out to the leading families of various nations. Among the co-purchasing slots, I have reserved a position for our family. Whether you choose to relish in the exclusive benefits of this information or share it at a cost with others is a decision that rests solely with you. With that, Xia Wenqin terminated the call before Xia Qiuwen could launch into a moral lecture. In truth, she harbored no altruistic intentions. The notion of exclusive access to such valuable information was nothing short of a trap, a substantial one at that. Should the Xia family fall into this snare, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a precarious predicament within the final 2 days, as depleting their resources would leave them bereft of the means to swiftly upgrade their territories and acquire the coveted chests containing the hero-class transfer crystals. Regarding the transaction of information procured from Xia Wenqin, the prospect of recuperating resources is indeed feasible, albeit to a limited extent. With the culmination of the final 2 days of safety, it is inevitable that numerous leaders will elevate their territories to level 5, thereby securing the coveted treasure chests. Once the intelligence concerning the acquisition of hero promotion crystals from these chests circulates, the information purchased by the Xia family from Xia Wenqin will swiftly lose its value. The true worth of informational commodities is heavily influenced by an elusive variable, the timing at which others become aware of said information. Thus, the drawbacks of such commodities are notably significant. Should the decision-makers within the Xia family succumb to avarice, depleting their accumulated resources meant for equitable distribution among all family members, they will inevitably find themselves ensnared in a tumultuous state of resource scarcity when confronted with the harsh realities of their intelligence. Moreover, given that Xia Wenqin has leveraged those resources to elevate her territory to level 10, the Xia family, who have long harbored ambitions amidst tumultuous times, may witness a resurgence of familial division akin to the calamities of the Qing dynasty, leading to potential extinction of their lineage. At that juncture, it will be Xia Wenqin, driven by both ambition and capability, who utilizes the Lord-Vassal contract to consolidate control over the Xia family once more. Conversely, should the Xia family opt for a collaborative approach and jointly acquire Xia Wenqin's informational commodities to mitigate risk, it is, in this era where strength reigns supreme, merely a matter of time before Xia Wenqin reclaims dominion over the family. The family's intellectual council is evidently astute. Recognizing that Xia Wenqin seeks resources rather than certain privileges within the family, they quickly deduce that the transformation of unit types into hero units is likely correlated with the rewards from upgrading. Consequently, the upper echelons of the Xia family, including Xia Qiuwen, resolved to expedite the elevation of the territory belonging to Xia Pingyan, a grandson possessing an A-class unit and who had adhered closely to the family's strict guidance, to level 5 for examination. Sustained by the contributions of lower-tier family members, Xia Pingyan had refrained from deploying his Thunder Line for hunting, instead amassing strength to elevate his territory to level 3. Under the pressure of the family's middle and upper echelons, who, willingly or not, relinquished their resources for his advancement, this mere 17 or 18-year-old boy quickly elevated his territory to level 5, reveling in the joy of favoritism, as the announcement resounded in the ears of all. Declaring the elevation of Xia Pingyan's territory to level 5, he was rewarded with a C-class treasure chest of exceptional quality. Upon opening the chest and discovering the C-class hero promotion crystal within, the higher-ups of the Xia family grasped the true nature of the information Xia Wenqin had been peddling. Reflecting on the quality tier of their own units, the Xia family promptly mobilized all available resources to expedite the upgrades of the core family members who possessed A-class units, excluding Xia Wenqin. Meanwhile, as the announcements echoed around her, Xia Wenqin quickly realized that, in this transformed world, she had inadvertently underestimated the family, leading to the premature revelation of critical information contained within her commodities. Realizing this, Xia Wenqin observed in dismay as the price of her previously listed information plummeted. Without time for regret, she hastily contacted traders from various prominent families and adjusted the name of her commodity before relisting it in the trading center. While engaging in discussions with these traders, she emphasized the urgency with which the Xia family was upgrading select individuals to level 5. Fearing that a high asking price might trigger reverse intelligence gathering from these powerful families, she set her price lower than the recommended rate. Thus, as the great families, like the Xia family, hurriedly upgraded their core members' territories, Xia Wenqin managed to accrue substantial resources. Just before the rewards for upgrades were distributed, she successfully elevated her own territory to level 5, securing another C-class treasure chest. She then sold the information regarding the hero promotion crystal, which could transform units into hero units, to the smaller factions she was familiar with. Shortly thereafter, she auctioned off the now superfluous C-class hero promotion crystal in the trading center for a price exceeding the resources gained from her information sales. With the resources acquired, Xia Wenqin elevated her territory to level 8, merely 2 levels shy of attaining the A-class rare quality treasure chest awarded for reaching level 10. While acquiring source crystals was manageable, the procurement of wood and stone resources became increasingly challenging as the major families upgraded their territories and claimed the treasure chests. Even if I were to sell monster meat at a low price, the difficulty in obtaining those resources would be considerable. As for the Xia family, given my previous actions, it is likely that I would be marginalized, rendering any further support from them highly improbable. In this train of thought, Xiao Wenxin's mind suddenly recalled Fang Yuan, the foremost lord of humanity on Blue Star. Collaborating with him could very well enable me to upgrade my territory to level 10 ahead of the major families, and before the 7-day safety period concludes, thus securing that A-class rare quality treasure chest. Chapter 37, The Heartless Capitalist. While Bai Shun and Hong Lian ventured forth for hunting and investigating the whereabouts of the Goblin great hero, the four-armed sword demon, Xiao Wenxin, after lifting the message alert, initiated a video call to discuss cooperative ventures with Fang Yuan. Having surfed the internet, she learned that he had profited significantly from the information she had provided. She spoke candidly, "I won't demand a share of the resources you've gained from my information, as that is your own ingenuity at work. However, should you wish to collaborate for the sake of upgrade rewards, I implore you to be forthright. Spare me the pleasantries. Just tell me what I must offer and what valuable returns I can expect." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's unabashedly straightforward response, Xiao Wenxin nodded in understanding and articulated, "Provide me with the resources necessary for upgrading the territory, and we shall formalize a fair trading contract. In return, I will only claim the A-class hero promotion crystal from the A-class rare quality treasure chest, with the remainder of the rewards going to you. How does that sound?" Fang Yuan shook his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "Are you attempting to take advantage of me? If that is your intention, we need not consider this collaboration any further." Realizing Fang Yuan's dissatisfaction with the proposed gains, Xiao Wenxin furrowed her brow and inquired. The A-class rare quality treasure chest is theorized to be the easiest to obtain in the early stages, yet as time progresses, acquiring chests of that quality becomes increasingly arduous. I am merely 2 levels away from ascending to level 10. The resources required to achieve these 2 levels are akin to upgrading a level 1 territory to level 5. Having opened an A-grade rare quality treasure chest, you must surely comprehend that the investment needed for my upgrade pales in comparison to the treasures contained within those A-grade rare items. Furthermore, upon acquiring the A-grade rare treasure chest, I shall only take the hero promotion crystals, relinquishing the remainder to you. Why then are you dissatisfied?" Listening to the other's analysis, Fang Yuan shook his head with a cold smirk and retorted, "You are utterly deluded. Although the resources consumed for your upgrade may indeed be scant compared to the A-grade rare items gained, why should I invest in upgrading a territory for an outsider to obtain resources that I could easily acquire myself? Let us not forget that I have numerous vassal lords under my command. Instead of upgrading your territory to level 10, thereby cultivating a formidable rival, I could elevate my vassal lords' territories to level 10. They would not only express their gratitude towards me, but the treasure rewards they receive, including the invaluable hero promotion crystals, would also belong to me. In such a comparison, how do you perceive the investment returns you claim to offer me?" As Fang Yuan's words resonated, Xiao Wenxin's countenance grew increasingly cold, and she inquired in a low voice, "So, you mean to say that I should become a vassal lord under your control, subject to your whims of life and death? If that is the case, as you rightly put it, we need not consider any collaboration." Upon hearing Xiao Wenxin's words, Fang Yuan merely chuckled derisively, repeating his earlier sentiment before abruptly disconnecting the video call. After he ended the conversation, Xiao Wenxin found herself dwelling on his last remark. "You are too self-assured." Clenching her fists and wearing an expression of indignation, she eventually muttered to herself, Reflecting on the information I gained from him, my actions truly do reek of arrogance." After a moment of self-mockery, she spoke with a chilling resolve, "But what of it? I refuse to believe that I cannot carve out my own path in this chaotic world. To think I would bow to him is nothing short of a fantasy." While Xiao Wenxin engaged in her self-reflection, Fang Yuan convened yet another council of his vassal lords. This time, the assembly comprised a total of 94 individuals, including Fang Yuan himself. The absence of the 7 lords who had previously challenged Fang Yuan's Black Dragon was conspicuous, aside from the one who had met his demise. The remaining 6 lords, regardless of any underhanded schemes they may have plotted with the second lord, had been obliterated by Fang Yuan's Black Dragon in a decisive act of retribution, rather than allowing them to wither away. Fang Yuan intended for these traitors to witness firsthand the consequences of defying him, and to see how those who remained loyal thrived under his leadership. It was far more satisfying to confront the naysayers with tangible evidence of his prowess than to engage in futile verbal sparring. As Fang Yuan surveyed the faces of the assembly on the video screen, his gaze settled on Lin Fan, who was markedly transformed, exuding an aura of ferocity. Clad in animal hides reminiscent of a jungle warrior. As his first vassal lord possessing A-grade rare troops, Lin Fan's significant evolution did not go unnoticed by Fang Yuan. He had already reviewed the surveillance footage from Lin Fan's territory and understood the catalyst for this transformation. While immense pressure often leads to despair among most, there exists a select few who thrive under such duress, fervently yearning for strength to validate their worth and realize their aspirations by any means necessary. Fang Yuan regarded Lin Fan intently, then surveyed the others before speaking. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You are all aware of the hero promotion crystals, and I intend to provide each of you with one, enabling rapid advancement to level 10 and the acquisition of the corresponding treasure chest rewards. However, there is a caveat that must be made clear. All treasures obtained from these chests will belong solely to me, with no claim from you whatsoever. Is that understood? The Assembly of Vassal Lords, having witnessed Fang Yuan's earlier methods, recognized him as an autocrat and nodded in understanding. Yet, Lin Fan unexpectedly posed a question that caught the others off guard. What must I sacrifice to obtain that A-grade hero promotion crystal? Fang Yuan did not immediately dismiss Lin Fan's inquiry. To sever the path of advancement for his vassal lords would not only prevent the emergence of formidable allies within his ranks, but would also eliminate the potential of many lords seeking advanced quality troops out of desperation. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan responded to Lin Fan and the other vassal lords. In addition to the resources each lord is required to contribute daily, any additional units of resources you provide will earn you 1 point. Completing my assigned tasks will also yield points. With a certain number of points, you may exchange them for hero promotion crystals, high-quality rare materials, treasures, and so forth. The point cost for these items will be determined by the fluctuating market value assessed by the trading center, in conjunction with the rarity of the items. Upon concluding his statement, the lords deduced that the point requirements for acquiring various items would ultimately be dictated by Fang Yuan himself. Alongside his reputation as a tyrant, the label of a merciless capitalist began to take root in the minds of the majority of the lords. After the meeting adjourned, Fang Yuan accessed the attributes panel of his territory and, upon noting that he still possessed over 300,000 source crystals, proceeded to summon dragons from the Supreme Dragon Nest. He selected the Black Dragon and Blue Dragon icons, continuously invoking their presence. In no time, Fang Yuan expended 100,000 source crystals to summon 100 Black Dragons and 100 Blue Dragons. He then invested an additional 90,000 source crystals to elevate these 200 B-grade exceptional quality dragons to level 10. As golden light enveloped the dragons hovering above his territory, they shimmered momentarily before transforming into myriad golden motes and vanishing. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies above Fang Yuan's domain as 200 black and blue dragons, each measuring 50 to 60 meters in length, soared majestically, casting shadows over the land. As the white god and red lotus materialized in their true forms to discipline the exuberant young dragons, Fang Yuan advised, "This humble territory cannot accommodate your development. Go find your brethren among my vassal lords." As Fang Yuan murmured softly, resplendent beams of white teleportation light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the obedient black and blue dragons, who had been cowed by the white god and the red lotus, and transporting them away from Fang Yuan's domain. They descended into Fang Yuan's vassal territories, where they would hunt alongside their kin, giant dragons that had arrived not long ago, gathering timber, stone, and other resources. Endless Continent Lord Competition. Day 6. Since the clock struck midnight yesterday, a disaster announcement had reverberated in the minds of all Blue Star Lords. Disaster name: Intermediate Endless Beast Tide. Description: this disaster is divided into 14 rounds, featuring 6 different races of beasts. With each round successfully navigated, the quality of the reward chests increases. All lords who overcome the second round will be deemed victorious and may choose whether to continue braving the beast tide in pursuit of greater rewards. Shortly after this announcement reached the consciousness of all Blue Star Lords, a series of notifications heralding level-ups to LV5 echoed incessantly in their ears. Overwhelmed, Fang Yuan, after searching in vain for a way to disable the notifications in the territory settings, resorted to cultivating with the Essence Stone, sitting cross-legged on the Insight Stone, seeking tranquility to calm his thoughts. With only a day and a half remaining before the 7-day invulnerability protection period concluded, the first round of disaster would soon descend. The resources required to elevate the territories of those lords currently at levels 3 and 4 to LV10 would barely suffice for him to ascend to LV16. Although this would only allow for a single level increase, the resources expended to upgrade 9 territories to LV10 would be enough for Fang Yuan to elevate his own territory directly to LV20. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan pondered whether it was more crucial to prioritize upgrading his territory's level or to seize those rare A-grade quality chests. The avenues for obtaining chests, aside from the upgrade rewards, were limited to achieving various hidden accomplishments as the first to do so. Much like when he recently annihilated a Goblin kingdom and received an A-grade rare quality chest. The higher the level of the achievement, the greater the quality of the reward chest. However, a key point remained that these achievement rewards were exclusive to the first achiever and could not be replicated. Given that the newly announced disaster posed little threat to his safety, it would be prudent to prioritize acquiring those A-grade rare quality chests. As for the beast tide that required risking one's life to obtain chests, he would assess its intensity after overcoming a few rounds before making a decision. With this resolution in mind, Fang Yuan summoned the territory attribute panel under the blood moon high above. He examined the resource accumulation from the myriad dragons that had tirelessly hunted and gathered resources transported by the vassal lords to his domain. Territory name: Supreme Dragon Domain. Lord, Fang Yuan. Companion Spirit, Chaos Source Crystal. Territory level, LV-15. Area, 50 square kilometers. Buildings, Supreme Dragon Nest, LV-10, SSS grade. Forging Tower, LV-10. 10,000 Swords Asking Heaven Sword Array, LV-2, S grade. Population, 807, 500. Food, Blood Essence Rice, 50 tons. Goblin Meat, 300 tons. Werewolf Meat, 50 tons. Earth Lizard Meat, 600 tons. Resources, Common Wood, 160,000 tons. Common Stone, 30,000 tons. A-grade Insight Stone, LV-18. B-grade Purple Gold Paulownia Wood, LV-18. B-grade Essence Stone, LV-18. B-grade 9 Nether Shadow Stone, LV-18. B-grade Heroic Job Change Crystal X2. S-grade Heroic Job Change Crystal. Source Crystals, over 265 million. Within a few dozen kilometers of each of Fang Yuan's vassal lords' territories, there was typically one or more monster race tribes. These monster tribes averaged around 3,000 inhabitants, with an average level of LV6. Defeating these monsters yielded a varying number of source crystals based on their level and quality, resulting in Fang Yuan's staggering wealth of source crystals. Observing the attribute panel, Fang Yuan frowned at the disparity between the quantities of stone and wood, noting that, in the area where the people of Jiansheng had descended, the terrain was predominantly forested, with precious few quarries available for stone. This was severely hindering my development. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan resolved, "It seems I must instruct my vassal lords to inquire within the nearby communication channels in Jiansheng to determine which lords are near a quarry, and then employ coercive persuasion to see if they might become my vassal lords. If not, it matters not. I shall send a few black dragons to scout the vicinity for dangers, and upon confirming that it is safe, I will have the White God and the Red Lotus proceed to clear that quarry area for me." Just then, from afar outside Fang Yuan's territory, a series of dragon roars echoed, resonating every 2 to 3 kilometers, signaling the presence of a black dragon on watch. Is that the Goblin Great Hero, the four-armed sword demon, whom I instructed all the sentinels to be vigilant for? Not long ago, it was still around 800 kilometers away from me at Territory 91. Since I received word, barely 3 hours have passed, and already this creature has approached within 50 kilometers of my territory. Does this imply that its speed exceeds even twice the speed of sound, surpassing that of the White God and the Red Lotus during their rapid flights? Just as Fang Yuan mused upon this, 2 resounding and authoritative dragon roars reverberated above his territory, as the massive forms of the White God and the Red Lotus manifested in the skies above him. Under Fang Yuan's mental instructions, they unfurled their dragon wings and transformed into 2 streaks of color, soaring out of the territory. They sped towards the raging Goblin Great Hero, the four-armed sword demon, who was wreaking havoc and demolishing swathes of forest as it approached Fang Yuan's domain. Chapter 39. The sword demon grounded and sacrificed to the great bloodthirsty lord. With a roar akin to that of a primordial beast, a thunderous bellow erupted within the vast expanse of the forest. A colossal tree, towering 100 meters high, was uprooted by a goblin, equally 100 meters tall, its muscles bulging and adorned with 4 arms. With a resounding crash, the four-armed sword demon hurled the massive tree towards the 2 formidable dragons soaring towards it. Through the switch of perspective via mental connection, Fang Yuan witnessed the enormous tree hurtling like a spear towards the head of the Red Lotus. Unfazed, Red Lotus allowed the tree to collide with her head, producing a thunderous sound of splintering wood, before continuing her rapid pursuit of the four-armed sword demon ahead. Having traveled so far, learning that the Goblin Kingdom, which was meant to reward him handsomely, had been obliterated by the dragons, the four-armed sword demon, consumed by fury, grinned maniacally at the sight of Red Lotus disregarding its attack entirely. 2 dragons on the cusp of maturity were simply too enticing. If he could slay these 2 dragons and concoct a secret potion from them, it would surely elevate his quality level talent to A grade. At that moment, within the Azure Domain, in the Hall of Heroes of the Goblin Empire, with my exceptional talents and prowess, I was destined to become the mightiest Goblin Great Hero, second only to the Goblin Emperor and Wayne. With such fervent thoughts racing through my mind, the formidable four-armed sword demon, a Goblin Great Hero of considerable stature, gripped the 4 colossal swords etched with eerie black runes in its robust limbs. With a resounding crash that shook the earth, the four-armed sword demon took a step back and unleashed a powerful kick. The air erupted with a thunderous blast as a violent whirlwind surged forth, transforming the four-armed sword demon into a blur of afterimages as it charged forward to clash with the rapidly approaching Crimson Lotus. In that fleeting moment before the four-armed sword demon collided with it, the Crimson Lotus raised its dragon head and front body, its massive and muscular dragon arms swinging. A dragon fist engulfed in raging black and red flame struck towards the four-armed sword demon. The instant the four-armed sword demon sensed imminent danger, it swiftly raised its 4 arms, wielding the colossal swords to block the impending attack. Boom! As the dragon fist from the Crimson Lotus collided with the crossed swords of the four-armed sword demon, the ground trembled, fissures rapidly spreading across the terrain, sending cascades of shattered stone and earth flying. Damn, this dragon's strength is overwhelming. I cannot withstand it directly. The four-armed sword demon cursed inwardly, feeling the searing heat radiating from the colossal swords it held. Looking up, it noticed the intense burning sensation emanating from its palm, shrouded in wisps of smoke. It marveled inwardly. This creature's fiery abilities are exceedingly potent. I must evade its fiery onslaught, for even a brief contact would be disastrous. Otherwise, I would surely be roasted alive. Realizing this, the four-armed sword demon, recognizing the superiority of the Crimson Lotus's physical power, swiftly executed an B-rank skill, Instant Flash. With a surge of energy, it darted away, appearing directly above the Crimson Lotus. In that moment, the four-armed sword demon merged its four swords into one, transforming it into a massive blade, 200 to 300 meters long and 50 to 60 meters wide, emanating an ominous black light as it descended upon the dragon's head. Boom! A brilliant cascade of light erupted as the white deity grasped the four-armed sword demon and its colossal blade in one hand, slamming it into the ground with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy impacts reverberated as the four-armed sword demon was repeatedly smashed into the ground, creating deep craters where trees toppled. The white deity held the struggling four-armed sword demon tightly, relentlessly pummeling it into the battered earth beneath her. From afar, one could see the level 46 Goblin great hero, the four-armed sword demon, being pounded mercilessly by the white deity. As it was ravaged by the colossal sword, blood gushed forth, and it trembled from internal injuries, spitting blood with every blow. I cannot continue like this. I will be crushed to death by this creature, whose strength rivals that of the previous black and red six-winged behemoth. Just as the four-armed sword demon was lost in despair, a grand and commanding dragon roar resonated from behind the white deity, who forcefully hurled the four-armed sword demon into the depths of the pit, then unfurled her radiant wings and soared into the sky. The four-armed sword demon, initially contemplating a means to escape the white deity's grasp, was abruptly released. Before it could revel in its newfound freedom, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped its heart. Instinctively following its A-rank combat intuition, the four-armed sword demon swiftly extracted the enormous sword embedded in its body and gazed upward. A colossal fireball descended at an alarming speed, its terrifying pressure intensifying as it approached, compressing the vast area around it. With the blood crystal in my hand, I offer a sacrifice to the great bloody lord, in exchange for the power to dominate flesh and blood. Realizing there was no escape, the four-armed sword demon immediately retrieved a massive pouch of blood crystals, crafted from the flesh and blood of various slain beasts, from its spatial bracelet. Chanting the sacrificial incantation, it beseeched the god of blood and flesh, the bloody lord, for the formidable power of temporary dominion over flesh. As the crimson magic circle spread beneath its feet, a tentacle with eerie blood-red eyes emerged from the circle, devouring the pouch of blood crystals. Once the strange tentacle receded, the crimson magic circle emitted an ominous red light, enveloping the four-armed sword demon entirely. As the crimson magic circle vanished into the four-armed sword demon, which had been grievously wounded, its flesh began to regenerate at an astonishing pace. In an instant, a massive blood eye erupted from its chest, radiating a sinister crimson glow. B-rank skill, Berserker's Fury. A-rank skill, Flesh Transformation. Rapidly unleashing these two skills, the four-armed sword demon expanded in size, its ribcage sprouting two robust arms. Now wielding 6 arms, each grasping a colossal sword, the newly empowered Goblin great hero surged forth, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy that coalesced upon the enormous black sword in its grasp, forming a formidable crimson blade of overwhelming might. Buzz! The air reverberated with the sound of immense pressure as the now 6-armed sword demon gripped the massive crimson blade, while the surrounding trees collapsed under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Boom! A crescent-shaped crimson blade sliced through the ground, hurtling towards the Crimson Lotus, which was engulfed in raging black and red flames. Chapter 40. The Fall of the Four-Armed Sword Demon. The Goblin Empire's Lockdown. Boom! In that instant, as the crimson blade clashed with the fiery onslaught, an explosion of blinding light erupted, releasing waves of terrifying power that rippled across the landscape. The earth shattered. Thousands of fragments and dust were sent soaring, trees splintered and broke, as the overwhelming force radiated outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, devastation reigned supreme. After 3 seconds of collision between the massive sword of the 6-armed sword demon and the S-rank skill of the Crimson Lotus, the scorching black and red flames enveloped the latter's colossal form, along with the impact of its descent. The B-rank, exceptional quality. 4-in-1 colossal sword forged from abyssal iron melted and disintegrated rapidly, ultimately shattering into countless pieces along with the crimson blade. Boom! Without the colossal sword to absorb the shockwave, The Crimson Lotus, shrouded in the tangible black and red flames, plummeted. As the flames expanded towards the six-armed sword demon, they erupted like a sunburst, unleashing torrents of horrific black and red flames. The towering form of the six-armed sword demon was engulfed by the explosive power released from the flames. There was utterly no opportunity for it to employ its formidable regenerative abilities, as it was reduced to countless ashes in the blink of an eye. The earth trembled, and fierce black-red flames surged forth, transforming an expansive pit, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, into a seething sea of lava. Standing majestically amidst the fiery abyss, Hong Lian roared like a sovereign, its 6 wings stirring up tumultuous waves of fire as it soared into the sky. Upon receiving a notification in his mind regarding Hong Lian's triumph over the Goblin Grand Hero, the four-armed sword demon, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly remarkable. This was not even Hong Lian's most potent form of attack. Had it unleashed the wrath of the Dragon Emperor, that strike would have annihilated everything within a 10-kilometer radius, leaving no trace behind. After witnessing the terrifying spectacle wrought by Hong Lian's final assault, Fang Yuan, momentarily awestruck, issued a command for the return of the White God and Hong Lian. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him. Ding! The Goblin Grand Hero, four-armed sword demon, is bound to the fate of the Goblin Empire within the Kanglan domain. Upon slaying it, Hong Lian receives a core fate marking from this empire. As Hong Lian is bound to your territory, all beings within your domain, including vassal territories, will be loathed by goblins. Should they be discovered by goblins, they will face varying degrees of pursuit and assault. Furthermore, your territory will soon be subjected to an invasion by a goblin army. Fang Yuan scrutinized the system notification and couldn't help but smile confidently, saying, "Heh, a goblin army seeking to invade me? Surely, they must be delivering provisions." The goblin army would undoubtedly possess greater overall strength than the Goblin Grand Hero, yet their might would still be limited. With the formidable trio of the White God, Hong Lian, and the sword array of 10,000 blades at his disposal, Fang Yuan felt utterly unperturbed. It was no wonder he had earlier declared with such confidence that those goblins coming to challenge him were merely delivering supplies. Upon the triumphant return of the White God and Hong Lian, Fang Yuan commended the 2 dragons before focusing on the upgrade of his vassal lord's territories. Excluding himself from the top 10, there remained 9 individuals eligible for an A-grade rare quality treasure chest. The decision of whom to upgrade first was straightforward. It would be based on their troop quality levels and the current levels of their territories. With a resolution in mind, Fang Yuan summoned the territory attribute panels of his vassal lords and quickly selected 9 suitable candidates. Among them, Lin Fan boasted the highest territory level, having diligently upgraded his territory to LV6. The average level of the 9 was only LV4, and as Fang Yuan elevated their territory levels to LV10, the last 2 lords had to wait for sufficient stone resources to proceed with their upgrades. As Fang Yuan confirmed the upgrades for the remaining 7 lords, who had the resources to elevate their territories to LV10, 7 beams of golden light enveloped their respective domains, elevating them one level after another to LV10. Just as Fang Yuan prepared to hear the delightful announcements of system upgrade rewards, he was met with an unexpected proclamation. Announcement: among all human lords of Blue Star, Xia Wenxin has become the 2nd lord to upgrade her territory to LV10, hereby announced. Special reward: Xia Wenxin receives an A-grade rare quality treasure chest as a token of commendation. May the other lords strive for excellence. Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, thinking he would hear the announcements of his vassal lords upgrading to LV10 next. Startled, he mused that after Xia Wenxin, he expected to hear from other familial forces. As he lamented over the fact that others had outpaced his vassal lords in upgrading their territories to LV10, he mused, Xia Wenxin, just recently, sought my collaboration for resource sharing. Now she's reached LV10. Surely, her family's support or some undisclosed collaboration with other factions must be at play. With his thoughts on Xia Wenxin's swift upgrade clarified, Fang Yuan redirected his focus to the A-grade rare quality treasure chests that awaited him from his compliant lords. The prospect of opening 7 A-grade rare treasure chests was an unprecedented thrill for him. He promptly accessed his recording panel, eager to document this legendary moment in the making. As Fang Yuan concentrated, he simultaneously directed his will toward the 7 treasure chests, confirming their simultaneous opening. Instantly, a cascade of azure light erupted from the chests, illuminating the surrounding area and casting Fang Yuan's figure in a radiant glow. Once the brilliance subsided, all the treasures seamlessly merged into his spatial backpack, while the chests transformed into myriad flickering lights and dissipated. Before Fang Yuan, a list of rewards emerged, displaying an array of A-grade rare items. Gazing at the impressive inventory, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Among the treasures, one item, in particular, filled him with immense joy, prompting him to leap in exhilaration. Embracing the slender waists of the White God and Hong Lian beside him. Chapter 41. The Resurrection Pool, the Enigmatic Demon Realm. Congratulations. You have obtained A-grade Hero Job Change Crystal X7, Source Crystal X100,000. A-grade rare building. Resurrection Pool X1, Sun Moon Radiance Pool X1, Cross Domain Trading Pavilion X1. A-grade rare materials. Cold Abyss Star Iron X100 tons X3. A-grade rare stones. Space Source Stone X7, Titan Source Stone X3. A-grade rare wood. Blood Ginseng Tree X1, Star Eater Vine X1, Between Life and Death Flower X1. A-grade rare treasures. Shadow Demon Armor, Earth Staff, Enigmatic Demon Mirror. What an astonishing windfall. Particularly, the Resurrection Pool caught his attention. Just by its name, its purpose was evident. This would significantly mitigate the risk of his dragons, especially the White God and Hong Lian, falling in battle and being unable to resurrect. Fang Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, calming his emotions as he noticed the puzzled gazes of the White God and Hong Lian directed at his sudden outburst. Once his excitement settled, Fang Yuan quickly accessed the attributes of the Resurrection Pool within his spatial backpack. LV1 Resurrection Pool. Quality: A-grade rare quality. Function: 1. Capable of resurrecting all beings of A-grade quality and below within the territory where this building is placed, without a decrease in quality level. 2. For beings exceeding A-grade rare quality, their quality level will be downgraded to A-grade upon resurrection. To restore their original quality, special resources must be utilized for activation. Notes: 1. The level cap for resurrected beings is determined by the level of the Resurrection Pool. 2. Within the resurrection level cap, beings of different quality levels require varying amounts of source crystals for resurrection, allowing for selection of different levels for resurrection. 3. The more complete the body and soul of the being to be resurrected, the fewer source crystals needed for the resurrection. Upper limit: 0. 10. The resurrection limit concerns only the number of subjects, irrespective of their size. After examining the resurrection and reincarnation pool, which closely resembled his expectations, Fang Yuan mused that to negate the adverse effects of resurrecting beings of A-rank rare quality, he must elevate the quality level of this resurrection pool to S-rank epic quality. Gathering his thoughts, he focused on the quality section, invoking the power of the Chaos Source Crystal, and a prompt to enhance appeared before him. A-rank rare quality. Resurrection and reincarnation pool. Upgrade to S-rank epic quality. Resurrection gateway. Requires 1 billion source crystals. 1 billion source crystals, you say? If I convert that, slaying a mere 1 billion level 10 goblins would suffice. If I lack enough level 10 goblins, then I shall simply eliminate more, 20 billion goblins, perhaps. Naturally, I need not fixate solely on goblins. It translates to slaying approximately 10 billion creatures of varied races to accumulate the requisite 100 billion source crystals. After a straightforward calculation, Fang Yuan concluded that within the boundless continent he knew, merely gathering the 100 billion source crystals in the vast oceanic region he inhabited was merely a matter of time. Considering the impending 7-day protection period's conclusion and the subsequent onslaught of the endless beast tide, alongside the imminent goblin army invasion, he felt confident that amassing the 100 billion source crystals would not take long. With the weight of worry about his inability to resurrect troops and himself lifted, Fang Yuan proceeded to inspect the other treasure chests he had just opened to review the resources and treasures acquired. As he examined the detailed attributes of these treasures, he reflected on the state of his territory. Sun and Moon Radiance Pool, which consolidates the power of solar and lunar radiance for rapid level advancement, could indeed complement the Resurrection Pool, significantly reducing the source crystal resources required for the revival and level restoration of beings. Interdimensional Trading Pavilion, connecting with lords of other races from beyond, allows for trade. Cold Abyss Star Iron, an exceptional material for crafting frigid weapons. Spatial Source Stone, useful for expanding personal backpack space or crafting unique spatial weapons or formations. Titan Source Stone, imbued with the formidable essence of titans. Perhaps he could experiment with a few dragons possessing physical attributes to see if he could awaken a Titan dragon. Eerie Magic Mirror, this treasure is rather intriguing. Belonging to a class that does not enhance levels. By sacrificing the flesh, blood, souls of beings, or source crystals, one can replicate any puppet of A-rank quality or below that he has encountered. Moreover, aside from lacking the original's memories, the replicated puppet retains the same level and skills. After appraising this final treasure, Fang Yuan found himself deep in thought. If utilized wisely, this item could serve as a formidable weapon, functioning as yet another trump card for him. He summoned the attributes of the Eerie Magic Mirror. Eerie Magic Mirror. Quality: A-rank rare quality. Function: 1. By sacrificing the flesh, blood, souls of beings, or source crystals, one can replicate beings of varying quality levels. Notes: 1. The level of the replicated being is determined by the quantity of flesh, blood, souls, or source crystals sacrificed. The data of the replicated being can be checked anytime during the sacrificial process. 2. The same target cannot be replicated again unless the previously replicated puppet is destroyed. Upper limit: 0.60. Focusing his thoughts on the quality level section, Fang Yuan activated the Chaos Source Crystal's ability, and an enhancement prompt appeared before him. A rank rare quality, Eerie Magic Mirror, upgrade to S rank epic quality, Eerie Resurrection Mirror. Requires 100 million source crystals. The resource and creature quality upgrades demand significantly less source crystal than the upgrades for buildings, 10 times less, in fact. For most resource materials, the requirement is reduced by a staggering 100-fold. This indeed alleviates the burden of resource consumption for enhancing their quality levels. Nevertheless, even with these high-quality items at his disposal, the total source crystals required to elevate them all to S rank remains considerable. Gazing at the prompt regarding the upgrade of the Eerie Magic Mirror to S rank, Fang Yuan's thoughts spiraled, ultimately leading him to lament his own poverty. If the Lords of Blue Star who still live were to hear this, they would undoubtedly drown him in a deluge of spit. Chapter 42. The Endless Beast Tide begins, the Fallen Worm Clan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan found himself on the final day of the 7-day protection period, in the air above his territory, as well as that of all human Lords of Blue Star, and indeed every Lord of myriad races. A monumental countdown timer appeared, deep in the night, standing atop the peak of the Supreme Dragon Nest, clad in black and purple armor, with 10 black and red long swords at his back. Fang Yuan gazed up at the immense countdown above his domain, currently displaying 00956, and murmured to himself, with less than 10 minutes remaining. The invincible shield over my territory will dissipate, and the first wave of calamity, the Endless Beast Tide, will follow. I am truly looking forward to it. As Fang Yuan's words hung in the air, behind him, the 100 level 18 blue-eyed white dragons, and an equal number of level 18 six-winged red dragons, newly summoned and upgraded that day, materialized in their grand forms. Their thunderous roars reverberated across a radius of several dozen kilometers, as if in response to Fang Yuan's anticipation. They too were eager for the impending chaos. The colossal roars startled various avian creatures dwelling among the trees, rendering them momentarily speechless and trembling in fear, instinctively paralyzed in place. 006, 26, 003, 16, 001, 11, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown above Fang Yuan's territory reached 0, a terrifying cacophony echoed through the air, and a vast, ancient, and weathered gate materialized a kilometer away from his domain, slowly swinging open. The gate, inscribed with countless mysterious runes, revealed a swirling, pitch-black vortex exuding an overwhelming and eerie aura. Once the massive gate fully opened, grotesque, black insect-like creatures, each the size of a human arm, began to pour forth from the dark vortex within. As these fearsome entities, known as the Fallen Worms, surged forth like a tidal wave toward Fang Yuan's territory, he observed the countless dark golden glimmers that emerged as the invincible shield dissipated with the countdown's conclusion. Before he could command his dragons to engage, an announcement prompt suddenly materialized before him. Announcement: all race lords, the first round of the Endless Beast Tide consists of F-grade inferior quality, the Fallen Insect race, with a total of 10,000 fallen insects ranging from LV1 to LV5. Please be prepared for defense. Note: every 2 rounds of the Beast Tide constitute a major phase. Only after passing a major phase can a lord choose whether to end the trial of the Endless Beast Tide disaster. The F-grade inferior quality, Fallen Insect race, is positioned at the lowest quality tier alongside the Blue Star humans, indicating that their strength level is unlikely to be formidable. After glancing at the announcement in front of him, Fang Yuan casually remarked, then commanded by the first blue-eyed white dragon, he summoned aside from the white god, to venture outside the territory and eradicate the incoming wave of 10,000 fallen insects. With a body only half the size of the white god and a diameter of 250 meters, responded to the command with an excited dragon roar. She spread her silver-white wings and transformed into a massive silver streak of light, piercing through the sword domain of 10,000 swords and soaring out of the territory, heading towards the approaching ominous presence. As Bai flapped her wings and soared 600 to 700 meters out of the Supreme Dragon domain, her gaze instantly locked onto a black wave crawling through the forest. The mass of fallen insects, grotesque and entirely black, halted their advance upon detecting Bai's presence, emitting sharp, piercing insect cries. These shrill cries transformed into sound wave attacks capable of affecting the spirit and consciousness, sweeping towards Bai. Unperturbed, Bai perceived the provocation from the insects and retaliated with a roar far more resounding and fierce than their cries. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Bai intended to dive and crush the fallen insects, she witnessed their frail bodies, as fragile as paper, shatter and explode under her roar. Bai. Before Bai could comprehend the situation, all these fallen insects, with a maximum level of merely LV3, whose attributes were heavily skewed towards spirit power and whose physical bodies were extraordinarily delicate, had been obliterated. Observing the announcement indicating the passage of the first round of the Beast Tide and the impending commencement of the second round, Fang Yuan silently mused. It took less than a minute for those 10,000 fallen insects to be utterly annihilated. How disappointing. If this is the case, It would be better to call Bai Yi back and personally test the capabilities of my Shadow Demon armor when the second round begins. With this thought, Fang Yuan commanded the White God to utilize her Legion telepathy ability to summon Bai Yi back to the territory. The Legion telepathy ability is one of the many skills that a creature, as the hero unit of its respective legion, can master when the number of that particular soldier type reaches 100. Upon receiving the Lord's command from the race hero, the White God, Bai Yi glanced at the ground strewn with the shattered bodies of fallen insects and promptly turned back towards the territory. 3 minutes later, after Bai Yi had dealt with the first wave of fallen insects and returned to the territory, a new prompt indicating the commencement of the second round of the Beast Tide appeared before Fang Yuan. The second round of the Endless Beast Tide consists of F-grade inferior quality, the fallen insect race, with a total of 100,000 fallen insects at levels ranging from LV5 to LV10, including the emergence of E-grade ordinary quality fallen insect hero units at levels LV15 to LV20. Please be prepared for defense. 100,000 fallen insects, all at levels LV5 to LV10. I will first activate the sword array of 10,000 swords to let a few fallen insects in and assess their strength before deciding whether to enter the fray personally and test the capabilities of my Shadow Demon armor that can summon shadows of the deceased. Thinking this, Fang Yuan, accompanied by the reformed White God and the Crimson Lotus, both of whom were positioned protectively beside him, sword on a sword to the outermost perimeter of the sword domain of 10,000 swords. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, Fang Yuan activated the concealment state of the sword domain of 10,000 swords, revealing its transparent form, and observed the fallen insects rapidly crawling from the forest. He allowed the two foremost fallen insects to enter the territory. As the two insects crossed the threshold, they emitted piercing sound wave attacks aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt the two sound wave attacks attempting to breach his mental barrier and assault his spiritual consciousness. Sensing that his refined spiritual consciousness formed a sturdy mental barrier without any ripples, Fang Yuan smiled. With a mere thought, a black-red Azura demon sword transformed into a streak of light, instantly decapitating the two fallen insects before him. Subsequently, two black-purple demonic lights emanated from the Shadow Demon armor encasing Fang Yuan, penetrating the bodies of the fallen insects beneath the blood moon's luminescence. As the shadows of their shattered forms absorbed the two demonic lights, they began to writhe in a peculiar manner. Before long, two pitch-black shadow fallen insects, identical in appearance to their former selves, rose from the ground, emitting sharp insect cries. Chapter 43, Shadow Fallen Insects, Serpent Beast Tide. Roar. 200 blue-eyed white dragons and 6-winged red dragons simultaneously unleashed their roars towards the 100,000 fallen insects outside Fang Yuan's territory. Instantly, the fragile bodies of the fallen insects were shattered into countless pieces. Following the sound of monster kill rewards and the final notification, Fang Yuan swiftly accumulated 100,000 source crystals, and a prompt indicating the passage of the second round of Beast Tide appeared, along with the option to continue challenging the Beast Tide. Summarizing the changes observed in the first 2 rounds of the Beast Tide, Fang Yuan promptly chose to continue facing the Beast Tide. Just as the countdown for the third round began, Fang Yuan stepped outside his territory, making his way to the central area of the fallen insect corpses. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon armor he wore radiated a brilliant black-purple light, enveloping a radius of 370 meters centered on him. Within the area shrouded by the eerie black-purple glow, shadows rapidly writhed on the blood-moonlit ground, coalescing into shadow fallen insects that mirrored the appearance of their predecessors but were entirely black-purple. As these shadow fallen insects formed, they inexplicably began to turn on one another, engaging in a frenzied battle for dominance. With each level they gained, their sizes expanded rapidly, eventually reaching proportions comparable to the elephants of Blue Star's past. As Fang Yuan moved, the area illuminated by the black-purple light shifted, and more shadow fallen insects coalesced, mirroring the previous area where Fang Yuan had been. The frenzy of mutual slaughter and consumption continued among the shadow fallen insects. In a span of 3 to 4 minutes, all the shadow fallen insects formed from the 100,000 corpses were merged into 3,960 enhanced shadow fallen insects, each comparable in size to an elephant. These enhanced shadow fallen insects were stationed outside the territory, accompanied by the White God and Crimson Lotus, his 2 loyal guardians. Fang Yuan returned to the territory while inspecting the attributes of the Shadow Demon armor. LV18 Shadow Demon armor. Quality: A-grade rare quality. Function: 1. Shadow Servant. By consuming one's own source power or source crystals, it can transform the shadows of any A-grade rare quality beings into shadow servants, possessing only half the strength of their original forms, which can then be manipulated at will. 2. Shadow Devourer. Any being that wears this armor can control the shadows transformed from living beings, allowing them to mutually consume and upgrade, with a certain probability of producing shadow servants of higher quality. 3. Shadow Concealment. The wearer of this armor can seamlessly infiltrate any shadow, evading harm or executing stealthy assassinations. 4. Shadow Domain. Within the shadows covered by the domain, the wearer can instantly teleport between those shadows or command them to vanquish foes. Limit, 3960. 3960, levels 1 and 10 increase by 10 per level. Levels 10 and 20 multiply by 100. Shadow Servant, Shadow Infestation Bug, E-Grade. LV18 Shadow Servant, Shadow Infestation Bug. Quality, E-Grade Inferior Quality. Attributes, Physique, 26, Spirit, 140, Source Power, 40. Skills, Soul Shriek, E-Grade, Sonic Resonance, E-Grade. With a physique of merely 26 and a spirit of 140. Alongside these skills, it is no wonder that its form is so frail, its attacks only yielding cries. Even after leveling up to LV18 and experiencing a quality increase amidst the chaos of slaughter, the Shadow Infestation Bug remains woefully inadequate, as Fang Yuan critiques disdainfully. Entering the territory, he gazes at the remaining 3 minutes before the third wave of beasts descends. With idle time on his hands, he opens the communication panel for all of humanity on Blue Star, and is immediately taken aback by the displayed remaining population. 45 billion? The beast tide has scarcely begun. And already, the human lords of Blue Star have dwindled to a mere 45 billion. Observing the incessantly scrolling messages on the panel, he notes, Korean nation, Li Xiuming. Who can rescue me, Vassal Lord? Just save me, and I shall do anything you ask. Little Japan, Miyamoto Muraki. Same here, and as a voice actor. I can produce any sound you desire, dear brothers and sisters. Indian nation, Sawadama. You two gentlemen should focus on surviving your beast tide, instead of causing a ruckus here. Dragon Summer Nation, Li Tianan. As per current statistics, only about 20% of the original population of Blue Star's lords will survive the second wave. Rice Nation. Trump AM. Oh God, this is terrifying. If we survive the second wave, the number of human lords on Blue Star may dwindle to just 14 to 15 billion. Dragon Summer Nation, Chao Luoxiong. Survival of the fittest. Some are still desperately struggling through the first and second waves, while others are on the brink of facing the third. This is a test of life and death, but also an opportunity. Do not overlook the fact that defeating those monsters can yield source crystals. Eagle Nation, Roosevelt Khan. Indeed. I survived the second wave thanks to the source crystals I acquired from slaying monsters in the first wave. If not for my insufficient resources to upgrade my territory, I might have further elevated its level and continued to participate in the third wave. Fang Yuan reflects on the information he has observed. Most individuals have yet to survive the first wave, desperately clinging to life. Yet through the source crystals gained from slaying monsters, they are not entirely doomed. A portion, having bolstered their forces, managed to navigate the second wave with a strategy of fighting to sustain their combatants. Thus, the majority of the deceased are those whose territory levels have remained stagnant for 7 days, with their true quality levels languishing at a mere FE grade. As Fang Yuan's thoughts meander, 3 minutes swiftly pass, and the alert for the third wave of beasts materializes before him. The third wave of the Endless Beast Tide comprises E-grade ordinary quality, the Fallen Serpent race, with a population of 10,000, and levels ranging between LV10 and LV15. Please prepare for defense. Chapter 44, A Windfall of 3 billion. Moments later, serpents from a kilometer away swiftly approach, appearing just outside Fang Yuan's territory. The fallen serpents, characterized by their 3 heads and an average length of 2 to 3 meters, are dark, colossal serpents. As these serpents swiftly traverse the ground and encroach upon a 200-meter radius around Fang Yuan's territory, they launch an assault on the densely packed shadow infestation bugs, which have formed a towering black wall in that area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of eerie green, highly corrosive poison arrows are spat forth from the mouths of the fallen serpents, targeting the shadowy wall of infestation bugs. Under Fang Yuan's command, the infestation bugs brace against the onslaught of poison arrows. Just as the infestation bugs are on the verge of collapse, the horde of serpents closes in upon them. Suddenly, under Fang Yuan's directive to attack, the infestation bugs, teetering on the brink of dissolution, unleash their soul shriek, emitting piercing insect-like wails. Bang, bang, bang. The LV10 and LV15 colossal serpents, amidst the cacophony of shrill insect cries, experience an overwhelming sensation of soul rupture or annihilation. The pain-stricken black, 3-headed serpents writhe in agony upon the ground. Some of the maddened fallen serpents turn upon their kin in a frenzied assault, while others, driven to the brink, begin to consume themselves. The scene quickly transforms into a grotesque and bloody spectacle. As the infestation bugs unleash their soul shriek multiple times, their internal power begins to wane. The piercing cries of these bug-like entities, whose spiritual attributes rival D-grade quality, shatter the souls of the fallen serpents, leaving behind a grisly array of dismembered corpses scattered across the forest floor. Following the notification of the third wave of beasts and the foundational announcement of the fourth wave, Fang Yuan steps out of his territory, employing the powers of the shadow magic armor to conjure fallen serpents to engage in battle and replenish the ranks of the shadow infestation bugs that have perished. Meanwhile, he contemplates the information regarding the fourth wave of beasts before him. The fourth wave of the Endless Beast Tide also consists of E-grade ordinary quality, the Fallen Serpent race. Their numbers total 100,000, with levels ranging between LV-15 and LV-20, and there exist D-grade ordinary quality Fallen Serpent hero units, with levels between LV-25 and LV-28. Please prepare for defense. As Fang Yuan strides forth, he calculates in his mind, based on the information gleaned from the first 4 waves of beasts. One can extrapolate that the 11th and 12th waves of A-grade rare quality beast tides will feature creatures ranging from levels 40 to 45, with hero units spanning levels 45 to 50, and perhaps even heroes at levels 55 to 60. Reflecting on the formidable challenge posed by the impending A-grade rare quality beast tides, Fang Yuan cannot help but furrow his brow, contemplating the daunting odds. Even though the attributes of S-grade epic quality beings increase by a factor of 2 with each level compared to A-grade rare quality beings, the disparity in levels is significant. And if their numbers mirror the first 2 waves, it will be exceedingly difficult for Bai Shun and Hong Lian to contend with them. It seems I can only reach the 9th and 10th waves of the beast tide. I wonder what rewards will be bestowed upon me at the conclusion. As Fang Yuan pondered this, an announcement materialized before all the lords of various races. Announcement: the beast tide occurring within the territories of all lords has concluded its first and second rounds. The real-time ranking lists within each race will be made available across all communication channels of their respective races. Lords are urged to exert every effort to overcome a higher wave of the beast tide, as this will determine their standings on the potential rankings among the countless lords of various races once this calamity trial concludes. The higher a lord ranks, the more special territorial enhancements they will receive, in addition to the basic rewards for surviving each round of the beast tide. To ensure fairness in the potential assessment and ranking of the lords during this calamity, the highest level of creatures faced by each lord in every wave will not exceed level 10, including the lords themselves. Fang Yuan's heart leapt with joy upon reading this announcement, particularly the final segment. Initially believing he would falter at the 9th and 10th waves, he now felt emboldened by this fairness mechanism. Even if faced with the 13th or 14th waves, he could still make an attempt. As he contemplated this, the 4th wave of the Fallen Serpent Beast Tide, numbering 100,000, surged forth from an ominous giant gate a kilometer away, swiftly advancing towards his territory like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan, considering the potential implications of the ranking system for the countless lords, dispatched all of his azure-eyed white dragons and 6-winged red dragons, who swiftly obliterated the fallen serpents before they could reach the gate. After successfully navigating the 3rd and 4th waves, Fang Yuan accumulated a total of 3,660,000 source crystals based on the calculation rules that factored in the quality, level, and quantity of the creatures from his race. Rather than immediately using these source crystals to summon azure-eyed white dragons or 6-winged red dragons, he chose to invest them all into upgrading the 10,000 swords asking heaven sword formation. This formation represented his most formidable trump card. The 10,000 swords asking heaven sword formation not only possessed immense power, capable of both offense and defense, but it also had 2 crucial advantages. Its level upgrades were not restricted by the territory level, and it was not classified as a creature unit according to the announcement rules, thereby preventing the creatures from the beast tide he faced from exceeding level 28. The 5th and 6th waves comprised D-grade excellent quality creatures, the Chun Heya, Sinking Black Crow, which were locked at level 28 due to the fairness testing rules. The 200 azure-eyed white dragons and 6-winged red dragons stationed at the ominous giant gate unleashed a concentrated attack, annihilating them in the mountainous region before the gate. The 7th and 8th waves consisted of C-grade superior quality creatures, the Beijing Centipede Demon Lizard, also locked at level 28. These were instantly obliterated by the sun-devouring divine flame released by Hong Lian, reduced to mere ashes. The 9th and 10th waves featured B-grade extraordinary quality creatures. The Xingyan, Abyssal Demon Eye, also capped at level 28. Under the combined assault of the dragon legions led by Bai Xin and Hong Lian, alongside the enhancement of their respective power amplification skills, they were swiftly eradicated. From the 5th wave to the conclusion of the 10th wave, Fang Yuan amassed a total of over 319,200,000 source crystals. He dedicated all these crystals to enhancing the 10,000 swords asking heaven sword formation. Including the previously upgraded crystals, Fang Yuan expended a total of 329,950,000 source crystals to elevate the formation to level 38. Chapter 45, Abyssal Demon Dragon. LV38 10,000 swords asking heaven sword formation. Quality, S-grade epic quality. Function, 1. 10,000 swords asking heaven domain barrier. 2. Sword source liquid. 3. Heaven slaying sword. 1. Level 10. Each asking heaven sword requires merely the number of source crystals equivalent to its level for upgrades, beyond level 10. The required source crystals increase to 10 times the unit digit of that level. For instance, upgrading the level 38 asking heaven sword to level 39 would demand a staggering 8,000 source crystals per sword. Upgrading all 10,000 Asking Heaven swords to level 39 would necessitate a colossal 80 million source crystals. Gazing upon the attributes of the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven sword formation, Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at its insatiable appetite for resources and lament his own impoverishment. Truly, poverty weighed heavily upon him. The source crystals in his possession seemed to dissipate almost instantaneously, consumed by these insatiable entities. After a moment of reflection, he sighed deeply and turned his attention to the information regarding the 11th wave of the Beast Tide. Endless Beast Tide 11th Wave, A-grade rare quality, Abyssal Demon Dragon Clan. Quantity, 10,000, level, LV 28. Please prepare for defense. If I manage to eliminate all the Abyssal Demon Dragons, I could completely replace my 960 Shadow Servant units. With confidence in his victory, Fang Yuan whispered to himself before summoning the communication channel for all of humanity on Blue Star. Casting his gaze upon the leaderboard displayed on the right side of the panel. Blue Star Human Lord Beast Tide Challenge Ranking. First place, Longsha Kingdom, Fang Yuan, 11th Wave. Continuing the trial. Second place, Longsha Kingdom, Xiao Wenxin, 8th Wave, trial concluded. Third place, Longsha Kingdom, Lin Fan, 6th Wave, trial concluded. 9th place, Longsha Kingdom, Chen Guanyuan. 4th Wave, trial concluded. 10th place, Longsha Kingdom, Lin Nanbei, 4th Wave, trial concluded. Observing the leaderboard, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile at the fact that, apart from Xiao Wenxin, who ranked second and was not his vassal lord, he had a strong showing in the top 10. It was gratifying to see that his earlier decision to elevate their territories to level 10 before the start of the Endless Beast Tide, alongside their courage to persist through the trials, had not been in vain. With that, Fang Yuan chose not to dwell on the communication panel, which was currently inundated with frenzied discussions about him. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the skies, where the ominous Abyssal Demon Dragons, cloaked in a sinister black aura and adorned with dark purple scales, were gracefully descending. Each A-grade rare quality Abyssal Demon Dragon, measuring over 450 meters in diameter, with a wingspan that obscured the crimson moonlight beneath its overlapping wings, loomed ominously above Fang Yuan's territory. As they hovered in the air, blood-red patterns emerged upon their wings, coalescing into a strange magical array. Sensing their power surge exponentially, Fang Yuan braced himself as the Abyssal Demon Dragons slowly opened their maws, conjuring orbs of black and purple energy, pulsating with terrifying energy fluctuations. Do they intend to breach my 10,000 swords Asking Heaven domain? Let us see if they possess the capability to do so, and I shall also gauge the strength of the protective capabilities of the Asking Heaven sword domain. As Fang Yuan's voice trailed off, the sky above his territory erupted into cataclysmic turmoil. High above, a multitude of ominous black-purple energy pillars, imbued with terrifying power, erupted forth from the gaping maw of the myriad abyssal dragons. The deafening roar resonated through the heavens and the earth. The majestic black-purple radiance illuminated the previously obscured crimson moonlight, casting a glow over the vast, shadowy expanse of land below. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of formidable black-purple energy pillars struck the protective barrier of the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven's sword domain, which appeared to be merely 33 meters in diameter but extended to an astonishing 995 meters in depth. In an instant, countless brilliant shockwaves of black-purple energy blossomed, shattering everything within the vicinity of the barrier into innumerable fragments of dust. After several minutes of relentless assault, the black-purple energy pillars gradually began to retract. When the terrifying energy ceased to emanate from the abyssal dragons' mouths, the surrounding area of several hundred square kilometers was left utterly devastated, akin to the obliteration of numerous cities from the Blue Star, leaving no trace of life behind. Through the unchanged barrier of the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven's sword domain, one could observe the ravaged landscape, with only an ancient, enigmatic colossal gate standing resolutely upon the earth. Far away, he commanded the fiery red lotus to address the bewildered abyssal dragons, who were gazing in shock at their unscathed territory. Is this the extent of your combined skills? Just this. Roar. For the tempestuous red lotus to utter such words in the tongue of dragons carried a tone of mockery, inciting an immediate uproar of rage from the 10,000 abyssal dragons. Now possessing a clearer understanding of the barrier's defensive capabilities, Fang Yuan felt a profound sense of confidence regarding the forthcoming 12th wave of beast tides and the last two waves. He then raised his hand to touch the barrier before him, his consciousness linking instantaneously with the myriad swords, all at level 38, within the Asking Heaven's sword. Control the sword as if it were an extension of oneself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air reverberated with a thunderous sound as countless black golden long swords shot forth from the 10,000 swords Asking Heaven's sword domain, echoing throughout the realms. With an effortless mastery akin to an extension of his own body, Fang Yuan commanded the myriad Asking Heaven's swords, transforming them into black golden rainbows slicing through the sky. The overwhelming sword energy, infused with a palpable aura of destruction, surged forth like a tangible black-golden torrent from the domain. Simultaneously, the black-golden asking heavens swords launched themselves unyieldingly towards the 10,000 abyssal dragons. Sensing imminent peril, the dragons swiftly dispelled the enchantments enveloping them and retreated into the skies, simultaneously invoking a defensive skill that enveloped them in a profound, dark purple shield. However, faced with the swords, which were 10 levels stronger and imbued with an overwhelming aura of destructive sword intent, their attempts at defense appeared utterly futile and laughable. The myriad colossal black-golden sword lights flickered across the sky, and in an instant, headless abyssal dragon corpses rained down to the scarred earth below. Chapter 46, Abyssal Dark Star Dragon. After concluding the battle of the 11th wave of beast tides, Fang Yuan commanded all the Asking Heavens swords in the sky to return to the 10,000 swords Asking Heavens sword domain for recuperation. He then instructed the White God to carry him outside the territory to retrieve the relatively intact abyssal dragon corpses he had slain, collecting them into his spatial backpack. After multiple trips back to the territory, Fang Yuan finally brought all the abyssal dragons back, systematically dismantling their bodies for flesh and blood. Gazing at the nearly filled spatial backpack brimming with the flesh of the abyssal dragons, he smiled broadly at the White God and Red Lotus beside him, saying, "These high-grade resources will serve as your sustenance when the territory can be upgraded again, allowing you to break through your limits." However, both the White God and Red Lotus shook their heads in refusal. The White God, quicker than Red Lotus, explained, "The bloodline power of these abyssal dragons possesses a potent corrosive and corruptive ability. Only those dragons with inherently negative attributes can consume their flesh. If we wish to partake, we must first purify the abyssal dragon meat to cleanse the corruptive power contained within, or else we risk being tainted ourselves. Even though we are of S-rank epic quality and our bloodline abilities far surpass those of the abyssal dragons, consuming too much of their flesh could lead to our own bloodlines being corrupted, resulting in our transformation and mutation. In severe cases, this could lead to a rapid demise due to the collapse of our bloodlines." Upon hearing the White God's explanation, Fang Yuan understood the reason for their refusal and nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze towards the towering heap of black-purple abyssal dragon bones accumulated within the territory. As he contemplated how to deal with the remains, he instructed the now idle dragons to transport these bones to the 9 Nether Shadow domain. He also designated several dragons to guard the 9 Nether Shadow domain, tasked with continuously filling it with the bones of the abyssal dragons to gradually forge abyssal bone dragons. After arranging these tasks, Fang Yuan pondered the B-rank exquisite black dragons, known for their proficiency with venom, considering whether they could consume the flesh of the abyssal dragons without suffering a collapse of their bloodlines, thus enhancing their quality levels. As the countdown to the 12th wave of beast tides approached its end, Fang Yuan set aside his experimental thoughts and glanced once more at the foundational prompt regarding the impending 12th wave. Endless Beast Tide 12th Wave, A-rank rare quality. Abyssal dragon species. Quantity, 100,000, level, LV28. Among them exists an S-rank epic quality hero unit, the Abyssal Dark Star Dragon, at level LV28. Please prepare for defense. An S-rank Abyssal Dark Star Dragon? The name resonates powerfully. I wonder how many of my strikes it can withstand. After murmuring this to himself, from within the ancient, eerie gate not far from his territory, a colossal black vortex, nearly several thousand meters in diameter, surged forth. Following this, 10,000 abyssal dragons emerged, with one particularly massive dragon, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, standing out prominently at the center of the swirling mass. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, Fang Yuan could clearly discern its imposing figure as it appeared. As I gazed upon the formidable figure adorned with the LV28 Abyssal Dark Star Dragon insignia, its gargantuan and fearsome black-purple body loomed ominously. Behind it swirled a vortex reminiscent of a pitch-black eye, emanating an aura of dread and otherworldly darkness. The terrifying, tangible essence of this darkness seeped forth from the obsidian vertical pupil of the vortex, rapidly extending hundreds, if not thousands, of meters before merging into the surrounding realm, transforming it into an area devoid of light. In an instant, the crimson moonlight that had previously bathed the earth was completely obscured, beholding the impenetrable darkness outside his territory. Fang Yuan, who had yet to make contact with the barrier of the myriad swords asking Heaven Sword domain, summoned the myriad swords within it for a comprehensive offensive. A thunderous boom reverberated in front of him, echoing from beyond the barrier, where a colossal black-purple dragon claw struck violently against it. A dragon's head, as massive as a 100-meter mountain, slowly descended from the gloom, its enormous eyes ablaze with eerie purple flames, casting a disdainful gaze upon Fang Yuan within the sword domain. "What are you doing, you wretched spawn?" Undeterred, Fang Yuan briefly activated the sound transmission feature of the sword domain barrier and directed a verbal assault toward the Abyssal Dark Star Dragon. In response, a resounding and majestic roar erupted, yet Fang Yuan, having swiftly deactivated the sound transmission, heard nothing of the reply. Had he been able to hear it, the proximity would have likely resulted in his immediate demise, forcing him into the resurrection pool for revival. With no further communication, the abyssal dark star dragon vanished once more into the unfathomable darkness. How annoying, Fang Yuan thought, as he commanded the myriad swords asking Heaven Sword Array to merge the individual swords into 100 colossal swords. These immense blades, now infused with overwhelming destructive sword energy, transformed into 100 black gold rainbows sweeping outward in all directions, unleashing a multitude of massive sword lights. These black gold sword lights crisscrossed over hundreds of miles, weaving an immense and intricate sword net across the darkened expanse. Fang Yuan surveyed the areas illuminated by this web of black gold light beyond the barrier. Before him stood a gargantuan abyssal dark star dragon, its size magnified several-fold to over 3,000 meters in diameter, adorned with countless wounds. Towering high above as it glared down at Fang Yuan below. With a voice imbued with primal fury, understandable to any living being, it roared, "Ants! How dare you injure this king? You shall pay a price of unimaginable despair and suffering." Chapter 47. The Abyssal Dark Star Dragon of Infinite Revivals? With that, the fearsome Abyssal Dark Star Dragon unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the very fabric of space. Fang Yuan then witnessed the vast expanse of darkness that had previously enveloped hundreds of miles, swirling like a massive, viscous black liquid, gathering behind the dragon, radiating a brilliant black light from the vortex of its vertical pupil. At that moment, the ground bore no trace of the abyssal dragons, as they had all merged into that vast pool of darkness, augmenting the power of the abyssal dark star dragon, fortifying it against Fang Yuan's earlier sweeping sword net assault. As the enormous black liquid seamlessly integrated into the vortex behind the dragon, a terrifying power erupted from its colossal form. In that vortex, pulsating black-purple vertical pupils glimmered with an eerie radiance. The abyssal dark star dragon, its injuries miraculously healed, slowly raised its massive head, gathering a sphere of ominous black-purple energy in its maw. A colossal energy beam, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, surged forth, hurtling toward Fang Yuan's territory. The energy wave caused spatial tremors, generating a deafening roar that echoed throughout the realm. Just as this terrifying black-purple energy beam was poised to strike Fang Yuan's domain, he, now controlling 10 of the colossal myriad swords, unleashed a devastating sword technique from the blood-killing divine art, enhanced to S-rank quality with the expenditure of 10 million source crystals. The 10 immense myriad swords, imbued with even greater power, shimmered with a black gold radiance before surging forth to intercept the descending black-purple energy beam. Boom! As the massive black-purple energy beam collided with the resplendent black-gold sword light, a shockwave of terrifying force erupted, forming a tricolored ring of black, purple, and gold that expanded outward. The cataclysmic force sent tremors through the earth and sky, shattering the very space above while fracturing the already ravaged ground below, sending debris and dust soaring as the tricolored shockwave radiated chaotically in all directions. In this blood-drenched, dim-lit scene, tainted by the power of the abyssal dark star dragon, the spectacle resembled an apocalyptic vision. However, this tableau of chaos did not endure for long, as the brilliant black gold sword lights pierced through the colossal black-purple energy beam, slicing it into dozens of segments. These severed segments, upon striking the ground, created massive craters, causing the vast region of Fang Yuan's territory to sink and tilt ominously. In swift succession, 10 brilliant black gold sword lights ascended into the sky, confronting the terrified abyssal dark star dragon. Boom! The dazzling black gold sword lights flashed past the dragon's eyes, penetrating its massive head and cleaving it into numerous fragments that cascaded to the earth. In a surreal twist, the decapitated body of the abyssal dark star dragon remained suspended in the air, devoid of its head. Fang Yuan, sensing an ominous turn of events through his connection to the 10 colossal myriad swords, prepared to dismember the dragon's body entirely. Just as he contemplated the creature's demise, he witnessed a surge of black liquid from the vortex behind the abyssal dark star dragon, infiltrating its massive form. In an instant, the flesh and blood around its neck began to writhe, and soon after, a new, identical head of the abyssal dark star dragon emerged, unleashing a furious roar. "Ant, you cannot kill me, and from this moment forth, I shall make you truly acquainted with the essence of despair." Accompanied by these ominous words, Fang Yuan, who was psychically attuned to the questions of the Tianjian sword, commanded the colossal swords to sever the head of the abyssal dark star dragon yet again. Following this beheading, countless dark golden sword lights flickered around the massive form of the dragon, swiftly reducing its body to innumerable fragmented remains that plummeted to the earth below. As the last two pieces of the dragon's carcass were cleaved apart by the black golden sword light, a stream of black liquid erupted from the abyssal vortex of black vertical pupils, suspended in the void between reality and the intangible, surging toward one of the fleshly remnants and melding into it instantaneously. In mere moments, as the liquid coursed into the flesh of the abyssal dark star dragon, it transformed, and a colossal dragon re-emerged high in the sky. Before the abyssal dark star dragon could utter a sound, Fang Yuan unleashed the giant question swords once more, executing a gruesome beheading followed by dismemberment. Through his psychic awareness, he perceived the dragon, once again revitalized from its dismembered state, relying on a fragment of its own flesh and scales, restored under the influx of that dark liquid. The spectacle of its surroundings and the transformations it had undergone during its revival captivated Fang Yuan's attention, particularly the swirling abyss of black vertical pupils that flickered with an eerie black-purple luminosity. The more devastating the death, the greater the consumption of the black-purple vertical pupils from those abyssal dragons required for restoration. He murmured to himself, and in that moment, Fang Yuan, within his domain, came to a chilling realization. So, it is through the sacrifices of those abyssal dragons that you possess such a terrifying power akin to infinite resurrection. If that is the case, then I shall slay you 100,000 times and see if you grant me the favor of death. Chapter 48. The Colossal Star Shaker and the Sky Shaker. Despite being slain and dismembered 10 times, the abyssal dark star dragon remained filled with disdain for Fang Yuan. After 1,000 deaths, it still exhibited no fear. However, after being dispatched 10,000 times, the dragon began to grow solemn. As Fang Yuan reached 20,000 slays, the abyssal dark star dragon felt genuine terror and sought mercy. As Fang Yuan was on the verge of slaying the dragon for the 30,000th time, the now restored yet still colossal abyssal dark star dragon knelt before him, its massive form bowing in submission, desperately seeking loyalty. Fang Yuan recognized the dragon's formidable strength, particularly its innate ability to resurrect infinitely through the sacrifices of its kin or other beings. Thus, when the dragon pleaded for allegiance, he found himself somewhat tempted, regrettably, considering that he possessed no treasures capable of binding this creature, whose strength surpassed that of any being within his domain. Fang Yuan resolved to deliver the final strike to the abyssal dark star dragon, swiftly concluding this wave of beasts. At the moment Fang Yuan commanded the 10 colossal Tianjian swords, radiating resplendent black golden light, to slay the abyssal dark star dragon, which displayed profound fear. The dragon, as if stealing its resolve, emitted a piercing cry. From the dark vortex of vertical pupils behind it emerged a dragon's soul orb, the size of a water tank, containing a miniature version of the abyssal dark star dragon. As the orb, imbued with the essence of the dragon's soul, flew from the abyssal vortex, it collided with one of the 10 colossal Tianjian swords descending upon it. In that fleeting moment, just as the dragon's soul orb made contact with the sword imbued with Fang Yuan's psychic awareness, the sword poised to deliver the final blow halted abruptly. Mere meters from the dragon's form. Through the sword, Fang Yuan sensed the information contained within the dragon's soul orb. He glanced at the abyssal dark star dragon, which had narrowly escaped destruction, and then, controlling the psychic energy attached to the sword, inscribed a mental seal in the blank master slot of the dragon's soul's contract, visible solely to him. The instant the mental imprint took form upon the contract, Fang Yuan sensed that he could not only command the abyssal dark star dragon at will, but also glean every thought and intention harbored by the creature. Particularly, if the dragon ever entertained malicious thoughts toward him, his soul would receive immediate warnings from the dragon's soul orb, which would impose severe punitive measures akin to soul fragmentation upon the abyssal dark star dragon. Notification: due to the 12th wave of beasts, the abyssal dark star dragon, as the principal entity of this wave, has entered into a master-servant contract of loyalty with you. The 12th wave of beasts has concluded. As the abyssal dark star dragon is not summoned from your domain's creature structures, its level remains unaffected by your domain's level and will remain LV28. However, until your domain reaches LV25, it cannot utilize source crystals for level advancement. Having completed the 12th wave of beasts, do you wish to proceed to the next wave? Once you confirm to continue, you will not be able to halt subsequent trials until the 14th wave is completed. Please choose wisely. Countdown 00559. After reading the 3 notifications that appeared before him, Fang Yuan, having finalized the contract with the abyssal dark star dragon, witnessed a flash of black-purple light outside his domain. The dragon transformed into a strikingly mature and coldly alluring young woman. In the portal of the sword domain that Fang Yuan opened, the abyssal dark star dragon, now embodied as a woman clad in flowing black-purple robes, stood before him, exuding a captivating yet intimidating presence. As the white deity and the red lotus felt an inexplicable pressure, the two dragons swiftly forged an alliance, each clasping Fang Yuan's arms in a display of dominance, casting icy glares at the enchanting figure before them. The coldly beautiful woman knelt before Fang Yuan, performing a gesture of fealty, and with a voice that resonated like that of a regal queen, she proclaimed, "Amlin, at your service, my master." Fang Yuan first summoned the attributes of the abyssal dark star dragon, named Amlin, to peruse her details. Heroic species name: Abyssal Dark Star Dragon. Heroic species beings born under extraordinary conditions. Their names do not encompass their preceding races. as all heroic species units possess unique designations. Name, Anlin. Quality, S rank epic quality. Level, LV2880000, 80,000. Affection, 100. Due to the nature of the master-servant contract, the affection level is equivalent to full loyalty. Growth stage, growth period. Mentality and personality, 15 years old, aloof, tsundere, fiercely protective of life. Attributes, physique, 1250, spirit, 1613. Source power, 1366. Skills, eternal darkness, SS rank, absolute dark devouring domain, SS rank, light of fallen stars, S rank, hidden void, S rank, dark star impact, S rank. It is no wonder that it has chosen to surrender and pledge loyalty to me. It seems to be a matter of temperament. While it is entirely normal for any being to fear death, it is rather rare for a dragon of such high S-rank quality to possess such a pronounced fear of life. After reflecting on the personality of Anlin, Fang Yuan then turned his gaze towards the option to continue challenging the 13th wave of beasts. With only a few minutes remaining for that option, he addressed Anlin directly. Surely you must be privy to some of the secrets behind this endless beast tide. Time is of the essence. Given our master-servant relationship, there is no need for pleasantries. I will ask, and you will answer. Do you know what S-rank epic quality race the 13th wave of beasts belongs to? What is its name? How does its strength compare to that of the abyssal demons? Most importantly, what is the name of the SS-rank teleportation quality beings of this race? And how does their power measure up against yours? Upon hearing Fang Yuan's barrage of questions, Anlin took a moment to ponder. Recalling various pieces of information regarding that race and related battle experiences, she apprehensively replied. The final two waves of this endless beast tide consist of a race known as the earth-shaking giants. Under normal circumstances, I can contend with 100 earth-shaking giants of the same level. However, if I had the prior support of the 100,000 abyssal dragon demons, which can continuously resurrect, I could ultimately exhaust all of the same level earth-shaking giants in the 13th and even 14th waves. As for the heroes of this race that will appear in the 10th wave, the SS rank teleportation quality earth-shaking giants. Facing one of them of the same rank would be akin to facing you previously. I would be utterly overwhelmed and perish. Chapter 49, The Terrifying Earth-Shaking Giants. Despite not being the pinnacle of SS rank beings, the quality level of the earth-shaking giants is indeed SS rank, and their strength is far beyond that of S rank beings at the same level. To say that they would completely annihilate me would be an understatement, especially in the presence of a racial legion. If my innate ability were not as unique as it is now, allowing for resurrection, a single strike from them could obliterate both me and my army of 100,000 in an instant. Upon hearing Anlin's words, Fang Yuan was taken aback, incredulously inquiring, "Is it truly as formidable as you say?" Anlin, fearing that Fang Yuan might rashly challenge the next wave, thus endangering both herself and him, cautiously sought his permission. With his consent, she stood and gently touched her forehead to his. This scene made Bai Shun and Hong Lian feel quite anxious, their eyes fixed on Anlin to prevent any undue advantage taken over their lord. However, at that moment, Fang Yuan's consciousness was rapidly absorbing the memories Anlin had encountered regarding the earth-shaking giants and the earth-shaking giants. In a vast expanse akin to an ocean, the land was covered in flowing lava. Giant earth-shaking giants, clad in blood-red armor and magnitudes larger than Anlin's buffed form, stomped through the lava-laden terrain, hunting the lava dragons that thrived within that expansive sea of magma. A colossal meteorite, larger than Blue Star itself, plummeted from the heavens under the influence of some force, hurtling towards the titanic earth-shaking giants. Fang Yuan then witnessed, within the memory, one of the largest earth-shaking giants squat down before leaping into the air. In an instant, it transformed into a crimson streak, soaring skyward towards the descending meteorite. As it neared the enormous meteorite, the earth-shaking giant unleashed a tremendous punch, colliding with the forceful descent of the celestial body. The resulting thunderous roar echoed through the skies as the meteorite momentarily halted, fissures appearing across its surface. A tremendous explosion erupted from within the meteorite. Subsequently, the meteorite, greater than Blue Star itself, exploded spectacularly, scattering countless fragments across the vast cosmos. This astonishing memory faded, revealing a colossal earth-shaking giant, akin to a star, standing amidst the vast, deep expanse of the starry sky, gazing down upon an immense lava continent that dwarfed the combined area of the stars. Just as Fang Yuan anticipated witnessing some extraordinary action from the earth-shaking giant, he saw it conjure a massive blood-red axe that dwarfed its own form. Gripping the axe, the earth-shaking giant emanated a terrifying crimson aura, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble. Raising the immense axe, the earth-shaking giant brought it down towards the molten starry continent below. The area surrounding the giant trembled as if reality itself had warped, producing an overwhelming cacophony. Fang Yuan then beheld the scene he yearned for, as the axe descended. A phantom of an equally massive blood-red axe formed alongside it, striking the lava continent. In an instant, the continent shattered, Colossal pieces enveloped in torrents of magma bursting forth into the cosmos. Alas, they could not escape the fate that befell their molten homeland. As the phantom axe struck the lava continent, it erupted into a storm of terrifying crimson energy, sweeping towards the fragments of the continent that had been blasted away, tearing them apart into countless minuscule shards, akin to being thrown into a meat grinder. Thus concluded Amlin's vivid recollection. Feeling as if an eternity had passed since he last viewed those vivid memories, Fang Yuan gazed at the countdown timer for the next round of choices, which had only been a matter of seconds since the previous one. He could not help but furrow his brow and, after stepping back 2 paces, posed a question to the enigmatic Amlin. Were these memories that you experienced firsthand, or were they recorded through other means, merely observed by your soulless consciousness? Amlin bowed slightly and replied, the information contained within those memories originates from the bloodline heritage of my abyssal dragon hero race, the Darkstar clan. As the master of Amlin's soul gem, Fang Yuan was naturally attuned to the truth of her words. He nodded in acknowledgement of Amlin's statement, and then turned his focus to the virtual panel of choices for continuing through the 13th wave of beast tides, becoming ensnared in a struggle of reluctant contemplation as the countdown continued to dwindle. When only a minute remained on the timer for proceeding with the 13th wave of beast tides, a sudden epiphany struck Fang Yuan's mind. With a mere thought, the myriad swords of the 10,000 swords asking Heaven's sword domain, which he had previously dispersed for nurturing, swiftly converged into a single colossal sword. This main sword, radiating a resplendent black-gold brilliance, loomed above Fang Yuan's territory like a sentinel, exuding an aura of formidable destructive sword intent. Amlin, he inquired, how much chance do you believe I possess against that legion of 100,000, with their level only at LV-28, the fallen titan? Amlin gazed up at the towering black-gold sword suspended in the air, its terrifying aura causing her to tremble with fear. The overwhelming destructive sword energy continuously surged from the tip of the giant sword, merging into the protective barrier of the sword domain. After a brief moment of distraction, Amlin regained her composure. Recalling Fang Yuan's earlier question, she corrected her response. The lords facing the endless beast tides are those who currently vie for dominance across the entirety of the infinite continent. Among them are many who belong to powerful races in the current cosmic expanse. Thus, you are not the only one to have reached the final 2 waves of the beast tides. After delivering this substantial explanation, Amlin, noticing Fang Yuan's urgent expression, hastily continued, the S-rank life forms nurtured by the heavens are not akin to the exclusive military structures of lords. As long as resources are sufficient, this type of life can be born without limit. Moreover, with a level restriction of LV-28, the number of star-shaking titans allocated to your territory will not exceed 10,000 across the 13th and 14th waves. These level titans, facing your formidable presence, which is regarded as S-rank within formations but is actually equivalent to a pinnacle SS rank being, can be vanquished with a single strike of your sword technique before any serious engagement. Upon hearing Amlin's final words, Fang Yuan decisively opted to proceed to the next wave of beast tides, following the display of fundamental information regarding the 13th wave of beast tides before him. He utilized the source crystals acquired from previous encounters with Amlin to elevate the level of the 10,000 swords asking Heaven sword formation. An announcement reverberated in the ears of all lords as Fang Yuan confirmed his choice to participate in the 13th wave of beast tides. Chapter 50, Seconds to surpass the 13th wave of beast tides, ascending to the pinnacle. Announcement. The last lord to choose to participate in the 13th and 14th waves of beast tides has made their selection. The lords entering the 13th wave will uniformly embark upon this catastrophic trial, the final phase of the endless beast tides. All lords entering this stage will have their potential rankings determined by how swiftly they navigate through the 2 waves, with swifter completion yielding more abundant rewards. The potential ranking list for all races lords is now open for publication. Please note, the rankings of the top 1,000 will experience significant real-time fluctuations during the subsequent 2 waves. Lords, please check your rankings accordingly. This list accommodates only 100 million entries. Those unlisted will be ineligible for reward distribution upon ranking conclusion. As the announcement concluded, a colossal purple-gold ranking list materialized in the sky above Fang Yuan's territory. He gazed upward to see that this monumental list contained 100 rankings per page, with his current position displayed at the bottom alongside an extensive list of 1 million remaining ranks. Observing that he occupied the 1,000th position, Fang Yuan then turned his attention to the first page to discern the identities of the top 100. Potential ranking of racial lords. 1. Rixian, Star God Race. 2. Riao, Star God Race. 3. Heiju, Black Hole God Race. 4. Xianjiu, Mind Spirit Race. 5. Sulong, Void God Race. 6. Sumeng, Void Demon Race. 7. Akasi, Fallen God Race. 8. Zhang Sanhua, Otherworldly Immortal Race. 9. Taluo Si, Star-Eating Griffin Race. 10. Kuan Kuan, Vast Star Kuan Race. 100. Ao Te Lai Si Kai, Divine Hidden Race. Not long after Fang Yuan finished reviewing the rankings, a massive black hole vortex, with a diameter stretching thousands of meters, surged forth from the colossal gate of the beast tides, rapidly expanding. Fang Yuan then beheld towering titans, each reaching a staggering height of 1,000 meters, clad in blood-red heavy armor, their bodies engulfed in a fierce conflagration of blood flames, leaping forth from the vast black hole vortex. As the thousands of star-shaking titans descended from the thousands of meters above, wielding deep red giant axes, they prepared to cleave downward toward Fang Yuan's territory. At that moment, as the shadowy, blood-red giant axe phantoms condensed in the air, poised to strike, the majestic 10,000 swords asking heaven sword, standing thousands of meters tall above Fang Yuan's territory, abruptly unleashed a dazzling black gold sword light, flooding the surrounding heavens and earth for hundreds of miles. Bloodshed, the sword light shakes the heavens and earth. The catastrophic sword energy, already imbued with destructive intent, surged even further as Fang Yuan unleashed his formidable sword technique, erupting with unparalleled terrifying power. Within the area enveloped by the resplendent black gold sword light, all things were swiftly submerged under the indiscriminate AoE attack of those overwhelmingly powerful sword lights. The first to succumb were the blood-red giant axe phantoms, which were instantaneously shattered into countless fragments by the seemingly infinite black gold destructive brilliance. As the blood-red axe phantoms disintegrated into myriad shards, they transformed into countless crimson glimmers, vanishing completely within the endless black-red sword light. Soon to follow their disappearance were the formidable star-shaking titans, who clutched their blood-red giant axes, their eyes wide with terror exposed beneath their heavy armor. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosions echoed through the realms, resonating within the vast expanse suffused with black gold destructive sword light. As the formidable star-shaking giants were annihilated, leaving no trace of their existence, Fang Yuan, wielding the Sword of Inquiry, commanded his lethal sword techniques. Above him, in the vast expanse of his territory, the colossal potential ranking list hovered, steadily advancing his position. When the last of the titanic star-shaking giants emerged from the massive black hole vortex, it was engulfed and obliterated by the resplendent golden light of destruction, leaving no remnants. In that moment, as the 13th wave of beast tides appeared before him, the announcement of his triumph resonated, elevating his rank to the pinnacle, first place. The Blue Star human lords, who had long since survived the ceaseless beast tide calamity, gazed in astonishment at the colossal ranking list within their territories. For a fleeting moment, the first position, which had been in constant flux, ceased to change. A name they recognized all too well graced that coveted spot. 1. Fang Yuan, Blue Star human clan. As the lords beheld Fang Yuan's name ascend to the apex, they fell into a profound shock that lingered for several seconds. In an instant, the various communication channels across Blue Star erupted with incredulity. The lords, who had previously speculated on Fang Yuan's fate amidst the endless beast tide trials, now expressed their astonishment in tones that conveyed disbelief. Blue Star Human Communication Channel, Little Sun Nation, Shirgomi. Unbelievable. Just how powerful is this fellow Fang Yuan? Big Rice Nation, Trumpet. Indeed, it is utterly absurd. This is the 13th wave of beast tides. The quality of those creatures is speculated to be at least S rank. Bear Nation, Oloitan. The 13th wave is not merely a matter of S rank beasts. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. Those S rank beings are at least 10 levels above Fang Yuan. Not to mention, the 13th wave had only just begun. Yet Fang Yuan annihilated them all at breakneck speed, securing his place at the top. This is simply outrageous and terrifying. 3 nations. Shijia Ace and Fang Yuan's troops must possess qualities that vastly exceed the strongest known A-rank humans of Blue Star. Based on his recent performance, he likely stands at SS-level legendary quality, or perhaps even the SSS-level mythical quality. Stick Nation, Li Jiangsu. Does this mean that Fang Yuan is the only being among all of Blue Star's humanity whose troop level surpasses A rank, achieving an unattainable pinnacle of quality? Dragon Summer Nation, Chun Guangyuan. Don't harbor such fantasies. The might of our master is far beyond what you can imagine. Dragon Summer Nation, Lin Nanbei. Exactly. Chapter 51. The Endless Beast Tide finally arrives. In the Kanglan domain, once a picturesque territory, now a desolate wasteland. Beneath a towering phoenix-patterned, fiery red armor-clad figure, Xia Wenxin gazed up at the central expanse of her territory, where the master potential ranking had settled at first place. Her heart seized with astonishment and a twinge of regret. Perhaps, I should have accepted his proposal to become his vassal lord. Yet, as this ambitious woman entertained such thoughts, she quickly regained her composure and chided herself. Xia Wenxin, have you forgotten what you truly seek? To become Fang Yuan's vassal lord means, with his power, you would showcase no value beyond mere intimacy. Consequently, you would receive no resources from him, instead becoming a tool, perpetually exploited. Reflecting on this, Xia Wenxin murmured to herself, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. What does it matter if Fang Yuan currently outpaces me significantly? As long as I manage my affairs wisely and seize better opportunities, who can say what the future holds in terms of strength? Once a paradise-like isle, it had now devolved into ruins. The few small peaks on the island had been obliterated during the earlier fourth wave of beast tides, crushed by legions of fallen serpents and dragon spirit shues winged white tigers. Standing amidst the wreckage, Long Lingxue looked up at the name that had become all too familiar. Now fixed in first place in the central expanse, she was taken aback, pondering, is Fang Yuan's power truly so extraordinary? Even if he does not secure first place in the upcoming 14th wave, as long as he survives, his potential eclipses that of any other lord on Blue Star. Should I submit an application to become a vassal lord before the 14th wave begins, clinging tightly to his coattails? As she contemplated this, Long Lingxue recalled her family's backing and mused, the entire Long clan, united, has not developed as rapidly as Fang Yuan. Should I not persuade the elders to restore the clan's former allegiance to the wise King Run, as in the past, and seize this opportunity? While it would mean total subjugation to Fang Yuan, it is preferable to facing calamities akin to the endless beast tides alone, resulting in the loss of many clan members and eventual extinction. As the various communication channels across Blue Star buzzed with speculation about whether Fang Yuan would maintain his first place in the upcoming 14th wave, and as Xiao Wenxin continued to bolster her resolve, while Long Lingxue pondered the merits of her family's allegiance to Fang Yuan, far from their location in the Kanglan domain. In a remote corner of the endless continent, a figure of colossal stature, reaching LV 228 and towering over 10,000 meters, adorned with a magnificent halo resembling 12 suns, emerged, the star god clan, Rixian. Radiating a divine luminosity, he raised his hand, summoning countless immense blazing swords that appeared in midair, piercing through the colossal blood-red axe phantom, shattering it into myriad fragments that dissipated into the void. As the blood-red axe phantom vanished, a gigantic star-shaking giant, equally colossal, became impaled by the fiery swords. In the moment the great Rixian lowered his hand, the last of the 13th wave's star-shaking giants was incinerated from within by the cataclysmic heat emanating from the swords, reduced to ashes. Gazing upon the remnants of countless star-shaking giants, their flesh and bones transformed into ash, Rixian's androgynous voice resonated solemnly. Regrettably, it is a lamentable waste of superior resources. Had it not been for the urgency of time and the formidable difficulty in slaying these foes, I would not have been compelled to reduce them to such a state. After a moment of reflection, as one of the mightiest races in the cosmic expanse, I, Xianri, a member of the SS-grade legendary Star God clan, am endowed with unparalleled talents. With unwavering confidence, I turned to gaze upon the leaderboard of potential among the lords of my domain, which, despite being over level 50, appeared insignificant to my eyes. Boom. The instant I beheld my position on the rankings, an overwhelming surge of pride ignited within me, accompanied by a terrifying aura of menace erupting forth. It was akin to the dread I felt when faced with the thousands of LV-238 star-shaking giants. The lethal intent surged across the vast expanse of millions of miles. Fang Yuan, a mere ant of the mortal star human race, whose potential ranking surpasses my own. This is an utter disgrace. In the next round, the final trial of the endless beast tide, I shall exert my utmost strength to vanquish those beings from the abyss and reclaim my rightful place. As the myriad lords of various races gazed upon the leaderboard following the conclusion of the 13th round of the beast tide, where Fang Yuan stood at the pinnacle, most speculated about the formidable nature of the Blue Star race in the cosmic arena, a hidden existence. At this moment, Fang Yuan was utilizing the source crystals obtained from slaying thousands of LV-28 star-shaking giants to elevate the Wenyang sword array to level 40. Sensing the enhanced power radiating from the Wenyang sword, which now seemed capable of cleaving the heavens, Fang Yuan felt a surge of confidence. With this, I am assured of overcoming the 14th round of the beast tide, given my current ranking. Even if I cannot dispatch the star-shaking giants as effortlessly as in the 13th round, my position on the potential leaderboard shall remain within the top 10. Perhaps even reclaiming the foremost spot. After indulging in such contemplations, the countdown to the arrival of the 14th wave of the beast tide reached its conclusion, accompanied by an even larger black hole vortex emanating from the ancient, mysterious gate. The calamity trial of the endless beast tide for Fang Yuan had finally commenced, heralding the onset of the 14th wave. Chapter 52. The skies collapse and the earth splits, instantly slaying the star-shaking giant. Bang! A deep crimson flash erupted from the vortex, crashing against the barrier of the Wenyang sword domain outside Fang Yuan's territory, producing a resounding and terrifying boom. The already ravaged and desolate land outside his domain trembled in response to the shockwave that rapidly spread from the barrier. Before Fang Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, a formidable star-shaking giant clad in grotesque, deep crimson armor, radiating a terrifying aura, struck the barrier with a single blow. An alarm echoed within Fang Yuan's mind. Quickly, the speed of this star-shaking giant's attack is astoundingly swift. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan prepared to retaliate with the Wenyang sword. Suddenly, a multitude of star-shaking giants emerged from the massive black hole vortex, forming an uncanny formation in midair. In an instant, a scarlet-colored, eerie array enveloped an area spanning hundreds of miles, appearing above the hovering star-shaking giants. At the center of this colossal scarlet array was an enormous, deep red giant axe, intricately inscribed with countless strange runes. As the final rune was etched into the array, a blood moon hung high in the night sky, releasing a massive scarlet beam that transcended boundless space, descending upon the array. With the absorption of the giant axe within the array by the scarlet beam, it burst forth with an exceedingly radiant, deep red light. Sensing impending doom, Fang Yuan, who intended to unleash the sword light that could sweep across the heavens, promptly altered his strategy and resolved to unleash the Wenyang sword's most formidable power, the heavenly cleaving sword. Just as Fang Yuan made up his mind to execute the Wenyang sword array's ultimate strike, the star-shaking giant that had previously cleaved at the barrier was enveloped by a colossal deep red beam projected by the giant axe's runes. As Fang Yuan channeled all the destructive sword energy within the Wenyang sword domain into the Wenyang sword, the already towering star-shaking giant, standing over 1,500 meters tall, suddenly inflated, its size ballooning 6 or 7 times. Transformed into a gargantuan entity towering at 10,000 meters, it loomed over Fang Yuan like an immense shadow. The now colossal star-shaking giant, with its blood-red eyes brimming with savagery, looked down upon Fang Yuan, who appeared no larger than an insect. Briefly glancing at the potential ranking list within his domain, with a sneer, it coldly declared, "It is your utmost honor to perish at the hands of my true form, which has descended to level 28 solely to hunt you down." As the star-shaking giant's words fell, it absorbed the deep red beam enveloping its body, raising its now enormous axe, which had also swelled 6 or 7 times in size, to touch the deep red giant axe rune within the bizarre array above. The runes of the array cascaded over the axe like flowing water. As the deep red axe in the star-shaking giant's hand absorbed the strange runes, it seemed to be endowed with an extraordinary and potent enhancement, releasing a terrifying aura. Raising its colossal axe, the towering giant bellowed, "Insect, prepare to meet your demise." In response to the earth-shattering roar of the star-shaking giant, though its words were lost on him, Fang Yuan had already completed his charge in preparation for the counterattack. Drawing upon every ounce of destructive sword energy within the Wenyang sword domain, the Wenyang sword, suspended in midair, lifted its colossal blade, aiming it at the descending star-shaking giant. A mysterious and profound array pattern appeared across the entirety of the Wenyang sword domain, infusing the imminent strike of the Wenyang sword with an unparalleled force, as if it could cleave the very heavens themselves. The star-shaking giant, wielding its deep red axe capable of shaking and shattering the world, sensed the overwhelming power merging into the Wenyang sword at that moment. Originally envisioning that Fang Yuan's domain, alongside himself, would be reduced to mere dust beneath his axe, the malevolent figure, which had displayed a sinister grin, suddenly found its expression frozen in horror, as the brilliant black-golden sword light filled its vision. The countenance of the creature morphed into one of heavy gravity, astonishment, fear, and ultimately, regret. A resplendent beam of black-golden sword light, stretching several thousand meters in diameter and suffused with boundless destructive power, pierced the heavens. Accompanied by the formidable force of apocalyptic devastation that fractured the sky, the sword, suspended in midair, descended with thunderous might upon the titanic troll wielding the deep red giant axe. With a resounding crash, the axe, adorned with enigmatic runes, shattered into countless fragments upon being struck by the terrifying sword light. In that fleeting moment, as the colossal troll was engulfed by the overwhelming black-golden beam, its flesh, blood, and even soul were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The thousands of towering trolls maintaining the eerie blood-red array in the skies above were likewise annihilated, disappearing without a remnant in an instant. In a realm several hundred kilometers distant from Fang Yuan's domain lay Lin Fan's territory, gazing skyward at the black-golden beam that cleaved through the heavens, creating fissures in its wake. Lin Fan and the towering Godzillas within his domain could feel an unfathomable terror emanating from the beam, causing them to tremble instinctively in the face of such primal fear. As the fearsome black-golden beam struck the ground, Lin Fan and his colossal companions bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Countless fragments of earth, stones, and dust soared into the sky, forming 2 colossal waves of debris that surged outward toward either side of the area Lin Fan faced. The earth trembled ominously, the sound of its rumbling drawing closer. Moments later, a nearby mountain was violently torn asunder by an overwhelming force, splitting it cleanly in half. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Following the mountain's catastrophic rupture, the cracks in the ground rapidly extended in the direction of Lin Fan's domain, heralding impending doom. Chapter 53. The top spot. It's still that man boom. As the immense fissure spread toward Lin Fan's territory, a violet-golden barrier materialized, enveloping his domain and shielding it from the encroaching terror of the Earth's fracture. A deafening roar erupted as the formidable force, which had been advancing relentlessly, was partially thwarted by the barrier for several breaths. Only after the violet-golden barrier dissipated did Lin Fan, overwhelmed, collapse onto the ground, surveying the transformed landscape around his territory. Now a vast canyon of gaping cracks. With a heart devoid of tears, he lamented. Thank goodness for the protective measures in place for the fallen lords before this beast tide had fully concluded. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated just now. Desperation gripped him as he resolved, I must devise a means to relocate my territory far from Fang Yuan. Otherwise, each time he unleashes his wrath, my domain will suffer the consequences. Amidst his reflections, Lin Fan suddenly recalled something. Glancing at the leaderboard suspended in the air, he noted Fang Yuan's name. Still firmly entrenched in first place even amidst the ongoing beast tide. Clutching his head in despair, he exclaimed, this is outrageous. If it weren't for the invincible protective barrier during the novice phase, coupled with the emergency measures just now, I would already be dead. If my domain remains in close proximity to the surviving Fang Yuan, I will not merely suffer peripheral damage, my territory will be annihilated, and I shall perish alongside it. While Lin Fan pondered how to distance his territory from Fang Yuan, a vast expanse of land, where mountains towering 10,000 meters high crumbled and where life was reduced to ashes, revealed a titanic troll, standing an imposing 100,000 meters tall, wielding an equally colossal deep red axe. Glaring down at Xianyang, who floated amidst a sea of molten lava, the troll sneered. Is this truly the extent of your prowess, hailed as the most gifted of the star god race? If this is your strength, then you may take your leave. To perish at the hands of my kind would be a privilege. Xianyang, sensing the overwhelming power of the troll before him, countered with defiance. Your troll race is but the dogs of those lords who have failed in the endless continents competitions. Before me, a powerful race born in this new era with the status of a lord, you have no right to speak so arrogantly. He continued, kneel and offer your true soul to forge a master-servant contract with me. Not only will I pardon your transgressions, but I will also elevate you to the rank of my foremost general. At that moment, the colossal axe, imbued with overwhelming killing intent and stretching 100,000 meters long, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at him. Boom! An infernal dragon, with a diameter of several thousand meters, surged forth from the molten lava below, propelled by Xianyang's instinct to evade the impending doom. It launched itself at the vast red axe, striving to impede its descent. Crack! Upon contact with the colossal axe, the infernal dragon was cleaved in two by the enraged troll, whose might was beyond what Xianyang had anticipated. The resulting shockwave shattered the dragon's remains into countless particles, dispersing them throughout the cosmos. Damn it! I underestimated the formidable strength of the trolls of the heavenly lineage, as chronicled in the relics of ancient civilizations. Xianyang cursed inwardly. In an instant, the 12 radiant suns within his halo emitted blinding brilliance, enveloping his form entirely. They transformed into a magnificent golden red divine armor, adorning his powerful frame. The 12 radiant suns morphed into gleaming swords, inscribed with arcane runes, intertwining into a colossal wheel of light. As he prepared to face this formidable adversary, clad in the resplendent armor of the sun god, a manifestation of racial innate abilities that amplifies his power manifold, Xianyang unleashed his formidable might. With a thunderous crash, he landed upon the torrents of molten lava created by his previous skills, sending surging waves of magma into the air. In a flash, he evaded the deep crimson giant axe wielded by the titanic troll, darting away with a velocity reminiscent of light itself. The earth trembled beneath him as the sound of rumbling resonated, and the molten waves cascaded to either side, revealing a vast chasm that continually expanded, swallowing the flowing lava. Just as Xianyang narrowly escaped this onslaught, the enraged roar of the colossal troll echoed in the air as it swung its giant axe once more towards him. At that moment, 12 magnificent golden red magic circles materialized in front of Xianyang, covering a staggering area of millions of meters in diameter. As these circles completed their formation, 12 radiant swords adorned with mysterious runes emerged from the resplendent wheel of light behind him, hurtling towards the magic circles. As the troll's massive axe swept towards the colossal golden red magic array before Xianyang, an array of blazing divine sun swords erupted from the circles, transforming the darkened landscape illuminated by the blood-red moon into a dazzling daylight. These immense swords, each thousands of meters wide, surged forth to collide with the incoming axe and the furious troll. With a cacophony of thunderous explosions, the troll's axe was deflected aside, and the titan's massive form was swiftly pierced and pinned to the fractured ground of the spirit mountain by the blazing divine sun swords. Even as the troll's wounds began to heal despite the swords embedded within its body, Xianyang radiated a brilliant golden red light, raising his hand towards the heavens. Great mirrors of light appeared above him. Dear kin, lend me your strength, he implored in a sincere voice that resonated through the grand mirrors. In an instant, terrifying golden red energy beams erupted from the mirrors, converging upon the troll's head within the largest mirror that enveloped its entire form. You should feel honored to meet your demise at the hands of my kin. With this declaration, Xianyang observed from above as the final golden-red energy beam merged into the colossal mirror above the troll. A terrifying black-golden energy beam descended from the mirror, crashing down upon the troll, obliterating it into countless particles of ash in mere moments, scattering them across the realm. As Xianyang beheld the notification indicating the conclusion of the 14th wave of beast tides, he promptly sought out his territory, now buried deep beneath the chasm. After expending a considerable amount of source crystals, he restored his domain to its original state. In an instant, he diminished in stature to a height of 2 or 3 meters, returning to his territory to gaze at the hovering ranking list of Lord Potential. 1. Fang Yuan. Blue Star Human Race. With a resounding thud, Xianyang's fist struck out in frustration upon seeing the name that had previously overshadowed him in rank. A radiant golden-red light flashed, shattering the recently restored peak within his territory. The remnants of the shattered peak flowed like molten lava, resembling a volcanic eruption. Damn it! What has this insignificant human done to surpass me? He spat, momentarily enraged. Yet, understanding that the final ranking of Lord Potential had solidified, he soon regained his composure and began to ponder. Even though I harnessed the power of my kin, the time for the conclusion of the 14th wave has been deemed extended. How could this insignificant blue star human race, which once thrived under my kin's dominion, possibly give rise to such an entity? Could it be that this individual possesses a troop of creatures with a quality level so exceptional that even my kin have not randomly acquired SSS-grade mythical quality? Contemplating this possibility, Xianyang could not help but exclaim, if that were the case, how terrifying must their luck be? To be randomly allocated a troop capable of summoning SSS-grade mythical beings from the countless lords of myriad races. He hoped that such extraordinary fortune would not persist indefinitely, otherwise, as this individual grew stronger, they would inevitably stand against an army of mythical beings that resided solely in ancient legends, a prospect Xianyang could not hope to withstand. Chapter 54. The Terrifying Ancestor of a Foreign Race. Blue Star All-Human Communication Channel. Remaining population, 378, 940, 001. Longxia Nation, Chun Guanyuan. Incredible. Truly worthy of my master. Dominating the potential ranking amidst countless lords with an overwhelming presence. Little Day Country, Shigong Ikaro. Enough, already. You've been shouting since earlier. As if you wish for everyone to know you are Fang Yuan's dog. Longxia Nation, Chun Guanyuan. Ha. Even if I am indeed my master's dog, it's none of your concern. Besides, there are many who aspire to be my master's dog. Do you think you have that privilege? You, a mere pickled cabbage, have no right to speak to me in such a manner. His country, Dalamo. I believe Chun Guanyuan is correct. Given Fang Yuan's current superiority over all of humanity on Blue Star and the potential of all lord races, being his dog is not disgraceful. And it's even questionable whether one could fulfill that role. Rice Country, Trumpet. Should we even be discussing whether we can be Fang Yuan's dogs? Bear Country, Eloise. Indeed. We should not be debating whether we can serve as Fang Yuan's dogs, but rather what rewards he will receive as the top-ranked lord in potential. Longxia Nation. Chun Guanyuan. What rewards he obtains is irrelevant to you. Why should you care? Just because you lot couldn't even predict my master's true strength during the 13th wave of beast tides, foolishly speculating about possible death and downfall. Do you truly believe you can make accurate guesses? Longxia Nation, Lin Nambe. Exactly. Exactly. As several vassal lords under Fang Yuan engaged in friendly discussions with the lords of various Blue Star nations, Fang Yuan, having concluded the final wave of beast tides, found his soul's mental energy severely depleted from the strain of the last 2 waves. At this moment, leaning against the spirit stone, Fang Yuan was indulging in the soothing massage services provided by the White Deity, the Red Lotus, and the Dark Wave. The White Deity and the Red Lotus diligently attended to the upper sides of his body, their fingers, whether by design or chance, frequently brushing against sensitive points, eliciting tingling sensations within him. Meanwhile, the Dark Wave focused on massaging his lower half, although she avoided the more sensitive areas. Her hands occasionally targeted specific acupoints on his thighs, causing Fang Yuan to involuntarily shiver, his mind wandering into realms of desire. At these moments, both the White Deity and the Red Lotus would cast sharp glances at the Dark Wave, silently warning her to temper her actions and refrain from crossing boundaries. Observing this interplay, Fang Yuan regarded it as a mere interlude in the tapestry of daily life, so long as they did not engage in actual conflict. He found amusement in the spectacle, as the voices of the surviving lords from the endless beast tide echoed in his ears, announcing the conclusion of the trial. A series of notifications materialized before him. Announcement: the current round of the Endless Beast Tide Disaster Trial has concluded successfully. We now present the final rankings of the lords, along with their rewards based on their standings and achievements during the beast tides. Note: the ranking rewards will not be publicly disclosed, but will be sent directly to each lord's personal space backpack. Announcement: the next round of disaster trials will be tailored according to the lord's progress in conquering their respective territories. Note: each disaster trial presents opportunities and dangers. The law of survival of the fittest may be shattered in these trials. Announcement: We now unveil the territorial ranking list of the myriad lords, along with the rankings within their respective races. Note, lords ranked higher will receive bags of treasures containing resources of various qualities before the monthly settlement, with the highest quality reaching SS grade legendary status. After perusing the notifications, Fang Yuan closed the messages and sat up, eager to inspect the contents of his personal space backpack, curious about the treasures he had acquired from the trial against the endless beast tide. When the interface of his backpack materialized before him, 3 lists came into view: the territorial ranking of the lords, the Blue Star Lords territorial ranking, and the potential ranking of the lords from the first unified trial. Naturally, the potential ranking required no further explanation. However, intrigued by his own territorial standing among the lords, Fang Yuan meticulously examined the territorial ranking of the myriad lords. Territorial ranking of the myriad lords: 1. Alien Immortal Clan, Zhang Sanhua, LV 96. 2. Star God Clan, First Day Ancestor, LV 88. 2. Star God Clan, Second Month Ancestor, LV 87. 3. Vast Star Kuan Clan, Star Kuan Ancestor, LV 82. 4. Mind God Clan, Mind Emperor Ancestor, LV 82. 5. Void God Clan, Nax, LV 81. 6. Void Demon Clan, Dalamo Yi, LV 80. 7. Fallen God Clan, Fallen God Ancestor, LV 80. 8. Star Eater Clan, Star Eater Source Beast, LV 79. 9. Star Dragon Clan, Star Dragon Ancestor, LV 78. 10. Fantasy Clan, Fantasy Ancestor, LV 78. 100. Hidden God Clan, Hidden Sovereign, LV 70. Upon noticing that he did not rank among the listed lords, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying disparity. My territorial level pales in comparison." However, realizing that most names belong to the ancient ancestors of formidable races from the cosmic expanse, he acknowledged that their unrestrained initial levels and the high-quality resources allocated to them made the 50 or 60 levels that separated them from him less astonishing. With this understanding, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to the gleaming treasure chests he had earned. When he focused his will on the SS grade legendary treasure chest obtained from his trial, it burst open in a dazzling display of golden light, revealing an array of SS grade legendary items. Upon glimpsing one particular item, he was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! Upgrading the 10,000 swords asking the heavens formation to SS grade mythical quality is just around the corner. I have taken another step closer to invincibility. Ha!" Chapter 55. The Sword Array of All Realms Return to Ruins, the Door of Time and Space Rebirth. Creation Stone, Quality Level, SS grade legendary quality. Function: 1. Can elevate any entity or object below SSS grade mythical quality to SS grade legendary quality. 2. The higher the quality of the entity or object within the SS grade legendary realm, the greater the probability of successfully advancing to SSS grade mythical quality. As he gazed at the Creation Stone's icon and its information displayed in his backpack, Fang Yuan utilized the powers of his Chaos Source Crystal on the 10,000 swords asking the heavens formation and the Resurrection Rebirth pool. The 2 core units aside from the Supreme Dragon Nest. S-grade epic quality, 10,000 swords asking the heavens formation. Quality enhancement sequence as follows. Enhancement sequence 1. SS grade legendary quality, annihilation of heaven and slaughtering god formation, requires 1 billion source crystals. Enhancement sequence 2. SSS grade mythical quality, sword array of all realms return to ruins, requires 10 billion source crystals. A grade rare quality, resurrection rebirth pool. Quality enhancement sequence as follows. Enhancement sequence 1. S grade epic quality, resurrection god altar, requires 1 billion source crystals. Enhancement sequence 2. SS grade legendary quality, infinite rebirth god tower, requires 100 billion source crystals. Enhancement sequence 3. SSS grade mythical quality, door of time and space rebirth, requires 10 trillion source crystals. Considering the resources required to elevate the 2 core units to SSS grade, Fang Yuan, who initially intended to upgrade the S-grade epic quality 10,000 swords asking the heavens formation directly to SSS grade mythical quality, found himself seated atop the Enlightenment Stone, continuing to relish the massage while becoming ensnared in contemplation. Elevating the Resurrection Rebirth pool to SSS grade mythical quality through the door of time and space rebirth could save him 10 trillion source crystals. A stark contrast to the 100 billion saved by upgrading the 10,000 swords asking the heavens formation. It was a difference of 1,000-fold. Thus, from a resource conservation perspective, opting to enhance the A-grade rare quality Resurrection Rebirth pool appeared to be the optimal choice. Yet, when considering his current circumstances, this decision was not the most advantageous. In order to elevate the A-grade Resurrection Reincarnation pool to the SSS grade Temporal Rebirth Gate, I must first advance it consecutively to the SS grade Infinite Rebirth Divine Tower, which requires a staggering 101 billion source crystals. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, 101 billion source crystals. To amass such a vast amount of source crystal resources, I would need to annihilate several tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, of creatures. And if I factor in the resources required to bolster my troops and enhance their levels, not to mention the source crystals needed to upgrade my territory, accumulating these 101 billion source crystals could take an eternity. Moreover, this is a perilous world, fraught with dangers, where the demon god lurks ominously. And the next calamity could strike at any moment. Even if I could resurrect infinitely, should I attract the attention of a formidable and terrifying entity? I fear that my seemingly limitless troops would merely become its endless banquet. Having stewed in these thoughts, Fang Yuan resolved within himself. It seems I must first strengthen my military capabilities and enhance the 10,000 swords asking heaven formation. As for the temporal rebirth gate, the ultimate weapon for the impending lordly conflict, it shall have to be postponed for the time being. However, upon realizing that advancing the SSS grade temporal rebirth gate would save an extraordinary thousandfold of resource crystals, nearly 9 trillion, compared to upgrading the SSS grade all-realm return sword formation, he was instantly filled with reluctance. After all, that was 9 trillion, not merely 9 billion or 9 million. Such a sum was no trifling matter. How on earth could I swiftly procure those 101 billion source crystals? With this question lingering in his mind, Fang Yuan, seated upon the enlightenment stone, began to ponder deeply, sifting through all the information at his disposal, swiftly falling into a state of contemplative epiphany. Various fragments of knowledge flitted through his consciousness, leading him to distill any pertinent information that could facilitate the rapid acquisition of the billion source crystals. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked within his mind, illuminating a piece of information that materialized like a radiant beacon. Fang Yuan promptly summoned forth this information, revealing the properties of the item it represented before his eyes. Cross-domain trading pavilion. Quality level, A-grade rare quality. Function, facilitates cross-domain trade with lords of different races from other realms. Usage count, 0. 6 daily allowable uses. Remarks. 1. The current quality level only permits contact and trade with lords of beings with a quality level of A-grade or lower. 2. Requires a certain amount of source crystals to selectively choose which lord to trade with, based on the quality level of their race. As he gazed at the detailed information of this special structure, the cross-domain trading pavilion, which he had forgotten in his spatial backpack since opening a treasure chest during his impoverished days, Fang Yuan felt a realization dawn upon him. Elated, he chided himself. My golden finger, the chaotic source crystal's ability, is to elevate the quality level of any item or being. Through this ability, I can subtly acquire and resell various quality items. How could I ever lack source crystals? Damn it, how did I not think of this sooner? I truly am a lovable fool. After berating himself a few times, he shrugged off the tender affections of the dragon maid and promptly pushed aside the hands of Bai Shun and Hong Lian, who had been playfully vying for his attention, and rose to lead them to an open area within the territory. Before Hong Lian could inquire about his intentions, the prospect of swiftly obtaining 2 SSS-grade items ignited his enthusiasm. With the cross-domain trading pavilion, resembling a circular barrier starship, manifesting in the designated open space, he strode confidently inside, leaving the 3 dragon maidens without access to follow. Within the dark confines of the cross-domain trading pavilion, Fang Yuan stood before a colossal virtual screen, preparing to spend 6,000 source crystals for his inaugural trade with an A-grade foreign lord. Outside the pavilion, Bai Shun and Hong Lian exchanged glances before they approached and lawned together. Bai Shun spoke first. You must possess some means to suppress your strength to match ours, right? Hong Lian added. Let us lower our powers and have a friendly spar to see who is stronger. The victor, aside from the master, shall command the other. Chapter 56. Freshly harvested chives, 6-winged angel Leona. As the most formidable dragon servant of Fang Yuan, Lan felt it her duty to educate these oblivious dragonlings and promptly agreed to their proposal. The 3 dragons set forth toward the outskirts of the territory, establishing a pact to avoid excessive force to prevent a stern reprimand from Fang Yuan later. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, within the cross-domain trading pavilion, which was illuminated solely by the enormous virtual screen amidst an abyss of darkness, was engaged in a significant transaction of source crystals with his first A-grade foreign lord. Before him manifested a woman of noble bearing and gentle demeanor, her golden hair cascading gracefully, adorned in a mysterious armor etched with golden runes, and 6 pure white wings unfurling behind her. This ethereal figure now occupied the central area of the colossal virtual screen, where foundational information about this humanoid race was displayed. Name, Leona. Race, 6-winged angel, lineage of holy light. Quality level, A-grade rare quality. On a land strewn with molten lava, a towering castle stood resolutely. Leona, upon glancing at the sudden transaction request that appeared before her, confirmed her acceptance of the trade. She then beheld a pitch-black virtual panel, devoid of any visibility. A segment of text appeared on the edge of this dark panel, inscribed in her race's script. Mysterious wanderer. Description, a merchant of enigmatic nature, possessing various quality items and beings, defying quantification. Remarks. Congratulations on receiving the favor of the Goddess of Fortune, granting you the opportunity to purchase rare and precious treasures from this mysterious wanderer. Since my kin was randomly assigned to this dreadful area, my fortunes have plummeted. Could this encounter with a mysterious wanderer, replete with various quality items and beings, signal a reversal of my misfortunes? Filled with delight upon reading the description, Leona's gaze returned to the pitch-black virtual panel, and she inquired, "O great mysterious wanderer, blessed by the Goddess of Fortune, what items do I have to offer for trade? Or what price must I pay to procure those high-quality treasures from you?" Hearing the translated words from the cross-domain trading pavilion, a smile crept upon Fang Yuan's lips. It seems that this six-winged angel named Leona has indeed placed her faith in the narrative spun by the translation capabilities of the cross-domain trading pavilion. After indulging in laughter, Fang Yuan proceeded to engage in a written dialogue with Leona regarding the queries that had previously occupied his thoughts. The qualification assessment for trading commences. Question 1. In your estimation, what would be the price range for various quality grades of treasures if traded using source crystals? Please provide a concise response based on the actual market prices within your race. Question 2. If the value of a treasure exceeds your financial means, would you seek assistance from your kin to borrow or pool funds for its purchase? Please provide a concise response. Question 3. Would you entertain the notion of trading in malevolent treasures? Please provide a concise response. As Leona gazed at the 3 assessment questions that appeared on the Obsidian virtual panel, she could not help but internally scoff, questioning, what on earth? Must one undergo an assessment merely to trade? And why does it feel like I'm being set up for exploitation? Could it be that the blessing of the Goddess of Fortune mentioned in the notes is merely a fabrication by this enigmatic merchant to bolster their credibility? Through her cynical musings, it became apparent that although Leona, the six-winged angel of light, exuded an aura of nobility and grace, appearing as a beautiful but naive heiress, she was, in fact, a rather astute being, cautious from repeated experiences of being taken advantage of. Nonetheless, dismissing her grievances, Leona was intrigued to discover what treasures this mysterious merchant would ultimately offer. After considerable contemplation, she succinctly responded to the 3 assessment questions. Meanwhile, upon receiving Leona's answers, Fang Yuan, observing her bewildered expression as the trading virtual panel vanished before her, unilaterally concluded their transaction. Having previously held various positions on Blue Star, Fang Yuan was well-versed in market research and planning. It was inconceivable for him to engage directly in trade with a lord after merely inquiring about the price ranges of treasures within her race, without the means to verify the authenticity of her claims. If Fang Yuan were to engage in direct trading with the lord and subsequently discover that he had undervalued his wares upon encountering the next alien lord, he would be left lamenting his folly and self-reproach. In the shadowy realm of cross-domain trading, after adding Leona to his list of prospective trading clients, Fang Yuan expended 6,000 source crystals to summon the next A-grade rare quality alien lord, a colossal wolf engulfed in violet flames, clad in formidable armor. Name, Siphon. Race, Greed Wolf Clan. Quality level, A-grade rare quality. Utilizing the same method, after completing the questionnaire, Fang Yuan discerned that Siphon possessed even greater cunning than Leona, and after concluding the transaction with a similarly astonished expression as Leona's, he shut down the trading panel once more. Believing that his excessive greed had led him to offer a price too low, thus inciting the mysterious merchant to cease their dealings, Siphon subsequently ventured outside its territory, annihilating an entire tribe it had kept captive in a brutal act of contrition. After exhausting his 5 daily trading opportunities and conducting market research, Fang Yuan arrived at a satisfactory estimation of the price ranges for treasures of various quality grades. Subsequently, using his final trading opportunity for the day, he selected Leona, the six-winged angel of light, from his list of trading clients. The reason? It was simply that her quoted price in the first question of the trading qualification assessment had been the highest among the other 4 clients. Chapter 57, Leona's Bold Moves. Within the towering castle, where magma surged, Leona remained preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious merchant's sudden disappearance, idly perusing the communication channel of the six-winged angel race. The discussions among her kin revolved around the recent trial of the endless beast tide, particularly the remarkable speed with which Fang Yuan, who had crushed the fears of their entire race, conquered the challenges posed by the young patriarch of the Star God clan, achieving the top rank in the Lord Potential leaderboard. Naturally, the question of the true nature of Fang Yuan's Blue Star human race and its historical prominence in the vast cosmos was also a topic of debate among them. Oh dear, are these kin truly so dull? What relevance does Fang Yuan have to them? Discussing him incessantly is akin to assuming he can deliver high-quality treasures to them. It's an utter waste of communal resources. Can't they engage in more interesting or valuable discourse? As Leona continued to peruse the myriad messages in the communication channel, her internal monologue of disdain mingled with amusement when another trading prompt materialized before her. The mysterious merchant has initiated a cross-domain trading request. Upon seeing the words mysterious merchant, Leona was initially taken aback before exclaiming, "Isn't this the merchant who toyed with me? How dare they request a trade?" Just wait until I unleash my wrath upon them. After venting her frustration, Leona began to formulate a multitude of retorts based on her prior learnings about gaining the upper hand in verbal exchanges while simultaneously accepting the cross-domain trading request. When the familiar dark virtual trading panel unfolded before her, Leona, who had prepared an array of remarks, found herself promptly silenced by the radiant icons and descriptions of goods emanating from the panel. Cold Abyss Star Iron, A-grade rare quality, sale unit, 100 tons. Function, an excellent material for forging extremely cold weapons. Price, 6 billion source crystals. Spatial Source Stone, A-grade rare quality, sale unit, 1 piece. Function, expands personal backpack space or forges special spatial weapons or formations. Price, 5 billion source crystals. Titan Source Stone, A-grade rare quality, sale unit, 1 piece. Function, contains the immense primordial power of Titans, granting the wielder a degree of Titan strength and a chance to enhance their quality level. Price, 5 billion source crystals. Blood Ginseng Tree, A-grade rare quality, sale unit, 1 plant. Function, extends lifespan and restores a deteriorating physique, an essential herb for the elderly. Price, 16 billion source crystals. And more. Star-Eating Vine, cultivated to its peak strength, capable of devouring stars, 9 billion source crystals. Elysium Flower of Life and Death, enhances soul power or resurrects deceased beings, allowing them to live again, 29 billion source crystals. Earth Scepter, mastery over the Earth's power. With a mere gesture commanding the land, 9 billion source crystals. Before her lay 7 treasures, each bearing an A-rank rarity, and Leona, the 6-winged holy light angel, found herself momentarily engulfed in a state of bewilderment, particularly as she emerged from this daze and focused on the most precious of the 7. The flower of life and death, the merchant within her stirred, prompting her to ponder. It seems that there was a formidable being among the 6-winged angels of the Judgment lineage, one who perished under the siege of other powerful races, and who, in life, was a prodigy with the potential to transcend into an S-rank epic quality hero. If I were to resell this to them, I could amass a considerable fortune in source crystals. Furthermore, with those gains, I could procure other treasures from the mysterious traveling merchant. It would be an exquisite opportunity to profit without investment. As this thought crossed her mind, a radiant smile graced Leona's noble and gentle visage, her golden eyes shimmering with the brilliance of celestial stars. Clenching her right fist, she struck her left palm, exclaiming with fervor, I, Leona, am truly a once-in-an-era genius. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Fang Yuan observed the enormous virtual screen, where Leona appeared to be in a frenzy, her self-perception rather unclear. He couldn't help but think she resembled those who always consider themselves the chosen ones, exceptionally clever yet naive. If asked to describe how Leona's demeanor differed now from before, he would undoubtedly declare that while he once perceived her as fresh and naive, she now seemed like an old hand, having faced numerous cuts and losses. However, Leona's subsequent actions astonished Fang Yuan, compelling him to reconsider his label of her as an old fool. She promptly summoned her friend's communication panel, overlaying it on Fang Yuan's virtual trading interface. Swiftly scrolling through her list of friends, she located a 6-winged judgment angel named Shangming. With a thought, she clicked on his avatar, and a chat dialogue appeared before her. Without engaging in trivial conversation, she initiated a video call. The user you are trying to reach has not answered. Please try again later. Seeing the notification that her video call had not gone through, Leona frowned and muttered, How infuriating. I'm not even asking him for money. Why is he ignoring my call? Could it be that he still holds a grudge over my previous promise to help him strike it rich, only for him to end up losing everything due to unforeseen circumstances? With this thought, she exited the chat window and sought out another friend named Shangju, also a 6-winged judgment angel. After a brief hesitation, she steeled herself and initiated a video call with Shangju, who was Shangming's father. After a few rings, the dark video interface suddenly illuminated, revealing a striking figure with a radiant golden scale halo hovering behind him, with pure white wings aglow in the light of that halo. Shangju, the 6-winged judgment angel, appeared remarkably divine. Before Shangju could utter any warning words regarding his son's notorious companion, Leona seized the moment, stating, Uncle Ju, I possess a treasure of A-rank rarity that can resurrect the renowned Shang Anlin. Will your judgment lineage accept it? Upon hearing Leona's proclamation, the previously stern expression on Shangju's face transformed into one of astonishment. Then, as if realizing something, he gravely questioned her, Shang Anlin, do you comprehend what his name signifies within our lineage? How dare you invoke it? The claim that you possess a treasure capable of resurrecting Shang Anlin is hard to believe, yet I must verify this. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, even if you are far away, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson, one that you will not forget. Chapter 58. The Merchant Leona, approaching her billion crystal goal. Let us draft the system transaction contract immediately. If I deceive you, I shall not receive a single source crystal, and you may do as you please with me. Leona boldly retorted to Shangju's warning. However, as she finished her rebuttal, she suddenly recalled the mysterious merchant's abrupt disappearance, causing her heart to race. Oh no, if that enigmatic trader vanishes again, given Xiang Ming's father's temperament, he might truly travel across 1,000 miles just to deliver a savage beating. Desperately imploring Lady Luck for favor, she prayed that the mysterious merchant would not vanish again and that the items sold would indeed match their descriptions, without any deceit. As Leona silently lamented and fervently sought the favor of fortune, Shangju, responding to her confident tone, inexplicably felt that she might genuinely possess an A-rank treasure capable of resurrecting Xiang Anlin, who had been deceased for over a millennium. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or was Leona truly honest this time? With a perplexed expression, Shangju instructed Leona, "Proceed to draft the transaction contract at the trading center. I shall determine whether your claims hold true. Set your price, as long as it is not excessively absurd. Our lineage will accommodate you." Upon hearing that she could set her price, Leona ceased her internal prayers and, with sparkling eyes, directly accessed the trading center panel to draft the contract. The stipulation of payment before delivery was an absolute necessity to include as the primary condition. After meticulously adding other relevant clauses based on her seasoned experience, Leona gazed at the final entry, contemplating the amount of source crystals required for the transaction. The six-winged angel clan, particularly those of the Judgment lineage, were predominantly situated in resource-rich regions. Shangju, being a part of that lineage, undoubtedly had access to abundant source crystals. With this in mind, Leona had a sudden epiphany. She conducted a rough estimation of the surplus source crystals held by Shangju and his fellow six-winged Judgment angels. After all, they shared the same six-winged angel lineage. She felt somewhat reluctant to ask for too much. Selling a favor for a lesser amount might yield better long-term benefits. If Xiang Anlin were truly resurrected, perhaps she could leverage that opportunity for future alliances. With her pricing strategy solidified, Leona slashed a few billion from her initial estimate and entered the figure of 99 billion source crystals into the contract. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan was taken aback, unable to suppress his exclamation, "Damn. My pricing is directly based on the maximum amount previously quoted by Leona, and I have raised it to double that figure," only to realize it was still underestimated. However, recalling Leona's earlier conversation with Shangju, Fang Yuan soon found solace in the thought, the ultimate price of any transaction ultimately hinges on its utility. Otherwise, even if I were to terminate the transaction now, unaware of whether there are indeed prodigies within their clan, as Leona mentioned, who require resurrection, selling to other foreign lords would yield only marginally higher prices. As for the notion of once again fleeing, adjusting the price, and reappearing before Leona to sell, Fang Yuan dismissed this idea after it had crossed his mind just once. Enough is enough. As long as Leona is not a fool, after being toyed with twice, it is highly improbable that she would trust Fang Yuan, who masquerades as a merchant favored by the goddess of fortune, only to vanish at crucial moments and return to hike prices for profit. Leona, being the most suitable foreign lord for Fang Yuan's schemes thus far, will remain his target until he encounters someone wealthier and more fitting. A steady stream of income is essential for sustaining long-term prosperity and ensuring his coffers overflow. Embracing this shift in mindset, Fang Yuan turned his attention back to the screen displaying Leona, eager to witness her next stratagem to circumvent the trading center's contract and withdraw the source crystals without submitting the requisite items. At this moment, having drafted the transaction contract for the Inyang flower, Leona sent the contract to Shangju. Upon receiving the unexpected transaction contract information from Leona, Shangju said nothing further. He merely instructed her to wait a moment before abruptly terminating the video communication. And so an hour passed. As Leona's anxiety grew about the mysterious merchant potentially absconding, a system prompt appeared before her, indicating the agreement to trade and that the other party had uploaded the necessary resources, urging her to upload the corresponding sale resources without delay. It appeared she had not overestimated the source crystal reserves of the Judgment clan. She could now proceed with the final purchasing operation. With a sigh of realization, Leona swiftly accessed the trading center's panel, fabricating a contract wherein the mysterious merchant before her served as a third-party contractor, inheriting her prior agreement with Shangju. Upon the provision of related sale goods from the third-party contractor, a portion of the total transaction amount, 290 million source crystals, would be granted as a commission in the subcontract. Astonishingly, this contract openly embraced the intermediary's profit-making model, given that the cross-racial friend-adding feature had yet to be activated. Leona did not need to add Fang Yuan to her contacts for the transaction contract information to appear before the astonished Fang Yuan. After swiftly scanning the subcontract's details without a hint of hesitation, Fang Yuan was eager to finalize this transaction, one that was unparalleled in the Blue Star Trading Center. He promptly agreed to the transaction on the subcontract and uploaded the Inyang flower from his spatial backpack. Having fulfilled his obligations under the subcontract, Fang Yuan simultaneously completed the transaction conditions between Leona and Shangju. Instantly, a system notification indicated the transfer of 290 million source crystals, which seamlessly updated his balance. Shortly thereafter, under Fang Yuan's watchful gaze, Leona expended 499 million source crystals to purchase all remaining A-grade treasures from him. In this final opportunity at the cross-domain trading pavilion, Fang Yuan netted a total of 789 million source crystals, bringing him tantalizingly close to his goal of 1 billion. Gazing at the balance on his panel, Fang Yuan could not contain his excitement. Once this cunning merchant, Leona, resells some of the treasures she acquired, I will trade again using the remaining items from my unopened reward chests. Upgrading the sword array of 10,000 swords and the resurrection pool to SSS grade mythic quality will soon be within reach. 3 days passed, and after selling a few A-grade rare treasures deemed useless to him, Fang Yuan's total source crystal balance soared to an impressive 123 billion. Exiting the cross-domain trading pavilion, he gazed up at the azure sky above, observing the transparent shield formed by the sword array of 10,000 swords encompassing his territory. Murmuring, "It is indeed time to enhance both it and the resurrection pool," breaking through to SSS grade mythic quality. No sooner had he prepared to harness the power of the chaotic source crystal for the enhancement when a resounding dragon roar erupted, accompanied by a tempest sweeping through his domain. Having heard countless dragon roars, Fang Yuan could effortlessly discern the unique characteristics of each dragon's call within his territory. Thanks to his current strength, in an instant, he recognized that the source of this roar belonged to a newly summoned dragon creature from the Supreme Dragon Nest. Boasting a quality rating of S-grade epic, a dragon of radiant azure, adorned with a jade-like bony crown atop its head, emanating a gentle azure glow, gracefully soared through the skies of Fang Yuan's territory, its slender form and majestic wings commanding the winds. Creature name, Boundless Hurricane Dragon. Name, unnamed. Quality, S-grade epic. Level, LV11. 100. Affection, 95, 10, derived from the sword array of 10,000 swords and the oppressive aura of various S-grade dragons. Growth stage, juvenile. Mind and personality, a cheerful and optimistic 6-year-old child, gluttonous. Attributes, physique, 90, spirit, 120, source power, 110. Skills, Boundless Wind Sovereign, SSS grade. Infinite Hurricane Torrent, SSS grade. Divine Wind Surge, S. Wind Spirit Envoy, S. Wind Avatar, S. After reviewing the attributes of the Boundless Hurricane Dragon, Fang Yuan instructed the 3 dragons, who now revered him and acknowledged White God as their leader, to educate the newcomer, hoping to boost its affection. With a smile, he remarked, "The Supreme Dragon Nest refreshes every 5 days, and it should have summoned a dragon of A-grade rarity. I never expected to receive an S-grade epic Boundless Hurricane Dragon. Today truly brings threefold joy." After this moment of reflection, Fang Yuan proceeded to enhance the quality level of the sword array of 10,000 swords and the resurrection pool. At the S-grade epic quality, the 10,000 swords asking the heavens sword array, the enhancement quality level sequences are as follows. Enhancement Sequence 1, SS grade legendary quality, the Annihilation sword array. Requires 1 billion source crystals. Enhancement Sequence 2, SSS grade mythical quality, the sword array of the universe's ruins, requires 10 billion source crystals. A-grade rare quality, the rebirth pool. Enhancement quality level sequences are as follows. Enhancement Sequence 1, S-grade epic quality, the rebirth altar, requires 1 billion source crystals. Enhancement Sequence 2, SS grade legendary quality, the infinite rebirth tower, requires 100 billion source crystals. Enhancement Sequence 3, SSS grade mythical quality, the gate of time and space rebirth, requires 1 trillion source crystals. Gazing at the 10,000 swords asking the heavens sword array and the rebirth pool before him, which presented different sequences of quality levels and the requisite source crystal resources for enhancement, Fang Yuan meticulously confirmed their respective enhancement sequences while murmuring, "The 10,000 swords asking the heavens sword array does not necessitate the use of the creation divine stone, thus sparing me the need to elevate it to SS grade legendary quality like the rebirth gate before enhancing it to SSS grade mythical quality. This indeed saves me 1 billion source crystals." With a decisive resolve, Fang Yuan opted to directly expend 10 billion source crystals to elevate the 10,000 swords asking the heavens sword array to the SSS grade mythical quality, the sword array of the universe's ruins. Meanwhile, for the rebirth pool, he chose to enhance it to SS grade legendary quality, the infinite rebirth tower, at the cost of 100 billion source crystals. In an instant, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped Fang Yuan's entire territory and extended outward for a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. As the other lords within the area shrouded by the dazzling golden light were engulfed in bewilderment, Lin Fan, unfazed, simply reclined onto the ground, contemplating, "What on earth is Fang Yuan up to now? Just give me a break already." Minutes passed, and as the brilliant golden light finally dissipated, accompanied by Fang Yuan's utilization of the creation divine stone to enhance the now SS grade legendary quality infinite rebirth tower, a radiance even more resplendent than before erupted from a towering structure in his territory, which exuded a magnificent purple glow. After several more minutes, As the brilliant sword light once again vanished, Fang Yuan, having completed all enhancement endeavors, turned his gaze towards the pitch-black yet overwhelmingly terrifying sword array of the universe's ruins, as well as the soaring golden gate of time and space rebirth, adorned with mysterious and profound runes that radiated unparalleled temporal power. Standing hundreds of meters tall within his domain, with a sense of elation, he summoned their current attribute panels and began to scrutinize them closely. LV40. Sword Array of the Universe's Ruins. Quality. SSS Grade Mythical Quality. Function. 1. Utilizing the Sword of the Universe's Ruins as the core, it envelopes the entire territory in a sword domain, forming a protective barrier. 2. It gathers the source power of heaven and earth for transformation and refinement at the current level. It can condense 40 drops of the Universe's Ruins sword essence daily, which can be forged into the body of the Universe's Ruins sword, allowing the user to summon the sword array into their being at will. 3. The Universe's Ruins sword, harnessing the full power of the sword array, manifests the ultimate form of the Universe's Ruins sword, capable of shattering all realms beneath a single stroke, returning them to the eternal void. Note: when using the Universe's Ruins sword skill, please manage its potency carefully, otherwise, exceeding the sword domain barrier's limit may result in collateral damage. LV15. Gate of Time and Space Rebirth. Quality. SSS Grade Mythical Quality. Function. 1. It allows for the perfect resurrection of all beings of SS grade and below within the territory, without any cost. 2. For beings not belonging to the territory, perfect resurrection can be achieved without any medium, merely sufficient source crystals are required. 3. By expending a substantial amount of source crystals, the Lord can resurrect the same being multiple times, thus obtaining identical units of the same quality from different temporal fragments. Note: 1. Due to the influence of the Endless Continent's temporal correction force, the existence duration of beings resurrected multiple times is determined by the level of the Gate of Time and Space Rebirth. 2. The limit on the number of beings that can be resurrected simultaneously is dictated by the gate's level, with the resurrected units occupying the same quota until their disappearance. Limit: 0, 1600. Upon reviewing the detailed attribute information of the two SSS grade mythical quality sword array of the Universe's Ruins and the Gate of Time and Space Rebirth, Fang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! A single sword can annihilate all realms, and perfect resurrection comes without any cost." Then, as if struck by inspiration, he burst into joyous laughter. "As long as I elevate the level of my territory, those formidable ancestral clans from the cosmic void will be nothing to us. I shall undoubtedly reign supreme, stepping upon their fallen remains to ascend to the pinnacle of lordship." Ha! Chapter 60. The Scheme of Long Lingxue. The 11th day of the Endless Continent Lord Competition. The entire Long family of the Longxia Kingdom was currently engaged in a remote meeting, focusing on the presentation by Long Tian, the head of the Long family, who shared a screenshot of the ranking list. Blue Star Human Lord Territory Ranking. 1. Fang Yuan. Territory LV18, having upgraded 3 levels after sufficient basic resources over the past 3 days. 2. Xiao Wenxin. Territory LV14. 3. Chen Guanyuan, Territory LV12. 4. Lin Nanbei, Territory LV12. 9. Lin Fan, LV11, his territory extensively devastated, making resource acquisition increasingly difficult. 10. Zhang Bufan, LV11, also a vassal lord of Fang Yuan. After the family members observed the ranking list shared by Long Tian, he solemnly spoke, "Among the top 10 entities in the Blue Star Human Lord Territory ranking, aside from Xiao Wenxin, with whom the family has a strained relationship yet still maintains some contact, the rest are all vassal lords of Fang Yuan. This phenomenon reveals a profoundly serious underlying issue. Our Long family must devise a strategy for closely collaborating with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, if our disparity continues to widen, we may find ourselves overshadowed by even his vassal lords. As time progresses in this world where absolute martial power reigns supreme, our Long family will inevitably face complete decline, or worse, be swallowed and obliterated." As he concluded, a hint of melancholy seeped into Long Tian's words, resonating deeply in the hearts of every member present in the remote meeting. After a brief pause, Long Tian continued, "Now, I invite everyone to share their thoughts on how we can seize the opportunities of this new era, leveraging Fang Yuan's strength to rise and become a formidable presence akin to those cosmic powers." Long Tian's grandson, the A-grade unit Azure Dragon wielder, Long Xinyu, was the first to express his opinion. "Why must we seek to curry favor with him? Why can't we, as Xiao Wenxin previously suggested, concentrate our resources on a single individual and then use that momentum to uplift others?" Long Tian regarded his grandson, who harbored grand ambitions akin to Xiao Wenxin's and had been favored in the past, with a profound gaze. With a seemingly amused yet sarcastic tone, he retorted, "Who do you believe our dragon family should prioritize in terms of resource allocation?" Long Xinyu, being merely in his 20s and having been pampered since childhood, despite possessing some depth of character, ultimately mustered the courage to declare, among the 17 members of our dragon clan who possess A-class beings, my Azure Dragon stands as the most formidable of its kind. Therefore, I assert that our family should concentrate resources on me, enabling me to swiftly elevate the rank of my territory and summon more Azure Dragon beings. In doing so, I will be able to support the various lords of our clan, assisting them in their own ascension to greater strength. Noticing the dissatisfaction reflected in the gazes and expressions of the other A-class beings displayed on the conference screen, Long Tien furrowed his brow and countered. What assurances can you provide that once you grow stronger and your ambitions swell, you will still prioritize the entirety of our dragon family, embodying the very essence of reciprocity you profess? Before Long Xinyu could express his unwavering loyalty to the family, Long Tien continued, you possess no tangible guarantees. Even if you did, many would remain skeptical. Xiao Wenxin serves as a living testament to this lesson for all families. At that moment, Long Lingxue requested to speak, and upon receiving Long Tien's consent, she articulated her thoughts with great insight. It is precisely because those families harbor similar notions that once a member's strength surpasses the rest, they may seek to dominate or betray the family. Among those families, none have managed to achieve a standing like Xiao Wenxin, who, despite significant disparities in strength, remains singularly united with Fang Yuan. Long Tien appeared contemplative and subsequently inquired, what is your perspective on this matter? Long Lingxue responded emphatically, if we must choose an individual to whom our family's resources will be concentrated, let us engage in a contest. Realizing that the discussion regarding resource concentration had not faltered, Long Xinyu eagerly asked, what form will this competition take? Long Lingxue glanced at the other A-class beings on the conference screen, who seemed equally eager, and replied with a smile. The competition will be straightforward. We will pool all family resources and allocate them to each A-class being. We will set a deadline, and the individual who can generate the most for the family within that time will be deemed the victor. The winner will subsequently hold absolute control over the resources accumulated by the family for a specified duration. As her words resonated, Long Tien declared, if anyone disagrees, please voice your differing opinions. If you are in agreement, we shall postpone discussions on how to collaborate closely with Fang Yuan until we observe the results of this competition. Following Long Tien's statement, members of the dragon family from various branches commenced private discussions in their small groups regarding the implications of this proposal. Unbeknownst to them, the various factions within the dragon family had already begun to favor concentrating resources on those A-class beings they deemed significant. After deliberation, no dissent was raised, and thus the meeting concluded. Long Tien offered a few closing remarks about family unity before disbanding the remote conference. After expending considerable source crystals to restore his territory, Long Lingxue transformed her surroundings into a paradisiacal island. Observing the now blackened screen of the disbanded conference, she expressed her admiration for her grandfather Long Tien and brother Long Xinyu's performances. Indeed, the actions of Long Tien, Long Xinyu, and Long Lingxue during the meeting had all been prearranged. The reason for such a charade stemmed from the growing empathy among the A-class beings selected by their respective factions within the dragon family as their strength steadily increased. Throughout history, the struggle for family dominance had resumed in this unprecedented manner. Long Lingxue murmured to herself before laughing, what a pity. From the very beginning, my faction had no intention of playing along with you all. With a chuckle, she proceeded to open her friend communication panel, eagerly initiating a flurry of messages to Fang Yuan. As time passed and dawn broke on the following day, she finally accessed the communication panel once more, intending to convene a meeting with the vassal lords to deploy additional white dragons and red dragons to expedite resource collection for territory upgrades, as well as to discuss their future logistical development strategies with Fang Yuan. In response to the thousands of messages sent by Long Lingxue, Fang Yuan replied curtly, I will grant you one chance. If you continue to send useless messages, I will block and delete you. Chapter 61, The Goblin Emperor, Daoyui. Upon receiving a reply, Long Lingxue felt a surge of joy and quickly sent an apologetic message to Fang Yuan. She then conveyed her premeditated thoughts, stating, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to respond. Let me be direct. The members of my faction within the dragon family wish to fully become your vassal lords. Is that possible? Fang Yuan responded, if you wish to become my vassal lords, shouldn't you submit a contract application directly? Asking if it's possible is quite amusing. I don't have time for idle chit-chat. Just tell me what you need and what you aim to achieve, and what I stand to gain from it. Upon reading Fang Yuan's response, Long Lingxue couldn't help but admire his straightforwardness and lack of pretense. She replied, our faction primarily requires your support for territory upgrades. Once I elevate my strength and surpass many others, the thousands of members of the dragon family will fall under my control, pledging their allegiance to you and serving your interests. Fang Yuan found himself intrigued by Long Lingxue's response. I am no longer in the position of needing to expend hundreds of source crystals just to transport the dragons to the domain of a vassal lord. The thousands of clan members from the dragon family, who are more disciplined and capable than ordinary lords, present a manageable resource, though they may not offer much else. Their territories represent valuable collection points for me. With this in mind, Fang Yuan replied to Long Lingxue. Have all members of your faction send me their applications for vassal lord contracts. Once I approve them, I will invest resources into upgrading your territory, propelling you into the top 10 of the rankings. I'll give you a deadline of 19 days, just until the end of the month. If I do not see applications from the Dragon family members, I will assume your previous words were merely a ruse for resources. The consequences of deceiving me will be unbearable for you and your entire clan. I suggest you think carefully. At this point, a somewhat anxious Long Lingxue interjected. If I forcefully elevate my territory level too rapidly, it may arouse suspicion among the other factions in my clan. 19 days might not suffice. Could you perhaps extend the deadline? In response to Long Lingxue's plea, Fang Yuan scoffed and replied, I said 19 days, and that is final. You have no right to negotiate with me. Either comply with my instructions or return from whence you came, and spare me your pointless chatter. After stating this, Fang Yuan added, there are plenty who wish to become my vassal lords. The resources I agree to provide you are solely based on the fact that you spoke up for me when I was being scorned in the past. As for the lords of your clan, those dozen or so A-grade military buildings are of no value to me. I only care about the territories that you possess, which are also held by other ordinary wandering lords. With that, Fang Yuan abruptly closed the chat window with Long Lingxue. He then convened a meeting with the vassal lords, explaining the arrangement to dispatch higher quality dragons for protection. They began discussing the division of labor regarding the logistics work that each vassal lord would undertake in the future. This arrangement by Fang Yuan effectively allowed those lords who merely wished to survive to comfortably settle into a life of farming. Conversely, those ambitious lords who aspired to expand Fang Yuan's territory dared not utter a word in the face of his overwhelming power, resigning themselves to their roles as logistics personnel. The logistics tasks assigned by Fang Yuan were straightforward and included the following. 1. Deploying dragons to the territories of vassal lords for daily health inspections and information reporting within their groups. 2. Planting second-generation seeds of blood essence rice within each territory for cultivation. 3. Organizing the spoils from the dragon hunts by dissecting the monsters, extracting their blood for irrigating the blood essence rice, and sending the remaining resources to Fang Yuan's domain. 4. Any monsters hunted or resources collected for territory upgrades would require half of their total to be contributed to Fang Yuan. Thus, it was evident that while Fang Yuan provided protection to these lords, he effectively curtailed their potential for growth, establishing himself as a true capitalist. Meanwhile, as Fang Yuan welcomed vassal lords without distributing resources, under the pretense of merely offering dragons for protection and rapidly expanding resource points, deep within the Kanglan Forest Sea stood a colossal Goblin Empire city, a testament to centuries of history. In a palace crafted entirely of gold within this imperial city resided the Goblin King, Daoyui, adorned in golden battle armor. His towering figure, 300 to 400 meters high, reclined nonchalantly upon his grand throne, encrusted with countless gemstones. Before Daoyui, an imperial goblin priest, with 6 magical crystals hovering behind him, respectfully reported the latest information. Your Majesty, as prophesied, after the arrival of those foreign evil god lords, we indeed faced the wrath of the beast tide. Most of the foreign evil god lords we previously investigated have met their demise, their territories reduced to ruins. Those few who survived have been systematically eradicated under the might of our empire's cavalry. Some of the more powerful foreign evil god lords have gathered additional forces to mount a counterattack, but soon, they too shall be crushed by the great Goblin Emperor and his army. Upon hearing the report from the Goblin Priest, Daoyui casually inquired, wasn't the Sword Demon supposed to address some matters in an allied Goblin kingdom? Why has he not returned? The priest's heart raced at the mention of the Goblin Empire's great hero, the four-armed Sword Demon. Trembling, he replied, Your Majesty. According to the response from the core of the Empire's fortune, the Celestial Blade, the Sword Demon has perished, and the beast that slew him was a red dragon, which currently resides at the edge of the Kanglan tree. Bang! After hearing the priest's report, the Goblin King Daoyui rose from his throne, emitting a thunderous roar. He then bellowed furiously, No creature shall kill my general and escape unscathed, not even the dragons. Mobilize all Goblin Empire legions and march to the location of that red dragon in the Kanglan Forest Sea. Obliterate it. Chapter 62. A Man's Romance, The War God Mech. Endless Continent Lords Tournament, Day 13. 2 more days passed, and as Fang Yuan continued to expand resource points, even though the resources required for each upgrade increased significantly with each level, the troops he dispatched to various territories ensured that his domain maintained a steady pace of daily upgrades. In the Supreme Dragon domain, a golden light flashed as the territory level reached LV20. Territory name, Supreme Dragon Domain. Lord, Fang Yuan. Associated Spirit, Chaos Source Crystal. Territory level, LV20. Area, 100 square kilometers. Buildings, Supreme Dragon Nest, LV10, SSS grade. All worlds returning to ruins Sword Array, SSS grade. Time and Space Rebirth Gate, SSS grade. Forging Tower, LV10, a grade. Sun and Moon Radiance Pool, a grade. Interdimensional Trading Pavilion, a grade. Population, 10, 010, 100, 000. Food, blood essence rice, 50 tons, goblin meat, 300 tons. Werewolf meat, 50 tons, land lizard meat, 600 tons. Resources, SS grade. SS grade hero promotion crystal 1, endless stargate, LV25. White god has equipped and bound. Star source crystal 1. S grade. S grade hero promotion crystal 2, fallen star demon eye, LV25. Anlin has equipped and bound. Frenzied dragon halberd. LV25. Honglian has equipped and bound. A grade. Enlightenment stone, LV25. Cold abyss star iron 100 tons 2, space source stone 6, titan source stone 2, ward god mech, LV25. Shadow demon armor, LV25. Strange demon mirror. B grade. Purple gold Polonia wood, LV25. Spirit gathering stone, LV25. 9 netherine stone, LV25. B grade hero promotion crystal 2. Ordinary wood, 40,000 tons. Ordinary stone, 10,000 tons. Source crystal, 200 million. Observing the changes in the territory's attribute panel after upgrading to LV20. Particularly noting that the resources needed to advance from LV20 to LV21 required a staggering 100,000 ordinary wood and stone each. Fang Yuan couldn't help but lament that once the territory reached level 20, the resource requirements for each subsequent level had multiplied tenfold compared to when it was at lower single-digit levels. To upgrade from LV21 to LV22, wood, 200,000 tons. Stone, 200,000 tons. It appeared that without continuing to amass troops, maintaining a daily upgrade pace would become increasingly challenging. Fang Yuan murmured, his gaze drifting to the rewards from the 4 treasure chests received after the Endless Beast Tide disaster. These chests included an SS grade treasure from the potential ranking rewards, an S grade treasure for surviving the final wave of beasts, and 2 A grade treasures for achieving the highest rounds in the Blue Star human race and bringing glory to his kin. SS grade, Endless Stargate, LV25. This artifact, bound to the White God, possesses several functionalities. 1. By consuming varying amounts of source power, it can summon up to 25 meteorites, each nearly 2,000 kilometers in diameter, to descend upon the world. The convergence of celestial energies rapidly restores the expended source power within the domain of the celestial stars, where the manifestations of the stars coalesce. Offers an unparalleled enhancement of attributes, amplifying them by a formidable 8-fold. SS grade, Celestial Source Crystal. This crystal embodies the most fundamental powers of the celestial stars, suitable for crafting artifacts or formations, or for the evolution and mutation of living beings, thereby elevating their quality and rank. The use of this crystal for evolution is subject to certain conditions. The being must reach maturity, and different species will reveal varied names and attribute changes post-evolution when utilizing this resource. This item is intended for use when Fang Yuan upgrades his territory to LV25, enhancing the White Goddess to LV30 to facilitate her maturation. It aids in her evolution, transforming her into an SS-grade legendary quality being, aligning with the guidance for her mutation. In contrast to employing his golden touch, directly using the source crystal to elevate the White Goddess's quality level will yield a far superior result, as evidenced by the azure-eyed divine light dragon, attributes visible. Utilizing this celestial source crystal, the potential evolution into the celestial light dragon will undoubtedly surpass all expectations, significantly amplifying its power. S grade, Fallen Star Demon Eye, LV25. This is the artifact bound to Anlin, endowed with various Fallen Eye techniques, primarily enhancing her Abyssal Dark Star Dragon's negative attributes by an impressive 7-fold. S grade, Frenzied Dragon Spear, LV25. This artifact, equipped by Hong Lian, substantially boosts her combat spirit and fury levels, allowing her innate abilities to augment her strength in battle by an astonishing 15-fold. As for the 2 A-grade treasure chests, after Fang Yuan sold some items to Leona, he retained the War God Mecha, a romantic ideal for every man, comparable to the iconic Gundam. He retrieved this strikingly cool War God Mecha from his spatial backpack. With a thunderous crash, a magnificent 300-meter-tall mecha, entirely clad in platinum and boasting sharp, defined angles, materialized upon the earth outside the Dragon Cave, where Fang Yuan resided. The War God Mecha was truly awe-inspiring. However, it was regrettable that there were no high-level indigenous species surrounding his territory or that of his vassal lords, leaving him without an opportunity to engage in practical combat. Gazing at the resplendent War God Mecha, Fang Yuan sighed, lamenting its current lack of utility. Just then, an urgent information alert from his vassal lords emerged through the lord's system, illuminating before him. Upon reading the message, a wave of joy washed over Fang Yuan, who then turned his gaze toward the War God Mecha. Just when I was concerned about your lack of purpose, the Goblin expeditionary force I had forgotten about after the Endless Beast Tide has arrived. Perfect timing to test your combat capabilities at full throttle. With that, Fang Yuan was enveloped in a radiant platinum beam from the war god mecha and ascended into its technologically advanced immersive cockpit. As dazzling white pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping him and the white goddess, Hong Lian, Amlin, and Fenghua, the infinite hurricane dragon. They were all transported to the territory of the Lord who had previously dispatched the urgent alert. Upon their arrival in the territory's airspace, Fang Yuan utilized the war god mecha's long-range vision capabilities to observe the black dragon, blue dragon, azure-eyed white dragon, and six-winged red dragon he had stationed there, all circling above, engaging in various ranged attacks against the goblin army below, which resembled a vast ocean, coalescing into a formidable defensive array. They were intent on halting the goblins' rapid advance and preventing them from obliterating the territory. Chapter 63, Energy Sniper Cannon, Energy Projection Clone. While revival is possible, it is preferable to remain unscathed. Therefore, I need you to protect me while I experiment with the power of this combat mecha. After assigning this task to the 4 dragon maidens, Fang Yuan piloted the war god mecha, which featured 6 massive pyramid-shaped aerial propulsion accelerators that tilted at a 75-degree angle. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, they unleashed 6 powerful blue flames. The war god mecha transformed into a platinum-hued rainbow, soaring away from the Lord's territory toward the goblin army 10 kilometers away. Within mere minutes, as Fang Yuan approached the front lines of the goblin forces, a brilliant red beam erupted from a mobile barrier artillery positioned among the goblins, hurtling straight toward the war god mecha. Accelerator, engage second gear. The 6 massive pyramid-shaped propulsion accelerators on the back of the mecha unleashed a surge of blue flames, morphing into fiery wings. The rapidly approaching red beam, unable to touch the mecha, was deftly evaded by Fang Yuan. Energy Sniper Cannon. The 2 massive dual pistols originally held by the war god mecha disassembled into countless fragments, reforming into a colossal platinum sniper cannon, nearly the height of the mecha itself. As Fang Yuan controlled the mecha and pressed the firing button of the massive sniper cannon, the barrel opened into a fan-shaped aperture, emanating a blue glow that gradually filled the opening, shimmering with brilliance. Boom! A blue light beam erupted from the enormous barrel, accompanied by a tremendous roar. Among the goblin army, the Imperial goblin priest, who had commanded the mobile barrier artillery to unleash a destructive ray, felt a sudden sense of dread as he beheld the increasingly radiant blue beam cascading from the heavens. Activate the energy absorption rebound shield above the 94th Mobile Barrier Artillery Regiment to intercept that descending energy beam. All other mobile barrier artillery from the 90th to the 100th units, apply locking magic and obliterate that bizarre steel monstrosity. Following the swift directives of the apparent leader, the Imperial Goblin Priest, a swarm of nearly 100,000 goblins formed a protective shield above the 94th Mobile Barrier Artillery Regiment, resembling a beehive. Boom! As the blue energy beam, which expanded to nearly a kilometer in diameter, pierced through the millions of goblins, it shattered the green defensive barrier with ease. The massive blue beam, infused with terrifying energy, crashed into the yellow shields resembling a honeycomb structure. Crack! With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The energy-absorbing rebound shield began to fracture within mere moments. The Imperial Goblin Priest, who had previously commanded the goblins, was left in a state of alarm, as the 94th Mobile Barrier Artillery Regiment faced imminent destruction, likely to be obliterated by the terrifying blue beam of light. The Goblin Priest of the Empire urgently established a magical communication with the commander of the regiment, unleashing a furious inquiry. You worthless imbeciles! Why have the mobile barrier artillery units I commanded not yet fired their annihilation beams? The commander of the 91st Regiment responded with palpable urgency, reporting to you, esteemed priest. It is not that we refuse to unleash the annihilation beams. Rather, we are utterly unable to lock onto that steel monstrosity. Upon hearing this, the Goblin Priest applied a long-range vision spell to his eyes, casting a bewildered glance skyward. In that moment, he comprehended why the commander of the 91st Regiment had claimed they could not aim. High above, hundreds, if not thousands, of identical steel monstrosities were soaring through the air, moving erratically and at great speed. Was it a technique of duplication? Before the Goblin Priest could ponder further, a thunderous explosion erupted, and an exceedingly brilliant blue radiance surged from the location of the 94th Mobile Barrier Regiment. A terrifying shockwave of energy then radiated outward, instantly transforming the countless goblin soldiers of the other regiments into mere shattered corpses. Damn it! Exclaimed the Goblin Priest in frustration, promptly utilizing a magical artifact to report to the Goblin King, Daruri, commanding the various legions behind him. Your Majesty, another creature of at least A-grade life quality has appeared, requesting immediate support. However, the Goblin King Daruri's response was scathing. Support? Against those A-grade dragons, we have already deployed our goblin heroes. What do you expect me to send to aid you? Thankfully, these creatures are not of high level. Otherwise, my goblin empire would have been shattered and scattered by now. I am issuing you a death order. Employ every means necessary to halt those steel monstrosities in your vicinity. If you cannot manage it, then utilize the sacrificial forbidden technique. At least let your death have some value. With the cold-blooded command from Goblin King Darui delivered to the Goblin Priest, the latter's visage twisted into a grimace. Before he could unleash the forbidden technique at the cost of millions of Goblin soldiers, he activated the mobile barrier artillery to fire a wave of annihilation light at the steel monstrosities above that eluded their aim. Beams of blue energy erupted from the enormous weapons held by the steel creatures, transforming into magnificent torrents of blue light that bombarded the central core area of the regiments commanded by the Goblin Priest and other Goblin heroes. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the protective barrier surrounding the Goblin army was rent asunder by the colossal blue energy columns, creating immense fissures. The terrifying blue energy beams then descended upon the heart of the Goblin regiments, igniting vast waves of blue light that reduced countless Goblin soldiers to mere dust and shattered remains. High above, Fang Yuan, piloting the war god mecha, beheld the romantic explosions of blue light erupting from the ground. He then gathered back the energy projection avatars, which had consumed a significant portion of the mecha's power, into the chest of the war god mecha, its platinum sword-like form emanating a soft golden glow from its energy core. Chapter 64. The second form of the war god mecha, Dawn. It was time to test the final move of my war god mecha. After whispering this to himself, Fang Yuan transformed the massive sniper cannon he had been wielding into two gleaming platinum swords, tightly gripping one in each hand. The energy core of the mecha suddenly expanded, revealing a golden crystalline structure towering over him, radiating a brilliant golden light. Bang, bang, bang. As the dazzling golden light from the energy core enveloped the entire war god mecha, ethereal components began to coalesce from the light, materializing and assembling onto various parts of the mecha. Once the golden radiance faded, a strikingly enhanced and visually stunning war god mecha emerged, wielding two colossal swords enveloped in golden laser energy, with 6 floating thrusters on its back, unleashing torrents of golden flames that formed a set of 6 radiant golden wings. The tips of these golden wings fluttered like ribbons in the wind, bestowing upon the war god mecha an aura of agility and grace. With a roar, the 6 thrusters propelled the second form of the war god mecha, Dawn, forward, creating a circular shockwave of air as it surged toward the area where the azure-eyed white dragon and the 6-winged red dragon were engaged in battle with the Goblin heroes. The Goblin King Darui, a creature of A-grade rare quality at level 58, did not possess the attribute values to rival the azure-eyed white dragon and 6-winged red dragon at the same level. Nonetheless, due to his superior level, he was inherently stronger overall. Currently, Darui and his Goblin heroes were being overwhelmed by the dragons due to their lack of innate flight capabilities, rendering them unable to reach the dragons soaring nearly 10,000 meters above. Even with the help of the levitation spells cast by the Goblin priests, their size limited their altitude and speed, making them incapable of competing with the aerial dominion of the dragons. Thus, under the relentless assault from above, they were forced into a defensive position, enduring the onslaught of descending attacks. As Goblin King Darui witnessed a steel monstrosity approaching their conflict with the dragons at low altitude, a fierce expression crossed his face. Roar. I cannot deal with those despicable dragons in the sky, but you, low-flying creature, think you can escape my wrath? Truly, you walk a path to your own demise. Let me show you how I shall tear you apart. With a fierce incantation, Darui summoned the Imperial Celestial Blade, a weapon imbued with fortune, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes, which materialized in his grasp. Bang! The earth trembled. Darui propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, the ground collapsing beneath him as he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging toward Fang Yuan, who was hurtling toward him in the dawn form of the war god mecha. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air, and in an instant, Fang Yuan's battle mech, the dawn war god, collided with Darui. With both hands crossed, he raised his swords in a defensive posture, bracing against the colossal blade that bore down upon him with a force reminiscent of an avalanche. Boom! The 6 hovering propulsion boosters behind the dawn war god roared with unparalleled ferocity. Fueled by this immense thrust, Fang Yuan's mech unleashed an extraordinary surge of power, propelling the Goblin King Darui, who wore a vicious grin and maintained his stance as if to ensure Fang Yuan's defeat, backward, sending him flying through the air. Bloodthirsty divine arts. Sword techniques, the instant 9 blades. At the very moment Darui was sent hurtling away, 9 golden streaks of light erupted from the 2 massive energy swords in Fang Yuan's grasp, cutting through the air with breathtaking speed. The sword lights wove together, forming a net of blades that struck Darui's body at numerous critical points, where his golden armor covered his flesh and bones. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing resonated as the golden armor enveloping Darui erupted in bursts of flame from the sword strikes, followed by thunderous booms. When the final golden streak of light descended upon Darui's golden armor, a sharp crack reverberated, leaving him in disbelief. Thud! As Darui was sent tumbling backward, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, creating two massive craters as he hastily regained his footing. Damn it! How dare these wretches shatter my armor? I shall show you what true despair entails. With that, he glared at the cracked armor adorning his body and unleashed a furious roar directed at Fang Yuan. Yet, in response, a colossal and brilliantly radiant golden energy beam descended from the heavens. Boom! The golden energy beam struck Darui, who had no means of evading it. In an instant, a massive golden energy sphere erupted from the ground where Darui stood, exploding into an endless cascade of scorching golden brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. But this was not the end. From the chest of the Dawn War God, controlled by Fang Yuan, a dazzling golden light emerged, manifesting an array of formidable artillery. In the moment those weapons materialized, they unleashed a relentless barrage of energy attacks, beams, orbs, and various destructive forces, blanketing the area with overwhelming firepower. The relentless assault pounded the ground, targeting the spot where Darui had just been engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. As Fang Yuan's mech neared the depletion of its energy reserves, he swiftly dismissed the weapons he had summoned, preparing to deliver a final strike to the life signs detected below, which still indicated Darui's presence. However, as a brilliant golden light erupted from the ground, revealing a rejuvenated Darui, Fang Yuan abandoned his intention to land a finishing blow. He cast a glance at the Dawn War God, which had amplified its attributes to sixfold, just as the duration of this form approached its limit. Turning, he ascended into the sky. At that moment, Darui, now resplendent in golden light and fully revitalized, pointed a finger at Fang Yuan, his eyes gleaming with divine radiance. A terrifying force descended upon the Dawn War God, sending it crashing toward the ground. As Darui prepared to step forward and strike at Fang Yuan, a thunderous roar of fury echoed across the sky. In an instant, a massive white dragon, dwarfing Darui to the size of an insect, appeared above him. Chapter 65, The Descent of the Goblin God. Roar. The terrifying roar emanated from the furious white dragon's colossal head. Two piercing azure beams of light shot forth from its eyes, locking onto the golden-encased Darui. Realizing the sheer power contained within those azure beams, Darui's heart raced in alarm. Damn it! How can this alien dark god possess such an awe-inspiring draconic entity, even enhanced by the nation's fortune, which granted him sixfold strength? He knew that withstanding such an attack would surely leave him grievously wounded. The power of the nation's fortune within the Imperial Skyblade could only be invoked 10 more times. The healing light he had previously used to mend his injuries was a precious resource. Should he exceed this count, his Goblin Empire would undoubtedly crumble. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Darui made a decisive choice, forcefully pushing off the ground to leap backward, shattering the earth beneath him. Then, amidst his retreat, a colossal six-winged fire dragon, the Red Lotus, descended from the sky, its body engulfed in a tempest of black and red flames. Instantaneously, Darui sensed an overwhelming aura of death encircling him. Before he could enact any defensive measures, two colossal dragons, each over 1,000 meters in diameter, materialized behind him: the abyssal dark star dragon, Anlin, and the boundless hurricane dragon, Fanghua. Anlin's immense maw gathered a radiant black-purple energy beam, while Fanghua flapped her wings, channeling the winds of this realm to her being. Before her, a massive azure glow, imbued with mysterious runes, swiftly coalesced into a tangible form above her head. As Fanghua flapped her wings, a fearsome tempest transformed into a colossal azure spear, its tail enveloped in a relentless gale, hurtling toward Darui like a cannonball. How can there be for such terrifying dragons? What manner of being is this alien dark god lord? With this perplexing thought, Darui, wielding the Imperial Skyblade, a weapon of fate, chose to offer a sacrifice. Boom! A golden beam erupted from the Imperial Skyblade in Darui's hand, shooting skyward. Above, a massive green vortex emerged, revealing a colossal and menacing goblin visage that resonated with a thunderous proclamation throughout the realm. I, the Goblin God, shall descend upon you, vanquishing this alien dark god lord. As the mighty proclamation echoed, the gargantuan goblin face transformed into a brilliant golden stream of light. Just before the four dragons could unleash their attacks upon Darui, the dazzling golden light surged into his body. Now enveloped in golden radiance, Darui stood with the Imperial Skyblade in hand, radiating an overwhelming divine aura. As the earlier power that had bolstered him dissipated, he resumed his ascent toward Fang Yuan in the sky. As the controlling war god mech turned around, it beheld the transformation of Daria, the former Goblin King, whose title had now escalated to the Divine Goblin King. Previously at a mere level of LV-58, this formidable being had now ascended to an astonishing LV-88. Truly, if one cannot prevail, they resort to calling for aid. And what assistance it was! An elevation of over 30 levels was utterly excessive. After a brief moment of internal lamentation, Fang Yuan observed as the Divine Goblin King Daria faced the four dragons of the White God, with attacks raining down upon him from all directions. With a mere flick of his wrist, he grasped the resplendent Imperial Heaven Blade, and with a casual gesture upon its gleaming edge, he deftly flicked it. Boom! A fearsome wave of power surged forth from Daria, spreading with tremendous force. This magnificent energy coalesced into brilliant golden streams, surging like a tidal wave, and formed into a colossal golden circular shield enveloping him entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught comprised of Qing Tong Divine Light, Fiery Dragon Fist, Fallen Demon Light, and Hurricane Divine Spear. These 4 attacks, diminished in strength, struck against the golden shield with a thunderous roar, causing an explosive cacophony that reverberated throughout the realm. The overwhelming shockwaves erupted in all directions. Just as these waves were about to reach Fang Yuan, he had already utilized source crystals to replenish the energy of the war god mech, activating its second form, the dawn form, and transformed into a golden streak, soaring into the sky towards the previously vacated territory. Remaining here would only hinder the white god and her companions. It was far more prudent to return to a secure location where he could employ his contingency plans. Upon swiftly entering that territory, the waves of energy surged, carrying various capabilities as they crashed into the area he had just entered. Bang! A resounding explosion reverberated against the energy shield surrounding the Dawn War God mech. After ensuring that his vassal lord remained unharmed, Fang Yuan activated a teleportation beam, transporting the lord safely to his territory. He sought to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could lead to the lord's demise, which might subsequently cause the collapse of this territory, leaving him unable to utilize his life-saving trump cards, ultimately facing the bitter taste of death while awaiting resurrection from the temporal rebirth gate. The S-rank epic quality beings possessed dimensional attributes that were double those of the A-rank elite Goblin King, coupled with their innate ability to amplify all attributes by up to 7-fold, along with the S-rank SS equipment that could enhance their power by 7 to 8 times. Even the now divine Goblin King Daria, with his own 6 to 7 times attribute enhancement, fell short in comparison to the strength of the White God and her companions. With this realization, Fang Yuan's sense of impending crisis diminished significantly, allowing him to cast aside his concerns. Enveloped in a beam of white teleportation light, he returned to his Supreme Dragon Domain territory, alleviating any worries that the White God and her allies might harbor regarding his safety. Upon his return, Fang Yuan immediately utilized his telepathic abilities to link his soul consciousness to the White God, observing the battle through her perspective. As the view shifted, he sensed the joyous emotions emanating from her. After informing her of his departure, he encouraged her to unleash their full strength against the monster. Through the White Goddess' eyes, Fang Yuan witnessed a colossal meteorite, 2,000 kilometers in diameter, cascading from a vast cosmic vortex above, imbued with apocalyptic might, plummeting towards the divine Daria, who was cloaked in a golden shield. Chapter 66, The Terrifying Meteor Strike. A meteorite merely 10 kilometers in diameter possessed the power to obliterate all dinosaurs of the Jurassic era on Blue Star. Thus, one could only imagine the unfathomable might of a meteor 2,000 kilometers across, descending from an altitude of 200,000 meters. Both Fang Yuan and the White God, along with the current allies Red Lotus, Anlin, and Fenghua, felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Fang Yuan calculated the extent of the shockwave that would be unleashed upon the meteor's impact. Consequently, he teleported the vassal lords within the affected radius directly to his territory, indifferent to the fates of the others. Meanwhile, the divine Goblin King Daria, encased in a golden shield, began to feel uneasy as he perceived the external environment and sensed the shifting energies around him. Despite having 4 S-rank epic quality dragon soldiers at his command, this summoning of a meteorite, especially one 2,000 kilometers in diameter, was beyond what a mere LV-25 four-winged light dragon could conjure. The goblin god within Daria was astonished at the thought. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly assessed whether he could withstand the impending cataclysmic strike of the colossal meteor. It was evident that the answer was a resounding no. He could not endure such a force if his true form were present. The meteor would be obliterated with a mere gesture. However, with only this incarnation's current power, he realized he could not withstand the catastrophic might of the meteor's impact. Thus, as the goblin god, facing off against a dragon being of significantly lower level, he found himself begrudgingly opting to retreat. Yet, Red Lotus and her allies would not allow him to escape unscathed from the impending meteor that threatened to shake the very heavens and earth for thousands of kilometers. With a surge of power from her Dragon Emperor's Fury skill, Red Lotus enhanced her attributes 7-fold, her form expanding as she transformed into her 6-winged, sun-eating dragon form. In her grasp was the wild dragon spear, capable of shifting in size, adorned in deep crimson and inscribed with golden, mystical runes. Unleashing the spear's ability, Fury of the Wild Dragon, Red Lotus effectively doubled her power, stacking it with the Dragon Emperor's Fury for a terrifying 14-fold enhancement. A fearsome roar erupted from the massive dragon spear in her hand, as an ethereal blood-golden dragon phantom coiled around her upper body, its voice resounding across the battlefield. With a mighty swing towards the divine Daria, Red Lotus thrust the spear forward, accompanied by the frenzied roar of the blood-golden dragon phantom, a black-red Intensely fiery beam of energy shot forth from the spear's tip, racing towards the divine Daria, who was attempting to evade the impending doom beneath the dissipating golden shield. In the depths of the void behind him, Anlin revealed a pitch-black, profound orb, its white pupil resembling a star, perpetually cascading into the abyss of the fallen star demon eye. The moment this ominous eye manifested, every shadow within a radius of several hundred to nearly 1,000 miles began to writhe grotesquely under Anlin's command. They morphed into monstrous, gnarled shadowy claws, locking onto the terror-stricken deity Darui, sweeping towards him like an overwhelming tide. As for Fang Yuan, who had recently been summoned and had spent days increasing her sensitivity to reach 100, she, lacking any formidable equipment, conjured a wind prison with a diameter spanning dozens of kilometers, enveloping the area where the deity Darui resided, merely to test the waters. The colossal meteor, the searing pillar of destruction, the menacing shadowy claws, and the idle wind prison converged like a heavenly net upon Darui, causing the entire goblin to become suspended in the air. A series of helpless self-doubts surged in his mind. Escape? With what? How the hell does one evade this? At that moment, when he could conceive no means to resolve the overwhelming questions swirling within his very soul, countless grotesque shadowy claws swiftly enveloped his entire being, encasing him within a massive, pitch-black chrysalis suspended in the air. A dazzling black-red pillar of searing energy subsequently struck the dark chrysalis, piercing through it and hitting the deity Darui contained within. Following this, a blood-golden dragon phantom collided with the body of Darui, which had been penetrated by the energy pillar. The impact forcefully slammed the deity, who was rapidly healing from wounds sustained by consuming the fortunes of the Goblin Empire, down into the enormous crater created upon collision with the ground. Boom! Accompanied by the descent of a massive meteor, measuring 2,000 kilometers in diameter from an altitude of 100,000 meters. The earth-shattering sounds grew increasingly deafening as it neared the surface. As the tremendous pressure generated by the meteor descended upon the ground below, the space became unbearably heavy, causing the earth and towering trees within thousands of miles to tremble and snap. As the massive meteor drew ever closer to the ground, fissures began to crack open across the trembling earth, snapping branches of towering trees into fragments. This lord, if not eradicated, would undoubtedly become a central figure in the battles between the current lords and the failed lords of the bygone era. As the perception of the impending meteor drew nearer, the goblin god could not help but express a profound sentiment within his soul. When the colossal meteor, spanning 2,000 kilometers, crashed upon the goblin king, Darui, and the vast expanse of land, a terrifying roar resonated throughout the realm, echoing across tens of millions of kilometers. The cacophony rendered all living beings within that region momentarily deaf, some closer to the source succumbing to death from the sheer force of the sound. For instance, among the countless goblins, totaling in the billions from the Goblin Empire of the Kanglan domain, the majority were instantly slain by the terrifying roar. However, an even graver terror was yet to unfold. As the colossal meteor struck the ground, it unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of unimaginable energy, fracturing the subterranean layers of rock and creating vast chasms in the earth. The brilliant white flashes born from the explosive force surged forth from the craters created by the meteor, spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. The ground shook violently, and the terrifying seismic waves, propelled by the explosive energy, shot skyward in blinding white brilliance, rapidly extending to encompass millions of kilometers. A calamity more horrific than the celestial impacts of billions of years ago on Blue Star was unleashed by the dragon. Chapter 67, The Million Vassal Lords. The establishment of the Supreme Dragon Kingdom. Ding. The azure-eyed holy light dragon, white god, slays the godly goblin king, Darui, along with over 1 billion goblin warriors, earning over 166.6 billion source crystals. Upon witnessing the system notification, Fang Yuan immediately discerned that the godly goblin king Darui had been utterly vanquished. Just as he contemplated expending a significant amount of source crystals to restore the territories of the majority of the affected vassal lords to their original state, a tremendous rumble erupted from beyond his domain. Having already stored the war god mecha in his spatial backpack, Fang Yuan stood atop the summit of the Supreme Dragon Nest, gazing beyond the barrier of the sword domain of all realms. He beheld the distant land trembling and cracking, dust swirling into the air, as countless trees were swallowed by the collapsing earth. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated from outside the barrier of the sword domain of all realms. Fang Yuan then witnessed the apocalyptic scene outside his territory, where dust clouds surged and the ground ruptured. This spectacle persisted for several minutes before finally settling, leaving the once tumultuous dust now blanketing the entirety of the sword domain of all realms. Surveying the desolate and ruinous landscape outside, particularly the ores that had surfaced from the depths during the earlier tremors, Fang Yuan felt assured that his stone resources for upgrading his territory would no longer be a hindrance. However, securing timber resources in the vicinity seemed utterly implausible. It appeared that he must continue expanding his vassal lords. Otherwise, the timber, once a primary resource, would become a liability. With a sigh of contemplation, Fang Yuan then accessed the attribute panel of the Vassal Lord's territories. Upon observing the nearly annihilated territories, marked with 100% damage, he expended tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of source crystals, an inconsequential amount to him, to restore their lands to their former glory. Although these territories had lost most of their primary resources, save for stone, rendering them devoid of significant value, their capability for long-range teleportation and function as frontline outposts remained invaluable. After fully restoring the territories of the Vassal Lords, Fang Yuan was teleported back to their domains, where he was revered as a deity amidst their awestruck gazes. White God, Red Lotus, Amlin, and Fenghua subsequently returned from the previous territory to Fang Yuan's realm. After exchanging embraces with the 4 dragon maidens, who transformed back into their dragon forms as a reward, Fang Yuan accessed the application panel for Vassal Lords, adjusting the distance criteria from the original area of Jiangxing to encompass the entire Dragonxia kingdom. Having just acquired over 166.6 billion source crystals, Fang Yuan was truly in a position to invest in establishing teleportation pathways to the territories of the Vassal Lords. Thus, he expanded the filtering criteria based on distance from his territory. After a single click to approve all the Vassal Lord applications submitted by the entire Longxia kingdom, Fang Yuan's count of Vassal Lords astonishingly reached 3 million. With such a multitude of subordinates, one could only imagine the power he would wield in ancient times on Earth, capable of claiming kingship and establishing a dynasty. Just as Fang Yuan was lost in such reflections, a system notification appeared before him. Achievement notification, ruler of all lords of the Blue Star humanity, progress towards the achievement of racial dominion. 1. As he pondered the quality and level of rewards he might receive for this accomplishment, a resonant announcement echoed in the ears of all lords of humanity on Blue Star. Announcement to all human lords of Blue Star. Lord Fang Yuan has reached the remarkable number of 1 million Vassal Lords. As a result of this extraordinary achievement, he unlocks the right to establish a nation. Upon the completion of nation building, Lord Fang Yuan will attain the title of the first nation-building Lord of Blue Star and will be rewarded with an SS-grade legendary quality treasure chest as a token of commendation. Not long after this announcement faded, a prompt for nation-building appeared before Fang Yuan. Gather all subjects, including Vassal Lords, to the Supreme Dragon domain to conduct a nation-building ceremony. Kneeling on the territory and venerating any selected treasure to channel the national fortune into a national artifact, thereby completing the nation building. Gazing at the system prompt, Fang Yuan contemplated which treasure to transform into a national artifact. Subsequently, he expended over 100 million source crystals to teleport all 1 million of his Vassal Lords to his territory. The previously transported lords, now returned, were met with an overwhelming number of unfamiliar lords, leaving them momentarily bewildered and utterly shocked. As they recalled the announcement that had just echoed in their ears, the elder Vassal Lords gradually regained their composure. Standing atop the pinnacle of the Supreme Dragon Nest, Fang Yuan surveyed the gathered Vassal Lords below. I trust you are all aware of the fate that befell those lords who sought to regain their freedom. Thus, taking advantage of this nation-building ceremony, I shall reiterate, no lord among the entirety of Blue Star's humanity stands as my equal. Therefore, the notion of reclaiming your freedom is but a futile dream. For those stubborn enough to desire freedom or to challenge my authority, step forth from the crowd, and I shall offer you a benevolent end, allowing you to reincarnate after death. Pausing momentarily, Fang Yuan scanned the lords surrounding him, noticing their bowed heads, averted gazes, and the absence of anyone daring to step forward. He nodded slightly and continued, since there are no dissenting opinions, let us commence the nation-building ceremony of the Supreme Dragon Kingdom. All of you shall kneel before this peak in a show of devout reverence. As his commanding decree resonated in the ears of the million Vassal Lords, they promptly knelt upon the ground, submitting themselves in worship to the Supreme Dragon Nest below him. In that moment, Fang Yuan beheld radiant golden strands of fortune emanating from the Lords, akin to golden ribbons of light, swirling towards the Supreme Dragon Nest, which now glimmered with a myriad of divine colors. Chapter 68. The Great World Tree, the God-slaying Demon Sword. The Supreme Dragon Nest stood as the foundation of the Supreme Dragon domain and was the most fitting choice for transformation into a national artifact. As the golden fortunes surged into the Supreme Dragon Nest, its brilliance intensified, casting a kaleidoscope of light across the surroundings. When the final strand of fortune integrated into the Supreme Dragon Nest, a system notification emerged before Fang Yuan. Ding! The SSS-grade Supreme Dragon Nest has been transformed into a national artifact. Nation building completed. The national artifact feature has been enhanced, and an SS-grade reward treasure chest is available for you to claim. Note, as the number of your subjects increases, along with their quality and strength, the national fortune will rise, unlocking even more powerful national features. Upon reviewing the system notification, Fang Yuan summoned the attributes of the Supreme Dragon Nest. Supreme Dragon Nest, quality, SSS grade mythical quality. Level, LV20. Unit types: S-grade Infinite Hurricane Dragon, 1, 2000. A-grade Azurite White Dragon, 2000, 2000. A-grade 6-winged Red Dragon, 2000, 2000. B-grade Black Dragon, 2000, 2000. B-grade Blue Dragon, 2000, 2000. B-grade Platinum Dragon, 2000, 2000. B-grade Rock Dragon, 100, 2000. Next unit summoning countdown, 10 days. Functionality: based on the current level of the Supreme Dragon Nest, every 10 days. It will automatically summon a true dragon of at least A-grade quality and unlock the summoning information for that dragon species. There exists a certain probability, 10 for level 10 to 3,320, 30 for level 30, to summon a dragon of S-grade or above and unlock the summoning unit information for that dragon. Once unlocked, a certain quantity of source crystals can be consumed to summon the corresponding dragon. Nation-building features: 1. All summon units will not require source crystals for enhancement. Their levels will be half of the Supreme Dragon Nest level. 2. The current level of the Supreme Dragon Nest will significantly increase the probability of summoning units of higher quality. Unlocking this feature requires a population of 10 million subjects. 3. Summon units will awaken accompanying divine weapons of the same quality level. Unlocking this feature requires a population of 100 million subjects. 4. The number of summon units will no longer be restricted by the level of the Supreme Dragon Nest. Unlocking this feature requires a population of 1 billion subjects. As Fang Yuan gazed upon the attributes of the Supreme Dragon Nest, particularly the 4 national features detailed in the final section, he couldn't help but marvel. How formidable. Just the first feature will save me a significant amount of source crystals continuously. As for the remaining 3 features, requiring a substantial population to unlock, they will not only elevate the quality of my units, but also allow them to awaken divine weapons of equivalent quality, enhancing their overall strength. After this moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan summoned 1,000,000 brilliant white teleportation beams to return all the lords to their respective territories. Suddenly, Fang Yuan summoned the interface of his spatial backpack, opening the SS-grade treasure chest awarded for the establishment of the nation, eager to examine the legendary treasures it contained. 3 treasures emerged: SS-grade Heroic Class Transition Crystal, World Tree of the Vast Universe, and God-slaying Demon Sword. The purpose of the SS-grade Heroic Class Transition Crystal was self-evident. However, detailed information about the other 2 treasures is as follows. LV1, World Tree of the Vast Universe. Quality: SS-grade Legendary. Function: 1. This tree harbors a realm capable of evolving into a vast universe. Enhancing its level expands its spatial domain, allowing for the cultivation of various spiritual plants, minerals, and living resources. 2. The Law of the Vast Universe. The Lord may wield the inherent laws of the vast universe contained within the tree, a power of immense authority, grasped only by divine beings. 3. The Great Descent of the Universe. Temporarily conjures the vast universe, merging it with the current world, utilizing the universe's own mass against foes. 4. Unity of the Universe. The laws and mass of the vast universe can be temporarily conferred upon a designated living entity by the Lord, transforming it into a miniature universe. Note: this tree is classified as a special construction unit and cannot be contained within any living being. LV1, God-slaying Demon Sword. Quality: SS-grade Legendary. Function: 1. God-slaying. Utilizing this sword inflicts damage on any deity, dealing up to 8 times the base damage and inflicting true damage upon the deity's essence. 2. Abyssal Cataclysm. When this sword technique is executed, it summons an abyss that connects to a layer of the endless abyss. The deeper the layer, the stronger the abyssal creatures that emerge. The depth is determined by the sword's own level. 3. Abyssal Might. Absorbs the might of the abyssal realm into oneself, potentially increasing all attributes by up to 8-fold. Note: this sword bears a curse from the deities. Those who wield it will be despised by all divine beings and subjected to targeted retribution. Thus, caution is advised regarding the presence of deities in your domain. Upon reviewing the attributes of these 2 items, Fang Yuan concluded that the God-slaying Demon Sword was an unparalleled artifact against the native deities, who were already his adversaries. Chapter 69. The 10,000 Dragon Legion, Unstoppable. Day 18 of the Endless Continent Lord Competition. After vanquishing the Goblin Expeditionary Force, Fang Yuan took a 3-day respite. With his stone supplies no longer scarce, he gathered 1,000,000 lords, utilizing all stored wood resources, and the 3 days' worth of stone collected by the dragons under his command. At this moment, Fang Yuan consumed 3 million tons of stone and 3 million tons of wood, successfully elevating both his domain and the Supreme Dragon Nest to level 25. Each level increase beyond 20 in the Supreme Dragon Nest raised the summoning cap for all types of troops to 15,000. Once the Supreme Dragon Nest reaches level 30, the cap for each type of summoned troop will rise to 30,000. At that point, the quality of dragon species summoned every 10 days will ascend to S-grade, while daily summons will improve to A-grade. Imagining 1,000,000 dragons under his command, sweeping across the battlefield, Fang Yuan couldn't help but muse. If I can summon over 30 classifications of dragon species, I will be but a step away from assembling a million-strong dragon army. After this reflection, Fang Yuan stood atop the dragon's head, manifested by the white god, gazing into the depths of the Kanglan Forest Sea, softly murmuring, "Yet before I can gather my million-dragon army, I must utterly annihilate the Goblin Empire first. The last time I eradicated a Goblin kingdom, I was rewarded with an S-grade epic treasure chest. This time, if I completely destroy the Goblin Empire, I should receive an SS-grade legendary treasure chest." Having whispered his intentions, Fang Yuan gestured forward, signaling his forces to advance. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar of the white god erupted first, as she took flight with her radiant wings. Following her was an overwhelming chorus of dragon roars that resonated from behind Fang Yuan. Over 10,000 colossal dragons, roaring in unison, soared through the skies toward the Goblin Empire. Each of the 10,000 dragons had reached LV30, with the exception of the S-grade dragons like the white god, whose diameters exceeded 2,000 meters. The remaining A-grade and B-grade dragons were also impressive, measuring between 1,000 and 1,500 meters in length. The expanse covered by their wings was staggering. When they soared together, their sheer mass could darken the sky for hundreds of miles. As this massive dragon legion advanced deeper into the Kanglan Forest Sea, any location inhabited by goblins was instantly engulfed by thousands of terrifying dragon breaths infused with various elemental powers. Vast forests lay in ruin, scarred by countless profound pits radiating elemental energies. Countless goblin cities, unaware of their impending doom, including the esteemed goblin king Daria, faced obliteration at the hands of the overwhelming 10,000 dragon legion. After several hours of flight, this dragon army finally reached the Imperial city of the Goblin Empire. Gazing down at the magnificent ancient city, steeped in history, Fang Yuan raised his hand to issue the attack command. In unison, the 10,000 fearsome dragons roared, unleashing brilliant beams of dragon breath energy from their massive mouths, striking down upon the colossal Imperial city still inhabited by millions of goblins. Boom! The structures of the Goblin Imperial city crumbled to dust under the assault of the terrifying dragon breath energy. The earth quaked, and the ground split open. Within mere moments, the once glorious symbol of the Kanglan region's Goblin Empire vanished without a trace, leaving only dust floating in the air. Announcement: Lord Fang Yuan has obliterated the Goblin Empire, achieving the fastest destruction of an empire by a member of the Blue Star human race, earning an SS-grade legendary treasure chest as a reward. As the Goblin Imperial city, the embodiment of the Goblin Empire, was annihilated by the dragon breath energy of Fang Yuan's 10,000 dragons. This announcement echoed throughout the realm of the Blue Star human race, reaching the ears of all lords. Blue Star Human Race Communication Channel. Big America, Trumpet. Just saw his level reach 25, surpassing me by nearly 13 levels on the leaderboard, and now this announcement about him destroying an entire racial empire? Isn't that a bit outrageous? In the kingdom of Zairehuo, Ichiro Shirgong remarked, absurd. The feats accomplished by Fang Yuan are unparalleled. Every time an announcement is made, he is invariably at the center of it. Now that is truly absurd. After all, only achievements of B rank or above warrant the announcement to all of Blue Star's human race, and he has monopolized them all. In the kingdom of Bangzi, Li Xiaowen concurred. Indeed, every time I hear that announcement, I can almost instinctively think of Fang Yuan and wonder what new achievement he has accomplished. From Longxia Kingdom, Shun Guanyuan declared, "My master commands a legion of 1,000,000 vassal lords. You may think it a daunting task to extinguish a native empire, but for my master, it is akin to crushing an ant underfoot." Lin Nambe from Longxia Kingdom added, Exactly. At that moment, in the communicative channels across various regions of humanity on Blue Star, countless lords engaged in fervent discussions about Fang Yuan. Some even contemplated gathering a group to pledge allegiance to him. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was returning to his domain, accompanied by an army of 100,000 dragons. While simultaneously examining the attributes of the third SS-grade legendary treasure chest he had obtained. After reviewing the attributes of the three treasures, he joyfully exclaimed to the white god and the other dragons beside him, "You have all reached the 30th level of maturity. It is time for your quality upgrades. I am eager to see how powerful you will become after evolving to SS-grade legendary quality. But do not disappoint me." Roar. In response, the white god and the other dragons, thrilled at the prospect of enhancing their quality, let out excited roars. Their eagerness to return to their territory for the quality evolution was palpable, as the resounding sound of their wings created a powerful sonic boom. Chapter 70. Initiating Mutational Evolution. Birth of the SS-grade legendary dragon. LV-19 Heaven's Gale Source Crystal, also known as the Gale Source of the Nine Heavens Great World. Quality: SS-grade legendary. Function: used to forge magical artifacts or formations, or to facilitate the evolution and mutation of living beings, enhancing their quality. Note: this item is a condensation of the Gale Source from the Nine Heavens Great World, an ancient era's world barrier, possessing unparalleled gale power. When used for quality evolution, Beings with similar attributes have a high probability of acquiring Gale-related abilities and special Gale skills. LV1 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame. Quality: SS Grade Legendary. Function: 1. Used to forge magical artifacts or formations, or to facilitate the evolution and mutation of living beings, enhancing their quality. 2. By employing a special fire manipulation technique to fully refine it within the body, one can unleash its full power. Note: this item is the bane of the 8 Desolation Great World, which was burned to destruction in an ancient era. When used for quality evolution, beings with similar attributes have a high probability of acquiring abilities related to the 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame and special skills associated with it. Upon returning to his territory, the Supreme Dragon Domain, Fang Yuan promptly teleported all dragons of quality levels below S to the territories of his vassal lords, so they could gather the resources needed for territory upgrades. To maximize efficiency, Fang Yuan summoned all dragons he could, nearly 200, 000 AB grade dragons, all at level 30 and in their mature phase. Once these dragons were summoned, Fang Yuan distributed them across the various territories of his vassal lords. Each day, they brought him substantial resource yields, being self-sufficient and hunting monsters for source crystals. Not to mention, each dragon could collect at least 10 tons of wood and stone daily. Fang Yuan's daily harvest of wood and stone resources was a staggering 200 million tons each. Thus, it was evident that Fang Yuan's territory was on the brink of a monumental explosion in growth, soon to outpace all other lords of the Blue Star human race, instilling a sense of despair in them over their inability to catch up. After completing the distribution of the dragons, Fang Yuan stood beneath the Great World Tree in his territory and addressed the Abyssal Dark Star Dragon, Anlin, saying, "This time, I have no SS-grade legendary treasures suitable for your attributes to enhance the quality of the S-grade dragons. Therefore, I cannot strengthen your attributes further. I treat all my recognized core dragons fairly, so I offer you two choices regarding your ascension to SS grade." After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan continued, "The first choice is to wait until I acquire treasures suitable for your attribute mutation, and then use an SS-grade hero class transfer crystal to facilitate your evolution, awakening your special talent capabilities. The second choice is for me to directly utilize my special talent ability to elevate your quality to SS grade while maintaining your inherent attributes unchanged. I can guarantee that your three-dimensional attributes will match the maximum potential growth of SS-grade beings like the White God." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's two options, Anlin pondered rapidly which to choose. The choice to mutate her attributes and awaken special talents would undoubtedly strengthen her abilities, allowing her to reach a similar combat power as the White God and others who chose that path. Therefore, she resolved to let Honglian take the lead for now, with plans to reclaim her position later. However, beyond her desire to not fall behind the likes of the White God, Anlin was acutely aware that even beings of the same quality level could display vastly different strengths when enhanced by varying attributes and special talents. She understood that her master would soon summon SS-grade beings, and to maintain her standing, she needed to exhibit superior strength even among equals. With a decisive and far-sighted mindset, Anlin replied to Fang Yuan, "Master, I choose the first option. I will wait for you to acquire the evolution resources that align with my attribute mutation before proceeding with the quality enhancement." Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement of Anlin's choice and turned his gaze to the White God, Honglian, and Fenghua. "Now, we may commence your evolution." As Fang Yuan's words resonated, the three dragons manifested their grand true forms and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan swiftly accessed his spatial inventory, selecting 3 SS-grade legendary hero class transfer crystals, alongside the 9 Heavens Gale Source Crystal and 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame, designating them for use. With these selections made, a cascade of brilliant luminous streams erupted from his spatial inventory, illuminating the surroundings. Soaring towards the celestial heights where the 3 colossal dragons, White God, Crimson Lotus, and Wind Elegance, reside. They swiftly merged into their very beings. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens reverberated with an overwhelming resonance, as 3 immense sources of energy spiraled into existence above the heads of the 3 dragons, occupying the lofty expanse. Subsequently, radiant pillars of golden light, infused with the essence of primordial life, surged forth from the colossal energy whirlpools. Enveloped in this golden luminescence, the great dragon forms of White God and her companions descended vertically. As these magnificent shafts of light, which catalyzed the evolution of life forms, descended upon the dragons, they were swiftly absorbed, integrating seamlessly into their beings. The dazzling golden radiance blossomed forth from their formidable bodies, illuminating the surrounding space. Once the 3 massive orbs of golden light, akin to resplendent suns, gradually transformed into countless golden scintillations that scattered and vanished into the ether. The air was filled with 3 resounding roars of draconic majesty. Chapter 71. White God, Master, I have matured. Following the completion of their evolution, the being now known as the Celestial Dragon of Starlight shimmered with a brilliance that adorned her entire form. With 6 magnificent wings unfurled, endless cosmic radiance illuminated the surroundings. Suspended above her back, a colossal cosmic halo mirrored her size, revealing a breathtaking panorama of the starry expanse within. To those gazing from afar, it appeared as though White God was cradling the very galaxy itself, soaring majestically above the earth. At this moment, the being formerly known as Crimson Lotus had transformed into the sun-devouring dragon of the 8 desolations. Her form flowed with dark crimson and gilded flames, which roared and surged as her 6 wings beat, morphing into myriad fiery meteors that danced into the air. As the multitude of blazing meteors erupted, they twisted into a vortex of dark crimson flames, coalescing above the span of Crimson Lotus's wings, forming a black-golden halo. Within this halo, the influx of flaming energy ignited a once obsidian void, now ablaze with a terrifying brilliance, reminiscent of an infinite world engulfed in flames. Finally, Wind Elegance had assumed the mantle of the dragon god of the 9 heavens. Her entire being sparkled with 9 hues of divine light, as relentless gales surged around her, swirling in tandem with her expansive wings. Adorning her head, a regal crown encrusted with a cerulean gem radiated resplendent 9-colored brilliance, showcasing her noble essence. Suspended in the air between her wings, another azure halo displayed an immense microcosm of a 9-layered celestial realm. Each layer brimmed with winds of varying colors, capable of obliterating any being that dared to trespass within. Observing the remarkable transformations of White God, Crimson Lotus, and Wind Elegance, who now enveloped the barrier of the sword domain, Fang Yuan marveled at their profound metamorphosis. He promptly summoned their detailed attribute panels for meticulous examination. Meanwhile, Anlin, positioned behind him, gazed enviously at the 3 dragons emanating an awe-inspiring draconic majesty above. Heroic race name: Celestial Dragon of Starlight. Name: White God. Quality: SS level legendary quality level LV 301, 100,000 affection, 100 growth stage. Mature mindset personality: 16-year-old girl, gluttonous, competitive, devoted. Attributes: physique, 1800, spirit, 1840, source power, 1800. Skills: Starfall Rebirth Divine Light, SSS level. Stellar Transcendence, SSS level. Starlight Divine Light, SS level. Celestial Guidance, SS level. Stellar Turbulence, S level. Treasures: Endless Stargate, SS level. Heroic race name: Sun-devouring Dragon of the 8 desolations. Name: Crimson Lotus. Quality: SS level legendary quality level LV 301. 100000. Affection: 100 growth stage. Mature mindset personality: 16-year-old girl, tempestuous, combative, drawn to strength. Attributes: physique, 2000, spirit, 1540, source power, 1900. Skills: Wrath of the Dragon Emperor, SSS level. Sun-devouring Divine Light of the 8 desolations, SSS level. World Incinerating Divine Flame of the 8 desolations, SS level. Infinite Dragon Fist of the 8 desolations, SS level. Treasures: Mad Dragon Glaive, S level. Heroic being name: Dragon God of the 9 heavens. Name: Wind Elegance. Quality: SS level legendary quality level LV 301. 100000. Affection: 100 growth stage. Mature mindset personality: 16-year-old child, cheerful, optimistic, reserved. Attributes: physique, 1500, spirit, 1900, source power, 2040. Skills: Dragon Emperor of the 9 heavens, SSS level. World Annihilating Wind of the 9 domains, SSS level. Wind Domain of Divine Gales, SS level. Endless Wind Clones, SS level. Equipment: none. Having reviewed the transformations that elevated the 3 dragons to SS level legendary quality, Fang Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He then lifted his gaze to behold White God, adorned in a dress that sparkled like the galaxy, her silvery hair dancing in the wind, resembling a celestial goddess of the starry skies. Emerging from a vortex of starlight above, she was soon joined by Crimson Lotus and Wind Elegance as they descended gracefully before him. Gazing at White God, Fang Yuan lavished her with heartfelt praise, eliciting a radiant smile from her, which only heightened her already exquisite beauty. For a moment, he was captivated by her enchanting smile, one that could overshadow all else in existence. As Crimson Lotus and Wind Elegance descended not far behind her, Fang Yuan quickly regained his composure and offered them equal compliments, banishing any hints of jealousy from their hearts and replacing them with joy. Initially intent on drawing close to Fang Yuan, both Crimson Lotus and Wind Elegance weighed the daunting presence that enveloped them, a white god who exuded an aura both magnificent and fearsome. Contemplating whether they could best her to claim the title of his foremost dragon, they ultimately dismissed the notion. Their graceful legs, poised to step forward, retreated in hesitation. At that moment, White God had already approached Fang Yuan with swift strides. In the midst of his astonishment, she encircled his neck with her arms, reminiscent of purest jade, and bestowed upon him a gentle kiss, a fleeting touch of her lips. The ethereal beauty of her alabaster skin flushed with a delicate hue, akin to a ripe peach. captivating Fang Yuan's heart and igniting a tempest of emotions within him. Master, according to our dragonkin's growth stages, I have now entered my mature phase. Listening to the gentle whispers of the ethereal by Shun as she nestled close, her breath tickling his ear, Fang Yuan, a man seasoned in the complexities of both automobiles and romantic entanglements, instantly discerned the underlying implications of her words, not one to shy away from intimacy. He raised his hands to encircle by Shun's waist, preparing to draw her into the secluded realm of the Tree of All Worlds. However, he was met with an overwhelming aura of draconic might emanating from both Hong Lian and Feng Hua. Taking a step forward, Hong Lian addressed by Shun, Sister Bai, while I may be no match for you alone, I am confident that together with Feng Hua, we can ensure you do not emerge unscathed from this encounter. As a mature dragon, your clandestine meetings with our master do not escape our notice, and we are acutely aware of your intentions. Thus, we categorically oppose your monopolization of him. Upon hearing Hong Lian's forthright declaration, Feng Hua, her mind racing with vivid imaginings of the potential rendezvous between Bai Shun and Fang Yuan, timidly chimed in, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Sister Hong is right. We absolutely cannot allow this. Anlan, what say you? Anlan, a fellow mature dragon, fully grasped the implications of Hong Lian and Feng Hua's remarks. The thought of her master being claimed by Bai Shun ignited a fervor within her, causing her complexion to flush a deep crimson as she softly replied, Indeed. I too do not approve. Fang Yuan. Chapter 72. Announcement of the second round of catastrophe trials. Fang Yuan intervened to prevent a confrontation between Bai Shun and the other dragons, guiding them into the interior of the Tree of All Worlds. As the atmosphere thickened with tension and anticipation, a sense of exhilaration enveloped him. After a night of passionate revelry, dawn broke, marking the second day since their escapades. Truth be told, despite his enhanced physical prowess, Fang Yuan awoke feeling as though his very spine might shatter. No one could fathom the extent of his experiences from the previous night, nor the vigorous exertions that had transpired. However, one thing was certain. Since arriving in this boundless continent to partake in the Lord's Conquest tournament, Fang Yuan had felt a profound sense of relaxation, reminiscent of the tranquil days of Blue Star. Yet, the bliss of such indulgence came with consequences. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Bai Shun and the other dragons, he found himself devoid of the will to engage in further conflict. As he hastily exited the inner sanctum of the Tree of All Worlds, contemplating whether to upgrade his equipment and elevate his own capabilities, a familiar proclamation echoed in the air, revealing an announcement that mirrored his thoughts. Announcement: the second round of catastrophe trials commences now. The indigenous forces of various races within the dominions of the Lords shall assemble their armies to assail you. To surpass this trial, Lords must either subjugate or annihilate all local entities in their respective domains. It is imperative for all Lords to unite and resist the onslaught. This trial will feature two leaderboards, one ranking the Lords based on the number of local entities they obliterate, and the other assessing the survival percentage of individual race Lords. The rewards for both lists will be distributed simultaneously at the end of the month, alongside the previously announced territorial rankings for the Lords of various races. Note: 1. This trial is without a time limit. Thus, Lords may either perish at the hands of local forces or face total annihilation. 2. This trial does not conflict with the third round of catastrophe trials. Should the Lords meet the criteria for the third round while still engaged in the second, they will simultaneously undergo both trials. As the announcement faded, Fang Yuan meticulously perused the details presented before him. Just as he contemplated the simplicity of this second trial, a resounding roar erupted from the entrance of the 5,000-meter-wide inner sanctum of the Tree of All Worlds. Damn, I rushed out too hastily. Bai Shun and the others are once again engaging in a contest of strength, Fang Yuan exclaimed, hurriedly manipulating the Tree of All Worlds to transport the fiery confrontation unfolding among the four dragons. As Bai Shun and her three companions emerged from the inner realm, their majestic forms radiated an overwhelming force akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing upon the shores. Realizing the gravity of the situation and sensing their master's ire, the four dragons quickly transformed back into their humanoid forms and approached Fang Yuan, heads bowed in contrition, faced with the four stunningly beautiful dragon maidens, each possessing unique allure and grace. Fang Yuan, who was not one to hold grudges, rephrased his initial reprimands into more measured tones. What did I say? Your competition for first and second place is of no concern to me, but I explicitly stated that when vying for supremacy, unleashing true wrath is absolutely unacceptable. Did I not? In unison, Bai Shun and the others affirmed. You did say so. Fang Yuan continued, and yet you transgressed. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Bai Shun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, voiced her defense. No, master. At first, I did not engage with true fury. It was they who, unable to best me alone, resorted to underhanded tactics and forced my hand. Before Hong Lian and the others could interject, Fang Yuan conjured a projection of the previous events, showcasing the moment Bai Shun had asserted her intent to confront three adversaries. He pointed at the image, addressing a now embarrassed Bai Shun. You intended to confront 3? Is that not a breach of honorable conduct? With his words, a radiant golden light enveloped him, dissipating moments later. Having expended billions of source crystals, he utilized his golden touch to elevate his own being to SS level quality. He then declared with gravity, your defiance shall not go unpunished. Prepare to be thoroughly instructed until you are duly humbled. With a flick of his wrist, he whisked them all back into the inner sanctum of the Tree of All Worlds. Chapter 73, The True Dragon of Thunder vs. The Abyssal Dark Star Dragon. Endless Continent Lords Conquest Tournament, Day 22. After engaging in a fierce battle with Bai Shun and the other dragons for 3 consecutive days and nights, Fang Yuan finally collected the nearly 10 million tons of timber and stone required for upgrading his territory in the Supreme Dragon's Lair. The consumption of such vast resources propelled the levels of both his territory and the Supreme Dragon's Lair to an astronomical level, soaring to level 29 in a meteoric rise. As a magnificent golden light enveloped the entire domain of the Supreme Dragon realm, it began to radiate outward. Following this, Fang Yuan utilized source crystals to elevate all other structures and units within his dominion. Fang Yuan summoned the upgraded territory attribute panel, now elevated to LV29, for a comprehensive examination. Territory name, Supreme Dragon Domain. Lord, Fang Yuan. Companion Spirit, Chaos Source Crystal. Territory level, LV29. Area, 900 square kilometers. Structures, Supreme Dragon Nest. LV29, SSS Grade. Multiverse Return Sword Array, LV40, SSS Grade. Timespace Rebirth Gate, LV29, SSS Grade. World Tree of the Great Thousand, LV29, SS Grade. Forging Tower, LV29, a grade. Sun and Moon Radiance Pool, LV29, a grade. Cross-Domain Trading Pavilion, a grade. Population, 100, 100, 900, 000. Food, omitted. Resources, SS Grade, Endless Stargate. LV34, White God has equipped and bound. God-Slaying Demon Sword, LV34. S Grade. S Grade Hero Promotion Crystal X2, Fallen Star Demon Eye. LV34, Anlin has equipped and bound. Frenzied Dragon Spear, LV34. Honlian has equipped and bound. A grade. Comprehension Stone, LV29. Cold Abyss Star Iron 100 Tons X2. Space Source Stone X6. Titan Source Stone X2. War God Mecha, LV34. Shadow Demon Armor, LV29. Strange Demon Mirror. B Grade. Purple Gold Paulownia Wood, LV25. Spirit Stone. LV25. 9 Nether Shadow Stone, LV25. B Grade Hero Promotion Crystal X2. Common Wood, 40,000 tons. Common Stone, 10,000 tons. Source Crystal, 1.5 billion. Upon beholding the Territory Attribute panel, particularly the final column detailing the Source Crystal balance, a profound sense of impoverishment enveloped Fang Yuan. This Source Crystal was woefully insufficient. He lamented, I am truly destitute. With a sigh, he promptly accessed the Supreme Dragon Nest, now upgraded to level 29, to review its attribute panel. Observing the countdown to the next random troop summoning, he contemplated, in 10 minutes, given the current level of the Supreme Dragon Nest, there is a 99% probability that the summoned troops will be of S-grade quality. I wonder what S-grade dragon will emerge this time. As Fang Yuan pondered the potential S-grade dragon species, time swiftly elapsed. Accompanied by a resounding roar, a thunderous true dragon, draped in a cloak of black and purple, emerged majestically from the dragon's lair, soaring through the skies while occasionally emitting resounding dragon roars. Following the customary procedure, Fang Yuan instructed the White Goddess 4 dragons to educate this newly summoned dragon, while he proceeded to examine the attributes of the thunderous true dragon. Unit name, 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. Name, unnamed. Quality, S-grade epic quality. Level, LV11, 100. Affection, 90. Growth stage, juvenile. Mentality personality, 6 years old, combative, Sundra. Attributes, physique, 100. Spirit, 100. Source power, 120. Skills, Thunder Sovereignty, SSS grade. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Domain, SSS grade. Divine Thunder Drop, S grade. Divine Thunder Overwhelms the Sky, S grade. Treasures, none. As a true dragon of the Dragon Xia Kingdom with the Thunder attribute, it was presumed that this dragon's combat prowess, at the same level, would rival that of the Abyss Dark Star Demon Dragon, Anlin. After reviewing the attributes of the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon, Fang Yuan felt a surge of emotion and decided to name her Zixiao. Though she possessed the temperament of a child and a somewhat Sundra disposition, raising her affection level was a task that proved effortless for the experienced Fang Yuan. After 3 days, he successfully elevated Zixiao's affection to a perfect score of 100. He then proceeded to elevate Zixiao's level to match that of the White God and her dragon companions at level 34. Roar. Not far from the Supreme Dragon Domain. Amidst a desolate expanse of rugged terrain, a terrifying dragon roar reverberated through the heavens. The 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon, Zixiao, whose size exceeded 2 500 meters in diameter, was presently engaged in a fierce battle for the 4th rank against the Abyss Dark Star Demon Dragon, Anlin. High above the battlefield, the 3 dragons, White God, Honglian, and Fanghua, observed the conflict, ensuring that no genuine fire was ignited during their skirmish. With a resounding roar, Zixiao unleashed her might from the cloud-laden skies. Boom! In an instant, the heavens transformed as vast thunderclouds enveloped the sky, echoing with resounding thunder. The air crackled with the fury of countless purple bolts of lightning, swirling within the expansive thunderclouds, encircling their supreme sovereign, Zixiao. Through the varying perspectives of the White God, Honglian, and Fanghua, Fang Yuan could observe Zixiao in all her majestic glory, radiating an aura of dominion. He watched as Zixiao gazed down upon Anlin, and with a mere thought, summoned a tempest of lightning that coalesced within her colossal claw. Countless purple bolts of lightning converged within Zixiao's grasp, coalescing into a fearsome, purple-gold thunder spear. With a swift motion, Zixiao hurled the spear towards the vast shadowy domain where Anlin resided. Boom! The thunder roared as the previously swirling purple lightning within the thunderclouds erupted in a cacophony of sound. Like a force of nature, the purple-gold thunder spear surged forth, bearing the terrifying essence of lightning towards the shadowy domain where Anlin concealed herself. Roar! The moment Zixiao's thunderous roar resonated from within the expansive shadowy domain, shadows coalesced around it, illuminated by the flickering brilliance of the raging thunder. Massive, menacing shadow claws erupted from the receding shadows, surging forth. Boom! The collision of the purple-gold thunder spear and the multitude of fearsome shadow claws unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that echoed throughout the realms. As Fang Yuan speculated whether Zixiao's strike would annihilate the shadow domain entirely, revealing Anlin's true form, he witnessed the purple-gold thunder spear, hindered by the relentless assault of the shadow claws, suddenly burst forth in a dazzling display of radiant purple-gold lightning. In that fleeting moment, the massive shadow claws were reduced to mere particles of dust, dissipating into the ether. Roar! Witnessing her shadow claws vanish in an instant, Anlin emitted a furious roar. Subsequently, from her formidable, fearsome visage, erupted a radiant black-purple beam of destructive energy, known as the Fallen Star Destruction Light. As the black-purple beam collided with Zixiao's purple-gold thunder spear, the very fabric of their powers intertwined in a cataclysmic embrace, heralding the clash of titans above the tumultuous battlefield. A terrifying explosion of energy reverberated through the air, accompanied by a dazzling display of radiant energy as a fearsome tricolored shockwave of black, purple, and gold spread across the sky. Chapter 74, The Lord of Thunder. The Eternal Dark Star. Lin Fan, not only the foremost vassal lord of Fang Yuan, also governed the territory closest to Fang Yuan's domain. At this moment, he was leisurely fishing by a lake he had painstakingly crafted within his territory. This serene pastime came after the destruction of the timber resources in the vast regions surrounding his land, obliterated by the mightiest dragon, the White Divine Dragon, summoned by Fang Yuan, which had caused catastrophic shockwaves from a colossal meteorite descending from the heavens. After enduring a series of overwhelming setbacks, he had entirely relinquished his aspirations of elevating his territory's status. Thanks to the recommendations of fellow fishing enthusiasts in Fang Yuan's private vassal group, he had chosen the path of leisurely retirement through fishing, saving himself decades of misguided effort. As Lin Fan observed the bobber on his fishing line suddenly stirring, a flicker of joy surged within him, and just as he was about to reel in his catch, he caught sight of his first Godzilla, sprinting toward him with alarming speed, unlike his own lackadaisical demeanor. In the astonished gaze of Lin Fan, the towering Godzilla, now 200 to 300 meters high, landed squarely in the lake he had painstakingly constructed, blocking his view. With a splash, Lin Fan was sent sprawling by the force of the water, barely able to rise from the ground before unleashing a torrent of curses at the creature. Suddenly, a terrifying black, purple, and gold shockwave surged from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Fan instinctively swallowed the words he had intended to direct at Godzilla, his mind racing with the realization that this dreadful phenomenon might once again stem from Fang Yuan. He exclaimed, "What the hell, not again." As the dreadful energy explosion shockwave swiftly spread in all directions, thousands of purple golden lightning bolts erupted from the true dragon of the 9 heavens. The colossal serpent coiled within the purple clouds. A vast and magnificent realm of divine thunder unfurled from the sky, enveloping the immense black-purple dragon form of the purple clouds. Once the Lord of Thunder skill was activated, the purple clouds unleashed its full might within the divine thunder domain. Boom! Countless bolts of energy, akin to the purple golden lightning spears previously conjured by the purple clouds, surged and coalesced upon its dragon form. In an instant, it seemed as if the purple clouds was crowned, as the myriad purple golden lightning bolts converged upon its body, transforming into a suit of dragon armor adorned with enigmatic and arcane patterns. This intricate dragon armor, enhanced at critical locations across the purple cloud's massive form, revealed a thunderous purple-golden dragon pearl that materialized and embedded itself in the recessed area of its chest armor. With a resounding boom, as the dragon pearl was set into the armor, the majestic purple-golden light radiated forth, enveloping an area of over 1,100 kilometers. At that moment, the entire divine thunder domain shimmered with purple-golden lightning, safeguarding its supreme lord of thunder. A roar erupted from the dragon's maw, akin to the simultaneous thunder of 1,000 storms, as the purple clouds unleashed its full power. In response, thousands of divine purple-golden lightning bolts transformed into a deluge of spears, raining down upon the formidable Anlan below, who was equally displaying her full strength. For the sake of fairness, Anlan refrained from employing the S-class epic artifact, the Fallen Star Demon Eye. At this moment, confronted by the myriad of terrifying lightning spears cascading from above, Anlan swiftly unleashed her maximum power, the absolute darkness devouring domain. With a black ripple emanating from her colossal dragon form, the area within 1,000 kilometers around Anlan was plunged into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Within this shadowy realm, accompanied by a terrifying roar from Anlan, a gargantuan shadow dragon, formed entirely from countless shadows, manifested, its size towering at 10,000 meters. As it emerged into existence, with powerful wings cloaked in shadows, it took flight to intercept the incoming deluge of divine lightning spears. Boom! The thousands of divine lightning spears collided against the shadow dragon, igniting a cacophony of explosive energy. The ensuing shockwaves were formidable. Yet for Anlan in her shadow dragon form, the resulting damage was inconsequential. In mere moments, the shadow dragon breached the onslaught of the divine lightning spears. The purple-golden dragon pearl embedded in the chest plate of the purple clouds glimmered with tremendous power at her mental command, unleashing a wave of thunderous might. A purple-golden wave radiated from the dragon pearl, instantly saturating the entire divine thunder domain, transforming it into a whirlpool of shimmering purple-golden energy. As this whirlpool expanded, it drew in countless streams of purple-golden lightning, its diameter continually enlarging. Just as the colossal shadow dragon crafted from Anlan neared the hovering form of the purple clouds, a colossal purple-golden lightning pillar, spanning dozens of kilometers in diameter, erupted forth from the whirlpool, dwarfing even the purple cloud's own form. This terrifying pillar of lightning, imbued with immense power, struck the shadow dragon at the moment of impact. Deep within the center of the shadow dragon, Anlan, in her abyssal dark star dragon form, radiated a resplendent black light from her vertical pupil vortex, rapidly absorbing the myriad shadows that constituted the dragon's form. Boom! The shadow dragon, undermined by the properties of the incoming energy, was obliterated in an instant by the overwhelming force of the purple-golden lightning pillar, leaving no trace behind. Alongside the destruction of the shadow dragon, Anlan's true form, the abyssal dark star dragon, was similarly affected. However, just as Fang Yuan had previously slain her time and again, Anlan was not truly vanquished by the terrifying purple-golden lightning pillar. In the moment following the destruction of her dragon form, Anlan activated her divine skill, Immortal Dark Star. A vortex of black light, shimmering with brilliance, emerged, and black liquid surged forth, swiftly reconstructing Anlan's massive dragon form high in the sky, not far from the purple clouds. Chapter 75, The Invasion of the Alien Coalition. Although she had not sacrificed her kin, her own power alone enabled her to resurrect and reform her body numerous times. Clearly, after deceiving the purple clouds, she had gained the upper hand. After being vanquished and resurrected twice by the newly unleashed power of the purple clouds, she was poised for a counterattack. Due to the exhaustion of his innate energy, Zixiao ultimately succumbed to Anlan. The once heroic Zixiao of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon clan was subsequently transformed into one of Fang Yuan's heroic beings, ranking 5th amongst them. After Zixiao concluded the contest for 4th place with Anlan, Fang Yuan withdrew from the state of mental communication, shifting his perspective to observe the several vassal lords standing respectfully not far from him, in proximity to his territory. His gaze settled on Lin Fan, the first to pledge allegiance to him, and the vassal lord whose domain was closest to his own supreme dragon domain. With a heart full of emotion, Fang Yuan approached Lin Fan, who bore a look of despondency, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You have worked hard, but you must persevere for a while longer. Once my territory expands to fully encompass yours, you shall be liberated to live the life of a fisherman." After this, Fang Yuan listened to Lin Fan's insincere expressions of gratitude, and, once the territories of the other lords present were fully restored, he promptly sent them all back. As he watched the white deities and dragons returning to their territories in human form, Fang Yuan had just offered some words of encouragement to the disheartened Zixiao when an urgent notification popped up in the private intelligence group he had formed with the vassal lords gifted in the realm of information gathering. Upon reading the message, a smile spread across Fang Yuan's face. "I was just lamenting how scattered the various native factions in the region of the Kanglan Domain's Longxia Kingdom are, making it inconvenient for me to execute a sweeping teleportation. Yet now, the expeditionary forces of the Orc Empire, the Sea Demon Empire, and the Wanling Empire have unexpectedly gathered together, heading straight towards my territory. How utterly oblivious they are to their impending doom. As Fang Yuan's words faded, a chat window appeared before him, filled with updates from Long Lingxue regarding the Dragon Clan's collaborative intentions and a series of distress signals. Long Lingxue, my lord. Our entire Dragon Clan has agreed to your terms and has submitted all the applications for vassal lordship. We implore you to save us, to rescue our Dragon Clan. Seeing the messages from Long Lingxue, who was frantically sending distress signals upon learning of the gathering armies of various local factions in the territories of the Longxia Kingdom, Fang Yuan pondered briefly before replying. Very well. I shall soon approve your clan's application. I will safeguard those from your clan who are situated along the path of the approaching coalition of foreign races. After responding, Fang Yuan swiftly accessed the Vassal Lord application panel and approved all the contracts submitted by the Vassal Lords over the past days. Signing the master-servant agreements with a single click, he then summoned the attributes of the Vassal Lords from the Dragon Clan, revealing the status panels of the Lords within the area predominantly inhabited by the clan's members. Brilliant white light pillars then illuminated Fang Yuan's territory and the vassal lands he had previously dispatched numerous dragons to guard. Due to a shortage of source crystals, Fang Yuan's Dragon Legion still comprised over 100,000 dragons summoned earlier. However, the current legion was significantly stronger than before, as every dragon now boasted a level of LV34, with a staggering consumption of 10 billion source crystals. The legion was enveloped in radiant white light as they descended from the sky, instantly transporting them to the territory of the Dragon Clan, closest to the coalition forces of foreign races. As the dazzling and colossal white light pillars descended upon the territory of the Dragon Clan, it was revealed that the lord of this domain was none other than Long Lingxue's brother, Long Xinyu. At that moment, Long Xinyu gazed upward, his eyes widening in astonishment as the white light dissipated to unveil a multitude of gigantic and terrifying dragons. Overwhelmed, he thought to himself, is this truly the extent of Fang Yuan's power? It is utterly terrifying. Each dragon I see could easily decimate my territory. I once fancied I could catch up to him. How laughable. Such formidable beings. I doubt even the combined forces of all the lords of Blue Star would stand a chance against them. Just as Long Xinyu was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts and astonishment, Fang Yuan, having arrived in this area, commanded his legion of 10,000 dragons to soar towards a vast grassland 1,000 miles away, where an unending multitude of foreign expeditionary forces awaited him for a lucrative conquest. Chapter 76. The Leaders of the Alien Coalition, Sinbad. The moment the colossal Dragon Legion, composed of 10,000 LV-34 dragons, made their appearance, the foreign coalition forces 1,000 miles away sensed the overwhelming aura of dragon might emanating from the sky above. Leading the Orc Empire's expeditionary forces was Sinbad, the Orc King, the only A-grade rare quality member of the Golden Lion race. He was the strongest among the various alien empire lords summoned by divine edict to vanquish the most formidable evil god lord of the Kanglan domain, Fang Yuan. With a level of LV-80, riding atop a nearly 1,000-meter-tall golden giant lion, which resembled a mountain, the imposing Orc King, clad in majestic golden lion-hearted armor and standing 8 meters tall, gazed at the approaching shadowy mass of dragons. He turned to the 4 other Imperial leaders of different races beside him and proclaimed, "The malevolent Lord's Dragon Legion exceeds 100,000 in number. It seems the very target we seek to eliminate the Goblin Empire has arrived." As Sinbad's words resonated, the merfolk queen of the sea demon race, Delia, wielding a trident and commanding colossal waves with her towering frame, interjected, "From my unique sensory talent, I perceive that even the weakest among those dragons possess top-tier B-grade qualities. And there are certainly many A-grade beings among them. More importantly, there are also numerous dragons surpassing A-grade rarity, reaching S-grade epic quality, some of which I cannot even discern their quality levels. If they are not utilizing artifacts to conceal their qualities, then those 3 beings may very well possess SS-grade legendary qualities." The king of the Wanling Empire, a towering mountain giant named Pan Yuan, gazed at the increasingly distinct swarm of dragons flying toward them and spoke in a booming voice. "What does it matter if they possess SS-grade legendary qualities? We are destined to confront the foremost evil god lord of the Kanglan domain. We can evade him for a time, but not for eternity, according to the divine edict bestowed upon us by our deity." Now, seizing the opportunity presented by the Dragon Legion of Fang Yuan, all of whom are merely at level 34, significantly lower than our own ranks, engaging in a confrontation would undoubtedly tilt the advantage in our favor, even under ordinary circumstances. Should we ultimately face defeat, our loss would not be excessively disgraceful. At that time, sacrificing our beings to welcome the descent of the deities of our respective races would not be an affront to their dignity. Upon the conclusion of Pan Yu's words, the last sovereign of the Elven Empire, the elegantly beautiful Elven Empress Eliza, concurred. "Indeed, should we perform admirably, once the gods vanquish that malevolent lord known as Fang Yuan, it is possible that our souls, upon ascending to the divine realm, might be granted an audience and rewards from the deities." As soon as Elven Empress Eliza finished speaking, myriad dazzling purple-gold lightning spears suddenly materialized in the high skies not far ahead, beside a colossal black-purple thunder dragon. These transformed into resplendent beams of purple-gold lightning, rapidly hurtling towards their position. The merfolk King Deliza exclaimed in alarm, "Be cautious." Raising her staff adorned with a sky-blue gemstone, she directed it skyward. A blue ripple emanated from her, expanding outward in waves. The sound of endless rushing water resonated, emanating from the realm that the blue ripple had spread across. With the ceaseless sound of flowing water, a massive, formidable water curtain manifested in the air, centered around Deliza. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by enormous, radiant purple-gold spears crackling with immense lightning, they struck the dense water curtain. Instantly, torrents of water erupted from the surface of the formidable curtain. As the purple-gold lightning spears pierced through with unrelenting speed, the countless purple-gold lightning spears, brimming with terrifying thunderous power, swiftly breached the massive protective water curtain conjured by merfolk King Deliza. Roar! The spirit King Panyu bellowed in fury. As a mountain giant, his colossal form exuded overwhelming strength with every movement, as he slammed his hands down upon the ground. Rumble! The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as massive stone walls erupted from the ground, rising into the air to intercept the incoming purple-gold lightning spears. Crash! 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 With each impact from the purple-gold lightning spears, the stone walls shattered under the force of the terrifying thunderous power. Observing that the lightning spears were about to strike the position where the various armies had momentarily halted, a series of incantations emerged from the lips of the Elven Empress. Suddenly, fierce winds surged, and colossal hurricane arrows manifested behind the floating form of the Elven Empress, launching themselves at the multitude of purple-gold lightning spears, having already expended part of their power against the thick water curtain and stone walls. The multitude of purple-gold lightning spears found themselves locked in a stalemate with the hurricane arrows, both sides engaged in a fierce struggle in midair, continuously wearing each other down. The purple clouds from which these lightning spears were unleashed would not comply with the Elven Empress's wishes and detonate in an instant. However, just as the myriad purple-gold lightning spears exploded into terrifying arcs of lightning, golden mystical symbols surged forth from the imposing golden-armored figure of the Orc King Sinbad. In an instant, he completely immobilized the exploding lightning spears in midair. As Sinbad raised his hand toward the front, the countless golden symbols enveloped the self-detonating purple-gold lightning spears. And with a mere grasp of the air, he made them vanish without a trace under the brilliance of the receding golden light. Having accomplished this, the now self-important Sinbad gazed up at the colossal dragon legion, 100,000 strong, soaring above him, where a dazzling iron monstrosity boomed. If your dragons are of such caliber, it truly disappoints this emperor. Boom. Responding to Sinbad was the majestic dragon's mouth, unleashing a radiant pillar of energy, shimmering like a starry sky, filled with countless flickering stars. Chapter 77, The Golden Immortal Lion God. Boom. The terrifying brilliance of the starry energy pillar struck against the massive shield composed entirely of golden mystical symbols that Sinbad had conjured. In an instant, countless brilliant starry energies erupted from the shield, rapidly spreading outward. Boom, boom, boom. Where the starry energies radiated, the landscape transformed dramatically, accompanied by a series of terrifying explosive roars. The countless soldiers of the alien expeditionary forces, those beyond the protective range of the golden shield created by Sinbad, were instantly reduced to dust, dissipating into the ether. Crack! As the sound of shattering glass echoed from the dazzling golden shield in midair, the starry energy breath from the giant white dragon's mouth ceased its torrent, and the massive pillar of energy withdrew and vanished. Manifesting from the heavens was a colossal six-winged dragon, adorned in black-red flames, its diameter nearly 3,000 meters, known as Red Lotus, who revealed her draconic battle form. With a massive dragon spear, Red Lotus, accompanied by a blood-golden true dragon's phantom, emerged from the golden dragon patterns that circled around her, surrounded by a black golden halo. Red Lotus gazed down at the faltering shield, as if it would shatter at any moment, and slowly raised her dragon spear, then suddenly thrust it forward. World-consuming flame of the 8 desolations. A terrifying pillar of fire, entirely composed of the flames of obliteration, erupted from the tip of the spear. Boom. The immense black-red flame pillar shattered the already crumbling golden shield, striking down towards the unperturbed Sinbad below. At SS level legendary quality, Red Lotus, at level 34, possessed power equivalent to that of a being at level 136 when compared to Sinbad's A-level status. S-level is a twofold enhancement of A-level attributes, while SS level is a twofold enhancement of S-level attributes. This meant that Red Lotus surpassed Sinbad S-level by an astonishing 56 levels, a significant increase from her original level of 80. Yet, why did Sinbad remain unfazed? Because at the moment the golden shield shattered, Sinbad was no longer the former Orc Emperor he once was. He had ascended to become one of the Orc deities. revered by his kin as the Golden Immortal Lion God. In the blink of an eye, the divine descent of the Golden Immortal Lion God had been completed, and the vessel it inhabited, Sinbad, experienced a miraculous transformation. Although the quality of his being remained unchanged, his level surged dramatically to LV 160. The magnitude of this increase, as observed from the lofty heights by Fang Yuan, seemed preposterous, even more so than the elevation witnessed during the Goblin Goddess descent, which had only enhanced levels by a mere 60%. What audacity did this Golden Immortal Lion God possess to elevate its level by such an astounding factor upon its divine descent? As Fang Yuan pondered, unconcerned about whether Hong Lian could contend with the Golden Immortal Lion God, a terrifying roar resonated from behind him. A colossal blood-golden dragon phantom, coiled upon a black-golden halo, unleashed a fearsome dragon's roar. Following this, the dragon phantom swiftly circled above the terrifying pillar of flame, emanating from the tip of the immobilized frenzied dragon spear. With a thunderous crash, the ominous black-red gilded flame pillar, forged entirely from the 8 Desolations devastation fire, erupted with a cataclysmic release. This spectacle caused the Golden Lion God's golden eyes, positioned at the center of its forehead beneath its gleaming armor, to flicker with confusion and doubt. Swiftly, it formed intricate hand seals, summoning a vast golden sacrificial array, which expanded rapidly from its steed, the immense golden giant lion. As the golden sacrificial array spread, all foreign troops within its reach were transformed into golden runes, surging into the already formidable body of the golden giant lion. With a mighty roar, the nearly 6,000-meter colossal golden giant lion, upon merging with the Golden Lion God, was enveloped in a resplendent golden light and transformed into a towering, upright figure, standing 6,000 meters tall, armored in fearsome golden battle gear. Upon the black-red, gilded flame pillar, the vast blood-golden dragon phantom ascended to the forefront. In an explosive release, the black-red, gilded flame pillar, finally free from its restraints, struck fiercely against the massive form of the Golden Immortal Lion God, which had taken a defensive stance. The earth trembled and roared. In an instant, a terrifying black-red, gilded energy sphere, resembling a cataclysmic mushroom cloud, detonated above the vast terrain. Golden Giant Lion, Golden Immortal Lion God, level LV 320. Fang Yuan gazed upon the Golden Immortal Lion God, which had sacrificially consumed nearly the entirety of the Orc Empire's expeditionary forces, now fused with the Golden Giant Lion. Its level surged once more, achieving an astonishing LV 340. Fang Yuan exclaimed internally, "What the hell? I must report this cheating." As Fang Yuan continued to grumble within, the catastrophic energy shockwave resulting from the explosion of the black-gray gilded energy sphere engulfed the Golden Immortal Lion God. Moments later, the Golden Immortal Lion God radiated a brilliant golden light, and an endless array of mysterious golden runes materialized into a colossal runic sword in its grasp. Flash! A roar erupted from the lion's mouth, now encased in formidable battle armor. Instantly, a dazzling golden light emerged from the core of the massive black-red gilded energy sphere, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. With a force reminiscent of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, the enormous black-red gilded energy sphere was cleaved in twain. Chapter 78, Four Gods vs. Earth Exploding Heavenly Star, Thunderfire Giant Meteor. Boom. At the moment the black-red gilded energy sphere shattered, the boundless 8 Desolations devastation fire surged forth like a colossal mushroom cloud, rapidly expanding across the vicinity. Wherever it swept, the searing energy incinerated the vast space, turning the ground into a molten sea of lava. Such a terrifying energy shockwave obliterated nearly all the alien soldiers caught within its path. Once the infinite 8 Desolations devastation fire dissipated, the remnants of the alien expeditionary forces were reduced to a handful of monstrous heroes, alongside the four gods radiating divine essence amidst the sea of molten rock. High above, Fang Yuan gazed down at the four gods amidst the fiery ocean and remarked, in addition to the Golden Immortal Lion God, 3 more deities have descended, the Mountain Giant God, the Sea Witch Mermaid God, and the Wind Spirit God. No sooner had Fang Yuan's words left his lips than an extraordinarily radiant blue light erupted from the staff of the Sea Witch Mermaid God, emanating from the azure gem atop it. With a resounding splash, the sound of flowing water filled the air, and in an instant, the once molten terrain transformed into an expansive azure sea, submerged and eroded by endless waves of cerulean water. Upon this vast azure expanse, the four gods, now infused with the power garnered from various heroic sacrifices, all reached a level of LV 199. It appeared that in this desolate domain of Kanglan, the highest level permitted by the realm's rules was capped at LV 199. The Mountain Giant God, towering at 10,000 meters, voiced a thunderous lament that reverberated throughout the realm. As these words echoed, a colossal earthen-hued halo manifested behind him, radiating yellow divine light. Boom! From beneath the azure waves, a tremendous rumble resonated. The sea erupted, unleashing monstrous waves that crashed dramatically. Massive stone spires, each nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, soared from the surging tides, targeting the countless dragons spiraling above. Among them, one particularly enormous spire, several kilometers in diameter, hurtled toward Fang Yuan as if locked onto him. Witnessing this spectacle, the white god, sensing the affront to its supreme master, let out a furious dragon's roar. At that moment, all the circling dragons took flight, dispersing in all directions as an incomprehensibly vast stargate unfurled high above the white god. Bound to the white god, the endless stargate now boasted a level of LV-34, enabling it to summon 34 meteors, each exceeding 3,000 kilometers in diameter, by expending a vast quantity of energy of a matching attribute. What does it mean for a meteor to measure over 3,000 kilometers in diameter? Such a colossal body, once revealed in its entirety, would dwarf even a quarter of the blue planet. The devastation wrought by such a meteor, should it plummet from the skies, is unfathomable. Boom. The air trembled with the terrifying roars echoing from the immense stargate above. Subsequently, a meteorite with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers, its surface riddled with craters and devoid of any vitality, surged forth from the celestial gate with astonishing speed. It plummeted towards the multitude of towering spires that ascended into the sky. In contrast, the remaining 4 dragons, including Hong Lian, were diligently executing their respective duties. In an instant, Anlan unleashed her full power, enveloping the 100,000 colossal dragons that exceeded the lower limit of this battle within her realm of shadow. Temporarily sequestered behind her, they vanished into a vortex of inky blackness, straddling the line between the void and reality. Meanwhile, Fanghua concentrated all her formidable 9 heavens gale energy, completely shrouding the vast meteorite, accelerating its descent with unparalleled swiftness. As for Hong Lian and Zishao, they stood atop the enormous meteorite, continuously channeling their amassed power into the very core of this behemoth. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a meteorite enveloped in molten lava and crackling lightning, exuding a terrifying aura, as this colossal thunderfire meteorite descended with overwhelming force, shattering the countless stone spires that had been launched skyward. Hong Lian and Zishao swiftly retreated to an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters upon completing their tasks. What a magnificent and resplendent meteorite! Would you not agree? The golden immortal lion god gazed at the thunderfire meteorite descending from above, causing the entire azure sea to begin to seethe and churn, and could not help but express his sentiments to the 3 alien deities nearby. Among them, the sea demon merman god, feeling an intense heat as if his very skin might melt away, retorted with irritation. At a time like this, you still have the leisure to appreciate such sights? The wind sprite god responded to the merman god. He has always been this way. You should know that by now. Then, turning to the golden immortal lion god, he urged earnestly, Lin Luo, unleash your full power. If we fail to seize this singular opportunity for a divine descent into this realm, when this child matures and we face him again, it will surely lead to our utter annihilation. As the wind sprite god's words echoed, the golden immortal lion god revealed a melancholic aura, raising his hand towards the increasingly imminent thunderfire meteorite and murmured, we are merely a band of failures. What does it matter if we meet our end without a burial place? In the end, we are simply prolonging our demise, whether it be early or late. Recognizing that the golden immortal lion god had once again succumbed to his philosophical musings from a past life, the wind sprite god merely rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. Boom. The massive thunderfire meteorite, with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers, comparable to a quarter of the blue planet, drew ever closer to the 4 gods, intensifying the already terrifying pressure it exerted. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the realm. Roaring, the mountain giant god, enveloped in a thick layer of black mystic stone armor and radiating a golden halo, unleashed a mighty bellow. He conjured an immense golden shield from thin air and thrust it upwards towards the colossal thunderfire meteorite. Crash! A space tore apart. Void fissures expanded and proliferated under the onslaught of the overwhelming energy. The ground quaked, vast expanses of earth began to fracture and sink, and countless massive boulders were propelled skyward. In that instant of collision, a scene reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart unfolded before this realm.